This guy is one of us. Even drinking a little breast milk gives him energy points. It turns out that from the moment he was born, he had already received the infinite growth system. And even kicking his legs grants him attributes, because this world is home to incredibly powerful genetically enhanced humans. There are also extremely dangerous mutant beasts. Before he was even a month old, he was already doing 1,000 sit-ups every day. At 4, he could lift 80 gene, while even prodigies from the most prestigious families could only lift 30. Without further ado, let's begin. Our story starts in Shanghai City, in an ordinary family, where a young mother lovingly cradled her newborn baby. She joked, "Chun-chun, you can fall asleep as soon as you're full. Mommy is so jealous. I've lost plenty of sleep taking care of you. But as long as you grow up healthy, it will all be worth it." The baby in her arms was no ordinary infant. Apart from a nutrition plus one notification floating above his head like something from a video game, he also possessed the mind and values of an adult. To explain the situation to the audience, he thought, "I've been reincarnated as a newborn whose brain hasn't even fully developed yet." An electronic panel visible only to him displayed his current information. Name: Lin Zichen. Age: 33 days. Biological level: ordinary stage 1. Biological traits: none. The adult mind inside this infant body immediately realized that he had obtained a special advantage. Fast forward to when Lin Zichen was 3 months old. The Lin couple gazed happily at their adorable son in his crib. His father, Lin Yinsheng, excitedly told his wife, Zhang Wanxin, "Our darling is kicking his legs again. He never cries or fusses. He's such a good baby and never makes his mother worry. Our son clearly has extraordinary physical talent. He'll definitely become a prestigious gene fusionist someday. At worst, he'll become a mechanical augment." Baby Chun-chun looked at the system panel. Achievement: kick your legs a cumulative total of 10,000 times. Completed. Reward: biological trait obtained. Use it or lose it. By continuously training any part of the body, that body part can grow indefinitely stronger, but it cannot exceed the limits of carbon-based life. Baby Chun-chun thought, "At only 3 months old, I've already completed my first system mission. Use it or lose it makes me feel my strength increasing little by little." But what are the gene fusionists and mechanical augments Dad mentioned? Are they like a fire-breathing Spider-Man and a gym-obsessed Iron Man? Lin Zichen was now 4 months old. At 4 months old, I've already learned to sit and crawl. To avoid doing anything too outrageous and frightening my parents, I can only train at night. Our protagonist certainly had an excellent start. Heaven had granted him a special advantage, so wasting this life by refusing to work hard would be unforgivable. At 5 months old, Lin Zichen explained, "With the help of use it or lose it, I learned to walk at only 5 months old." At 6 months old, Lin Zichen could finally sit and crawl openly in front of his parents. A news broadcast played on television. The anchor announced, "Next is a report concerning mutant beasts. Gene fusionists and mechanical augments have joined forces against them. Today's trending question: what kind of life do you want to live?" This was how Chun-chun began learning about the differences in his new world. "This was the first time I realized that the Earth I now lived on seemed different from the Earth I knew before being reincarnated. More precisely, the Earth I now live on has undergone mutations, resulting in the emergence of many terrifying, previously unknown creatures. These creatures are collectively known as mutant beasts. To resist the mutant beasts, humanity spent decades developing 2 paths. The first is mechanical ascension, modifying the body and using technology to defeat mutant beasts. The other is more advanced genetic modification. Humans fuse with mutant beast genes, acquire some of their abilities, and fight fire with fire." The infant protagonist now fully understood how fortunate he was. "Thank goodness I have a system. I must grow up safely, evolve in secret, and survive in this dangerous world." While he was deep in thought, he heard the door open and immediately turned toward the sound. A young woman wearing round glasses held a small gift bag and greeted them warmly. "Hello, everyone. I'm Su Meng, your new next-door neighbor. This is a small housewarming gift. This is my husband, Shun Jianya, and our daughter, Shun Qinghan. We hope you'll look out for us from now on. Qinshin narrated, this girl was my first friend in this world, but I didn't know then that our destinies would become closely intertwined. At 7 months old, Lin Zichen ran to improve his vitality, bodily coordination, running speed, and running proficiency. He jumped to improve his vitality, leg strength, jumping height, and jumping proficiency. Sometimes he even talked to himself to improve his mental strength, language skills, and ability to express himself. Overall, Baby Chan worked hard to balance his physical training with the normal developmental process of an infant. As a result, with the help of Use It or Lose It, Lin Zichen mastered fundamental skills such as running, jumping, and speaking at only 7 months old. At 8 months old, I could easily perform sit-ups and push-ups. Although I only dared to train like this when my parents weren't home, no secret can remain hidden forever. Just as expected, something went wrong today. Zhang Wanxin rubbed her eyes. What is happening? Why is Chun Shun doing sit-ups? I must have become so immersed in writing my novel lately that I'm hallucinating. As a side note, Zhang Wanxin was an author of web novels aimed at male readers. Baby Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness I fooled her. I need to be more careful next time. A few days later, however, the protagonist could no longer escape the inevitable. While bathing her son, Wanxin noticed something unusual and shouted, "Honey, something incredible has happened. Come here quickly." Lin Yinxing rushed in and asked, "What's wrong, honey?" Wanxin said, "Our Chunshun is only 8 months old. Why does he already have abdominal muscles?" His father immediately arrived at what he considered the most logical conclusion. Chunshun has always had an astonishing appetite, and now he even has abdominal muscles. I understand now, honey. Could our son be a 1 in 10,000 prodigy? It seems Chunshun has a very promising future. He'll probably become a gene fusionist, or at worst, a mechanical augment. As another side note, Lin Yinsheng was also an author of web novels aimed at male readers. The protagonist had truly been born into the perfect family. Whenever anything unusual happened, Chinchin's parents filled in the blanks with their own imaginations. Lin Zichen was secretly delighted. My special ability was nearly exposed, but Dad invented the explanation that I'm simply a genius. Having novelists for parents is incredibly convenient. Speaking of geniuses, I'm certainly not the only one on this mutated Earth. For example, an everyday news program watched by Chinchin's family reported, a 1,000-year-old martial family in the capital has produced a prodigy born with divine strength. At 2 years old, he can lift 20 jin with one hand. Wanqin stroked her baby's head and said, "Our Chunshun is amazing too. In the future, I'm sure you won't lose to those prodigies from prestigious families." Chunshun felt proud, yet also curious. Mom certainly has a good eye for talent, but I wonder whether I'll be able to lift 20 jin that easily when I'm 2. I've finally made it safely to the age of 2. Thanks to Use It or Lose It, I can now easily lift 20 jin with one hand. Wanqin's voice came from outside the storage room, startling Chunshun and making him drop the object he was lifting. "Chunshun, where are you? Han-in is here to play with you. Hurry and come out." Chunshun carefully tidied himself up, then opened the door to meet his little neighbor. Shen Qinghan was also 2 years old. Holding out a treat with both hands, she offered it to Lin Zichen. "Eat. Have an egg cake." Chunshun replied, "Thank you, but you can eat it." Lin Zichen narrated, "Shen Qinghan was the same age as me, but she still spoke in a childish, cutesy voice and couldn't pronounce words clearly. Because of the vast difference in our mental ages, we didn't often play together. Han-in would eat until she was full and then fall asleep while I used the time to train. Even so, we often stuck close together, and Han-in was just the right size to serve as extra weight during my workouts. But this extra weight came with one minor problem. Whenever it happened, Lin Zichen had no idea what to do and could only shout for his mother's help. "Mom, I think Han-in wet herself again. At only 3 years old, I can already lift 40 kilograms with one hand." Lin Zichen thus knew that, by ordinary standards, he was already stronger than prodigies his own age. Then how powerful would someone at ordinary stage 2 be? Would they have already surpassed the limits of humanity? With that question in mind, he left home for the first time. "This is my first time seeing the outside world. Those beast-like people and robots must be gene fusionists and mechanical augments. The first place I visited was the library. Since my parents don't let me use electronic devices very often, The library is the best place to find answers. Lin Zichen couldn't wait to reach the general knowledge section. He completely ignored the books intended for children his biological age, leaving his mother and Han Nin bewildered. His mother called after him. Chun-chun, the children's section is over here. Where are you going? Chun-chun, wait for mommy. The two of them stared wide-eyed at the title Lin Zichen had chosen. Chun-chun, why do you like reading books like this? Is this about genetics? Han Nin behaved far more appropriately for her age, being more interested in playing and eating. She offered her friend a snack. Chun-chun, I still have cookies. Do you want one? Lin Zichen remained absorbed in the encyclopedia of mutant beasts, but he still replied politely, thank you, but I'm reading. You can eat it. Through reading, he began to develop a new understanding of this mutated Earth's world. Ancient stone tablets discovered in mysterious ruins recorded that all creatures in this world were divided into 6 grades: ordinary, advanced, rare, epic, legendary, and mythic. Each grade was further divided into 9 stages, while ordinary humans were only at ordinary stage 1. Compared with those higher-level creatures, humans were truly less significant than ants. It seems I must speed up my secret training. Only then will I have a chance of surviving in this dangerous world. The system displayed, you are reading. Mental strength, +1. Comprehension, +1. Knowledge, +1. Achievement, read a cumulative total of 100 million characters. Reward, obtain the biological trait Heavenly Wisdom Root. Current progress, more than 10,000 out of 100 million characters. The protagonist nodded inwardly. The system truly understands me. It immediately arranged a new mission for me. From now on, I can cultivate both mind and body. During the days that followed, Lin Zichen never slacked off. He continued using every opportunity to read and train. At 4 years old, he began kindergarten. He raised his biological level to ordinary stage 2, could jump 1.2 meters vertically from standstill, and could sprint 100 meters in under 11 seconds. These results were already exceptional among ordinary adults, let alone kindergartners. With great power came great responsibility. For example, Han Nin often wet the bed, so the other children mocked her with a cruel nickname, Bedwetter Han. As Shun Qing Han's best friend, and someone overwhelmingly stronger than everyone else's age, how could Lin Zichen stand by and watch Han Nin be bullied? Lin Zichen's voice boomed like thunder. All you little brats, listen to me. Shut your mouths. If anyone dares bully her again, I'll turn that person into the king of bedwetters. Do you understand? All the little brats immediately burst into tears and no longer dared to act cruelly. Daddy, I'm scared. Mommy, I want to go home. I won't do it again. I don't want to go to kindergarten anymore. The system appeared to approve of the protagonist's actions. It displayed, you unleashed your domineering presence and made every child in your class fear you. Title successfully activated. Kindergarten boss. Achievement. Dominate 9-year compulsory education. Kindergarten boss. Activated. Elementary school boss. Not activated. Middle school tyrant. Not activated. Lin Zichen was secretly delighted to have found something productive to do so early. A mission he could grind was even better. I never expected that intimidating them once would trigger a new mission. I haven't even finished my previous mission, yet another one has already appeared. It seems the system allows me to complete multiple missions simultaneously. That's excellent news. Although the protagonist valued strength, he never neglected his education. The clearest proof came from the system notification. Read a cumulative total of 100 million characters. Mission completed. Half a year later, Lin Zichen successfully finished the reading mission and obtained the biological trait Heavenly Wisdom Root. From then on, his learning ability reached the peak of humanity. Lin Zichen narrated, time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, we were almost 7 years old. We successfully reached our kindergarten graduation ceremony. During the vacation before elementary school, I continued training and constantly improving myself. I could effortlessly lift 200 gene with one hand, jump more than 2 meters high, and run 100 meters in under 8 seconds. With the help of Heavenly Wisdom Root, I nearly completed the entire elementary school curriculum in my spare time. I hope I can soon unlock the elementary school boss title. Shanghai Sunshine Elementary School. At last, my elementary school life has begun. Since I'd already begun studying middle and high school material on my own, elementary school competitions were naturally effortless. But awards are fleeting and insignificant. What matters is unlocking the elementary school boss title as quickly as possible. The protagonist didn't think much of the prizes, but his homeroom teacher certainly did. Seeing her star student standing at the top of the podium podium, she applauded excitedly. Xiaochen, well done. We'll be counting on you again in next week's language competition. Keep it up. Lin Zichen continued narrating his daily life. Whenever I had free time at school, I personally tutored Shun Qinghan. Although she wasn't especially gifted, she was obedient and hardworking. After one semester, she ranked second in the class. Naturally, there was no need to mention who ranked first. To unlock my title as soon as possible, I did more than study. I also actively participated in every event at the school's sports meet and broke every record. Just when I thought I would repeat this daily routine and pass peacefully through elementary school, a highly unusual transfer student appeared in our class. The reason she was so unusual was that I could sense a presence from Bai Shui that did not belong to a human. The new girl's appearance immediately drew the gaze and curiosity of every child in the classroom. Henin, who sat beside Lin Zichen, leaned closer and whispered, Xiaochun, the new girl's hair is so beautiful. It looks like snowflakes in winter. Lin Zichen secretly raised his guard. I have no interest in responding to Shun Qinghan right now. What concerns me is why Bai Shui carries a non-human presence. Could she be a gene fusionist or perhaps the descendant of one? Over the next few days, Bai Shui never spoke to anyone. As soon as class ended, she would collapse onto her desk and remain motionless. She rarely even went to the restroom. Everyone was curious about her at first, but as time passed, they stopped paying attention to her. The classroom returned to its usual calm. More than a month later, that calm was finally broken. During that time, Bai Shui began secreting a small amount of white liquid from her body. No one knew exactly what the liquid was, but it smelled terrible. The girls covered their noses and waved their hands while gossiping. What exactly is that liquid coming from her body? I know, it smells horrible. A boy made an even cruder remark. That liquid looks familiar. I guess you're not so innocent after all. Since I'm such a nice guy, let me help wash you clean and healthy. His words quickly escalated into actions, becoming bullying far beyond what could be tolerated. Since Bai Shui sat directly behind Lin Zichen and Shun Qinghan, neither of them could pretend not to notice. Watching the new student being tormented, Lin Zichen felt secretly confused. What's happening? I thought Bai Shui was dangerous. Why is she crying? Kind-hearted Shun Qinghan timidly asked her best friend to intervene with her. Xiaochun, Bai Shui looks so pitiful. Can we help her? Lin Zichen agreed without hesitation and stepped forward to stop the bullying. He thought, although I don't know Bai Shui's background, she doesn't seem as dangerous as I imagined. At least for now, she's merely a vulnerable girl being bullied. Lin Zichen grabbed the shoulder of the boy who had gone too far and spoke calmly, but with overwhelming authority. Guan Chun, clean the liquid off Bai Shui's desk. Terrified, Guan Chun hurriedly pulled out a packet of tissues and stammered, no problem. I'll clean it right away. Guan Chun wasn't merely afraid that Lin Zichen might become angry and beat him up. He was also intimidated by the protagonist's school-wide reputation. He thought anxiously, Lin Zichen is famous throughout the school for excelling in both academics and athletics. Even sixth graders don't dare provoke him. I'd better do as he says. Using his status as the school's most outstanding student in both academics and athletics, Lin Zichen issued another demand. Everyone who is bullied by Shui recently must come over and apologize to her immediately. None of the students, boys or girls, dare to argue with Lin Zichen. They all bowed before Bai Shui's desk and said, "We were wrong, Bai Shui. We're sorry. Please forgive us. We promise we'll never bully you again." Bai Shui could not hide her surprise at Lin Zichen and Shun Qinghan's generous help. Shun Qinghan gently told her new friend, "There's no need to thank us. It's only natural for friends to help one another." From that day onward, Shun Qinghan began actively approaching the white-haired girl. She even dragged me along to befriend her, and whenever she had something delicious, she immediately shared it with Bai Shui. Bai Shui still showed signs of insecurity at times and timidly asked, "I smell so bad. Don't you dislike me?" "I'm sorry. It isn't that I don't trust you. It's just that everyone around me has always avoided and despised me ever since I was little. Having someone stay by my side for the first time makes me so happy that it doesn't feel real. It feels like a dream." Shun Qinghan assured her, "No, this isn't a dream. I've been through something similar, so I would never dislike you. As long as you're willing, we'll be best friends forever." Overcome with emotion, Bai Shui hugged Shun Qinghan and sobbed, "Thank you. Thank you both." Then, as if remembering something, she said, "That's right. Henin, Xiaochen, you always share delicious food with me and are willing to be my friends, so I want to give you something too. My mother gave me this pair of beast fangs for my birthday last year. Now I'm giving them to you. I hope you won't mind accepting them, and I hope we'll remain best friends forever. Shun Qinghan innocently accepted the pair of fangs from Bai Shui. They became a token of the promise that the three of them would remain best friends forever and ever. Just when Shun Qinghan believed their friendship would last forever, something unexpected happened. She was stunned by the sudden news. What did you say? Bai Shui transferred to another school? Lin Zichen replied, that's right. I saw her withdrawal procedures being processed with my own eyes. He had happened to pass by the principal's office and saw Bai Shui accompanied by a burly man with 2 mechanical arms. The man said to the principal, I'm sorry for troubling you. Thank you. The principal politely replied, not at all. Bai Shui's procedures have been completed and all her information has been placed under strict confidentiality. That alone was enough for Lin Zichen to conclude that Bai Shui's identity was indeed anything but ordinary. We never saw Bai Shui again after that day. Perhaps she was destined to be only one brief part of our childhood. Compared to Bai Shui's departure, what happened afterward concerned me even more. One evening, Zhang Wanxin asked her son to massage her shoulders. Even Lin Zichen was somewhat surprised when he discovered how skilled he was. He had previously learned professional massage techniques with the aid of the heavenly wisdom root, but he never expected them to be so effective. As usual, the whole family watched the evening news. Next came an important piece of good news. The capital prodigy had achieved another miracle. At only 10 years old, he had successfully fused with mutant beast genes and could lift a 1,000-pound boulder with one hand. Lin Zichen thought, it's him. Has he already begun fusing with genes? Lin Yansheng had just finished showering. When he came out and heard the report, he complained, the capital prodigy again. He appears on television awfully often. This must be a publicity stunt to turn him into a celebrity and make money from product sales. Zhang Wanxin said, his family is a 1,000-year martial clan from the capital, so they probably possess some advanced gene fusion technology. Even so, they shouldn't use their own child as a test subject. With the air of someone who had seen through all worldly affairs, Lin Yansheng replied, for martial clans, sacrificing an individual's interest for the good of the family is the proper path. Otherwise, they could never have become a great martial clan. Zhang Wanxin said helplessly, yes, yes, yes. You know everything. While my parents continued their idle conversation, Lin Zichen pondered that capital prodigy could previously lift only 100 pounds with one hand. After fusing with genes, he can lift 500 pounds, a 5-fold increase. But I'm only 8 years old, and even without gene fusion, I can already lift 300 pounds with one hand. It seems my original potential is still slightly greater than his. After thinking this, I felt confident about my future. However, it was not until I saw the next news report that I finally understood what it felt like to be ruled by fear. A scene of devastation appeared on the television. We interrupt this program with an emergency report. A severe mutant beast attack has occurred in a neighboring country. Based on footage recorded by witnesses, authorities have determined that this attack involved an enormous mutant beast. The footage shows the beast seizing a defenseless civilian. The victim was then mercilessly devoured by the mutant beast. According to the investigation, this mutant rat attack was secretly orchestrated by members of the heretics. We hope other nations will provide assistance to our Cherry Blossom Island nation so that we may eliminate these heretics together. Lin Zichen solemnly reflected, the so-called heretics are actually an anti-human organization founded by traitors. For personal gain, they became the mutant beast's lackeys and launched attacks throughout human society. Fortunately, I was born in a powerful nation with a relatively stable environment, allowing me to remain hidden and continue growing stronger. Suddenly, a series of thunderous booms erupted outside, startling Lin Zichen and draining the color from his face. Explosive sounds tore through the air. Lin Zichen could not help imagining the worst. He quickly ran over, pulled open the curtains, and looked up at the sky. He wondered, why are so many government mechanical augments flying through the sky at this hour? I hope nothing terrible has happened. The following morning, Lin Zichen waited outside for Shen Qinghan and urged, hurry up, we're going to be late. Shen Qinghan trotted out and said, Xiaochun, sorry to keep you waiting. Suddenly, Lin Zichen noticed something unusual. He picked up the pendant hanging around Shen Qinghan's neck and said, Henin, your beast fang is glowing. Shen Qinghan looked down and exclaimed in surprise, Whoa, it really is. Lin Zichen murmured speculatively. Could this be the fang of a mutant beast? He thought. No wonder Bai Shui carried an aura that didn't seem human. That aura must have come from this fang. The beast fang's glow lasted only briefly, and we did not investigate it any further. However, the gathering of mechanical augments the previous night, combined with the fang's strange reaction, left me with an ominous feeling. On their way to school, Lin Zichen and Shun Qinghan passed a curvaceous woman dressed in revealing clothing. They should have simply walked past one another, but the woman seemed to have other intentions and called out to them. "You two are adorable. Are you brother and sister?" Shun Qinghan obediently answered the stranger. "We're not siblings. We're childhood sweethearts and also each other's best friends." The woman spoke in an excessively sweet voice. "Childhood sweethearts? How enviable. I wish I had a childhood sweetheart too. By the way, you're both so young. Do you already go to school by yourselves? Where are your parents?" The well-behaved Shun Qinghan was about to continue answering. Sensing something suspicious, Lin Zichen quickly grabbed her wrist and said, "Stop talking. We're almost late, so let's go." Only after they safely reached school did Lin Zichen warn his innocent friend, "If a stranger tries to talk to you in the future, don't casually answer their questions. Understand?" Shin Qinghan obediently replied, "Yes, I understand." After school, the two children passed through an alley that was strangely deserted. Shin Qinghan could not help saying, "Xiaochun, this alley is so quiet. It feels creepy." Lin Zichen reassured her, "This neighborhood is scheduled for demolition next week. The residents moved out a long time ago, which is why it's so quiet." A familiar female voice suddenly called out, "Children, you're finally out of school." She then signaled to her companion, "Brother Sheng, there's no need to keep searching. The two children are here with me." Lin Zichen immediately stepped forward to shield his friend. He realized grimly, "It's her. I deliberately took Henin on a detour after school to avoid the road we used this morning. I never expected this woman to follow us anyway." The woman tried to lure the children. "Children, I have lots of delicious food at home. Would you like to come over and play?" Her male companion complained, "You old hag, stop wasting your breath. Just cover their mouths, knock them unconscious, and take them away. I'm in a hurry to sell them and collect the money." This was the first time Lin Zichen had encountered prey that willingly delivered itself to his doorstep. Without showing any mercy, he immediately punched the man. The woman stared in disbelief when she saw a child display such astonishing strength. She panicked inwardly. "Impossible. This is completely impossible. How could an elementary school student send an adult flying with one punch?" Lin Zichen then demonstrated that he would not spare her merely because she was a woman. Anyone with malicious and indecent intentions deserved a beating. He impulsively reached for a brick lying beside the road. He thought darkly, "There aren't any surveillance cameras around here. To eliminate any future threat, I'll have to finish them off. I don't want to do this, but if they tell anyone what happened today, my abilities will be exposed, and my plan to remain hidden while growing stronger will be ruined." However, Lin Zichen would not need to stain his hands with blood this time. Just as he resolved to kill them, an unnatural earthquake suddenly struck. It was not a natural disaster. It was a giant mutant rat. The woman Lin Zichen had just struck was the first person within its reach. In an instant, everything from her head down to her chest disappeared. The mutant rat seized the brutish man as its second victim. Faced with such a disaster, Lin Zichen was not foolish enough to sacrifice himself for strangers. The best choice was to take advantage of the monster's distraction while it ate and quickly escape with his friend. Trembling in shock, Shun Qinghan asked, "Xiaochun, what is that thing?" Lin Zichen lifted his friend into a princess carry and answered briefly, "It's a giant mutant rat. We need to reach a safe place immediately." As Lin Zichen ran away carrying his friend, someone else came flying toward the scene at tremendous speed. Lin Zichen put his friend down and said, "It's a mechanical augment." He could not help exclaiming, "She's so fast." The female mechanical augment issued a command. "Charge complete. Anesthetic smoke screen." Although it was called an anesthetic smoke screen, the projectile fired from the woman's hand resembled a missile as it streaked toward the mutant rat. It exploded with a thunderous roar. Despite the force of the explosion, it truly was an anesthetic weapon. The mutant rat became dizzy and disoriented. Seizing the opportunity, the mechanical augment slashed open the deformed giant rat's throat. Back at home, Lin Zichen rested his cheek on one hand and watched footage of the battle on the news. He silently assessed that female mechanical augment probably isn't particularly high-rank. She first used an anesthetic projectile to weaken the beast, then fought it in close combat for 7 minutes before ending the battle. Even so, giant mutant rats truly are difficult to handle. An adult can grow over 3 meters long, and its biological level is comparable to ordinary stage 5. Fortunately, I escaped disaster yesterday. It seems I need to increase the intensity of my training. Now I have even more motivation to improve. Lin Zichen began lifting weights. The system displayed weighted squat exercise. Vitality increased by 2. Leg strength increased by 2. Squat proficiency increased by 1. Although the crisis involving the mutant rats continued, life still had to go on as usual. Henin and I would soon celebrate our 9th birthdays. After making our wishes, we exchanged birthday presents. With the aid of the heavenly wisdom root, I taught myself woodcarving in a single night and carved a wooden hairpin for Shun Qinghan. She said she loved it. I was close to obtaining the middle school tyrant title. Once I did, I would receive my 3rd biological trait, the strong prey on the weak. During the vacation, I persisted with high-intensity training every day so I could obtain the title quickly and improve my abilities. Finally, on the day before the new school year began, my biological level broke through to ordinary stage 3. My other physical capabilities had also improved significantly. I could lift 700 pounds with one hand, jump 4 meters high, and complete a 100-meter sprint in 6 seconds. I wondered what level the capital prodigy had reached. Coincidentally, news about him aired on television the night before school began. According to the news, a 14-year-old prodigy from the capital had inherited the genes of a giant ant and could easily lift 2,000 pounds with one hand. Since Lin Zichen had no one nearby against whom he could measure his progress, he used this widely publicized prodigy as a benchmark. After calculating the difference, he felt extremely confident. Giant ant genes can increase strength by at least 4 to 8 times. Even using the lowest multiplier of 4, his true natural strength would only allow him to lift 400 pounds with one hand. Compared to that, I'm still stronger than he is. If I ever get the opportunity to undergo gene fusion in the future, the results will certainly be worth anticipating. My middle school career officially began. Since I had been the city's top elementary school student, the principals of the city's most prestigious schools all wanted to recruit me. In the end, I accepted an offer from Shanghai Middle School on the condition that Shun Qinghan could attend the same school and be assigned to the same class as me. When I registered, both the principal and my homeroom teacher personally welcomed me and urged me to bring honor to the school in the future. After exchanging a few polite greetings, I made an excuse and left. I wanted to leave early because Shanghai Middle School had excellent sport facilities. Before the school year began, Henin and I had arranged to play badminton together. Shin Qinghan said, "Xiaochen, let's begin. Take this fair maiden's curved shot." While we were having fun, someone suddenly stepped between us and caught the shuttlecock Shin Qinghan had just served. The intruding senior tried to drive us away. "You two are new students, aren't you? This court has been reserved for a gathering of graduating students." Audio produced by VB.VN. Shun Qinghan was innocent, but she was not stupid. Realizing that the older students were being unreasonable, she retorted, "Even if you're graduating seniors, you still have to follow the rules. We were here first." Lin Zichen immediately saw that they had come to flaunt their authority and bully the newcomers. Of all the people they could have chosen, they had chosen him. Someone as accomplished in both academics and combat as him would never meekly submit. Barely suppressing his irritation, he said, "Hey, move away from her. It's first come, first served. I shouldn't have to explain that, should I?" The senior leading the group arrogantly replied, "Who says there's such a rule? Even if the king of heaven himself came here today, this court would still belong to me. It seems you think I'm harmless just because I haven't shown my fangs." Lin Zichen tossed a shuttlecock into the air. As he assumed a serving stance, he said, "From this moment onward, the rules I state, that are the unwritten law." The shuttlecock tore through the air. It flew like a stray bullet, smashing through the senior's racket and tearing away part of his mesh cap. The 3 troublemakers went pale with shock. That was too fast. Is he even human? Could he be a gene fusionist? But who undergoes gene fusion at such a young age? If that shot had struck our boss in the head, it would have taken his head off. Realizing they had picked the wrong opponent, the 3 boys solemnly bowed and said in unison, "We're sorry. We understand the rules now. We'll be leaving first, so please take your time and enjoy your game." After saying that, they fled as quickly as they could. Perhaps word of this incident spread, because no one dared bully us throughout middle school. Apart from being larger and having better facilities, middle school was generally quite similar to elementary school. I had completed the entire middle school curriculum long ago. During class, I mainly read extracurricular books that interested me. At night, after finishing my exercises, I also learned many new skills online. Thanks to the Heavenly Wisdom route, I gradually developed all kinds of skills, including cooking, photography, driving, swimming, wilderness survival, and numerous sports. To obtain the middle school tyrant title as quickly as possible, I not only ranked first in every subject throughout the school, but also represented the school in numerous national middle school competitions. I won gold, silver, and bronze medals in mathematics, physics, chemistry, and computer programming. I would not dare claim that I won everything, since I had to remain modest. An entire semester passed in the blink of an eye, yet surprisingly, the title still had not been awarded. However, my outstanding achievements earned me a considerable number of female admirers. I had no interest in them whatsoever. Aside from tutoring Shen Qinghan, I devoted all my attention to the upcoming school sports meet. I considered entering only 3 events: the shot put, high jump, and sprint. These 3 major events represented strength, jumping ability, and speed. Dominating all 3 would demonstrate complete athletic superiority. Although I deliberately restrained myself to keep my results from becoming too outrageous, winning first place was still relatively easy. At that moment, I felt a powerful surge of energy erupt from within my body. The system announced, "Your academic and athletic achievements have completely surpassed those of the entire school, leaving every other student far behind. You have obtained the middle school tyrant title. Kindergarten boss, elementary school boss, and middle school tyrant have all been unlocked. You have achieved absolute dominance throughout 9-year compulsory education. Biological trait obtained, the strong prey on the weak." The final title had finally lit up and the reward had been granted. This was truly cause for celebration. The system described the biological trait, the strong prey on the weak, as follows. Your life essence surpasses that of all others, allowing you to devour the life essence of other creatures to advance your own evolution. Curious about what life essence was, Lin Zichen suddenly thought of something he had neglected for some time. He asked his friend, "Hanin, can I borrow your beast fong for a moment?" It was a small request, so Shen Qinghan handed him the beast fong without asking any questions. At last, Lin Zichen learned what life essence was. The system announced, "You have devoured a small amount of the abyssal giant butterfly's life essence. Abyssal giant butterfly diagram progress, 1%. Once the diagram reaches 100%, you may evolve certain attributes or abilities of the corresponding mutant species." Lin Zichen was stunned. The fangs by Xue had given them were actually butterfly fangs. One of the protagonist's strengths was his initiative. Whenever he discovered a gap in his knowledge, he immediately tried to fill it. That evening, Lin Zichen searched online for information about the abyssal giant butterfly. Strangely, yet unsurprisingly, no information about the species was publicly available through ordinary search engines. Lin Zichen thought helplessly, "It looks like I'll have to rely on myself to learn about this mutant beast." He had always kept the token of friendship Bai Xue had given him. Found it. Fortunately, Bai Xue gave us 2 of them back then. The system announced, "You have devoured a small amount of the abyssal giant butterfly's life essence. Abyssal giant butterfly diagram progress, 2%. Lin Zichen sighed wearily. Only 2%. It seems the remaining vitality in the beast bones is nearly exhausted. I'll have to find another way to completely unlock its secrets." After school the next day, I began cycling to and from school with Shen Qinghan every day to increase my training intensity. If we encountered another giant rat, I would also have a way to get Hanin to safety quickly. Just as Lin Zichen was preparing to cycle home, someone called out to him, "I'm Coach Guo from the school martial arts team. Your performance at the school athletics meet was the best in our school's history, so I would be honored to invite you to join the martial arts team. Your athletic talent may even surpass your academic talent, so please consider accepting. Of course, you may learn more about the martial arts team before making your decision." Coach Guo was so enthusiastic that he spoke without pause, giving Lin Zichen no chance to refuse. As he left, he added, "Windrise Gymnasium is the martial arts team's headquarters. If you're free tomorrow, come by. I'll be waiting for you." At dawn the next day, Lin Zichen began swatting mosquitoes. He was not doing it out of boredom, but to conduct an experiment. Neither the cockroach nor the mosquito I just killed activated the strong prey on the weak. It seems only powerful monsters possess enough vitality to trigger the devouring effect. Lin Zichen grabbed his phone and climbed onto his bicycle. As usual, he waited for Shun Qinghan to come outside while thinking. To test my hypothesis, I should visit the supermarket and see whether any of the meat there is unusual. Before long, the two young protagonists arrived at the downtown supermarket. Lin Zichen carefully examined the fresh food section. There's plenty of meat here, but it's all prepackaged. I can't confirm my theory without touching it directly. The sound of a knife chopping soon caught Lin Zichen's attention. Freshly sliced meat. Come take a look. Just when he needed it, he spotted a stall whose owner was cutting fresh mutant beast meat. Lin Zichen headed over after telling his friend, "Hand in. I'm going to look at the meat. Wait here for me." His eyes shining, he went straight to the fresh meat stall. Han Nin is probably confused, but I can't explain everything to her before confirming my theory. After all, the answer is right in front of me. The moment he touched the meat, the protagonist confirmed his theory. Mutant beast meat truly contained an abundant supply of life essence. Seeing her friend holding a piece of raw meat with an expression of sheer delight, Shun Qinghan wondered, what's wrong with Xiaochen? Why is he so excited about touching raw meat? The corner of Shun Qinghan's mouth twitched as she asked, Xiaochen, what does that meat feel like? Is it different from ordinary meat? Lin Zichen immediately realized how strange he looked and put the meat down. He replied evasively, there's no difference. It just feels fresher. Do you want to touch it? Shun Qinghan immediately waved her hands. No, you can touch it yourself. Lin Zichen then suggested, since we're already here, why don't we buy some mutant beast meat and try it? Shun Qinghan stared at him in astonishment. Lin Zichen understood why she was so shocked. Mutant beast meat was not cheap. Even the cheapest devil squid cost nearly 1,000 yuan per kilogram. Lin Zichen picked up a tray and said, let's try this phantom devil squid. Shun Qinghan advised him, Zichen, this is too expensive. Why don't we ask Annie Wanxin before buying it? Lin Zichen reached out and patted her head, making sure to use the hand that had not touched the raw meat. Don't worry, my mom already told me to buy extra. He repeated his mother's exact words. If you're buying mutant beast meat, get a few more kilograms and invite Henin over for dinner. No matter how much it costs, I'll transfer the money to you. His mother planned to prepare a lavish mutant beast meat feast for both families. Aside from wanting to share it, another reason I bought the meat was that I worried directly absorbing its life essence might spoil it. Of course, that was only a theory, so I still needed to experiment with the meat we purchased. Miss Chiu Yin told him the total was nearly 3,000 yuan. After Lin Zichen paid, she politely said, thank you for your patronage. We hope to see you again. Lin Zichen looked calm on the outside, but his wallet was aching. That was insanely expensive. Who knows when I'll be able to buy more? By the time we finished buying the meat, it was already past 9. Things have been dangerous lately, so it was safer to return home early. Lin Zichen tried to suppress his excitement, but failed. Even though we're still on the road, I can't resist testing my theory immediately. It's time to witness a miracle. He touched the phantom devil squid meat in the bicycle basket. The system announced, you have absorbed a small amount of the phantom devil squid's life essence. Phantom devil squid diagram progress, 0.1%. Lin Zichen felt slightly disappointed. Devouring the life essence from 50 grams of squid only increased the diagram by 0.1%. That means I'll need 50 kilograms to reach 100%. At 998 yuan per half kilogram, the total cost will be about 100,000 yuan. The Phantom Devil Squid's special ability is to merge with water and disappear. If I could obtain that ability, 100,000 yuan would definitely be worth it. Besides, this is already the most affordable mutant beast meat I can buy. It's decided. Now I just have to find a way to earn money. That's far too much to ask from my family. By the way, I bought this meat to test whether it would spoil after I absorbed its life essence. The squid still looked perfectly fresh. Lin Zichen happily continued absorbing its life essence until the progress reached 3%. It seems absorbing life essence doesn't spoil the meat. Wonderful. Lin Zichen became so absorbed in touching the meat that he nearly forgot he was riding a bicycle. Shun Qinghan had to warn him, Xiaochen, watch out. There are people ahead. Her warning snapped him back to his senses. He braked in time and apologized to the pedestrians. He scratched his head and silently criticized himself. I became so focused on absorbing life essence that I forgot to watch the road. But why are there so many people in the bicycle lane? Shen Xinghan suddenly called out again. Xiaochen, look over there. Their former kindergarten teacher was being held hostage by a criminal with a knife pressed to her throat. He threatened, stay back, come any closer, and I'll kill her. The police pursuing the criminal kept their distance to avoid provoking him. Using a loudspeaker, they called out, you're surrounded, stay calm, and put down your weapon. The police captain warned a young officer aiming a gun beside him. Bing, don't fire recklessly. We're too close, and that man knows what he's doing. He's using the hostage as a shield and constantly moving. One careless shot could easily injure her. Officer Bing suggested, but dragging this out could also endanger the hostage. Captain, should we try using tranquilizer gas? The captain immediately rejected the idea. No, tranquilizer gas would be too obvious. If we provoke him, he may do something extreme. Lin Zichen quietly picked up a small stone from the roadside and threw it. The stone shot past Officer Bing's temple. It struck the criminal's weapon hand with perfect accuracy. The moment the hostage escaped his grasp, the captain ordered his officers to move. They quickly subdued the criminal and comforted the terrified hostage. Shen Xinghan was about to mention the flying stone when Lin Zichen gave her a quick look and said, let's go. We'll talk when we get home. Unfortunately, he could not slip away unnoticed. Perhaps after overhearing Shen Xinghan, the captain shouted, stop. Hey, were you the one who threw that stone? Pretending to be an innocent passerby, Lin Zichen replied, no, it wasn't me. Seeing him so eager to leave, the captain could not help voicing his confusion. How strange. Why won't this kid admit that he did a good deed? An act of bravery like that comes with a cash reward. The moment Lin Zichen heard the words cash reward, he froze. He immediately turned his bicycle around and returned to the captain. Scratching his head awkwardly, he said, I suddenly remembered that I was the one who threw the stone. Lin Zichen sighed inwardly. I didn't want the credit, but money is far too tempting to me right now. The captain suppressed his complicated feelings and followed procedure. Come to the station and give a statement first. Then I'll help you claim the reward. After calling our families to tell them that Henin and I were going to the police station to give statements, we parked our bicycles in the park and locked them. We were preparing to get into the police car and collect my first ever earnings when another unexpected incident occurred. The captured criminal shed his human disguise right before the officers' eyes. They cried out in alarm. This is bad. He's a heretic cultist. Signs of mutation erupted across his body as he transformed into a giant rat. He knew exactly whom to attack first, the female officer closest to him. As the situation rapidly escalated, the captain issued orders over his radio. All security personnel, concentrate your fire on the mutant rat, but avoid harming civilians. Contact headquarters. A mutant rat has appeared in the park on Northwest River Road. Our preliminary assessment indicates that it is a heretic carrying Rat King genes. We cannot handle it. Send reinforcements immediately. While the police kept the monster occupied, Lin Zichen did what he could. He wrapped one arm around each of his two companions. As he carried his teacher and childhood friend away from the danger zone, he said, please forgive me for this, but escaping safely is the most important thing right now. Fortunately, it hasn't caught up with us yet. We need to move faster. Once again, while Lin Zichen was helping people flee, reinforcements arrived from the sky. It was another female mechanical augment. The moment she arrived, she kicked the mutant rat backward and commanded, laser cannon charging. Fire! At her command, a beam of energy erupted from her chest and shot directly at the mutant rat. The moment the creature came into contact with the blast, it was obliterated without leaving an intact corpse. Lin Zichen stared in shock. So powerful. Lin Zichen retrieved his bicycle and said with relief, fortunately, my bicycle wasn't damaged. Otherwise, I would have suffered a huge loss. The two girls also breathed sighs of relief now that the danger had passed. Then Lin Zichen suddenly noticed something. The squid meat he had bought had spoiled. Lin Zichen gloomily deduced, it seems meat inevitably deteriorates after its life essence is absorbed. The effect is simply delayed. I need an excuse to explain to my family why it's spoiled. It looks like I'll have to make that heretic take the blame. He immediately began acting. Lin Zichen threw the spoiled squid meat onto the ground and exclaimed dramatically, "This is all that heretic's fault. That mechanical augment attack was so powerful that it completely scorched my squid." Shen Qinghan comforted him. "It's all right, Xiao Chen. We're lucky enough to have escaped unharmed. We originally planned to go straight home, but at the captain's suggestion, we got into the police vehicle and returned to the station to give our statements." Unexpectedly, despite being struck by the laser cannon, the heretic had left behind some remains. More importantly, that charred lump smelled strangely appetizing. A thought suddenly occurred to Lin Zichen. That monster Fong retained traces of life essence, so a corpse should also contain some. Could I absorb the Rat King genes from this body? His curiosity urged him on. How much of the Rat King's genes can I devour from this freshly charred heretic? There's only one way to find out. He lightly touched the corpse with his fingertip and successfully obtained what he wanted. The system announced, "You have devoured a trace of the giant mutant rat's life essence. Giant mutant rat diagram progress, 5%. Lin Zichen was inwardly surprised. That much? It seems freshness is directly proportional to the amount of life essence I can absorb. Officer, don't misunderstand. I was just stretching after sitting for too long." Officer Bing was easy to fool, but the security captain was far more perceptive. At the security office, the captain crossed his arms and said to Lin Zichen, "I've already applied for your bravery reward. But tell me honestly, from that distance, in such dim light, how could a middle school student like you hit the heretic's knife hand with a stone?" Lin Zichen found an excuse. "I suppose it's because I exercise my right hand so often." An awkward silence followed. Fortunately, the Lin family and Shen Qinghan's family arrived and broke the tension. Shen Qinghan said, "Xiao Chun, Annie is here to take us home." Lin Zichen was surprised. "Mom, why did you come? We could have handled things ourselves." Zhang Wanxin anxiously rushed over and hugged her son. "Are you hurt? You nearly scared me to death." Lin Zichen reassured her, "Mom, calm down. I'm perfectly fine, and I even earned a bravery reward." Zhang Wanxin was naturally proud that her son had done a good deed, but she still warned him, "Xiao Chun, promise me that the next time you encounter danger, you'll hide somewhere safe first. I only want to see you grow up safe and sound." Lin Zichen gently led his mother out of the office. "Don't worry, Mom. I promise I'll protect myself first." While leaving the station with his friend, Lin Zichen passed several policewomen and overheard their conversation. The Rat God cult is becoming increasingly brazen. They've even infiltrated universities now. They mainly lure liberal arts students who can't obtain legal gene fusion qualifications. The cultist eliminated tonight was a liberal arts student from Guangyan University who had been indoctrinated by the Rat God cult. Damn them. We must capture every one of those Rat God cult scum. That would only treat the symptoms, not the cause. We must eliminate the Rat King, who proclaimed itself a god. Using Rat King as a keyword, Lin Zichen found plenty of information online about the Rat God cult. The Rat God cult's headquarters was located within Shanghai City. Most of its members were social outcasts, and its activities had become increasingly frequent that year. Lin Zichen suddenly thought of something and was startled. The Rat King wants to evolve into a higher life form, so it orders its followers to gather vast quantities of evolutionary resources for it. Could this Rat King have already evolved intelligence? Glancing out of the car window, Lin Zichen was momentarily stunned. Why is that rat so huge? Could it be connected to the Rat King? However, Lin Zichen rubbed his head and reassured himself, "Forget it. This is the South, after all. Rats as big as cats are perfectly normal here." He then looked at the friend sitting beside him and noticed that she was behaving strangely. It might not have seemed unusual to anyone else, but as Shen Qinghan's childhood friend, he knew exactly what embarrassing problem she was having. Lin Zichen thought helplessly. Whenever Han Ning gets nervous or encounters something unexpected, she behaves just as she did when she was little. But I've always felt that this condition of hers may be connected to some unknown potential. When they returned home, Zhang Wanxin exclaimed, "What? The meat is gone?" Lin Zichen scratched his head and replied, "The situation was too dangerous, so I couldn't worry about the meat. I think I dropped it." Although Zhang Wanxin felt somewhat regretful, she gently patted her son's shoulder. "Forget it. As long as you're safe, that's all that matters. It doesn't matter if the meat is gone." Lin Zichen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. I managed to cover it up. When he saw his father preparing to search for the tray of squid he had deliberately discarded, Lin Zichen stopped him. Dad, it's dangerous. That area isn't safe. His father replied, Don't worry. Your father is a hard-working wage earner blessed with a long life. Lin Zichen said, Even if you find it, the meat will already have spoiled. His father froze. How do you know that? Lin Zichen declared confidently. Obviously, I guessed. The security captain stood in his office, smoking a cigarette and pondering. How could a middle school student throw a rock with such tremendous force? Unfortunately for the captain, his ordeal with mutant rats was not over yet. He was horrified to discover that, at some unknown point, a rat as large as a person had appeared atop the cabinet. The moment it was spotted, the rat attacked its prey. The security captain drew his gun and fired at it. Blood was finally spilled, but the captain's fate will remain unknown for now. Meanwhile, it was another peaceful day at school for Lin Zichen. He was silently considering several problems. Compared with last night's heretic cultist and female mechanical augment, he was still far too weak. It seemed he needed to make money quickly and fill the progress bar to unlock the Phantom Devil Squid. However, relying solely on prize money from competitions inside and outside school was too slow. Should he become a popular top student and livestream himself selling online courses? No, that would bring in money quickly, but it would attract too much attention. Wait, he was thinking about this all wrong. This world was filled with gene, fusionists, and mechanical augments, and martial prowess was valued above academics. The prize money for martial arts tournaments was far higher than for other competitions. It was time to take action. Thus, Lin Zichen went to Gymnasium C. Coach Guo was sipping hot tea when Lin Zichen's greeting startled him. Coach Guo asked excitedly, Zichen, are you here to join us? Or would you like to learn more about the martial arts team first? Lin Zichen approached and asked, Coach, after joining the martial arts team, will I have a chance to participate in the city's martial arts tournaments? Is the prize money substantial? Coach Guo smiled and replied, Of course you'll have a chance. The prize money isn't small either. A single tournament can award tens of thousands of yuan. At that, Lin Zichen shook Coach Guo's hand without hesitation and said, Coach, I've made up my mind. Starting today, I'll be a member of the martial arts team. Coach Guo replied, Welcome to the team. He then raised his hand and called to the students in the gymnasium. Everyone, gather around. A new member is joining us today. I'm sure none of you are unfamiliar with Lin Zichen. Today, the overall champion of our school's athletics meet will officially join the martial arts team. The martial arts team consisted entirely of boys, and they introduced themselves amicably at Coach Guo's request. Inzang Gui. Remember my name. I'm Huang Tianxing from Class 9, A3. Just call me Ah Xing. I'm Li Shetong from Class 9, A6. Everyone calls me Little Li, and I rather like that nickname. I'm Yizwa. Just call me Taka. Lin Zichen politely introduced himself in return. I'm Lin Zichen. I look forward to learning from all of you. Since he had never studied martial arts before, Coach Guo first demonstrated several punching and kicking routines for him. After finishing, Coach Guo told him, Don't be fooled by how simple these movements look. They're actually quite difficult. Little Li, the fastest learner on the team, still needed an entire week. Go on, give them a try. Lin Zichen copied Coach Guo's opening stance. The Heavenly Wisdom root replayed all of the coach's movements in his mind. The system updated his data as Lin Zichen moved. You're practicing punching techniques. Vitality +1. Arm strength +1. Arm flexibility +1. Punching proficiency +1. You're practicing kicking techniques. Vitality +1. Leg strength +1. Leg flexibility +1. Kicking proficiency +1. Coach Guo stared, slack-jawed, and exclaimed impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could he master them after seeing them only once? Unless he was a 1 in 10,000 martial arts prodigy. That evening, at the Lin residence, Zhang Wanxin finished preparing dinner and called to her son, Xiaochun, hurry and bring out the bowls and chopsticks. It's time to eat. Lin Zichen immediately appeared with the bowls and spoons, excitedly asking what they were having for dinner. His mother indulgently replied, The Phantom Devil Squid you've been craving, of course. Lin Zichen inhaled its aroma and praised it. It smells wonderful. So wonderful. Amused, his mother said, Don't just stand there smelling it. Hurry and try it while it's hot. Lin Zichen picked up a spoon and took a bite. Zhang Wanxin asked attentively, How does it taste? Lin Zichen immediately showered her with praise. Mom's cooking truly is the greatest delicacy in the world. Delighted, she replied, Then make sure you eat plenty. I bought a whole 1.5 kilograms. The system announced, You have devoured a trace of the Phantom Devil Squid's life essence. Phantom Devil Squid Diagram, 3.01%. Lin Zichen suddenly realized that he could absorb life essence simply by eating it. Had he known that earlier, he would not have needed to touch it. While Lin Zichen ate dinner, the television aired a report. A 14-year-old genius girl has stunned the entire nation by successfully integrating an energy heart, becoming the youngest mechanical augment in history. When she activates its energy, she can easily lift a 1-ton off-road vehicle with one hand, complete a 100-meter sprint in only 3 seconds, and leap 8 meters into the air from standing position. Lin Zichen silently mused, the capital prodigy of years past has now become a genius girl. Between gene fusionists and mechanical augments, which is ultimately stronger? The news then delivered a tragic report. Security Captain He Chun-chan unfortunately lost his life in his office at 11 o'clock last night. Surveillance footage shows that he was killed by a giant mutant rat that broke into the security station. Lin Zichen froze and thought, could it have been the same kind of giant rat for last night? No, I need to make the most of my time and train. After training for some time, his 100-meter sprint had reached 4.61 seconds. His standing jump had also reached 5.51 meters, and he could lift roughly 500 kilograms with one hand. He did not neglect his martial arts training either, hoping to improve his strength quickly and prepare thoroughly for the upcoming martial arts tournament. Early the next morning, he returned to the gymnasium to continue learning new martial arts techniques and practicing. Curious, Henin accompanied him. As Zichen and Qinghan walked to school together as usual, Lin Zichen's romantic luck struck again. An older female student approached him and asked, Junior Zichen, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you? I brought you some milk. It's fresh milk. Lin Zichen took Shin Qinghan by the hand and continued walking without looking back. No, thank you. I appreciate the thought. A jealous boy witnessed this and thought bitterly, damn it, that brat stole the athletics championship from me, and now he's even rejecting a gift from my goddess. The adolescent boy's enormous ego flared up, and he stepped forward to block Lin Zichen's path. Why do you have to hurt someone's feelings? Lin Zichen rationally countered. Wouldn't accepting it under false pretenses be even ruder? Unable to refute him, the other boy resorted to unreasonable arguments. Then drink it. If you don't, you're disrespecting her, and disrespecting someone is rude. Lin Zichen gave a perfectly reasonable excuse. But I'm allergic to milk. Silenced once again, the boy could only stubbornly retort, I don't believe you. In the end, the boy issued a challenge, intending to teach Lin Zichen a lesson through the crudest possible method. Lin Zichen, do you dare fight me? If I lose, I'll never bother you again. But if I win, you have to drink this entire carton of milk. The moment the challenge was issued, the system activated. Achievement. In an official competitive environment, use the most primitive method known to living creatures to eliminate 1,000 different competitors. Reward. Biological trait, natural selection. Competitors eliminated. 0/1, 000. Lin Zichen almost felt grateful to this hot-headed classmate. He rejoiced inwardly. After waiting for so long, my fourth achievement mission has finally appeared. If someone challenges me, I'll gladly accept. Lin Zichen replied, all right, let's have a match. News of the duel between the two boys quickly spread among the girls at school. I heard Lin Zichen is about to fight a senior from the martial arts team. Let's go watch. The gymnasium was unusually crowded after news of Lin Zichen's match spread. None of the girls cared about the challenger. They were all focused on cheering for Lin Zichen, the school's most outstanding boy. One girl shouted, Junior Zichen, I'll cheer as loudly as I can for you. Teach him a lesson. Another called, good luck, Junior Zichen. I'll take lots of great pictures of you. Seeing this, the boy who had started everything muttered resentfully, does everyone already assume I'm going to lose? I need to teach this young genius a lesson before he fully develops. Over the past month, this brat has displayed astonishing talent. His progress has been tremendous. If I don't act now, I'll never get another chance to show off. Lin Zichen had no idea what the senior before him was thinking, nor did he care. He casually said, well, I still need to go home for dinner. Can we finish this quickly? The boy agreed, fine, I'll indulge you. Coach Guo lowered his hand and reminded both students, remember, friendship comes first and competition second. Begin. The other boys suddenly said, wait, you've only trained for a month, while I've trained for nearly 2 years. To make things fair, I'll give you 3 free moves. Lin Zichen readily accepted the offered advantage. It suited him perfectly since he wanted a quick victory. Lin Zichen knocked the senior down with a single punch. Coach Guo's jaw dropped. What? Just one punch? Every member of the martial arts team reacted just like the coach. That was absurd. Is it already over? Shen Qinghan raised her hand and shouted. He won. Zichen won. The other girls also praised him. You're so cool. Junior Zichen. The system announced, you have defeated a competitor, successfully won the affection of the opposite sex, and obtained priority in mate selection. Competitors eliminated. 1/1-0-0-0. Lin Zichen automatically ignored the opening lines and focused on the progress count. He still needed to eliminate another 999 competitors to unlock natural selection. He immediately suggested, seniors, why don't we take this opportunity to exchange some martial arts pointers? Every member of the martial arts team looked uncomfortable and unwilling to fight. I need to use the bathroom. I'll go with you. Me too. Let me come along. I'm suddenly feeling dizzy. Help me to the infirmary. Meanwhile, the senior who had challenged Lin Zichen clutched his stomach, sat up, and said with difficulty, I refuse to accept this. You caught me off guard, you brat. Coach Guo disagreed. Zhang Kai, you need to accept your defeat. Meanwhile, he thought, was Zichen's punch merely lucky, or does he truly possess overwhelming strength? I'll know once Little Lee tests him. Thus, the unfortunate Little Lee was called back by the coach to serve as a punching bag for testing Lin Zichen's strength. Little Lee had no choice but to fight. He politely said to Lin Zichen, please forgive me, Junior. Could you avoid hitting my face? 10 minutes later, Lin Zichen thought, to avoid attracting too much attention, I deliberately held back and merely exchanged moves with the seniors. However, only Zhang Kai's defeat counted toward the achievement. Defeating the other seniors did not increase its progress at all, so exchanging pointers is useless. I have to defeat them in a proper match. Lin Zichen had joined the martial arts team only a little over a month ago, yet he had already become its ace. At this year's regional martial arts tournament, Shanghai Middle School will definitely defeat the other schools and claim the regional championship. Hearing this, Lin Zichen suddenly remembered something. That's right. Won't participating in a martial arts tournament let me defeat many opponents directly? As long as I defeat opponents in official matches, the achievement's progress will definitely increase. At that moment, Zhang Kai spoke up. Lin Zichen, I, Zhang Kai, know how to accept defeat. From now on, even if you sit on my head and take a dump, I won't dare utter a single complaint. Everyone reacted with indescribable horror. They all fled the gymnasium, afraid Zhang Kai might say something even more vulgar. In this world, middle school students either pursued martial arts or academics. Naturally, martial art classes were always the preferred choice. To qualify for a martial arts class, Shen Qinghan began training with Lin Zichen. After jogging 3,000 meters, she practiced martial arts techniques for another hour to improve her punches and kicks. She also did sit-ups and push-ups to increase her strength and flexibility. After every training session, Lin Zichen massaged her to help relax her muscles. As for Lin Zichen, he could not afford to slack off while preparing for the upcoming martial arts tournament. To unlock natural selection as soon as possible, he trained with everything he had. 1 month later, the day of the tournament finally arrived. At the municipal gymnasium in the Shanghai Middle School team's rest area, Coach Guo said, our luck isn't very good. We were placed in the same group as the strongest team, Shanghai No. 1 Middle School. One martial arts team member voiced everyone's concerns. No. 1 Middle School produced a monster this year who can run 100 meters in under 9 seconds. We're definitely going to be crushed. Lin Zichen raised his hand and volunteered. Coach, I want to compete first. Coach Guo approved immediately. All right, Zichen, you'll go first. Coach Guo and Shen Qinghan picked up megaphones to cheer for him. Xiaoqin, we're counting on you. I have high hopes for you. Good luck, Xiaoqin. The opposing team's first contestant was a boy nearly twice as large as others his age. Looking at Lin Zichen, he sized him up appreciatively. Kid from Shanghai Middle School, I saw your information on roster. You're only in 7th grade, yet you're already competing in an 8-school tournament. Not bad. You're very talented. But this isn't a place where a short 7th grader under 1.70 meters belongs. In a moment, I'll show you the difference that physical size and strength can make. The referee signaled. Begin. The enormous boy charged like a tank, but Lin Zichen easily shifted aside and dodged him. Lin Zichen then placed his palm against his opponent's chest and sent him flying backward with a palm strike. The referee could barely process what had happened and stammered, "Lin Zichen wins." From the bench, Qinghan cheered, "Xiaochen, you're amazing." However, the members of the martial arts team cheered even more enthusiastically. "Zichen is incredible. That guy's muscles were useless. They were definitely just stiff, bulky muscles without any flexibility." While Lin Zichen was showered with praise, the opposing coach reprimanded the large boy. "Footwork. How many times have I spoken to you about footwork? Don't just charge head first on the platform. Use your footwork. Why won't you listen?" The system announced, "You have successfully defeated a competitor. Your tournament ranking has increased." Lin Zichen clenched his fist and rejoiced inwardly. As expected, defeating opponents in highly competitive official matches increases the achievement mission's progress. The coach of Shanghai No. 1 Middle School instructed another student, "Chen Feng, you're up next. Defeat that 7th grader as quickly as possible. Understood?" "Understood, coach." Chen Feng was more cautious than the large boy. The referee signaled, "Begin." Chen Feng opened with a kick rather than a punch. Lin Zichen lowered his body to avoid it, then struck Chen Feng in the ribs with his palm. The force twisted Chen Feng's body and sent him flying backward. He fared even worse than the previous contestant, falling completely out of the ring. Medical personnel were summoned with a stretcher to carry Chen Feng away. The referee instructed them, "Hurry and take him to the hospital for an examination. It looks like he hit his head." The adults watching the match began discussing what they had seen. "What's going on? Is that Shanghai Middle School student really that lucky? That's unbelievable. His previous opponent charged out of the ring on his own and lost. Is this kid blessed by fate? Damn it, this match must be fixed. Give us our money back." The spectators who knew nothing about martial arts spouted nonsense. But the martial arts coaches understood. Shanghai No. 1 Middle School's coach clutched his head and groaned, "No, this isn't luck. That 7th grader from Shanghai Middle School truly has skill." He looked toward his team's most promising student and warned him, "Gao Fei, you're up next. Focus primarily on defense. Don't attack first, and you absolutely must not lose." Sporting a spiky hairstyle, Gao Fei walked confidently into the ring with both hands in his pockets. "Don't worry, coach. I'll win." Gao Fei assumed his stance and silently analyzed the situation. Lin Zichen's physical strength isn't exceptional. He's merely agile and knows how to exploit openings in a match, which is why he won so easily. "I can run 100 meters in only 9 seconds, and I have much more combat experience. As long as I take him seriously, there's no reason for me to lose." If that's true, then that 7th grader from Shanghai Middle School is probably finished. He's only in 7th grade. Once he grows up, Shanghai Middle School will undoubtedly become number 1. The referee continued doing his job and signaled, "Begin." In the blink of an eye, Gao Fei closed the distance between himself and Lin Zichen. He unleashed a rapid series of punches, but Lin Zichen avoided them without any apparent difficulty. The coach for No. 1 Middle School stood and shouted, "Gao Fei, what are you doing? I told you to focus on defense. Why did you rush forward and attack?" Gao Fei arrogantly thought, "Defense? A genius like me doesn't need it." Meanwhile, Lin Zichen silently observed, "This punching style is rather interesting. I'll watch and learn it first." Gao Fei's confidence gradually began to crumble. "Why can't I land a single hit on him?" Gao Fei said to Lin Zichen, "How can you dodge all my attacks? This is absurd." Lin Zichen encouraged him, "Do you have any other moves? Go ahead and use them all." Gao Fei's face flushed with anger. Are you mocking me?" Lin Zichen thought with disappointment. It's still the same punching style. "Fine, I'll end this now." With that thought, Lin Zichen kicked Gao Fei in the stomach. Just like the 2 contestants before him, Gao Fei was sent flying without any ability to resist. The entire audience stared in shock, speechless for a moment. The entire Shanghai team rose to their feet and cheered. "Xiaochen, that was incredible. Xiaochen is way too strong. He's so awesome." Xiaochen took on 3 opponents by himself. It feels great to win without lifting a finger. The remaining opponents are all weaker than the previous ones. Very soon, I defeated all 5 members of Shanghai No. 1 Middle School's team. Over the next 2 days, I single-handedly defeated the other 2 schools as well, successfully leading Shanghai Middle School to victory in the 8-school tournament. The system displayed total different opponents defeated 16/1 000. Lin Zichen silently calculated that he still had to defeat another 984 different opponents. Completing the natural selection achievement would probably take years. Although the mission could not be completed anytime soon, I never expected Coach Guo to give me most of the tournament prize money, a full 20,000 yuan. Together with the prize money from my previous academic competitions, I had around 30,000 yuan on hand. But I soon spent all of it. Lin Zichen could hardly contain his excitement as he devoured 15 kilograms of Phantom Devil squid meat. That directly raised the Phantom Devil Squid catalog's unlocking progress to 33%. In 8th grade, I successfully advanced from Ordinary Stage 3 to Ordinary Stage 4. I could easily lift 545 kilograms with one hand, jump 5.65 meters straight up from standstill, and sprint 100 meters in only 4.49 seconds. Time flew by, and Shun Qinghan and I successfully graduated from Shanghai Middle School. Our high school entrance exam results soon came out. I ranked first in the entire district in both academics and martial arts. Henan scored very well academically, but her physical score fell short of the admission threshold for Shanghai High School's elite martial arts class. Shin Qinghan protested unwillingly. Why? I worked so hard, but the result is still. Xiaochen, does this mean we can't attend the same high school anymore? Lin Zichen comforted his best friend. How would I know? But the principal of Shanghai High School said she would visit my home. Come and meet her with me. A tearful Qinghan said, the principal is obviously coming to persuade you to stay in Shanghai High School's top martial arts class. This has nothing to do with me. Why should I go? Lin Zichen took her hand and said as they walked, don't worry. My only condition for staying at Shanghai High School is that you must remain my desk mate. The principal of Shanghai High School negotiated with us at home for several hours. All she wanted was for me to continue studying at Shanghai High School. The principal said, Zichen, we've discussed almost everything, and I've said all that needs to be said. Let me add one final thing. As long as you agree to continue studying at Shanghai High School, you may tell me any conditions you have. Lin Zichen replied solemnly, thank you, principal. I have only one request. I hope Shin Qinghan can continue studying in the same class as me. The principal leaned forward and said, Shin Qinghan, correct? When the new semester begins, both of you can come and enroll at Shanghai High School together. The two friends replied in unison, thank you, principal. After choosing my high school, I entered my final middle school martial arts tournament. Unsurprisingly, I easily helped Shanghai Middle School win the championship again. After receiving the prize money, I decided to fulfill a long-standing wish first. Since I did not know whether unlocking the catalog would cause anything to go out of control, I deliberately went into the mountain forest surrounding Shanghai City. There's no reason to delay. Let's begin. The system announced, you have devoured a large amount of the Phantom Devil Squid's life essence. Phantom Devil Squid catalog progress, 100%. You have successfully unlocked the Phantom Devil Squid catalog and obtained the biological trait, Aquatic Affinity. Aquatic Affinity greatly increases your compatibility with water, allowing you to move freely underwater and appear or disappear at will. Lin Zichen drew a sharp breath. Why does Aquatic Affinity seem a little useless? I immediately tested it in a nearby pond. I discovered that my skin no longer wrinkled after being immersed in water for a long time. While swimming, I could clearly feel that the water resistance had decreased considerably. But aside from that, it had no other effects. Still, that was normal. The Phantom Devil Squid was a low-level mutant beast without even the slightest gene fusion value. If I wanted a better biological trait, I could slowly save money and buy more mutant beast meat in the future. I would obtain one sooner or later. Alternatively, once I became stronger, I could hunt wild mutant beasts and devour them, such as those giant mutant rats. To study Aquatic Affinity more thoroughly, I suggested taking a trip to the seaside. Qinghan stepped in the water in her swimsuit and said, Xiao-chun, the seawater is so cold. Lin Zichen swam ahead and replied, it always feels like that when you first get in. Take your time adjusting, and it won't feel cold after a while. The system displayed, you are swimming. Vitality, +1. Full body muscle strength, +1. Full body muscle coordination, +1. Aquatic ability, +1. Swimming proficiency, +1. You are diving. Vitality +1. Full body muscle strength +1. Full body muscle coordination +1. Aquatic ability +1. Breath holding ability +1. Water pressure resistance +1. Diving proficiency +1. Qinghan pleaded, "Xiaochun, stop swimming by yourself. Come over here and teach me." Hearing her, Lin Zichen suddenly remembered that Henin did not know how to swim. I began teaching her patiently. However, Shen Qinghan's athletic talent had always been fairly average, so I assumed she probably would not be able to learn. To my surprise, I was proven wrong almost immediately. Qinghan swam around excitedly. "Xiaochen, swimming is so easy. I learned it almost instantly." Qinghan was secretly surprised. "Huh, I can dive now too." She suddenly surfaced, startling Lin Zichen slightly. Qinghan boasted, "Wow, Xiaofan, I'm amazing. I always heard that opening your eyes in the sea was difficult and that the salt would sting terribly, but I don't feel uncomfortable at all. It actually feels cool and rather pleasant." Lin Zichen could not help thinking more deeply about it. No matter how gifted Shen Qinghan was at swimming, she could not possibly master every swimming technique this quickly. This was far too abnormal. He suddenly connected it with the unusual traits she had displayed since childhood. From her tendency to wet the bed to her current ability to adapt to water almost instantly, Lin Zichen speculated. Could Shen Qinghan's childhood bedwetting have been caused by an innate affinity with water? That was incredible. Perhaps Shen Qinghan possessed one of those special cultivation physiques from immortal cultivation novels in a previous life. Shen Qinghan and I then dived underwater together, and her performance shocked me even more. We had already held our breath underwater for more than 10 minutes. Forget a complete beginner. Even someone with professional training would have difficulty holding their breath that long. While swimming, Shen Qinghan suddenly heard a strange humming noise. She wondered, why is there such a strange sound underwater? What exactly is that sound? The two of them surfaced. Noticing his friend's unease, Lin Zichen asked, "What happened? Why did you suddenly become so nervous?" Qinghan explained, "Just now, an extremely strange sound suddenly kept echoing in my ears. It was so strange that it felt a little terrifying. The sound was incredibly vivid and continued echoing beside my ears. It only disappeared after I surfaced." To help Shen Qinghan calm down, I immediately took her back to the hotel. Afterward, I searched on my phone, but still could not determine what Shen Qinghan had heard. The incident kept me awake, so I decided to continue training. Unexpectedly, after training for a while, I advanced again. Ordinary Stage 5, the biological level capable of confronting an adult giant mutant rat. If I continued training, perhaps tearing mutant beasts apart with my bare hands would not be impossible. After advancing, I went to a deserted beach to test my physical statistics again. I could sprint 100 meters in only 3.64 seconds and jump 6.98 meters straight up from standstill. I could lift a car weighing around 800 kilograms with one hand. Compared to when I first advanced to Ordinary Stage 4, the increase in my statistics was astounding. With these accomplishments behind me, I finally began my high school life. The girls warmly greeted Lin Zichen when they saw him. "Oh, you're Zichen, right? You're so handsome in person. We're lucky to be assigned classroom duty on the same day as you." Henin and I had arrived early because we were on classroom duty. I never expected our new classmates to recognize me already. More surprisingly, this classroom duty activated a new mission. Achievement: complete 1,000 tasks while cooperating with multiple people. Reward: obtain the biological trait herd animal. Cooperative tasks completed. 1 first, 000. I wondered what specific effects the herd animal trait would have. I could hardly wait to find out. Since there was not much to do at the beginning of the semester, I used my free time to visit the supermarket again. The Phantom Devil Squid had already been unlocked, so it was time to select my next target. Lin Zichen's gaze landed on a product. Ferocious Giant Eagle Meat. 500 grams for only 1,998 yuan. I'll choose this one. Lin Zichen excitedly selected the new catalog. The Ferocious Giant Eagle was a mutant beast slightly more advanced than the Phantom Devil Squid. Its eyesight was exceptional, 30 times stronger than that of an ordinary person. Consequently, its hunting ability was also extraordinary. It could even catch mutant rabbits fast enough to leave after images. Exceptional eyesight could significantly improve a person's combat ability. In short, the ferocious giant eagle catalog was certainly worth unlocking. The main reason was that ferocious giant eagle meat was the second cheapest option, costing only 1,998 yuan per 500 grams. The system announced, "You have devoured a trace of the ferocious giant eagle's life essence." Ferocious giant eagle catalog progress, 1%. 500 grams of meat increased the catalog's unlocking progress by 1%. That meant fully unlocking the ferocious giant eagle catalog would cost more than 200,000 yuan. It seemed I would have to work even harder in high school competitions to earn money. The prize money for high school martial arts tournaments was much higher than at the middle school level. I had to unlock the ferocious giant eagle catalog before my junior year. Summer vacation ended, and I finally began my high school years at Shanghai High School. On the first day of the new semester, the homeroom teacher and students began introducing themselves. "Hello, everyone. I'm Han Yuanfeng, your martial arts cultivation teacher and homeroom teacher." "Hello, everyone. I'm Kai Yuanfei, your mechanical augmentation teacher." "Hello, everyone. I'm Lu Diren, your gene fusion teacher." "Hello, everyone. I'm Chung Pei, your wilderness survival teacher." Once the teachers finished, they said, "Please come forward and introduce yourselves one at a time." The girls volunteered first. "Hello, everyone. My name is Chu Yushi. I'm skilled in music, board games, calligraphy, and painting. My name is Zhong Aran. I like watching anime, cosplaying, and exercising. My name is Peng Ho Wang. I usually just stay home and play video games." Before long, it was Shun Qinghan's turn to introduce herself. With so many people staring at her, Qinghan became extremely nervous. "Hello, everyone. My name is Shun Qinghan. I usually like painting and also, I hope we can all help each other in the future." My introduction was undoubtedly the shortest in the class. "Hello, everyone. My name is Lin Zichen. I hope we can all help each other in the future." Time passed quickly, and once everyone finished introducing themselves, the bell marking the end of class rang. A curious female classmate approached Shun Qinghan and asked, "Qinghan, what was your high school entrance exam score?" Qinghan replied uneasily, "I scored 709 points. What about you, Chuxin?" Li Chuxin praised her. "That's amazing. You scored more than 10 points higher than me. I only got 698. Li Chuxin continued curiously, "What was your physical fitness score?" "I performed poorly during the entrance exam and only scored 95 points. It was terrible. My physical fitness score was only 79, 11 points below the elite class's admission threshold. With a score like that, I was too embarrassed to say anything." Qinghan stammered, "I didn't do as well as you." Li Chuxin pressed curiously, "Then how many points did you get? 94 or 93? Qinghan became dejected and said, "A little lower than that." Insensitive to her discomfort, Li Chuxin continued pressing her. "Was it 92, 91, or 90? Lin Zichen had to intervene and rescue his friend. He asked Li Chuxin, "By the way, can I add you on WeChat?" Li Chuxin blusha. "Huh, WeChat? Sure. Let me scan your code." Li Chuxin instantly forgot all about her curiosity toward Qinghan. Her mind was now filled with only one thought. A handsome boy had taken the initiative to ask for her WeChat. She was incredibly lucky today. Qinghan silently thanked her friend. "Thank goodness Zichen came to my rescue. If she had kept asking, I wouldn't have known how to answer. That was so embarrassing." Lin Zichen walked over to another boy's desk and said, "Hiyu, let's add each other on WeChat too." Hiyu readily raised his phone and said, "Scan my code." After adding him, I casually created a 4-person WeChat group named the Dawn Group. Unexpectedly, that completed another cooperative task. This achievement mission was so easy that I could practically complete it with my eyes closed. After creating the group, the 4 of us gradually became better acquainted. He came from the neighboring city of Nanhuan. His family had operated martial arts schools for generations, making him a genuine young heir of a martial arts family. He had even placed 8th in Nanhuan City's youth martial arts tournament, bringing honor to his ancestors. Li Chuxin's family ran clothing stores, with several branches throughout the district. She was undoubtedly a wealthy young lady. Shun Qinghan and I also told everyone about our family backgrounds. Before long, the 4 of us became close friends who could talk about anything. Just as the conversation was about to end, Hiyu suddenly raised a subject that aroused everyone's curiosity. "Guess who the strongest person in our class is?" I guarantee you won't get it right. Li Chuxin said, I think Zichen is the strongest. He ranked first in our district's high school entrance exam. He looked at his new friend and exclaimed, Whoa, Zichen, I didn't know you were that incredible. But being the district's top student might still not be enough. You may not believe this, but there are two extremely formidable students in our class whom the principal spent a fortune recruiting from Nanhuan City. The boy sitting in the third row by the window on the left is Wang Shujie. He ranked third in Nanhuan City's high school entrance exam and can run 100 meters in 7.98 seconds. And see that tall, muscular guy named Lu Gang sitting on the far right of the last row? He was born with extraordinary strength and can easily lift a 150-kilogram weight with one hand. The two girls in the group exclaimed, They sound really impressive. My goodness, are you serious? Only Lin Zichen secretly felt relieved to know he was still the most exceptional one. Now I can relax. A 7.98-second 100-meter sprint and lifting 150 kilograms were only at the level I reached in elementary school. The bell soon rang for the next class. It was time to distribute the textbooks. Martial Arts Cultivation required Volume 1. Gene Fusion required Volume 1. Mechanical Augmentation required Volume 1. Wilderness Survival required Volume 1. There were 4 textbooks corresponding to the 4 principal subjects. I had already taught myself all 4 books when I was younger, so during free periods, I found secluded places to train. After all, the threat of the rat god cult still remained. The police had only captured 1 heretic cultist, while the Rat King had completely disappeared. Therefore, I had to increase my strength and reach at least ordinary stage 6. That way, I would be able to defend myself even if I encountered mutant rats. Our first practical lesson that afternoon was wilderness survival. Mr. Chung pointed at a pile of dry wood and asked, Does anyone know how to start a fire using a hand drill? He grumbled, This skill is practically useless under normal circumstances. Who would waste time learning it? However, he was astonished when Wang Shujie and Lu Gang began working with remarkable proficiency. Mr. Chung was also surprised and asked, What's going on here? How are you two so skilled? You even know how to make fire by drilling wood. Lu Gang raised an eyebrow and replied, Sir, during summer vacation in middle school, I enrolled in an extracurricular course on this subject. Wang Shujie explained, I taught myself by watching videos online in elementary school. After the duo from Nanhuan City finished showing off, everyone else began practicing. Before long, I had taught the members of the Dawn group several useful tricks for starting a fire with a hand drill. During Mr. Han's class, he told the students, Today, I will teach you a special cultivation breathing technique. The following martial arts cultivation lesson once again became a stage for the duo from Nanhuan City to show off. The following martial arts cultivation lesson once again became a stage for the duo from Nanhuan City to show off. Although it was a little amusing, they truly didn't know what they were doing. I had learned all this long ago as well, but remaining humble had become a habit of mine. More than a month passed in the blink of an eye. During one class, Mr. Kai announced, It has been over a month since the semester began. It's time to test the results of your studies. I've prepared rewards for this test. First place will receive 888 yuan in cash. Second place will receive 666 yuan, and third place will receive 333 yuan. Lin Zichen instantly felt motivated. There's actually prize money, and first place gets a full 888 yuan. That's quite generous. It's almost enough to buy 250 grams of ferocious giant eagle meat. With rewards at stake, everyone naturally gave the test their all. More than an hour later, the test ended. Coincidentally, Lu Diren, the gene fusion teacher, also arranged a test with exactly the same rewards. He announced, It has been over a month since the semester began. It's time to test the results of your studies. He slumped over his desk, feeling as though his soul were about to leave his body. The exams are finally over. The students began discussing among themselves. I'm finished. Why was it so hard? It even asked for the energy wavelength of a laser gun. Who would bother memorizing that? What use is it? Exactly. The exam was both difficult and ridiculously tricky. The final essay question was the craziest. It asked about the relationship between a jet propulsion device and atmosphere pressure, then made us calculate an exact figure. Damn, with that many decimal places, how are we supposed to calculate it? I was originally aiming for 90 points, but now I'll be secretly celebrating if I get 60 and pass. Lu Gang said confidently. I should get 95. The only thing I couldn't solve was the final sub-question of the last problem. Wang Shujia added, same here. I only missed the final sub-question, so I should also get 95. Listening to these two show-offs made he use fists itch. He complained inwardly. Seriously? Flexing again? Will you die if you stop showing off? I really want to beat both of them up. Mr. Kai entered with a stack of papers and addressed the class. Everyone, the results of the mechanical augmentation exam are out. Guo Yinling, 52 points. Shun Qinghan, 61 points. Qinghan turned toward her friend's desk and whispered, Xiaochen, I passed. Lin Zichen encouraged her. Hard work never goes unrewarded. Of course you passed. Mr. Kai continued. Hiyu, 88 points. The other students looked toward Hiyu with admiration. Hiyu, you're amazing. Mr. Kai also praised him. You did very well. I have high expectations for you. Hiyu humbly replied, I was just lucky, sir. The exam happened to cover material I knew. He then told his group members, once I receive the third-place prize of 333 yuan, I'll treat everyone to a delicious meal. Next came the two aces from Nanhuan. Mr. Kai announced, Lu Gang, 95 points. Wang Shujia, 95 points. You both did very well. You only got the final question wrong. Everything else was correct. The two boys pretended to be humble. Sir, the final question required too much calculation. If we'd had another 10 minutes, we definitely could have found the answer. Mr. Kai nodded approvingly. I believe you have that ability. He felt somewhat bitter, but he consoled himself. Damn it, they got to show off again. Still, third place is definitely mine. Mr. Kai had saved first place for last. This exam was extremely difficult, but you might not believe what I'm about to say. Someone in our class achieved a perfect score. Lin Zichen, 100 points. The Nanhuan duo were stunned. 100 points? He actually got a perfect score. How did he even take this exam? This makes no sense at all. You did not know whether to feel delighted or jealous. Even Nanhuan City's two top students have been defeated. Lin Zichen was simply too powerful. More importantly, he had also knocked Hiyu out of third place. I must never casually jinx myself again. The two girls in the Dawn group gazed admiringly at Lin Zichen and praised him. Zichen is incredible. He's the pride of Shanghai. Lin Zichen raised his hand and asked, by the way, Mr. Kai, when will the first place prize of 888 yuan be handed out? Mr. Kai replied, don't worry. I'll send the prize as a private red packet in the class group chat. Inwardly, however, he grumbled, this boy cares far too much about money. Is he really that short of cash? More than an hour later, the Gene Fusion exam results were also ready to be announced. Mr. Liu said, everyone, the Gene Fusion exams have finally been graded. Of the Nanhuan duo, Lu Gang scored 81 points and Wang Shujia scored 83. On an exam that most students had failed, barely surpassing the threshold for an excellent grade was already outstanding. However, the two of them were clearly dissatisfied with results they could not use to show off. In addition, Shun Qinghan scored 78 points, which is enough to place her in the top 5. As for me, I maintained my perfect record with another full score and pocketed yet another cash prize. Hiyu, Wang Shujia, and Lu Gang suffered yet another heavy blow. The two Nanhuan students raised their hands and protested to the teacher. How could anyone achieve a perfect score on such a difficult exam? I think he might have known the answers in advance. Mr. Liu replied, impossible, absolutely impossible. I personally designed every question on this exam. The answers cannot be found online, so there was no way to cheat. Hiyu was delighted to see the two boys he disliked run out of excuses. Those idiots are hilarious. It's bad enough that they couldn't beat him, but now they're so bitter about losing that they're accusing him of cheating. They're an embarrassment to everyone from Nanhuan City. Li Chuxin secretly laughed as well. Exactly. That Wang Shujia is so obnoxious. He's ugly and loves putting on an act. The break passed in the blink of an eye. In Class 10, one soon began its afternoon wilderness survival exam. The prizes for the wilderness survival exam were the same as for the other subjects. 888 yuan for first place, 666 yuan for second, and 333 yuan for third. The exam mainly consisted of 3 sections: climbing, which included rock climbing and tree climbing, swimming, and starting a fire by friction. Wang Shujia told his fellow townsmen, Lu Gang, we failed to beat him in this morning's 2 theory exams. We must regain our pride in this afternoon's wilderness survival and martial arts tests. Lu Gang readily agreed. You don't need to tell me. I'll definitely go all out and defeat him later, washing away this humiliation. The exams soon began. The first section was tree climbing and rock climbing, with the results determined by climbing speed. Mr. Chung announced, Lin Zichen takes first place in rock climbing. Unsurprisingly, the Nanhuan duo were also left behind by Lin Zichen in tree climbing. The two boys began questioning their entire lives. Impossible. Lin Zichen is far too ridiculous. I already gave it everything I had. Damn it, I couldn't even see his shadow. Mr. Chung announced, Lin Zichen takes first place in tree climbing. However, Lin Zichen was more concerned about Shen Qinghan. She had not even finished the rock climbing course yet and, unsurprisingly, came in last. But it was no big deal. Once they reached the swimming section, Shen Qinghan would regain her confidence. In the next event, starting a fire by friction, Lin Zichen had no choice but to continue crushing the Nanhuan duo for the sake of the prize money. The two boys lamented inwardly. How is Lin Zichen so fast at everything? His hand speed is unbelievable. I clearly remember that he wasn't this fast during our fire starting lesson. Mr. Chung announced, Zichen has successfully started a fire. His time is 58 seconds. Swimming was the final event. This time, Shen Qinghan utterly crushed the Nanhuan duo, presumably dealing yet another blow to their confidence. Just as Lin Zichen expected, the two boys tried to deceive themselves. No way. I can understand Lin Zichen being fast, but how did Shen Qinghan suddenly become so incredible too? Impossible. I must be hallucinating because I'm too nervous. After the wilderness survival exam ended, Wang Shujie and Lu Gang became extremely quiet and did not speak for a long time. However, their silence lasted only until the afternoon. That afternoon's martial arts exchange rekindled their hopes of showing off. Mr. Han addressed the class. You've been practicing martial arts for over a month. Today, it's time to test the results of your training. The assessment will take the form of sparring matches in the ring, and the top 3 students will all receive prizes. You must give it everything you have. Understood. The two Nanhuan boys burned with fighting spirit. So what if he excels in written exams and wilderness survival? The most important part of martial arts class is still martial prowess, which depends on physical ability and combat skill. Without genuine martial strength, every other achievement is nothing but an empty reputation. I must reclaim first place in this martial arts exchange. Before the exchange began, Han Yuanfeng arranged a physical fitness test for the class as a warm-up. The warm-up test measured only 3 statistics: the 100-meter sprint, the maximum weight that could be lifted with one hand, and standing vertical jump height. Lin Zichen ran 100 meters in 7.78 seconds, lifted 330 jin with one hand, and achieved a standing vertical jump of 2.18 meters, ranking first in all 3 categories. To avoid attracting too much attention, Lin Zichen did not use his full strength. He merely made his results slightly better than Wang Shujie's and Lu Gang's. Yet that alone was enough to obliterate the two boys' pride. They were shocked. He ran the 100-meter sprint even faster than we did, yet he was only the top scorer in his district during the entrance examination. That makes absolutely no sense. He's also stronger than us, even though his body doesn't look particularly muscular. Could it be that his body hadn't fully developed when he took the entrance exam? The two Nanhuan boys calmly reassured each other. Lu Gang, don't panic. Losing the physical test doesn't mean we'll lose the martial arts exchange. Real combat depends not only on physical ability, but also on martial arts skills. We still have a chance. You're right. Losing the physical test doesn't mean losing the exchange. Our martial arts skills far surpass those of our peers. We still have a chance. Gymnasium, martial arts area. After the physical test, everyone moved to the ring to begin the exchange. Lin Zichen thought to complete the struggle for survival, natural selection achievement as quickly as possible. I'll be the first to enter the ring. However, because his physical test results have been so impressive, no one dared to face him. Even the Nanhuan duo refrained from rushing in this time and chose to observe first. But if this dragged on, the teacher would inevitably lose patience. Since no one volunteered, Mr. Han had to call on a student. Lu Wei, go spar with Zichen. Lu Wei reluctantly entered the ring to exchange moves with Lin Zichen. To save time, Lin Zichen could only end the fight as quickly as possible. Moreover, if he wanted to defeat every student in the class before school ended, he had no choice but to accelerate and knock out each opponent in an instant. The Nanhuan duo saw their hopes of distinguishing themselves fading away. No way. Is Lin Zichen really this strong? I suspect that Brat didn't even use his full strength during the physical test. If this continues, who could possibly beat him? He entered another ring and directly named Liu Gang as the opponent he wanted to face. I've finished warming up, and my body is now in peak condition. Do you dare come up here and fight me? Liu Gang immediately accepted the challenge and declared, 30 seconds. I only need 30 seconds to knock you down. Inwardly, Liu Gang breathed a sigh of relief. If he hadn't challenged me, I might have had to fight Lin Zichen. I might not be certain of beating Lin Zichen, but surely I can defeat Hiyu. Do you beckon to him? Come on. He immediately launched a rapid series of attacks at Liu Gang. Liu Gang remained unharmed. The moment Hiyu kicked, Liu Gang seized his leg and swung his entire body through the air in an arc. He effortlessly threw Hiyu out of the ring. Hiyu remained where he landed, dizzy and nauseated. Liu Gang raised an eyebrow, regaining some of his confidence. Hiyu, of everyone I've ever fought, your physical conditioning is the most impressive. In that regard, I acknowledge you as the strongest student in the class. Unfortunately, my technique is still superior. Perhaps to restore his friend's dignity, or perhaps for his own purposes. Lin Zichen leaped into Liu Gang's ring and said, "Come on, let's spar." Lin Zichen thought, this is the perfect opportunity to make more progress. Otherwise, no one will dare enter the ring. Although Liu Gang felt apprehensive, he refused to surrender before even fighting. Fine then, who's afraid of whom? Take this. Liu Gang intended to use his superior strength. Lowering his head and leading with his shoulder, he charged at Lin Zichen. But Lin Zichen was certainly not going to stand still and let himself be rammed. He slipped behind Liu Gang and punched him straight out of the ring. That's right. The honor of Nanhuan City's top students is now yours to defend. Wang Shujia, don't be a coward. Get up there. At this point, Wang Shujia had no choice but to fight Lin Zichen, whether he wanted to or not. He spoke defiantly. What are you shouting for? I was already preparing to enter the ring. All of you shut up. Despite his words, Wang Shujia was inwardly conflicted and desperately encouraged himself. What must come will come. I'll definitely find a way to defeat him. Unable to devise any strategy that guaranteed victory, Wang Shujia decided to risk everything. Lin Zichen caught his fist and assumed a boxing stance. Wang Shujia fared no better than his fellow townsmen. A single punch left him sprawled on the floor, foaming at the mouth. Lin Zichen then defeated the other boys in the class one after another. According to the rules of the natural selection mission, defeating the same opponent multiple times would still count only once. That meant I could only spar with the girls next. But would they be willing to enter the ring and fight me? The answer was yes. They were extremely willing. One girl immediately volunteered. Zichen, I want to challenge you. The moment she entered the ring, Lin Zichen defeated her with lightning speed before she could do anything. Rather than minding that she had failed to make a single move, the girl secretly lamented, "I was so close to hugging him." To Lin Zichen's surprise, the other girls also began voluntarily entering the ring to challenge him. Naturally, Lin Zichen went easy on the girls. His main objective was simply to complete the mission as quickly as possible. Soon, he had finished fighting all the girls as well, but he was still far from reaching the mission's target. Lin Zichen was beginning to feel disappointed when Han Yuan Feng suddenly announced some good news. Everyone performed very well this time. Next, as the elite class, you must learn to challenge stronger opponents. 1 month from now, our class will challenge the strongest regular class in the 11th grade. Prepare yourselves. Our goal is to defeat the strongest regular class in the 11th grade. Another match had arrived at exactly the right time. It was truly like receiving fuel in the middle of a snowstorm. After class was dismissed, Liu Gang passed Lin Zichen and sincerely acknowledged him with admiration. I used to worry that I wouldn't find a worthy opponent at Shanghai High School. It seems I underestimated Shanghai. From now on, you will be my greatest rival throughout all 3 years of high school. Lin Zichen paid little attention to his classmates' words because he was busy thinking. With Han Yuanfeng's arrangements, completing natural selection within a year might actually be possible. Wang Shujia also walked past and declared his determination. Lin Zichen, losing now doesn't mean I'll keep losing in the future. I'll definitely wash away this humiliation before graduation. Lin Zichen remained immersed in his own thoughts. Completing missions while earning prize money is such a great deal. I've already made more than 3,000 yuan today. Realizing that they were being completely ignored, the Nanhuan duo angrily criticized Lin Zichen. Not only is he ignoring us, but he's even laughing at us. He's far too arrogant. Lin Zichen, however, was filled with anticipation for his own goals. I can use this money to buy more mutant beast meat. Wonderful. Although I made some money from today's prizes, it's still nowhere near enough to buy all the mutant beast meat. I need to unlock the catalog. Experience AI voice technology at vb.vn. A message arrived. Hello, I'm an editor from an online literature platform. Your novel is excellent, and I'd like to invite you to sign a serialization contract. I had just woken up, yet I had already received a contract offer from the website. After logging into the novel management page and signing the contract, a breaking news report caught my eye. Just 2 hours earlier, a giant mutant rat had attacked a refrigerated warehouse, storing mutant beast meat in the suburbs. The giant mutant rat was more than 5 meters long. With a single bite, it tore a mechanical augment's body in half. The mechanical augment immediately activated her hidden backup power source and self-destructed to destroy the enemy. The giant mutant rat was killed instantly in the explosion. Just how many more giant mutant rats were hiding in Shanghai City? Moreover, with rats this enormous, where exactly were they hiding that no one had discovered them? Shanghai High School, Gymnasium. Today was the day of our martial arts exchange with a regular 11th grade class. Mr. Han Yuanfeng was discussing tactics with several of us outstanding students. Voice generated by vb.vn. The opposing class will certainly use its numerical advantage to adopt a defensive strategy and drag the matches out. They'll use a rotation tactic to exhaust the 4 of you until you can no longer continue. Therefore, the moment you enter the ring, you must end each fight quickly. Understood. The 4 of us answered in unison. Yes, sir. Lin Zichen volunteered. Mr. Han, I request permission to fight the first match. He was secretly eager to complete the struggle for survival. Natural selection achievement, he needed to defeat as many opponents as possible, so the sooner he entered the ring, the better. When the opposing girl saw that her opponent was Lin Zichen, she immediately protested. Sir, they're sending out their strongest fighter in the very first match. I'm the weakest person in my class. How am I supposed to fight him? The opposing team's martial arts teacher could not help criticizing Mr. Han. Yuanfeng, there's an unwritten rule in interclass exchanges that the weakest students fight first. Why are you sending out your class's strongest student in the opening match? That's against the rules. Mr. Han therefore called out, Zichen, come back down. You'll fight later. Let the weaker students in our class go first. Lin Zichen pouted. Yes, sir. Mr. Han selected another student. Yintong, you go first. Yintong froze and said, but sir, I'm not ready yet. Qinghan volunteered to take her place. Mr. Han, I'm the weakest one here. Let me go first. After entering the ring, Qinghan became nervous. What should I do? I'm so nervous. Li Chuxin and He Yu cheered for her. Henin, you can do it. Take her down. Qinghan anxiously lamented. That's only making me more nervous. The girl from the opposing team charged at her. Shun Qinghan maintained a defensive stance, showing no intention of attacking. She thought, even if I can't win, I can hold out for as long as possible and wear down my opponent. 3 minutes later, the opposing girl sighed inwardly. This girl is incredibly tenacious. At this rate, I'll run out of stamina sooner or later. I need to finish this quickly. She threw a fierce punch that sent Shun Qinghan flying out of the ring. Shun Qinghan got up with an embarrassed expression and hurried over to Lin Zichen and Mr. Han. Han Yuanfeng gave his student a thumbs up. Qinghan, you did very well. You focused on defense to drain your opponent's stamina. That was very smart. Lin Zichen praised her as well. Not bad. You lasted more than 3 minutes against a senior with over a year more training than you. You made great progress. Yin Tong was already prepared to enter the ring, feeling much more confident about winning. She thought, that senior doesn't have much stamina left. I'll use this opportunity to take her down. Yin Tong used a feint, making it look like she was going to punch before suddenly launching a kick. However, the opposing girl was cautious and had excellent reflexes, so she easily dodged the surprise kick. She then used Yin Tong's momentum against her and punched her in the face. The opposing girl pinned Yin Tong beneath her. In pain, Yin Tong slapped the floor and shouted, that hurts. Let me go. I surrender. The opposing girl snorted coldly. You attacked without defending the moment you entered the ring. Are you looking down on the regular track classes? My natural talent may not match yours, but I've trained for a year longer than you. Train for another year before challenging me again. After Yin Tong came Li Chuxin. Brimming with energy, she declared, Henin, I'll avenge you. Just watch me crush that senior. Li Chuxin was extremely aggressive and defeated several girls in succession. Shen Qinghan cheered for her friend. Chuxin is amazing. Standing beside her, Lin Zichen said, You were amazing too. If you hadn't worn down that senior, Chuxin wouldn't have won so easily. 2 hours later, the opposing team's teacher said, Yuan Feng, your class only has 4 students left. It looks like I'm guaranteed to win our dinner wager. Han Yuan Feng shrugged. Let's not jump to conclusions. Just wait and see. He thought confidently. Lin Zichen, Lu Gang, Wang Shujia, and he were Class 1's true strength. The real contest has only just begun. Han Yuan Feng said, Hiyu, it's your turn. Hiyu leaped into the ring. He addressed the opposing team. I've been itching for a fight. Tell me, seniors, are you ready to face my iron fists? The opposing boy crossed his arms and said dismissively, Kid, could you please stop acting so childish? Before his opponent could act, he suddenly kicked him and shouted, How dare you ruin my grand entrance? Get lost. After taking down the senior, he planted his hands on his hips and said arrogantly, So this is all a senior can do? And you wanted to lecture me? What a loser. The second senior from the opposing team stepped forward. Still looking down on Hiyu, he said, You arrogant little brat. Let me turn up the intensity for you. Hiyu planted one hand on the ground and lowered his body beneath his opponent's striking range. The senior was secretly astonished. What? He's so fast. Did he really dodge my attack? Hiyu countered with a flipping kick to the chin, defeating the senior in a single move. The 2 girls from the Dawn group cheered for their friend. Hiyu, you're amazing. Take them down. Hiyu then defeated several more opponents. Although Hiyu wanted to continue, after defeating 5 people in a row, he was clearly beginning to run out of stamina. He was finally defeated by the 6th opponent. At that point, Grade 11 Class 1 had only 3 students remaining, while Grade 12 Class 6 still had 13. Han Yuanfeng called out, Wang Shujia, you're up. At his teacher's command, Wang Shujia energetically entered the ring. He defeated 10 opponents in succession before finally losing the 11th match from exhaustion. Lu Gang entered next and defeated 2 of the opposing team's strongest fighters in less than 10 minutes. Han Yuanfeng raised an eyebrow at the Grade 12 teacher. Your class only has 1 person left. Why not surrender now? The Grade 12 teacher replied, I don't think that's necessary. Wang Jinhe, go ahead. It's your turn to perform. Wang Jinhe was a boy built like a small mountain. He looked nearly 3 times larger than Lu Gang, who was already bigger than most boys his age. Lu Gang assumed Wang Jinhe's only advantage was his enormous size. He confidently declared, I'll still beat you to a pulp. Without holding back, Lu Gang punched Wang Jinhe in the stomach. Lu Gang was bewildered. Why does it feel like I punched cotton? He tried attacking again with even greater force. However, even after Lu Gang exhausted himself attacking, Wang Jinhe did not budge an inch. Lu Gang thought, this is bad. He has too much fat, and his flesh is too thick. My attacks can't affect him at all. Wang Jinhe reached out and said, Are you finished? If you are, then it's my turn. Wang Jinhe grabbed Lu Gang by the neck. Lu Gang struggled, but could not escape the senior's hand. He panicked inwardly. No, I'm about to suffocate. This guy's strength is terrifying. Wang Jinhe did not go too far. He simply threw Lu Gang onto the ring. Han Yuanfeng was startled and turned toward the opposing teacher. Wait, I don't remember your class having a student like him. The opposing teacher narrowed his eyes slightly. Sorry, but he only transferred here this semester, so it's understandable that you didn't know about him. It looks like you've lost this time. Don't forget our wager. The loser has to treat the other class to dinner. Han Yuanfeng clenched his fists and wept inwardly. So Wang Jinhe was his trump card. No matter how strong Lin Zichen is, he can't possibly defeat this monster. I was too careless and fell for his trick. Han Yuanfeng then said to Lin Zichen, It's your turn. Remember, gaining experience from these matches is what matters most. Winning or losing isn't important. Lin Zichen replied confidently, Don't worry, Mr. Han. I'll win. Seeing that Lin Zichen was even smaller than Lu Gang, Wang Jinhe seemed reluctant to fight. Junior, I don't like using my size to bully someone smaller than me. The girls all shouted, Hey, fatty, don't be so arrogant. Zichen will definitely defeat you. You fatso. He'll turn you into minced meat. Go, Zichen. Teach that fat pig a lesson. Cheering for the male lead was one thing, but did they really need to body shame his opponent? It was especially surprising that the usually gentle Shin Ching-han was calling his senior a fat pig. He had not done anything excessive or behaved badly. Whether Wang Jinha's feelings were hurt or not, he clearly wanted to demonstrate his strength. He said, "Junior, I'll stand still and give you 10 free attacks. That way, your young female fans won't resent me and criticize me behind my back for bullying someone weaker and winning unfairly." Despite his appearance, Wang Jinha was surprisingly good at making sarcastic remarks, though Lin Zichen could hardly blame him. Wang Jinha patted his belly. "Come on, Junior. I'll stand perfectly still, so attack with everything you have." Out of respect for his senior, Lin Zichen punched with several times the force he normally used against his peers, though he still held back enough to avoid killing him. Wang Jinha's enormous body spun several times through the air before crashing onto the floor, sprawled out like a starfish. Everyone fell silent for a moment. Then the entirety of Grade 11 Class 1 erupted in celebration. Zichen won. Wang Jinha truly possessed extraordinary endurance. The punch did not injure him, but it left him briefly dazed and disoriented. Why am I lying here? What has happened? This makes no sense. It isn't scientific. The grade 12 class 6 teacher said cheerfully, "Yuan Feng, your student Zichen is truly impressive." He knocked Wang Jinha down with a single punch. It feels like he's almost as talented as Wu Tiancheng was during his first year of high school. Back then, Wu Tiancheng's performance nearly scared the principal to death. His strength was beyond all common sense. Lin Zichen asked curiously, "Sir, who is Wu Tiancheng?" Han Yuan Feng explained, "Wu Tiancheng was a student here who graduated several years ago. When he was in grade 10, he defeated the entire strongest class by himself, shocking the school administration. During his first year of high school, he ran 100 meters in 6.12 seconds, jumped 3.96 meters high, and lifted 325 kilograms with one hand. Isn't that terrifying?" Lin Zichen scratched his head. "That does sound a little frightening." However, he thought proudly, he really is impressive. He's almost caught up to the strength I had during the summer before middle school. That evening, all of grade 11 class 1 was treated to dinner at the Bright Fragrance restaurant. Han Yuan Feng raised a bottle of cola and said to the class, "Thanks to Zichen, we defeated the grade 12 regular track class. As promised, their homeroom teacher has treated our entire class to dinner. Everyone, stand up and raise your glasses to Zichen." The class raised their drinks and shouted together, "Zichen is the best. Brother Chun is mighty." After entering the second year of high school, I became famous throughout the school. My classmates gathered around me with excessive enthusiasm, eager to get acquainted, which made me a little uncomfortable. Henin had not changed at all. Afraid that I would be too busy talking to my classmates to eat, she kept putting food into my bowl. Suddenly, Shen Qinghan froze. Before temporarily leaving the table, she told me, "Xiaochun, I'm going to the restroom." Lin Zichen felt slightly worried. One thing that had not changed was her uncontrollable need to urinate. When Shin Qinghan came out of the restroom, she overheard several jealous girls bad-mouthing her. She pours drinks and peels shrimp for Lin Zichen. Shin Qinghan acts like a maid who knows exactly how to flatter her master. I don't think it'll last long. The gap between them is too great. Birds of a feather flock together, so they'll gradually drift apart in the future. Although Shin Qinghan was usually gentle, those words upset her enough to answer back, "I'm not flattering anyone. We've been childhood friends since we were little." After the banquet, Lin Zichen noticed that she looked dejected on the way home and asked, "Henin, you seem a little sad. Did something happen?" Henin revealed the insecurity she had always carried. "When I was little, my mother always told me that I would stop wetting the bed when I grew up. But even now, I still wet the bed at night and have to wear diapers every time I sleep. It's awful. Xiaochun, I feel like I'm disabled, like someone incapable of controlling her bladder." Lin Zichen said solemnly, "You aren't disabled. Your inability to control your bladder must be a side effect of your untapped potential. The potential is already there. It simply hasn't fully developed yet." Shin Qinghan had clearly never considered the possibility that she possessed some kind of hidden potential. Lin Zichen continued with absolute certainty, "That's right. It must be a supernatural ability. Your exceptional swimming talent is one manifestation of your superpower." Shin Qinghan asked, "You've been amazing ever since you were little, Xiaochun. Does that mean you have superpowers too?" Lin Zichen calmly admitted, "That's right. I have superpowers just like you." Hearing that lifted Shun Qinghan's spirits. She wondered curiously, if I really have superpowers, what kind of powers could they be? Lin Zichen smiled at her. They must be incredibly powerful. The two of them seemed strangely destined to keep encountering the police. On their way home, they once again found several officers surrounding a civilian and trying to reason with him. "Put down the broom. We're exterminating rats for public safety. Please cooperate with us." The man refused to listen. He frantically swung his broom and yelled, "Stop! Stop right now. You're not allowed to kill my brothers. You're killing my brothers again? I'll fight you to the death." Shen Qinghan found the scene disturbing. "Xiaochen, is that man insane?" Lin Zichen stepped in front of her and said he might be mentally ill. He quickly led his friend away and focused on getting her home. People with mental illnesses sometimes act like that. "Let's go home." Later, at Lin Zichen's home, the entire family sat watching television. A young female teacher had disappeared after leaving school the previous week, and her whereabouts remained unknown. His mother said anxiously, "Another young woman has disappeared. This seems to be the fourth case this month." His father corrected her. "You remembered incorrectly. She's the fifth." The news reported that all 5 people who had disappeared that month were beautiful young women. Young women were advised to avoid going out at night. If they absolutely had to leave home, they should travel in groups and avoid deserted areas. His mother told him, "Xiaochun, it hasn't been safe outside lately. Don't let Henin go out alone." Lin Zichen replied, "Don't worry, Mom. I'll keep an eye on her." At a police station in an unnamed district on an unnamed street in Shanghai City, the man who had frantically swung his broom the previous night had been brought in for refusing to cooperate with the police. Dr. Bai said, "I'm still not certain. I've repeatedly tried communicating with him, but he remains silent as though he's mute." A police officer confirmed he isn't mute. He was shouting nonstop at the market earlier. As the officer spoke, he noticed something unusual. He looked over and saw the madman's body beginning to transform. The officer grabbed his radio and called for backup. "Have headquarters send mechanical augments immediately." The man in the interrogation room is transforming into a giant mutant rat. Until the mechanical augments arrived, the officers were forced to keep firing at the giant rat to hold it back. A female officer ran over and reported, "Chief, headquarters says all the mechanical augments are currently out on missions. Backup won't arrive for another 10 minutes. We don't have enough ammunition to hold out that long." The chief had no choice but to split his forces. One group stayed behind to keep firing at the monster, while he led the other group toward their vehicles. He ordered those following him, "Get in the car. We'll lure this rat man into the outskirts and buy time until reinforcements arrive." The group climbed into the car with the chief and locked the doors. The male officer responsible for driving floored the accelerator. The chief urged him faster, lure it into the mountains, and buy more time for the mechanical augments. As the police car crossed a bridge over a drainage canal, the giant mutant rat smashed through the bridge and lunged at them. The impact flipped the police car onto its back. A battered female officer fell halfway out of the vehicle and thought despairingly, "Were we too late after all?" Fortunately, a thunderous explosion rang out as the giant rat was attacked. A female mechanical augment streaked toward them, locked onto the target, and fired a barrage of missiles at the mutant beast. The female mechanical augment peered through the thick smoke and sensed that something was wrong. Did that giant mutant rat actually dig a tunnel and escape? These creatures seem to be getting smarter, judging by the chunks of flesh on the ground. However, it must be severely injured. It can't have gone far. There's still a chance to find and eliminate it. It was 3 in the morning. Lin Zichen was diligently typing at his keyboard. He had been writing for over half a month, consistently posting more than 4,000 words every day. His novel was now close to 100,000 words, and its paid revenue had exceeded 10,000 yuan. Several promotional recommendations for new books had yet to begin. Once they were all active, the statistics would surely improve even further. He wondered how much he could earn each month once the novel went behind a paywall. After checking my novel statistics in the middle of the night, my excitement over its potential income kept me awake. I decided to find an alley without surveillance cameras and test the results of my recent training. It took me only 3.43 seconds to sprint 100 meters, and my standing vertical jump reached 7.22 meters. The improvement was quite noticeable. If I continued progressing at this rate, I felt that my body would become superhuman sooner or later. Suddenly, Lin Zichen heard a rustling noise. He instinctively looked over and saw an abnormal creature sitting not far away, reluctantly eating its meal. The rat man was visibly injured and held something about the size of a human head. It muttered, "Brother, I'm sorry. Brother, you have to forgive me. I didn't mean to eat you. I was just too hungry. Once I've eaten my fill, I'll come back and pay my respects to you every year." Lin Zichen froze for a moment. Is it a mutant rat? Could the giant mutant rat mentioned on today's news have evolved into a rat man after escaping? I need to leave immediately and call the police. The rat man noticed Lin Zichen and said to the head in its hands, "Brother, I don't have to eat you anymore. I can eat human flesh instead. Meat. I want meat. I want to eat human flesh. Human flesh." Lin Zichen thought, "It's too fast. It looks like I can't escape. I'll have to fight it with everything I have." After taking a kick from Lin Zichen, the already severely wounded rat man thought in shock. He looks like a frail student, so how can he possess such tremendous strength? The rat man saw that the person it considered prey had suddenly stopped advancing and was keeping his distance. The supposed prey had chosen to remain at a safe distance and hurl stones at it like bullets. Lin Zichen threw rock after rock and thought, "I can't give it a chance to fight back. I need to finish it off first." The barrage of stones tore holes throughout the rat man's body. Lin Zichen finally stopped throwing when he began to feel tired. He cautiously examined the mangled heap in front of him for any signs of movement. Looking alone was not enough to reassure him, so he prodded the mass of ruined flesh and wondered, "Is it dead?" The system reported, "You have devoured a trace of the giant mutant rat's life essence." Giant mutant rat diagram, 7%. Lin Zichen thought, "Since I can devour its life essence, it must be completely dead." But the progress only increased by 2%. That's rather little. Last time, it clearly increased by 5%. Could it be related to the difference in the amount of Rat King genes absorbed by the heretic cultists? I should head home first and think about it later. It's already daylight, so I shouldn't remain here for long. Lin Zichen left just in time because the female mechanical augment arrived shortly afterward. Looking at what remained of the rat man she had severely wounded not long ago, she wondered who had finished it off. Meanwhile, the followers of the rat god cult were carrying out their daily rituals. One cultist placed a young woman he had recently abducted inside the sacrificial circle. He respectfully addressed the being he worshipped. "Great rat god, please enjoy." The rat god he worshipped looked displeased. "Why is there only one woman? Are you trying to starve me? This isn't even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Or are you also part of today's offering?" The cultist immediately dropped to his knees and prostrated himself. No, great rat god, please let me explain. Young women have become extremely cautious lately. They don't leave home at night, and they travel in groups during the day. They're very difficult to capture. The rat god said, "Then capture young men next time." The cultist obediently replied, "Understood, great rat god." The rat god then rewarded him with a large piece of raw meat. "Thank you for your blessing, great rat god." The cultist ravenously devoured the raw meat. As for the rat god, he wrapped his tongue around his meager meal. After savoring the fresh flesh, the rat god told the cultist, "Don't capture ordinary people next time. Their lives are too harsh, so their meat tastes terrible. I want to eat members of the upper class. They live in luxury, so their flesh is plump and tender." Back in Lin Zichen's peaceful daily life, he gave Shun Qinghan special training at her home whenever they had time, hoping to improve her martial arts grades as quickly as possible. Lin Zichen patiently corrected his friend's posture. "Your punching angle is too high. Lower it a little. It'll be easier to exert force that way. Your feet are too close together. Spread them farther apart. You also need to adjust your stance. Don't face your opponent directly. Turn your body slightly to the side. All right, give it a try. Attack me with everything you've got." Qinghan said, "Okay, here I come." Lin Zichen caught Qinghan's incoming fist, gauged its force, and encouraged her. "Not bad. Your punching angle is very accurate now. You're also hitting much harder than before." When Qinghan saw that he had caught her fist, she immediately switched to a kick. Lin Zichen blocked it while instructing her. "Your sweeping kick stance is wrong. Don't keep your feet so close together before kicking. Spread them apart. Now, use the corrections I just taught you and try that move again." Qinghan followed his instructions, correcting herself little by little while using him as a practice dummy. After a while, Qinghan sat down, panting. "I'm exhausted, but I can feel my martial arts improving." Xiaochun, 3 special training sessions a week don't feel like enough. Can we train every day? Her eagerness to improve was admirable, but Lin Zichen advised her there's no need. 3 sessions a week are already more than enough. If you train every day, your body won't be able to take it. Qinghan thought it over and realized he was right. Then we'll keep it at 3 sessions a week. Just then, Lin Zichen's phone alerted him. Rather than a call, it was a notification Lin Zichen had set up to keep track of daily news. The Machine God Group had just announced on its official website that it would provide free treatment to a former mechanical prodigy who had been disabled after undergoing mechanical augmentation too early. After reading it, Lin Zichen speculated, could that mechanical prodigy be the capital prodigy from years ago? Her physical talent truly is terrifyingly powerful. Could gene fusion really be the optimal path? At home, Lin Zichen read the comments on his newly published novel. There were 9 comments. Wei, 50,000 words. He released 50,000 words on the very first day after going premium. Chun Lily, that was unbelievably satisfying. Zhao Yan, confirmed. The author is an inhuman updating monster. No arguments accepted. Huang Haishi, sending a vote and a tip. Huang Chaoli, voted. With the combined benefits of use it or lose it and the heavenly wisdom root, Lin Zichen had trained his typing for a month and could now easily type 10,000 words per hour. Spending only 1 hour a day writing would not interfere with his daily training schedule, so it was completely acceptable. After learning that his son had also started writing online novels, his father rubbed his chin and offered some feedback. Xiaochun, this book is performing very well. If you can maintain 10,000 words a day without letting the plot deteriorate, you should earn about 50,000 in royalties during the first month. Once the word count grows, earning 100,000 a month won't be a problem either. Keep it up. Your royalties from the first 2 months should be enough to unlock the ferocious giant eagle diagram. During martial arts class, Han Yuanfeng organized an exchange competition to assess his students' progress. As usual, I effortlessly crushed everyone. No one had any strength to fight back. Besides earning 888 yuan, I also gained several dozen experience points toward the natural selection achievement. Xinqing Han, on the other hand, still failed to defeat anyone and remained at the bottom of the class as usual. However, unlike before, she could now put up some resistance against her opponents. The last time she faced Yin Tong, who ranked second from the bottom, she had been kicked out of the ring with a single blow, ending the match in less than 3 seconds. This time, she held out against Yin Tong for nearly 3 minutes. She did not merely curl up and endure a beating for 3 minutes, either. She traded blows head-on and landed several punches and kicks on Yin Tong. After seeing this, Han Yuanfeng repeatedly praised her tremendous improvement and told her to keep it up. Mr. Han told the students, in 1 month, we'll challenge the strongest elite class in grade 11. Our goal is to defeat everyone except their top 3 students. Are you confident? The entire class shouted in unison, yes. Mr. Han was delighted by their youthful enthusiasm. In the blink of an eye, Lin Zichen's novel had been premium for over a month, earning him 80,000 yuan in royalties. Once Lin Zichen had the money, he went to the supermarket's mutant beast meat counter. Hello, I'd like to buy some ferocious giant eagle meat. The salesperson warmly asked, of course, how much would you like? We're currently running a promotion. If you buy 50 kilograms at once, you'll receive a 5% discount. Lin Zichen did some quick calculations and said, in that case, I won't buy it just yet. He thought, I'll wait until I've saved enough money to buy 50 kilograms at once. It can wait until next month anyway. I heard the cooks make delicious stir-fried dishes. Let's go try them. Lin Zichen readily agreed to his friend's suggestion. When they reached the school cafeteria counter, they saw the cooks busily preparing meals for the students. Qinghan's mouth watered at the sight. It smells amazing. The 2 of them arrived early enough to get nutritionally balanced meals. After they sat down to eat, Qinghan looked at the long line of students and said, Xiaochun, it's a good thing we came early. Otherwise, we'd have to wait in that huge line. Nearby, someone argued I didn't cut in line. My desk mate was saving the spot for me. Since when could someone save you a place in line? What a joke. Cutting is cutting. Go to the back of the line. Even if I did cut in, I only stepped into my desk mate's place. What the hell does it have to do with you? He was one of the people involved in the argument. He loudly rebuked the inconsiderate student. Is there something wrong with your brain? Your desk mate was ahead of me, so if you step into his place, aren't you still cutting in front of me? The other boy defiantly replied, yeah, I'm cutting in. What are you going to do about it? Xinghan said. Xiao-chun, he was arguing with someone. Should we go take a look? Lin Zichen glanced over after hearing her. Probably not. He looks fierce enough. He's already scolded that line cutter speechless. Just as Lin Zichen had said, he refused to back down. Unable to win the argument, the other boy angrily left the line. However, the matter did not end there. The boy had not come alone, but with a group. A short while after leaving, the boy returned with his friends and blocked Hiyu's path. Hiyu spoke up. What the hell are you doing? What's this supposed to mean? The shameless boy from before provocatively replied, nothing much. We simply want to cut in front of you. Hiyu was not about to let them bully him. He shoved the two boys in front of him and shouted, Are you kidding me? Go to the back of the line. But Hiyu quickly realized that the group truly intended to make trouble for him because neither boy budged. Realizing they needed to intervene, Xinghan and Lin Zichen rose from the table. Lin Zichen approached the ringleader and placed a hand on his shoulder. He began politely, Excuse me, but please go to the back of the line. The stubborn boy pointed directly at Lin Zichen's face and challenged him. What are you going to do if I refuse? Since politeness had failed, violence was naturally the last resort. However, as a civilized person, Lin Zichen took out his phone and said, I'll report this to a teacher. The other boy became irritated and accused him. You're going to snitch? How despicable. Lin Zichen retorted, I find cutting in line far more despicable. Realizing they had no valid argument, the group of obstinate boys could only snort and leave the cafeteria. Elsewhere, inside a villa in Shanghai City's wealthy district, a hooded man sat in the seat of honor and addressed the others in the room. Mad Chong is dead. A while ago, he went berserk at the market and caused trouble with the security division, so he lost his life. One of the hooded figures sitting on the floor said, That stupid dog deserved to die. He was constantly acting insane and causing trouble everywhere. I wanted him dead for a long time. Otherwise, he would have dragged us down with him sooner or later. The leader gestured toward the young man standing beside him and addressed the group. This young man is a new member. From now on, he'll take Mad Chong's place. Get acquainted with him. Also, the great rat god told me that ordinary people lead such miserable lives that their flesh tastes terrible. From now on, he wants to eat members of the upper class. Keep that in mind and don't deliver the wrong sacrifices. The people below voiced their concerns. Cult leader, capturing members of the upper class is far too risky. That's right, cult leader. No one will care much if one or two ordinary people disappear, but if a member of the upper class vanishes, it could become a major incident. The cult leader said, just target the children of wealthy merchants who lack influence. That will significantly reduce the risk. He then looked at the young man beside him. You're still new, so you don't need to capture anyone from the upper class. Start by abducting an ordinary, handsome young man for practice. You can offer him as a sacrifice to one of the divine apostles serving the rat god. The young man replied, Rest assured, cult leader, I will present the divine apostle with the most handsome sacrifice in the entire city. Back in the classroom, Hiyu vented his frustration to his friend. I've been looking into those people from the cafeteria. The ones who cut in front of me that day are students from grade 11 class 3. That's the strongest elite class in grade 11, the class we're about to challenge. They said they had no special reason and simply wanted to cut in front of me. Unbelievable. Lin Zichen said, Good grades don't necessarily mean good manners. While scrolling through his phone, Lin Zichen spotted a new report. Another wealthy heir has disappeared. The family is offering a huge reward for information. This is already the 5th wealthy heir to go missing. Moreover, the motive clearly isn't money, because no kidnappers have contacted the families to demand a ransom. Could these disappearances be connected to the rat god cult? Today, our grade 10 class 1 would challenge grade 11 class 3, the strongest elite class in grade 11. The boys who had cut in front of EU the previous week occasionally glanced at him and made provocative gestures. Hiyu immediately responded with similar gestures. Before long, both classes finished warming up and a friendly competition was about to begin. As before, Shun Qinghan fought in the opening match. Her opponent kicked her out of the ring with a single blow. Qinghan lamented inwardly, that elite class senior is so strong. Even my defensive turtle strategy couldn't keep me in the ring. It was not that Qinghan was weak, because Yin Tong was also swiftly defeated by the senior afterward. Not only Shin Qinghan, but even Li Chuxin's group was utterly incapable of resisting her. It was not until a stocky, short-haired classmate entered the ring that the senior was finally defeated. However, the next senior girl from the opposing team quickly regained control of the match. In less than 10 minutes, she defeated 9 people in succession, including 3 boys. Before long, Class 1 had been reduced to only me, Wang Shujia, Lu Gang, and Yu. Meanwhile, only 5 students from grade 11 Class 3 had been knocked out of the ring, leaving 36 who had yet to compete. All 5 eliminated students were girls. Not a single boy from the opposing class had entered the ring yet. Mr. Han grew tense. The gap in strength was far too great. His class could not compete at all. He told his student, Yu, it's your turn. The other side still has 6 girls left. Go up there and defeat all of them. Can you do it? Yu entered the ring and said, piece of cake. Being fond of girls, he thought, forget 6. No matter how many senior girls want to fight me, I'll gladly oblige. He lived up to expectations, expending only a little effort to knock all 6 girls from the opposing class out of the ring. Finally, the senior who had led the line-cutting incident entered the ring to face Yu. Are you ready to die? Yu became excited. This was the first boy from their class to enter the ring, so he was surely a weakling. His chance for revenge had finally arrived. However, judging from Yu's expression moments later, the senior was clearly much faster than him. The senior rapidly closed the distance and punched Yu in the stomach. Yu did not lose immediately, but he was clearly far weaker than his opponent. The senior hooked a leg around Yu and said disdainfully, you're pathetic. Just surrender. Yu cursed, get the hell off me. He swung his arms sideways to shove the senior away. However, the senior leaned aside to dodge and took the opportunity to kick Yu. Yu possessed a teenager's pride, but he could also reflect on his mistakes. This guy definitely isn't among the weakest boys in his class. In fact, he ranks very highly. He deliberately came out early to get revenge on me. Damn it, I was careless. The senior then singled out Lin Zichen. Crooking a finger at him, he taunted, don't you enjoy meddling in other people's business? If you have the guts, come up here. If you're a coward, forget it. He did not know that Lin Zichen had no reservations about accepting the challenge. In fact, Lin Zichen was delighted to be singled out because it meant he could enter the ring sooner. Lin Zichen rejoiced inwardly. I was worried I wouldn't get a chance to compete. What perfect timing. Everyone from Class 1 enthusiastically cheered for him. Brother Chun, beat him. Make him crawl between your legs. Cutting in line at the cafeteria was bad enough, but now he's acting disgusting in the ring too. Doesn't he have any shame? Humiliate him and avenge Yu, as he had done against Yu. The senior tried to use his speed to seize the initiative. He had opened with a punch against Yu, but he switched to a kick against Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen raised a hand and gave a light push, instantly dissipating nearly all the force behind the senior's kick. He then swiftly grabbed the senior by the head. He slammed the senior's head down against the ring. Then, as if taking revenge for his friend, Lin Zichen kicked him and sent him sliding out of the ring. Seeing this, the students from grade 11 Class 3 began to worry. Yu ranks among the top 5 in our class, yet he was defeated in an instant. How can that junior be so strong? Mr. Han could vaguely tell that Lin Zichen was definitely still concealing his true strength. Otherwise, he could never have done that so easily. The boys below stared with their mouths hanging open. Holy crap, Lin Zichen is already this strong, yet this still isn't his full strength? Is this what a perfect child looks like? Lin Zichen turned his gaze toward the upperclassmen and asked, who's next? The senior boys, especially those involved in cutting the line the other day, were the most stunned. Half an hour later, all 29 remaining students from grade 11 Class 3 had been swept away. Lin Zichen wondered, how much progress have I made on the natural selection achievement? He opened the system panel and felt slightly discouraged. Only 119? Why is the progress increasing so slowly? My strength already far exceeds the high school level. There's no need for me to continue following high school rules. From now on, I'll set my own rules. On Monday, an incredulous exclamation rang out from the principal's office. What? You want me to arrange an individual challenge match with prize money? Lin Zichen confirmed his request to the principal. That's right. I want to challenge the entire school. The female principal said with a headache, you're only in grade 10, yet you want to challenge every student in the school? Are you serious? What makes you think you can do that? Lin Zichen replied confidently, yes. Please come to the gymnasium with me, principal. I'll prove that I possess the strength to issue such a challenge. Lin Zichen and the female principal then went to the gymnasium's training area. The principal crossed her arms and asked, Zichen, why did you bring me here so late? Lin Zichen removed his jacket and said, to demonstrate my strength, of course. Is he planning to? Perhaps the principal briefly imagined something inappropriate because she stammered awkwardly, Zichen, W. A moment. But Lin Zichen was an upright young man with impeccable morals. With one hand, he effortlessly lifted a 350-kilogram weight. The principal finally collected her thoughts. So this was the strength he had mentioned. She exclaimed in astonishment, 700 Jin. That is even greater than the strength Wu Tiansheng, the strongest student in the school's history, possessed when he was in grade 10. This was both an opportunity to earn glory and publicity for the school and a chance to establish a good relationship with a potential future powerhouse. The principal therefore gave him a thumbs up and said, "No problem. I'll arrange a special event where you challenge the entire school by yourself." Lin Zichen scratched his head and reminded her, "Principal, remember to offer prizes. Without prizes, no one will be motivated. It will be best to have two kinds of prizes. The first should be a participation prize to encourage everyone to step into the ring. The second should be a cumulative prize. In other words, establish a prize pool that grows with the number of challenges. Whoever defeats me will win all the money in the pool. If no one defeats me within the allotted period, the money will belong to me." The principal nodded. "Don't worry. Leave it to me. I'll arrange everything exactly as you said." Lin Zichen did not forget to add, "Principal, you must keep my true strength secret for now. If everyone finds out, no one will be motivated to challenge me." The principal patted her student on the shoulder. All right. We'll do it your way." The two of them returned to the principal's office. The principal showed Lin Zichen a draft of the announcement. "Zichen, what do you think of this plan for the challenge tournament?" Zichen looked it over and said, "There are no problems at all. Thank you for your hard work, principal." The principal modestly replied, "Not at all. It wasn't any trouble." Teacher Han and Teacher Kai watched the principal acting so humbly toward a student and rubbed their faces, beginning to question reality. What was going on? Had the natural order been completely reversed? The terrifying woman who wore a stern expression at school all day was actually smiling and fawning over Lin Zichen. At 2 o'clock that afternoon, the principal proceeded according to plan. She introduced my basic personal information and recent combat record, then explained the rules and prize money for my challenge tournament in detail. As expected, the audience below the stage erupted into an uproar. The entire school was buzzing. Is the principal serious? Has she gone insane? You're only a new grade 10 student, yet you're setting up a ring and challenging the entire school? Where does that confidence come from? Do you really think you're worthy of challenging us? You arrogant brat, you have no idea how vast the world is. Do you think you're Wu Tiansheng, the strongest student in the school's history? Lin Zichen said directly, "Starting tomorrow, I'll defend the ring in the gymnasium during the 2-hour lunch break every day. Everyone is welcome to come and exchange pointers." He secretly rejoiced. "Excellent. It looks like plenty of people want to fight me. I may be able to complete the natural selection achievement ahead of schedule." That same evening, on a crowded street, a handsome young man walked alone. His appearance attracted several beautiful women who approached him flirtatiously. "Hey, handsome, are you alone? Would you like to come to a bar and have a few drinks with us?" The young man showed them no courtesy and rudely drove them away. "Not interested. Get lost and leave me alone." After being rejected, the two women grumbled resentfully. "What a bore. He's destined to stay single forever." The young man sighed and thought helplessly, is Shanghai City really this hopeless? All I want is to find a perfect 10, but after searching for so many days, I still haven't found one. None of the men who pass by are even remotely appealing. If I can't complete this sacrificial mission perfectly, what will the cult leader think of me? Will I be ostracized within the cult from now on? I originally considered abducting a few male celebrities, but they are constantly surrounded by bodyguards. I'm only a new member of the Rat God cult. I have no ability to abduct such influential people. The deadline is almost here. What am I supposed to do? Just as the young man was fretting over his inability to find a suitable target, he saw Lin Zichen jogging past. He exclaimed inwardly, "Holy hell, he's incredibly handsome." I searched everywhere without success, only for him to appear effortlessly before me. He's the one. Lin Zichen also had a habit of choosing sparsely populated areas for his training runs, making the criminal believe he had the perfect opportunity to strike. The young man thought, almost no vehicles passed through this stretch of road. He was about to transform into a mutant rat man and make his move, but before he could do anything, a brick struck him. Naturally, it had been thrown by the protagonist. The young man, now transformed into a rat man, clutched his head in confusion. What just happened? Lin Zichen already had a second brick in his hand. He said thoughtfully, I never expected to encounter a rat man while out exercising. Now I can increase the unlocking progress of the giant mutant rat diagram again. The rat man realized that he had chosen the wrong target. This guy is terrifying, and he's saying things I can't even understand. Why am I so unlucky? After taking one brick from Lin Zichen, the rat man collapsed unconscious. Lin Zichen froze in surprise and thought, that's it? I only picked up a rock and threw it at him, yet killed him instantly. Are there really rat god cult members this week? Forget it. There's no point overthinking this. I should absorb his life essence before anyone comes. The system announced, you have devoured a trace of the giant mutant rat's life essence. Giant mutant rat diagram, 8%. Lin Zichen was secretly disappointed. It only increased by 1%. That's so little. No wonder this rat man was so weak. But for safety's sake, I won't go jogging at night for a while. After all, not every cultist is this weak. Some powerful rat god cult members develop incredibly strong bodies after transforming and can even withstand gunfire. The news reported, at 3 o'clock early this morning, the Shanghai City Public Security Headquarters joined forces with an instructor from Shanghai University's Evolution Academy and completely eradicated the rat god cult in a single operation. Lin Zichen sat down and watched the news and wondered, the rat god cult has been wiped out? According to the report, Wu Qiansheng, an instructor at Shanghai University's Evolution Academy who had defeated the Rat King, was an advanced grade gene fusionist. In the news footage, Wu Qiansheng possessed a bird-like body. He launched his razor-sharp, draconic feathers at the Rat King. The Rat King was pierced by so many feathers that it resembled a hedgehog and had no chance to fight back. The entire operation lasted only 30 seconds and ended in an overwhelming victory. Lin Zichen's horizons were broadened. So this is the strength of an advanced-grade gene fusionist. It really is incredibly powerful. Meanwhile, inside a certain high-rise building, a fully equipped young man wearing a bulletproof vest sat with his legs crossed, drinking tea as he asked the person opposite him, Tiansheng, have you still been unable to contact your teacher? Wu Qiansheng replied, we still have no contact. The whereabouts of the powerful fighters who went to suppress the riot at Origin Site 36 remain unknown. The blue-haired young man asked, what is the current situation at Origin Site 36? Tiansheng answered, it remains stable for now. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the time to come here and clean up the small fry that escaped during the chaos all those years ago. The blue-haired young man sighed. That rat left the entire city's public security headquarters helpless. Yet before a prodigious advanced-grade life form like you, it truly was nothing but small fry. He then affectionately put an arm around Tiansheng's shoulders. Since you're already here, why don't you return to your old school and give a speech? Tiansheng muttered, come on, man. I don't have time. I have actual work to do. The blue-haired young man teased him. Giving some ideological guidance to your adorable juniors counts as work too. At the same time, deep inside a cavern where moonlight shone through an opening overhead, a group of sinister figures had gathered. Someone said, at first, you only ate homeless drifters. Then you began eating young people with tender flesh. Eventually, you even demanded to eat members of the upper class who live in luxury. I went to great lengths to bring you here so that you could reproduce and dig tunnels. Yet you indiscriminately ate people and caused such a massive disturbance. The speaker resembled a huge green humanoid with glowing red eyes and jaws like a monstrous creature from a fantasy story. He looked down at the mutant rat beneath his feet and said, tell me, don't you deserve to die? The mutant rat submissively replied, my lord, please give me one more chance. The green giant said, of course I can give you another chance, but you must pay a price. As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked, spilling blood. The green giant commented, sewer rat eyes smell disgusting, but they taste surprisingly good. Still, you're quite cunning. You hid in the shadows and enjoyed yourself while making your younger brother pretend to be the Rat King and die in your place. However, if you refuse to obediently dig tunnels for me, you'll still have to die. He's only in grade 10, yet he's already so arrogant. He's heading to the gymnasium. Is the challenge about to begin? Let's go watch the excitement. Lin Zichen ignored the student's gossip and focused on the report he was reading. 9 rat god cult remnants had escaped, and information leading to their capture would be rewarded with 5,000 to 500,000 yuan. Lin Zichen's mind immediately turned to money. Those are walking rewards worth 500,000 yuan. But if I encounter one, I must prioritize staying alive. I can think about the reward only after ensuring my safety. Standing in the ring, Lin Zichen surveyed the large crowd gathered there and thought, quite a lot of people came. Then again, there's a participation prize. Shen Qinghan stood beside the ring with a megaphone and announced, anyone who participates in the challenge will receive a ticket for the grand prize drawing while supplies last. Several boys became excited. I heard the prizes include the latest game console and even a fruit brand phone. I wonder if we'll get to touch Shen Qinghan's hand when we draw our tickets. A girl-crazy boy eagerly volunteered to go first, mainly because he wanted to get close to Qinghan. However, a girl stepped on his face and seized the first position. The girls were equally eager to enter the ring, mainly because they wanted to get close to Lin Zichen. As a result, the first group of challengers consisted entirely of enthusiastic girls who surrounded Lin Zichen. They were hopelessly obsessed with handsome boys. One girl grabbed Lin Zichen's arm and thought, I touched him. His arm is so firm. Another pressed her chest against Lin Zichen's face and thought, he's so handsome. In short, Lin Zichen was now surrounded by girls with wild intentions. He sighed inwardly. This is beginning to develop in a very strange direction. I don't want to hit girls, but this is for my achievement. He thrust out both palms and sent the circle of girls flying. The system displayed natural selection, 309 out of 1,000. One girl who had just been knocked away immediately raised her hand and tried to challenge him again, but Zichen said sternly, anyone who loses is not allowed to challenge me a second time. The girls were disappointed. Why not? I still wanted to get closer to him. The boys were consumed by jealousy at the sight and clenched their fists eagerly. Lin Zichen, was it? You've been getting on my nerves for a long time. It's my turn to teach an arrogant brat like you a lesson. Thanks to the boys' fighting spirit, Lin Zichen's system progress bar rose rapidly. Before long, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Standing atop a mountain of defeated boys, Lin Zichen asked, is there anyone else? A senior student answered proudly, I'm still here. This senior was quite famous at school. The boys whispered among themselves, that's Yin Shaoxian, the dominant fighter of grade 11's elite class. Who do you think will win? Didn't Chen Wuheng, who was 1 grade above him, ultimately teach him a harsh lesson? Having personally experienced being disciplined by an older student, Yin Shaoxian now wanted to pass what he had learned on to a junior. He said to Lin Zichen, Junior, I was once as arrogant as you, but after being thoroughly beaten, I finally learned that there's always a higher mountain. Today, I'll teach you the first lesson of your life, how to remain calm and humble as a genius. After all, I had to take many detours before becoming the person I am today. I truly can't bear to watch you repeat my mistakes. However, as the saying goes, wisdom comes from suffering. Therefore, I have no choice but to personally teach you this lesson. I am ready now. Once our duel begins, you'll understand the painstaking concern of your senior. Lin Zichen patiently listened to his long lecture before asking the referee, Sir, can we begin now? The referee gave the signal. Begin. Yin Shaoxian was about to continue talking, but Lin Zichen had run out of patience and planted the sole of his shoe in the senior's face. He sent the senior, who had been wasting everyone's time, flying away. Lin Zichen calmly cleaned out his ear and thought with relief, it's finally quiet. The boys below the ring stared with their mouths hanging open. Yin Shaoxian was defeated instantly. Is Lin Zichen really that overwhelming? At that moment, a boy suddenly began clapping dramatically. Hearing the applause, the boys looked over and began discussing excitedly. Look, Chen Wuheng is here. He must have come to restore Yin Shaoxuan's honor. The school's #1 student is challenging him too. Now we'll have a good show to watch. Lin Zichen thought leisurely. The school's #1? Is this one of those situations where beating the junior brings out the senior? Chen Wuheng made an impressive leap into the ring and said, I never expected Yin Shaoxian to lose to a brat like you. Then he snapped, At least let me finish speaking, you brat. However, the referee apparently shared Zichen's dislike of pointless chatter and immediately signaled, Begin. Shen Wuheng attacked first. It appears that only by defeating you can I make you sit down and listen to me properly. Lin Zichen did not even need to assume a stance. He caught his senior's fist and said indifferently, "I'm truly sorry, but I'm very busy." Shen Wuheng felt like a stuffed toy as Lin Zichen casually threw him out of the ring. All the boys were stunned speechless. Zichen pointed toward them and urged, "Hey, stop standing around in a daze. Hurry up and enter the ring to fight me." One confused boy pointed at himself. "Who, me?" It was unclear whether Lin Zichen had actually pointed at him or whether he simply accepted whoever volunteered. "Yes, you. You haven't fought me yet, have you?" The boy said nervously. "Remember to go easy on me." He comforted himself. "I'm already here anyway, and every challenge gives me a chance to win a prize." Lin Zichen smiled warmly and promised to go easy on him. As a result, the boy was merely punched hard enough to twist his face aside. This roused the fighting spirit of the other boys. They knew they had no chance of winning, but encouraged one another. "We're already here anyway. Lin Zichen is so overwhelmingly strong that there's no shame in losing to him." Thanks to the courage of these hot-blooded youths, Lin Zichen's grinding session proceeded more smoothly than he could have imagined. The system announced, in official competitive events, use the most primitive method of living creatures to eliminate 1,000 different opponents. Achievement completed. Lin Zichen was secretly delighted. "I finally obtained the natural selection biological trait." The system displayed, "Natural selection biological trait acquired." Natural selection increases the damage you inflict upon other living creatures. Lin Zichen pondered, a straightforward damage-boosting trait. It's extremely practical. Unfortunately, it doesn't explain exactly how much the damage is increased. Having achieved his goal, Lin Zichen jumped out of the ring and announced, "That's all. The challenge tournament ends here. Everyone can leave." The girls expressed their deep disappointment. "Why is it ending so soon? We still wanted to watch more." Lin Zichen ignored them, took Shen Qinghan by the hand, and left the gymnasium without looking back. After the event, the principal smiled at Lin Zichen in her office. "Congratulations. I never expected you to truly claim the title of strongest student in the entire school. Even Shen Wuheng was defeated by you in an instant. You must still be concealing your true strength, aren't you?" Lin Zichen sat down on the sofa, took a sip of tea, and replied, "More or less. I'm only hiding a tiny bit." The sharp-witted principal said, "I think you're hiding far more than that." Not long ago, Chen Wuheng participated in Capital University's special admissions examination. He could lift 690 gene with one hand. What are your numbers? You must be capable of at least 800 gene. Lin Zichen naturally would not reveal his actual statistics. He answered with a straight face, "Your foresight is extraordinary, principal. My result is 795 gene." The principal smiled in satisfaction. "I knew it." However, these matters were merely incidental to Lin Zichen. He wanted to address his second main reason for arranging the school-wide challenge. He asked the principal, "When will the 8,800 yuan in the prize pool be transferred into my account?" Outwardly, the principal answered sweetly, all right. I'll transfer it to you immediately." Inwardly, however, she complained unhappily, "What a money grubber." The principal tried to steer the conversation toward her own objective. "Zichen, from now on, when you represent the school." However, Zichen interrupted and indicated that he had a personal request. The principal yielded and asked, "Is there something else?" Lin Zichen pointed at Shen Qinghan, who was sitting beside him, and made his request. "Shen Qinghan and I both enjoy swimming. Could we use the gymnasium's swimming pool? I mean, at any time, and while we're using it, no one else can be allowed inside." The principal approved immediately. "Understood. You just want the pool reserved for the two of you, correct?" Lin Zichen was secretly surprised. She agreed awfully quickly. He therefore took his request a step further. "I don't like other people watching me while I'm wearing swimming trunks, so I'll cover the security cameras whenever we swim." We can be certain that Lin Zichen had no improper ideas, but women were often imaginative romantics. The principal immediately envisioned an intimate scene. A handsome boy and a beautiful girl alone together is one thing, but he even wants to cover all the cameras. Could this boy be planning to? With that thought, the principal demonstrated her support for the young couple by handing over the swimming pool key. "Since that's what you want, I will naturally agree to all your requests. From now on, that pool will be reserved exclusively for you two. Just be careful not to get anyone pregnant." The female principal's suggestive warning left Lin Zichen utterly bewildered. The two of them then left the principal's office. Looking at the key to the swimming pool, Lin Zichen thought that he could finally investigate exactly what kind of ability Han-Nin possessed. Shen Qinghan suddenly said, "Xiao-chun, I need to ask you a favor." Lin Zichen asked, "What is it?" She clasped her hands together and said, "I signed up for the singing competition. I've already practiced the song thoroughly, but I still need someone to help me rehearse the duet. Xiao-chun, can you practice with me tonight?" Lin Zichen replied, "Of course." Seeing how excited Shen Qinghan was, Lin Zichen thought, she cares so much about this competition. I hope she can regain her confidence through it. At Shen Qinghan's home, Lin Zichen sat listening to his friend warm up her voice. Shun Jinya said worriedly to his wife, "Honey, the children are both grown up now. Is it really appropriate to leave a boy and a girl alone together in the same room?" Su Meng frowned at her husband. They're childhood friends who grew up playing together. "Since when is it your place, an old man, to object?" Shun Jianya, I suggest you stop meddling. Shun Jianya surrendered. Fine, I won't say anything else. Lin Zichen heard every word of Shun Qinghan's parents' conversation, thanks to his exceptional hearing. He also felt that Uncle Jianya had a point, so he stood up and said, "Han-Nin, we've already practiced for half an hour. It's time to study. Tomorrow after school, we'll practice swimming at the school pool. Remember to bring your swimsuit." Shen Qinghan waved goodbye. "Bye, Xiaoqun. See you tomorrow." After Lin Zichen left, she immediately focused on an important question. Which swimsuit should she wear? She hesitated between a two-piece and a one-piece. Picking up the two-piece, she wondered shyly, "Is this too revealing?" The female principal had not been entirely wrong to anticipate something romantic, but the innocent Shun Qinghan merely wanted to look less childish while playing in the water with her friend. She decided on the two-piece, thinking Xiao-chun will be the only other person at the pool anyway. The next day, at the school swimming pool, Lin Zichen arrived first and finished preparing. He glanced up at the covered surveillance camera, proof that the female principal had kept her word. "You can rest assured when I handle something." Hearing his friend call, Xiaoqun, he turned and saw that she was wearing a two-piece swimsuit today, making her appear far more alluring than usual. Showing off her feminine side, Shun Qinghan said sweetly, "Sorry to keep you waiting." Lin Zichen reminded her with a straight face, "Slow down. Be careful not to slip." Inwardly, however, his heart was pounding. She's so adorable. Although he had no improper intentions, Lin Zichen was still a perfectly healthy adolescent boy, so he did not dare stare for long. He redirected his attention to the main purpose of their visit. "Come on, let's get in the water and practice." The two entered the pool together. After swimming for a while, Shen Qinghan tapped Lin Zichen's arm and signaled for him to surface. Lin Zichen held her as they rose to the surface and asked, "What's wrong, Han-Nin?" Looking bewildered, she said, "Xiao-chun, the water. The water can pass through my body. Look, it's passing through my palm again." Shen Qinghan was confused. "This is so strange. Why is water passing through my body?" Lin Zichen analyzed the situation seriously. Could this be Han-Nin's superpower? He said, "Let me see your hand." After touching Shun Qinghan's palm, he observed that aside from water being able to pass through it, there was nothing unusual. Lin Zichen pulled her out of the pool. "Let's get out. I'll examine your body and see whether water can pass through anywhere else." Shen Qinghan's face instantly turned bright red. Lin Zichen tested her by pouring water over different parts of her body. After 3 rounds, he made a preliminary assessment. "There's nothing unusual with the rest of your body. It looks like only your hand currently has this ability." Sitting at the edge of the pool, Shun Qinghan asked, "Xiao-chun, I've never been able to hold my bladder ever since I was little. Could water also be passing through some other part of my body?" Lin Zichen replied, "That could be the reason. The next time you feel that you can't hold it, remember to tell me. Try to recall the sensation and determine whether any other part of your body feels the same as your palm." Lin Zichen felt conflicted and embarrassed. "I nearly sounded like a pervert just now." Shen Qinghan, meanwhile, thought happily. "In other words, I'm not a useless girl. I have a water-related superpower. Perhaps one day, my ability will be fully awakened. Then I'll be able to stand beside Xiao-chun and become the partner most worthy of him." On a bustling commercial street, a giant advertising screen encouraged people to undergo mechanical augmentation. The clerk at the Mutant Beast meat counter greeted him professionally. "Welcome." Lin Zichen let his actions speak for him and placed his black card on the counter. Give me 100 kilograms of violent giant eagle meat and deliver it to this address. The clerk accepted the card and address slip, momentarily unsure how to react before instinctively answering, "Certainly." The clerk wondered curiously, "It's him again. Which wealthy family's young master is he? He certainly spends generously." The clerk then asked Lin Zichen to sign for the order and said, "Please give my service a 5-star rating." Holding a box, Lin Zichen thought, "I happened to receive 120,000 in royalties this morning, bringing my total funds to around 210,000. That's enough to buy 100 kilograms of violent giant eagle meat. Let's see what surprise unlocking its diagram brings me." The system announced, "You have devoured a large quantity of the violent giant eagle's life essence. Violent giant eagle diagram completion, 100%. Lin Zichen saw a vision. A gigantic, violent eagle swooped toward the water and seized a phantom squid with its talons. The system announced, "You have successfully unlocked the violent giant eagle diagram and obtained the biological trait, Eye of the Sky. Eye of the Sky greatly expands your field of vision and enhances your ability to observe and track movement." Lin Zichen immediately tested it. He sensed that not only had his field of vision expanded, but he could also clearly discern even the smallest detail whenever he focused on it. He marveled inwardly. A giant eagle's eyesight truly is formidable. Lin Zichen returned home immediately afterward. He saw his parents sitting together and watching the news attentively. Recently, a third-time gene fusionist underwent aberration in public, causing hundreds of casualties. Idealists have argued that gene fusion is the wrong path. Throughout history, only monsters have yearned to become human. No human has ever wished to become a monster. As long as we discover the correct way to unlock humanity's potential, humans can also evolve into higher life forms. Materialists have countered that such claims are mere fantasy. At the present stage, if we do not rely on gene fusionists, are we supposed to rely on traditional martial artists like you, who cannot even stop a bullet, to fight mutant beasts? Lin Yinxing expressed his opinion. Honestly, gene fusionists really are like uncontrollable bombs. Once aberration occurs, it becomes a major disaster. Zhang Wanxin said, "You're worrying unnecessarily. The government regulates this field very strictly, so the chances of that happening are extremely low. Instead of worrying about aberration, you should worry about gene fusionists continuing their family lines. After all, they lose the ability to reproduce." Lin Yinxing nodded. "That's true. They have to preserve sperm before undergoing gene fusion or find someone to have children with first." Zhang Wanxin abruptly fell silent when she noticed that her son had returned. She greeted him awkwardly. "Oh, Xiaochen, you're back." Inwardly, she lamented, "Did we just discuss something inappropriate in front of our child?" Lin Yinxing also looked embarrassed. Scratching his head, he said, "Xiaochen's back. Then, let's eat first." During dinner, Lin Zichen told his parents, "Our school is holding a campus singing competition tomorrow. And in sign up too." Lin Yinsheng said, "Really? Then our whole family must go there and cheer for Henin." Zhang Wanxin agreed. "Of course. Henin is just like my own daughter." Another peaceful and happy day for the Lin family passed just like that. On the night of the campus singing competition, Lin Zichen's parents looked like devoted fans attending an idol concert. They wore headbands and waved glowing signs that read, "Shun Qinghan is the best. You can do it," in a classroom reserved for contestants to prepare. Lin Zichen was applying Shun Qinghan's makeup. She asked shyly, "Xiaochun, why do you keep staring at me?" Lin Zichen replied frankly, "Because you're beautiful." His sweet words made Shun Qinghan's face turn as red as a ripe apple. Li Chuxin poked her head inside and teased, "Are you two done being affectionate?" Like a startled rabbit, Shun Qinghan stammered, "I only asked Xiaochen to help because he's good at applying makeup. We weren't being affectionate." Li Chuxin continued teasing her. "Understand, you're practically newlyweds already, yet you're still pretending your relationship is completely innocent. Experience AI voice technology at vb.vn. Before leaving the room, Li Chuxin still had to tease her friend one last time. "I don't want to be a third wheel. I only came to remind you that we'll be on stage after 2 more performances." Shun Qinghan's voice cracked slightly as she answered, I know. Lin Zichen packed away the makeup supplies and told her, then I'll take you outside so you can get ready. Shun Qinghan moved close to him, her face burning with embarrassment, and struggled to say, I couldn't hold it again. Shun Qinghan's uncontrollable water release ability had activated at the worst possible moment. Overwhelmed by humiliation, Shun Qinghan burst into tears. What should I do, Xiaochen? Chuxin and I are about to perform. We've practiced for so long. If I ruin all her hard work just because I wet myself, she'll definitely hate me. Lin Zichen calmly comforted his tearful friend. Stop crying, or you'll wash off all your makeup. His gaze shifted toward the spotless white curtains. An idea immediately occurred to him. He found a pair of scissors in the desk drawer. He tore down part of the curtain and immediately put his long and used tailoring skills to work. Working even faster than an experienced tailor, Lin Zichen quickly made a new white dress for his friend. He handed it to her and said, "It's finished. Hurry to the restroom and change." Holding the new dress, Shun Qinghan said, "There's no need. Xiaochun, just turn around. I'll change here." A faint blush appeared on Lin Zichen's face. He obeyed and turned his back, but unfortunately, his hearing was exceptionally sharp. Whether he wanted to or not, he could tell what was happening behind him from the sound of fabric rubbing together. After changing into the white dress, Shun Qinghan said, "Xiaochun, you can turn around now." "Thank you. Maybe it's because I cried so much just now, but I don't feel nervous anymore." Lin Zichen patted her head. "Go on. I hope your performance goes well." Next came contestant number 20, Li Chuxin and Shun Qinghan. Wearing the white dress, Shun Qinghan looked far more elegant and graceful than she had in her original black dress. The host later announced, the champions of this year's campus singing competition are Li Chuxin and Shun Qinghan. Standing among the audience, Lin Zichen applauded and congratulated his two friends. After the competition, a teacher discovered what Lin Zichen had done and angrily demanded, "Which little brat cut the curtains to pieces?" No one except Shun Qinghan knew that Lin Zichen had cut up the curtain to make her dress. Nevertheless, Lin Zichen volunteered to clean the room, thinking, "I'll consider this my atonement for ruining the curtain." The system suddenly activated and announced, "Cooperative group actions accumulated, 1,000. Requirement fulfilled. You have obtained the biological trait, Pack. Within a certain range, your combat strength increases according to the number of companions around you." The corners of Lin Zichen's mouth rose, delighted by the unexpected reward. "Do you want to go to karaoke with us after school? You're so talented. Could you teach me how to sing?" The singing competition truly helped Han-In regain her confidence. Once her confidence returned, her martial arts also improved steadily. As for Lin Zichen, he continued winning championship after championship. His family cheered. "Xiaochun, you're amazing. You won a championship again." The other students exclaimed admiringly, "The captain is incredible." After 5 years, Shanghai Middle School has finally lifted the championship trophy again. Just like that, I won numerous martial arts championships. Later, I signed an endorsement contract with Hiyu's martial arts school. The advance payment from the endorsement contract, combined with the royalties from my novels, finally brought my savings to 900,000. That should be enough to unlock the next mutant beast diagram. The saleswoman became increasingly enthusiastic and playfully said, "We meet again, handsome." Skipping over the irrelevant details, Lin Zichen chose the breath-concealing dragon, a lizard species renowned for its ability to hide. The system displayed, "You have devoured a large quantity of the breath-concealing dragon's life essence." Breath-concealing dragon diagram completion, 100%. You have successfully unlocked the breath-concealing dragon diagram and obtained the biological trait, Natural Camouflage. Natural Camouflage allows you to reduce your presence by suppressing your body's vitality, thereby concealing your biological level. Lin Zichen was inwardly satisfied. This biological trait had two effects. It could reduce his presence, allowing him to evade or ambush enemies, while also concealing his biological level, so he could pretend to be weak before crushing stronger opponents. His main task was complete, but he still had not bought the cake his mother had requested. "I'll buy the cake and head home." On his way to buy the cake, Lin Zichen happened to encounter a group of people. They belonged to the security department and were escorting a prisoner. At a glance, it was obvious that their combat abilities far surpassed those of ordinary police officers. Someone in the group noticed him and called out, "Zichen, what a coincidence." Lin Zichen froze for a moment before recognizing him. It's Senior Zhang Kai. He looked down at Zhang Kai's mechanically augmented legs. Zhang Kai sighed and shared his story. I failed the high school entrance examination back then and spent some time recklessly racing motorcycles. I crashed and broke my legs, so they had to be mechanically replaced. Fortunately, I joined a Machine God Corporation's mechanical augmentation trials. I never expected to go from being disabled to becoming a mechanical augment in the blink of an eye. Lin Zichen asked, "Then who is this person?" Zhang Kai explained, "She's a surviving member of the Death God cult, the only woman among the 9 remaining members." One of the escorts called out, "Zhang Kai, stop chatting. Let's go." Zhang Kai answered, "Coming." Zhang Kai said goodbye to Lin Zichen. "We'll talk later when we have time. I have to go." Lin Zichen also bade his senior farewell. "Sure, we'll talk later." Watching them leave, he thought, the security department devoted all its resources to hunting the Death God cult's remnants for so long without catching anyone. Yet the Machine God Corporation captured one so easily. It seems the Machine God Corporation cannot be underestimated. The phone in Lin Zichen's pocket rang. Zhang Wanqing called and asked, "Xiaochun, have you bought the cake yet? When will you be home?" Lin Zichen replied, "I'm on my way to buy it. I'll come home as soon as I'm done." Reassured, Zhang Wanqing reminded him, "Be careful on the way. Henin's birthday and mine were only one day apart, so our families held a joint birthday celebration for us every year. Our 18th birthdays were no exception. Our mother said, 'All right, you two sweethearts, exchange your presents.'" Shun Qinghan said, "Xiaochun, this is my present for you." Lin Zichen replied, "Henin, this is my present for you." While everyone was celebrating, a sudden and powerful tremor disrupted the atmosphere. Lin Zichen sensed inwardly that something was wrong. At the same time, beneath Shanghai City, countless rats gathered like swarming ants. The news reported the magnitude 4.2 earthquake that struck Shanghai City was merely an ordinary minor earthquake. According to the relevant authorities, Shanghai City is not located along a tectonic plate boundary, so a major earthquake is unlikely. Citizens are advised not to panic. After breakfast, Lin Zichen picked up his bag and stood. "Mom, Dad, I'm finished. I'm going to school." Zhang Wanqing said warmly, "Be careful on the way." When he stepped outside, Shun Qinghan was already waiting for him. "Xiaochun, let's go to school together. We've already celebrated our 18th birthdays, so we're adults now." Lin Zichen continued, "Yes, and the college entrance examination is coming soon." Shun Qinghan said, "Just thinking about it makes me nervous." Sometime later, I finally saved enough money to unlock the void eel diagram. The system announced, "You have devoured a large quantity of the void eel's life essence." Void eel diagram completion, 100%. You have successfully unlocked the void eel creature card and obtained the biological trait, Danger Sense. Danger Sense allows you to perceive killing intent from other creatures within a certain range. It also increases your sensitivity to the pressure they emit, allowing you to judge a target's biological level more easily. Lin Zichen nodded. "It can also protect me from ambushes. I'll test its effectiveness at the shopping mall first." Using the system's function, Lin Zichen could determine other people's biological levels. He thought, as expected, ordinary people still make up the majority in everyday life. "I'll unlock this creature diagram next. Maybe I could acquire the undead slug's self-healing ability, but 100,000 yuan per kilogram is far too expensive. Even a month's royalties of 100,000 yuan wouldn't be enough. It looks like I'll have to find a way to increase my income after the college entrance exam." At the South River Provincial Department of Education, a mature woman sat with her legs crossed as she listened to a report. This year's educational performance across South River Province was generally similar to last year's. Shenzhen City remained in first place, followed by Changzhou, South Ring, Shanghai, Daoshan, and finally Haiyuan. The elegant beauty listening to the report was Yuan Dongji, vice president of Shanghai University and head of the South River Provincial Education Department. The man reporting to her said solemnly, "Vice President Yuan, that concludes this year's report on education throughout the province." Yuan Dongji poured herself a cup of tea and said, "Thank you for your hard work." Yuan Dongji said, "Things have basically stabilized. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had time to come out and supervise this year's provincial college entrance exam." The man secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "That's wonderful. Otherwise, the whole of South River Province would have been doomed." Yuan Dongji said, "I have nothing else for you. Go back to your work." The man respectfully replied, "Yes, ma'am. Call me if you need anything." After the man left, Yuan Dongji murmured to herself, "It's been many years since I last accepted a disciple." She looked out the window at the blue sea. If that girl truly possessed a special affinity with water, perhaps it was a sign of her future bond with Qinghan. The martial arts college entrance exam in this world lasted a total of 9 days. On the morning of the first day, candidates took a written test on theoretical knowledge. The physical fitness test was held that afternoon. From the 2nd to the 8th day, candidates underwent a week-long practical combat assessment. Martial arts candidates from across the province were sent into a forest for a wilderness survival test. The 9th day tested their compatibility with gene fusion and mechanical augmentation. Today, June 7th, was the first day of our college entrance exam. As always, Lin Zichen and Shun Qinghan were inseparable. Qinghan tugged on her friend's sleeve and anxiously said, "Xiaochun, I'm so nervous. What if I wet myself during the exam again?" Lin Zichen gave her an understanding look, gently hugged her to reassure her, and said, "Don't be nervous. Your theoretical knowledge is solid, and you're already wearing a diaper. Just do your best." Qinghan's heart pounded as she replied, "I'll do my best." "You have to do your best too." Zichen answered softly, "Yeah, let's do our best together." The test was no challenge at all for Lin Zichen. He finished it in no time and began thinking absent-mindedly. "I'm already finished, but there's still plenty of time left. I might as well work on the plot of my novel." When the bell rang and he left the examination room, Zichen saw his friend huddled up and wondered anxiously, did Han Nin do badly on the test? Realizing that he had misunderstood, Qinghan quickly explained, "It's not that. I did very well, so you don't need to comfort me." Zichen asked doubtfully, "Then why do you look so pale?" Qinghan replied in embarrassment, "I wet myself. Wait here for a moment. I'll go to the restroom and come right back." Zichen said understandingly, "Hurry. The physical fitness test is about to begin." The teacher recording the results announced, Lin Zichen's final result, a one-handed lift of 475 kilograms. The other boys were stunned. "That's incredible." His 100-meter sprint was terrifying too, 5.12 seconds, and his standing long jump was 4.91 meters. "He's unbelievably strong." Zichen asked his friend, "Henin, how did you do?" Wiping away her sweat, Qinghan replied, "I ran the 100-meter sprint in 9.32 seconds, jumped 1.62 meters from a standing start, and lifted 62.5 kilograms with one hand. But I still can't compare with you, Xiaochun." As usual, Lin Zichen rubbed her head encouragingly and said, "You're already the top female student." He called out to his two friends, "Xiaochun, Henin, we can check our theory test scores now. I heard Wang Shujia and Lu Gang both scored over 80. I did a little worse and only got 80. What about you two?" Qinghan said, "Okay, I'll check now." She exclaimed happily, 82. He praised her without hesitation. "That's even higher than mine. You're amazing, Henin." They both turned to look at their other friend. "What about Xiaochun?" "That's incredible, Xiaochun." He was left speechless and sighed. This guy really is as exceptional as ever. On the way home, Qinghan said to her friend, "Xiaochun, the week-long practical combat exam starts tomorrow. I wonder what the examination for us will be like." Zichen took her hand and said, "Don't worry. I'll stay by your side and protect you." Warmed by his words, Qinghan replied, "Okay, I'll stay close to you, Xiaochun." Meanwhile, two people were discussing serious business in a reception room. The neatly dressed man said, "The practical combat exam begins tomorrow. When the time comes, make good use of your position as a safety officer and help the organization take control of 10 geniuses. This box contains 10 demon seeds. They will assist you. If you handle this matter well, I'll recommend you to my superiors and have you made an official member of the organization." The man across from him immediately stated his demand. "I'm not in a hurry to become an official member. What I want right now is a mutant fruit." The suited man calmly said, "Young man, your vision is too narrow. A single mutant fruit could, at most, help you evolve to ordinary stage 7. But if you join the organization, even evolving into an advanced life form may not be impossible." The man seemed to make up his mind and replied, "You're right. Becoming an official member first would be far more beneficial." The organizers announced, "We are about to arrive at the site of the practical combat exam. Candidates, please prepare to disembark." Lin Zichen woke his drowsy friend. "Henin, we're here. Wake up." Qinghan slowly opened her eyes. "Candidates assigned to entrance 9, please disembark and proceed to the assembly point." Many point cards have been placed throughout the forest. Each card bears a number representing its point value. The cards are hidden in dangerous locations. They may appear in treetops, on cliffs, on ferocious animals, or even on mutant beasts. Safety officers are stationed near almost every ferocious animal and mutant beast. You may call for help during an emergency, but doing so will result in immediate elimination. In addition to the points candidates collect, their practical combat performance will also be evaluated through real-time camera footage. A total of 100,000 candidates are participating, but the point cards are worth only 50,000 points altogether. Therefore, more than half of the candidates will receive no points from cards. The practical combat exam encourages both cooperation and competition. You may cooperate and share point cards, or seize point cards from others. Candidates, prepare yourselves. You will enter the examination area in 1 hour. A chubby boy raised his hand and boasted, "My father is a senior executive at the Machine God Group. Will some expert carry me through the exam? I'll reward you handsomely." Another boy, who was much more muscular than others his age, called out, "I'm the top student in the genius class at Chanjo No. 1 Middle School. I'll carry you all the way." A teacher knocked both boastful students on the head and warned them, "First warning, you are not allowed to form teams so openly." Meanwhile, Zichen and Qinghan were surrounded by girls pleading with them. "Lin Zichen, you're so strong. Please let us come with you." Lin Zichen refused without hesitation. "I'm afraid I'll have to decline." The girls complained dejectedly. "Why do you have to be so heartless?" A short while later, a boy approached Lin Zichen and asked, "Excuse me, I'm a little hungry. Could you sell me some of your food?" Lin Zichen generously handed him 2 packages of snacks and said, "You don't need to pay. You can have them." The boy caught the 2 packages and politely said, "I couldn't possibly accept them for free. How about I form a team with you too? My name is Hong Junping, and I'm a student in the elite class at Shenzhen No. 1 Middle School." Lin Zichen realized that Hong Junping was flaunting his background to recruit them, but he remained unmoved and politely replied, "Thank you for the offer, but that won't be necessary." Seeing this, the boy stopped trying to ingratiate himself and turned away. "All right then, thank you for the bread and cookies." Even the usually naive Qinghan noticed something strange. That boy was so odd. There are snack stalls everywhere, yet he came over to ask us for food. Lin Zichen glanced knowingly at his friend and said, food wasn't his real objective. He came because there's a great beauty standing here. Qinghan's cheeks reddened as she murmured, "So he was trying to strike up a conversation with me?" Lin Zichen took her hand and said, "It's almost time. Let's set out." To help Henin adjust to the pace of the exam, we didn't immediately venture deep into the forest. Instead, we first searched for point card around its outer edge. Lin Zichen activated the Eye of the Sky. His field of vision far surpassed that of every other student present. He told his friend where to look. "There's a point card at the top of that tree. Go get it." As his teammate, Qinghan collected the cards that he located. She held one up and called out, "Xiaochen, I got it." The same process repeated again and again. Before long, Qinghan had accumulated quite a few point cards. Qinghan jumped for joy and said, "Xiaochen, you're amazing. How can you see them?" Suddenly, a third voice cut in. "What a coincidence. We meet again." The newcomer was Hong Junping, the boy who had asked the childhood friends for food. He flaunted his results in an attempt to impress Qinghan. "I've already collected 28 points. I never forget a favor and always repay my debts." He secretly glanced at Qinghan and thought, "She's so adorable. I have to get to know her today." Aloud, he suggested, "Why don't I lead you two and form a team? We can split all our point cards equally among the 3 of us." Qinghan hid behind her friend. Zichen stood protectively in front of her and replied bluntly to Hong Junping, "There's no need to form a team. If you truly want to repay us, hand over all the point cards you're carrying." Hong Junping was furious when he heard that. He immediately decided to settle things with force. "You walk straight into a dead-end, classmate. You've brought this trouble upon yourself." Lin Zichen covered half his face with one hand and sneered, "That's right. You walk straight into a dead end." Lin Zichen knocked Hong Junping down with a single punch, took all his point cards without hesitation, and left him with 2 words, "Thank you." Qinghan glanced back at Hong Junping and asked, "Xiaochen, will he be all right?" Zichen replied, "He'll be fine. I barely used any strength." After that, I continued guiding Shun Qinghan as we searched for point cards. I also taught her how to fashion bamboo into a weapon for hunting wild boars. We gathered fruit and ate it together taught anyone who ambushed us a lesson, and leaned against each other to rest whenever we grew tired. I truly wish this time could last a little longer. The childhood friends eventually saw a danger warning sign. Ching'an said, Xiaochun, we've reached the mutant beast zone at the center of the forest. Xiaochun, it looks like we're too late. All the mutant beasts have already been killed. Ching'an said dejectedly, what a shame. If we'd arrived a little earlier, you would definitely have earned the title of mutant beast slaying genius. Lin Zichen rubbed her head and said, there's nothing to regret. That title doesn't mean much anyway. All right, we should head back. He carefully surveyed the surroundings and thought, there are cameras and safety officers everywhere. Even if I killed a mutant beast, I wouldn't be able to devour it. It makes more sense to help Henin train her wilderness survival skills. After the practical combat exam ended, the gene fusion compatibility test came next. All the students were transported to the Island Gene Research Institute. The teachers instructed them, find a testing window inside, and form orderly lines. The candidates lined up one after another and waited to have their blood drawn. Ching'an pointed at several tubes of liquid on the medical staff's table and curiously asked her friend, Xiaochun, are those reagents used to test gene fusion compatibility? Zichen replied, that's right. Those are Cloudflow jellyfish gene reagents. The genes of the Cloudflow jellyfish have extremely high compatibility with the human body and easily produce a special chemical reaction with human blood. That's why they're used as reagents to test gene fusion compatibility. The testing procedure involves drawing fresh blood from each candidate and injecting it into the Cloudflow jellyfish reagent to trigger a chemical reaction. The intensity of that reaction is then used to determine whether the candidate is suitable for gene fusion. He said, I hope I pass the gene fusion test. I don't want to take the mechanical augmentation compatibility test. Li Chuxin felt the same way. She said, exactly. I heard that the mechanical augmentation compatibility test involves implanting special alloy materials into your body. They say the pain is comparable to childbirth. The two like-minded students pressed their palms together and prayed, may heaven bless us and let us pass the gene test on our first attempt. Eventually, it was Ching'an's turn to have her blood drawn. After their blood was drawn, the students went to a waiting area. Their results would be available in about an hour. Experience AI voice technology at vb.vn. My gene fusion compatibility is actually as high as 8%. I can become a gene fusionist. Only 4%? I knew it. There's no way I can become a gene fusionist. 6%. I just barely passed. 8% was considered excellent, while 10% was the admission standard for the two prestigious universities, Capital University and Shanghai University. The Capital Prodigy had achieved a gene fusion compatibility of 16%. My physical constitution is much stronger than his, so I should get at least 20%, right? Ching'an shook her friend's arm. Xiaochun, this is bad. I'm so nervous. Zichen held her hand and said, it's all right. Feeling nervous is normal. Despite saying that, Zichen was secretly worried. If Hanin's compatibility wasn't high enough, she wouldn't be able to continue walking the same path as him. Just then, Li Chuxin's exclamation startled the childhood friends. 10%. Oh my goodness, I qualify for both prestigious universities. I can't believe I actually got 10%. He was somewhat dissatisfied with his own result. Why did I only get 11%? I should have scored at least 12 or 13%. Zichen said to Ching'an, they were behind us in line, but their results are already available. Ours must be ready too. Let's check. Ching'an said nervously, I don't dare look. Check yours first, then check mine for me. Zichen replied, all right, I'll check yours afterward. He checked his own result first. His phone displayed, Lin Zichen, gene fusion compatibility result, 15%. Ching'an threw her arms around her friend and celebrated for him. Xiaochun, this score will definitely make you the top candidate in the province, but it's still lower than the Capital Prodigies. It seems physical strength isn't the only factor determining gene fusion compatibility. Zichen said, Henin, it's time to check your result. Li Chuxin reassured her friend. Don't worry, Henin. Even someone at the bottom, like me, got 10%. You'll definitely be fine. However, Ching'an's result shocked everyone. Shun Ching'an, gene fusion compatibility result, 21%. At the headquarters of the South River Provincial Department of Education, all the leading officials of the South River Provincial Department of Education had gathered for a meeting. Seated at the head of the table, Yuan Dongji said. The gene fusion compatibility results from every school are now available. Let's review them together. Information appeared on the projection screen. Candidate, Lin Zichen. School, Shanghai Middle School. Gene fusion compatibility, 15%. Someone in the room exclaimed, "Who would have thought this year's top provincial candidate would come from Shanghai Middle School?" Principal Bai, congratulations. Your school has produced the province's top candidate. Principal Bai pretended to be modest while enjoying everyone's applause. She secretly gave a thumbs up. Excellent work, Zichen. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. You've truly made me proud. Just when everyone assumed that Lin Zichen was the top candidate, Henin's results stunned everyone present. Qinghan's information appeared on the screen, leaving them unable to believe their eyes. What, 21%? Is that really a level a human being can achieve? Even Principal Bai hadn't expected this. Shin Qinghan? Isn't she Lin Zichen's childhood friend? She always seemed perfectly ordinary. Yuan Dongji stood up and asked, "What kind of student is Shun Qinghan?" The principal tried to remain calm as she replied, "Shun Qinghan's performance has always been ordinary. Could there have been an error in the test results?" Yuan Dongji sighed and murmured, "It can't be helped. It seems I'll have to go there personally." Qinghan exclaimed, "What in the world? 21%? Was there a mistake?" She anxiously said, "Xiaochen, how could it be 21%? The test must be wrong, right?" Zichen trusted the result even more than she did. "I don't think there was a mistake. You were born with an exceptionally strong affinity for water, while the cloud flow jellyfish used in this test is a mutant beast with an extremely powerful water attribute." Qinghan's eyes lit up. "So that means my constitution is highly compatible with the genes of water attribute mutant beasts. I'm actually a genius." She rejoiced inwardly. "At last, I'm worthy of Xiaochen." Zichen was delighted for his friend as well. "That's wonderful, Henin." Suddenly, a student shouted, "Look, what is that?" Yuan Dongji rode a wave toward the Island Gene Research Institute. The students stared in amazement and shouted, "There's a woman standing on top of the wave. Is she a dragon maiden? Is she one of the heretics? Is she planning to flood this entire place?" Yuan Dongji stepped from the wave onto solid ground. All the staff at the Island Research Institute stood in 2 rows and respectfully greeted Yuan Dongji, the institute's director. The students present were shocked and began whispering among themselves. Was the director actually the vice president of Shanghai University? Was she Yuan Dongji, a member of a Yuan family, a 1,000-year martial arts clan? It was said that the Yuan family had once slain dragons and fused with dragon genes. No wonder someone with water attribute genes could manipulate even the ocean waves. Yuan Dongji approached the girl she had come to see and asked as a formality, "Are you Shin Qinghan?" Nervously, Qinghan replied, "Yes, I am." Yuan Dongji instructed the institute staff, "Draw her blood 3 more times and run the test again." Li Chuxin asked her friend worriedly, "Oh my goodness, they took 3 more tubes of blood. Are you all right, Henin?" Qinghan replied, "My arm is a little numb." A researcher came over and said, "Shun Qinghan, please come with me." Shin Qinghan was then taken into an office for a private meeting with Yuan Dongji. Yuan Dongji turned her chair around and told Qinghan, "The results are in." Unable to fully conceal her excitement, she dispensed with social niceties and said, "Unbelievable. All 3 tests came back at 21%. I'll get straight to the point. I want to take you as my disciple." Qinghan pointed at herself, stunned that anyone wanted her as a disciple, especially someone as highly respected at the institute as Yuan Dongji. Yuan Dongji demonstrated her power, making a spectacular display as she said, "Become my disciple, and one day you'll be able to walk across the waves just as easily as I do." Qinghan uneasily watched the water under Yuan Dongji's control, but she did not immediately accept out of excitement. She said, "This is all so sudden. Could I have some time to think about it?" She wanted to consult those close to her first. Yuan Dongji softened her voice. "There's nothing to think about. Becoming my disciple will only benefit you. I'm both the head of the Provincial Education Department and the vice president of Shanghai University. Since we're now master and disciple, you can attend Shanghai University. Do you have any objections?" Faced with a powerful and decisive mature woman like Yuan Dongji, how could a young girl like Qinghan possibly resist? Before she knew it, she had agreed. Yuan Dongji smiled in satisfaction, displayed a QR code, and said, "Good. Come here and add me on WeChat." Qinghan obeyed, privately disappointed in herself for being so easily led around. Yuan Dongji then told her, "By the way, I have another disciple besides you. She became my disciple 10 years before you, but she's about your age, so you can regard her as your senior martial sister. I've sent you a photograph. I'll introduce the two of you when the opportunity arises." Qinghan received a photograph of a girl about her age who looked both strange and familiar. It did not take Qinghan long to remember by Shui, the friend she had briefly been close to in elementary school. She immediately asked, "Master, what is my senior martial sister's name?" Yuan Dongji raised an eyebrow and replied, "Luo Tianxue." "Why? Have you met her before?" Qinghan explained, "When I was in elementary school, I had a good friend named Bai Shui who looked very much like senior sister. But she soon transferred to another school, so I was wondering whether senior sister might be Bai Shui." Yuan Dongji dismissed that possibility and changed the subject back to Shen Qinghan. Placing a hand against the girl's chest, she said, "Qinghan, your gene fusion compatibility is so high that it exceeds my understanding. I'll give you a full physical examination now and see whether there's anything unusual about your body." Qinghan obediently stood still and allowed her master to do what was necessary. Yet Yuan Dongji's findings left her even more astonished by her young disciple's potential. She gave a short verdict, "Strange." Qinghan asked anxiously, "Is there something wrong with my body?" Yuan Dongji replied, "No. What's strange is that everything is perfectly normal, even though your compatibility is clearly as high as 21%. As an experienced adult, Yuan Dongji understood what kind of trouble this abnormality could bring Qinghan, so she immediately took responsibility for protecting her young disciple. "To keep you safe, I'll change your official result to 16% before releasing it publicly, in case someone with malicious intentions tries to harm you. It's getting late, and I've already told you everything necessary. You may go home now." Since the meeting had gone well, Qinghan gradually relaxed. Before leaving the room, she waved goodbye to Yuan Dongji. "See you again, master." The moment Qinghan left, Yuan Dongji crossed her legs and immediately called someone. A man's voice came from the other end. "How did it go?" Yuan Dongji reported, "Dad, I accepted the person with 21% gene fusion compatibility whom I told you about as my disciple." Her father praised her. "Good, well done. You must make sure to nurture this disciple properly." Yuan Dongji continued, "I've already investigated her background. It's completely clean. Moreover, Lin Zichen, the student who plays second, is her childhood sweetheart." Her father reminded her, "This is no simple matter. Your disciple is certain to accomplish great things in the future. When that happens, the rewards our family receives will be unimaginable. The terrifying talent of this genius disciple must never become known to anyone else." Yuan Dongji replied, "I understand, Dad." As usual, the two childhood friends rode home together on the same bicycle. While pedaling, Zichen could not help saying, "This is pretty strange. How did you suddenly end up accepting a master?" Qinghan agreed, "I think it's strange too. It all happened so suddenly." Zichen said, "Forget it. Let's wait and see. If she bears you no ill will, accepting her as your master won't be a bad thing. If she turns out to have poor character, we'll end this master-disciple relationship ourselves once we're strong enough." When they arrived home, their mothers were already waiting to welcome them. "Xiaoqin, Henin, you're back. Your timing is perfect. Tonight, let's go to the Bright Fragrance restaurant and celebrate with a huge feast." Both families were proud of their children. "We heard Henin became the province's top scorer this year. That's amazing. Now Henin can attend the same university as Xiaoqin. This is wonderful." They celebrated Henin and Xiaoqin, placing first and second in the province. Once the banquet ended, the two families warmly said goodbye before returning to their respective homes. "It's late, so be careful on your way home. You too. Let's get together often from now on." Late that night, someone knocked on the Lin family's door. Mother Wanxin hurried over, opened the door, and invited the guest inside. It was Qinghan. Mother Wanxin asked teasingly, "Henin, are you here to sleep with Xiaoqin again?" Embarrassed, Qinghan waved her hands in denial. "No, that's not it. I just have something very important that I need to tell Xiaoqin in person." "Annie Wanxin, I'll go find him now." Qinghan's emotions were written all over her face. So how could Mother Wanxin fail to notice that the girl had feelings for her son? She thought, something important that has to be said in person? Could she be planning to confess? With her face bright red, Qinghan knocked on her best friend's bedroom door. "Xiaoqin, there's something very important I need to tell you." Wearing pajamas, Zichen opened the door and asked, "What is it?" Qinghan walked into his room as naturally as always. It's about the master I accepted earlier today. Sitting on Zichen's bed and hugging a pillow, Qinghan said, Master gave me a full physical examination today. The results showed that there's nothing special about my body at all. I'm no different from an ordinary person. She couldn't discover why my body reacts so strangely to water. Zichen thought Yuan Dongji can control enormous ocean waves. Yet even she couldn't uncover Han-Nin's bodily secret. It seems Han-Nin's body is even more mysterious than I imagined. Zichen placed his hands on his friend's shoulders and warned her, don't let a third person know about this for now. We can't predict what consequences might arise if the secret gets out. Once we're stronger and know more, we can investigate it slowly. There's no need to rush. Qinghan comfortably leaned against her dependable friend and said, I'll listen to you. Oh, there's one more thing. Back at the base, Master told me I have a senior martial sister. I saw her photograph and discovered that she looks a lot like Bai Shui. Zichen carefully examined the girl in the photograph and thought, she does look somewhat similar, but her bearing is completely different. Lin Zichen paid attention not only to the girl, but also to the scenery surrounding her. He asked Qinghan, do you know where this photograph was taken? Qinghan replied, no. Let me ask Master. She sent Yuan Dongji a message. Master, where was this photograph of senior sister taken? Yuan Dongji replied, the origin land. Curious, Qinghan asked, what kind of place is that? Yuan Dongji kept it mysterious. You'll find out once you're strong enough. With only that much information, Qinghan shook her head slightly and told Zichen, all I know is that it's called the origin land. She wouldn't tell me anything else. Zichen was in no hurry and had plenty of patience. Then we'll leave it for the future. The two teenagers sat together on the bed. While Zichen searched for information on his phone, Qinghan pondered her feelings, her gaze never leaving him. Qinghan suddenly asked her friend, Xiaochun, do all men like women in Cheongsams? Lin Zichen wondered, could her master have influenced her? He imagined his beautiful childhood friend wearing an alluring Cheongsam. Scratching his cheek awkwardly, he replied, it depends on the woman. Meanwhile, he thought, if Han-Nin wore one, she'd definitely look beautiful. Qinghan boldly pushed him down and pressed him for an answer. Then would you like it? What about stockings? Black, white, or skin-colored? Flustered to the point of wanting to flee, Lin Zichen asked, why are you suddenly asking me such strange questions? Avoiding Qinghan's eyes, he answered somewhat unnaturally, if I had to choose, then black or white stockings. Having gotten her answer, Qinghan quickly opened an online marketplace. All right, a Cheongsam and stockings. I'll order them all. Mortified, Zichen inwardly cried. What in the world is she suddenly doing? Just then, someone knocked on his bedroom door. Mother Wanxin entered with a knowing look in her eyes and handed Qinghan a bag. Han-In, your mother just brought over your toiletries. She said you should stay the night. Qinghan accepted the bag and stammered shyly, I never asked Mom to bring these things over. Why did she decide that on her own? Mother Wanxin said suggestively, it's fine. You're both adults now, so staying up late and getting up a little later won't hurt. After those few words, she closed the door and left the young couple some privacy. Anyone could see that they adored each other, even if neither dared to say it aloud. Qinghan sat back down on the bed, emptied out her personal items, and told Zichen, it can't be helped. I'll change into my period underwear and go to sleep. Among the familiar toiletries, she noticed something strange that did not belong to her. She picked it up and saw the words ultra-thin natural condoms printed on the package. Horrified, Qinghan hastily shoved the package back into the bag and complained aloud, what the heck did Mom put in here? I'm going to change my period underwear. Qinghan darted into the bathroom in 2 steps. Watching his friend flee like a terrified rabbit, Lin Zichen wondered in confusion. What in the world is she doing? Han-In and I were both admitted to the Evolution Academy at Shanghai University. Like me, Han-In had also signed a contract with Hiyu's martial arts school. This narration was generated using the VB.VN text-to-speech service. Unexpectedly, not long after leaving home, we encountered a strange group of people who blocked our path. A middle-aged man stood imposingly in the middle of the road with a group of young martial arts students. He asked the person they had come to find, excuse me, are you Lin Zichen? Lin Zichen indirectly answered by asking warily, who are you? The middle-aged man leading the martial arts students replied, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Liu Chuanwu, Dean of Shanghai University's Martial Arts Academy. Today, I've come as a representative of the Celestial Human Pavilion." Lin Zichen searched his memory for what he knew about the organization. The Celestial Human Pavilion had appeared in the news. It was a conservative organization opposed to gene fusion and mechanical body augmentation. They were frequently discussed online, but most people condemned them for ruining their students' futures. Standing upright, Liu Chuanwu said, "I have come on behalf of the Celestial Human Pavilion to invite you to join us." Lin Zichen calmly wheeled his bicycle past him. "Please move out of the way." Liu Chuanwu grabbed Zichen by the shoulder and said, "Could you spare some time for a conversation? I can give you this latest fruit brand phone." Faced with such sincerity, Lin Zichen found it difficult to refuse. His attitude became considerably warmer. "Esteemed Dean Liu, please come this way." The three of them then sat down in a cafe, where Liu Chuanwu did most of the talking. He explained, "The Celestial Human Pavilion researches ways to unlock the potential of pure-blooded humans without relying on gene fusion or mechanical body augmentation. Our goal is to break through the shackles of the ordinary grade and evolve into advanced, rare, or even epic grade life forms." Since empty claims could easily sound like boasting, Liu Chuanwu offered concrete evidence to establish his credibility. "We have already achieved certain results. Once you watch this video, you'll understand exactly what I mean. My biological grade is ordinary stage 9. This is a video of me defeating a higher grade gene fusionist." Lin Zichen recognized the gene fusionist in the video. It was Wu Tiansheng, the man who had single-handedly wiped out the Rat God cult. When the fight began, Wu Tiansheng took advantage of his ability and soared high into the air. He then fired his hard, gleaming feathers, raining them down upon his opponent below. Liu Chuanwu assumed a defensive stance and withstood the barrage unharmed using nothing but his bare skin. Once Wu Tiansheng had exhausted his feathers and was forced to descend onto the arena, Liu Chuanwu seized the opportunity and charged forward with a straight punch. That single punch ended the fight. Relying solely on physical strength and a body that had never undergone any modifications, he decisively defeated someone who had undergone advanced gene fusion. Using himself as living proof of his beliefs, he declared, "The human body is inherently invincible. Why borrow the bodies of other species? Pure-blooded humans cultivating body-tempering arts are humanity's true future." This gave Lin Zichen a new line of thought. At first, however, he remained skeptical. Is this real or fake? Was the video edited? Or was Wu Tiansheng hired to put on an act? Liu Chuanwu noticed the young man's doubts and solemnly assured him, "This video has not undergone any post-production editing. In the future, I'll continue challenging other advanced gene fusionists. You're always welcome to come and watch." Lin Zichen asked, "Why don't you upload this video? Wouldn't that help promote the Celestial Human Pavilion?" Liu Chuanwu replied, helplessly, "We want to, but those currently in power won't allow it." Lin Zichen asked suspiciously, "Why not?" Liu Chuanwu said in frustration, "Those in power believe that if one's biological grade doesn't increase, then the path has no future and isn't worth promoting. But without publicity and more people joining the research, achieving a breakthrough is extremely difficult. After all, quantitative change is the prerequisite for qualitative change. However, if a genius like you joins us, you won't end up like me, cultivating bitterly for 50 years only to remain stuck at ordinary stage 9. You will certainly evolve into an advanced grade life form." Hearing this, Lin Zichen carefully examined Liu Chuanwu and was inwardly astonished. "Wait, 50 years? He looks 50 at most." Dean Liu saw what Lin Zichen was thinking and said, "Don't be fooled by my appearance. I may look like I'm in my early 50s, but I'm actually almost 100 years old. The reason I've maintained such a youthful appearance is precisely because of the body tempering art. If you don't believe me, you can look up my information on Guanyu Encyclopedia." Lin Zichen did just that. He opened the Guanyu search engine and entered Dean of Shanghai University Martial Arts Academy. The information appeared, Liu Chuanwu, Dean of Shanghai University Martial Arts Academy, born in March 1929. Lin Zichen now believed more than half of what Liu Chuanwu had said because the man had provided very specific evidence. Being a devoted son, he began calculating inwardly, if this body tempering method can really extend one's lifespan, I wonder whether my parents could practice it. Let's see if there's any other useful information. When he was young, Lu Chuanwu was the eldest young master of the Lu family, one of the two foremost martial arts clans in South River Province. However, when the age of gene fusion arrived, he refused to embrace it, causing his entire family to decline. He stubbornly refused to follow the path of gene fusion, while his wife and children all chose that path. Lin Zichen subconsciously compared Lu Chuanwu's circumstances to his own relationship. If it were Han-in, she would never abandon me. That's the bond between childhood sweethearts. Suddenly, Lin Zichen noticed a piece of information that took him by surprise. Yuan Dongji, who was currently his friend's nominal master, was actually Lu Chuanwu's ex-wife. This discovery made it even more impossible for Lin Zichen to underestimate the man before him. He thought, this man truly can't be taken lightly. Keenly sensing Lin Zichen's growing admiration, Lu Chuanwu pressed his advantage. I'm almost 100 years old, yet I still look like this. That alone is enough to prove that pure-blooded humanity has tremendous potential. This is precisely why the Celestial Human Pavilion exists. What is a celestial human? Humanity is destined to conquer heaven. That is a celestial human. Gene fusion borrows power from mutant beasts, which means gene fusionists can never surpass mutant beasts. One day, humanity will be unable to withstand their invasion, leading to our extinction. The same is true of mechanical augmentation. Many of the materials used for mechanical modifications are harvested from mutant beasts. That still means borrowing from mutant beasts, so humanity can never surpass them. We should have relied on gene fusion and mechanical augmentation only to survive the early stages, while using that time to research other evolutionary paths in preparation for the future. Lin Zichen, I sincerely invite you to join the Celestial Human Pavilion and work with us for the future of humanity. I firmly believe you can become the first pure-blooded human to break through the shackles of the ordinary grade. The grand vision sounded impressive, but Lin Zichen was a practical person who lived in the present. He cared more about tangible benefits. So he asked, "You've talked about body tempering for quite a while, but what exactly is this method?" Lu Chuanwu explained that the Celestial Human Pavilion's body tempering method was the blood tempering art, which came from an ancient ruin. As its name suggested, the blood tempering art used vital blood to temper the body, strengthening the flesh and increasing one's combat power. According to the records in the ruins, cultivating the blood-tempering art to its highest realm would allow one to sanctify the physical body, soar through the heavens, burrow through the earth, shatter mountains and rivers with a single punch, and tear steel-bodied giant beasts apart with bare hands. Mechanical augments no longer possess complete bodies. Their vital blood cannot circulate throughout their entire bodies, so they cannot cultivate it. That is why we firmly believe only pure-blooded humans have a future, while gene fusionists and mechanical augments do not. Lin Zichen, would you like to join our Celestial Human Pavilion, cultivate the blood-tempering art, and walk the path of a pure-blooded human? Lin Zichen shared his thoughts. I still know far too little about these so-called pure-blooded humans. I'd rather take my time and learn more about them first. Lu Chuanwu anxiously said, "You can take your time learning about it, but Lin Zichen, your physical talent is so extraordinary that it would truly be a shame if you didn't at least try the pure-blooded human path." In the eyes of our Celestial Human Pavilion, that provincial top scorer with 16% gene fusion compatibility is nothing compared to you. She isn't even worth a single hair on your body. Lu Chuanwu had no idea he had inadvertently insulted the girl sitting beside the talent he was trying to recruit. Burning with enthusiasm, Lu Chuanwu continued, "We have always believed that someone like you, who ranked first in the province's physical assessment, is the true top scorer of South River Province. If you choose the pure-blooded human path, you'll undoubtedly crush her in the future." Shin Han planted her hands on her hips and puffed out her cheeks, silently fuming. "I haven't even said a word. How did I still get dragged into this?" Once Lu Chuanwu stopped speaking, Lin Zichen raised a hand and gestured toward the girl sitting beside him. He introduced her to Lu Chuanwu. The provincial top scorer with 16% gene fusion compatibility is her. Shin Han stiffly offered the older man a polite greeting. Lin Zichen held the phone Lu Chuanwu had given him as a gesture of sincerity and told the older man, "Well, it's getting late, and we still have something else to do. Thank you for the phone and the milk tea, sir. We'll be leaving now." Lu Chuanwu hurriedly reached out to stop them. "Wait, just 6 months. You can join us on a 6-month trial." During that time, the Celestial Human Pavilion will give you twice the benefits offered by the Evolution Academy. The pair kept walking without looking back. In desperation, Lu Chuanwu shouted, "If twice isn't enough, the Celestial Human Pavilion will give you 3 times as much." 3 times? Now that sounded appealing to Lin Zichen. In a flash, he returned to the table and sat across from Lu Chuanwu. Even his manner of speaking changed. "Sir, you should know that I have always strongly agreed with the ideals of the Celestial Human Pavilion. I've decided to bring my talents there and contribute my strength to the cause of pure-blooded humanity." Lu Chuanwu stared blankly before saying, "It's good that you've come around." At the same time, his heart was bleeding. He silently mourned for his wallet. How much funding would he have to spend on this brat to provide 3 times the benefits? Lin Zichen suddenly remembered something and said, "Oh, right. There's something I want to ask you. Do you know what kind of place the Origin Land is?" Lu Chuanwu was secretly surprised. This brat actually knew about the Origin Land? He explained to Lin Zichen, "It is considered the birthplace of life. All mutant beasts that exist today originated from there." That answer left Lin Zichen deep in thought. The birthplace of life and the origin of mutant beasts. So humanity knew about the mutant beasts and could enter the Origin Land. He took the opportunity to ask, "Then does the mutant beast meat sold in shopping centers also come from there?" Lu Chuanwu answered, "Of course. Otherwise, the small number remaining on Earth wouldn't even be enough for the upper classes to divide among themselves, let alone ordinary citizens." Zichen asked, "Do you have any videos of the Origin Land?" Lu Chuanwu shrugged. "No, every electronic device stops working there. The only way to record anything is through realistic drawings." Lin Zichen was secretly surprised. So that image was not a photograph, but a painting. At that moment, he called. Lin Zichen answered and heard his friend ask, "Hey, handsome guy and beautiful lady. The martial arts school's promotional event is about to begin. Where are you two getting here?" Lin Zichen replied, "We're on our way." He urged, "Then hurry up." The 2 young people stood. Lin Zichen said to Lu Chuanwu, "I have something to take care of, so I'll be leaving now. We can talk again when I'm free." As another gesture of sincerity, Lu Chuanwu handed Lin Zichen a cultivation manual. This is a translated copy of the blood tempering art. It contains detailed cultivation instructions. He did not forget to warn him. However, the blood tempering art has a prerequisite. Your biological grade must reach ordinary stage 4, and the vital blood within your body must be sufficiently abundant before you can cultivate it. Judging by your physical assessment, you're already very close to ordinary stage 4. You can study it during summer break. Once the semester begins and you evolve to ordinary stage 4, you can start cultivating immediately. Lin Zichen put the manual into his bag and thought, "I'm already at ordinary stage 6. I'll try cultivating it when I get home." The scene shifted to a nearby building. Inside a physical training room, a young woman was diligently striking a punching bag. She appeared to be around the same age as Lin Zichen and Shun Qinghan. The girl stopped training when she saw Lu Chuanwu enter the room in high spirits. Wiping away her sweat, she asked, "Dean, what has made you so happy?" Lu Chuanwu proudly declared, "Thanks to my unparalleled personal charisma, South River Province's 2nd highest university entrance exam scorer and the province's top physical assessment candidate has become a member of our Celestial Human Pavilion." The girl asked skeptically, "Are you serious?" Lu Chuanwu boasted, "Of course I am. I even have his contact information." The girl stared at him in disbelief. "Dean, how did you manage that?" Lu Chuanwu confidently replied, "With my personal charisma." The girl did not believe him. "Tell me the truth." Lu Chuanwu looked away, scratched his beard, and confessed, "I told him our Celestial Human Pavilion would give him 3 times the benefits offered by the Evolution Academy." The girl was stunned. 3 times? We're already drowning in debt. Lu Chuanwu confidently reassured her, "I've already arranged meetings with 3 wealthy benefactors. That will be more than enough to cover triple the benefits." The girl was speechless. "Dean, please don't act so recklessly again." Lu Chuanwu turned to a serious topic. "Yu Yin, when you began cultivating the blood tempering art, how long did it take you to sense your vital blood?" The girl named Yu Yin replied, "That was 10 years ago. If I remember correctly, it took about a week." Lu Chuanwu continued, "And how long did it take you to control your blood?" Yu Yin answered succinctly, 2 months. Lu Chuanwu nodded appreciatively. As expected of the capital's 2nd highest university entrance exam score that year, your talent truly was outstanding. Even though I consider myself a genius, It took me 2 weeks to sense my vital blood. Ian looked somewhat dispirited. Please stop mentioning my title as the capital's second highest scorer. Ever since I gave up gene fusion to join the Celestial Human Pavilion, all these years have passed, and I still haven't evolved into an advanced grade life form. I've lost count of how many people have mocked me as mediocre. Lu Chuanwu comforted his student. Let them laugh. Once you evolve into an advanced grade life form in a few years, you can turn around and beat every last one of them. Ian asked, how long do you think that Lin Zichen will take to sense his vital blood? Lu Chuanwu considered it. That brat's physical attributes are monstrous. They're only slightly below yours at the same age. I'd say about 10 days. Ian immediately brightened. Really? Then I'll have to take good care of my talented junior. That evening, at the Lin family home, Lin Zichen began cultivating the blood-tempering art in his room. Contrary to their expectations, sensing his vital blood was incredibly simple for him. It took him only 3 seconds. The next step was controlling his vital blood and beginning the tempering process. He started by tempering his right arm. The system displayed, you are using vital blood to temper your right arm. Right arm durability increased by 1. Blood tempering art proficiency increased by 1. Half an hour later, Lin Zichen picked up a knife to test the results. He thought, my right arm has completed 1 round of tempering. I'll test its toughness with a knife. The result exceeded his expectations. After only 1 round of tempering, his arm was already impervious to blades. No wonder Lu Chuanwu, after 3 rounds of body tempering, had been able to withstand Wu Tiansheng's feather projectiles with his physical body alone. How durable will my body become after 5 rounds of tempering? 3 hours later, Lin Zichen was beginning to show signs of exhaustion. He thought, at this pace, I can complete 1 round of full-body tempering in less than a week. Both arms have been tempered, and I've consumed about 1/3 of my vital blood. Just then, Lin Zichen's phone chimed with a new message. Henin had written, Xiao-chun, are you asleep? Lin Zichen replied, not yet. Shen Qinghan wrote, I prepared a surprise for you. Can you come to my room and see it? Curious, Zichen asked. What kind of surprise? Shen Qinghan remained mysterious. It won't be a surprise if I tell you. Zichen replied, all right, I'll come over now. Lin Zichen wondered, what kind of surprise could it be? Why did she call me over so late? When Aunt Meng opened the door and saw her daughter's best friend, she asked, Xiao-chun, are you here to see Henin? Zichen politely replied, yes. She sent me a message saying she had prepared a surprise and asked me to come see it. Su Meng invited Zichen inside. Then hurry upstairs and see her. Don't leave her waiting so long that she gets anxious. Zichen knocked on Shen Qinghan's bedroom door. Henin, I'm here. Shen Qinghan answered. Gomein. Lin Zichen opened the door and saw his childhood sweetheart wrapped tightly in a blanket, with only her head exposed. Blushing, Shen Qinghan obediently said, here's the surprise I prepared for you. Zichen curiously asked, what kind of surprise requires you to wrap yourself in a blanket? Lin Zichen could not help imagining something intimate, and nervous anticipation rose within him. Could the surprise she mentioned be that she intends to give herself to me? Surely she didn't call me here just to show me a glow-in-the-dark watch. While Lin Zichen stood at the doorway, silently making jokes to himself, Shen Qinghan beckoned him over. Come closer, and you'll find out. Once Lin Zichen sat on the bed, Shen Qinghan said, lift the blanket and see for yourself. The 2 young adults were equally shy and nervous. Perhaps their close friendship would take another step forward from this moment onward. The time had come for Lin Zichen to unveil the surprise prepared by his childhood sweetheart. He lifted the blanket as though unwrapping a gift. As it slid away, Shen Qinghan was revealed in a short white, form-fitting Chinese dress. It had a revealing cutout across the chest and a very short hem, a combination that would have tempted any man. For a young man who already had feelings for her, seeing her prepare such an alluring surprise was even more overwhelming. From this moment onward, Shen Qinghan took the lead in addressing him more intimately. She sweetly asked, do I look pretty dressed like this? Lin Zichen honestly nodded again and again. Twirling a lock of hair around her finger, Shen Qinghan said flirtatiously, I also bought a pair of black stockings. Would you like to see me wear them? Lin Zichen answered frankly, put them on and show me. Sitting on the bed, Shen Qinghan slowly put on the exceptionally thin black stockings while Lin Zichen watched. Lin Zichen's mouth went dry as he admired the beautiful sight before him. Though Shen Qinghan already knew the answer, she still asked sweetly, "Do they look good?" Lin Zichen answered without hesitation, "Very good. They suit you perfectly." Shen Qinghan extended one leg toward him. "These stockings feel wonderful. Would you like to touch them?" Lin Zichen carefully touched and admired the beautiful legs before him while exercising restraint. "They really do feel nice." Shen Qinghan was normally innocent, but when it came to romance, she seemed to understand everything instinctively. She boldly teased her partner. "Which feels better to touch, my stockings or my legs?" Lin Zichen answered without needing to think. "Your legs, of course." Just then, Su Ming called from outside the bedroom. "Xiaoqin, your mother brought over some personal items for you. I've hung the bag on the doorknob. You can come out and get it later." Startled, Lin Zichen quickly regained his composure and replied, "All right, I understand, Aunt Ming." He picked up the bag his mother had sent and opened it. Inside was a box of ultra-thin condoms. Their two mothers truly thought alike and were enthusiastically trying to bring their children together. Shen Qinghan said, "Xiaochun, it's already late. You can stay here and sleep. I need to put on a diaper first, so turn around and don't look." Lin Zichen was a traditional young man. Even if the girl failed to restrain herself, he would exercise restraint for her. Believing that they should not rush into intimacy, he thought helplessly, "Seriously, Mom? We haven't even kissed yet. What's the hurry?" Shen Qinghan's way of thinking was not much different from Lin Zichen's. She felt this intimate moment should end here before things went too far. So she told him, "Xiaochun, it's already late. You can stay here and sleep. I need to put on a diaper first, so turn around and don't look." Lin Zichen properly turned his back to respect his girlfriend. He made no attempt to peek. Once Shen Qinghan had finished dressing, she told her boyfriend, "Let's turn off the lights and go to sleep." The two childhood sweethearts lay together on the same bed. The atmosphere was gentle, peaceful, and pure. They turned to face each other. Lin Zichen curiously asked, "Henin, why does her bed smell so nice? Did you use some kind of fragrance?" Shen Qinghan naturally replied, "That's my scent lingering on the bed. If you don't believe me, smell it yourself." Zichen gazed gently at Shen Qinghan and softly said, "How could that be?" Her sparkling eyes seemed capable of speech as she gazed directly at the young man. How could his heart remain unmoved? This time, Lin Zichen took the initiative. The couple shared their first kiss, sweet and innocent, perfectly reflecting the tender romance of two young people who had only just reached adulthood. While feeling each other's lips, Shen Qinghan suddenly widened her eyes as she sensed something more. Neither Zichen nor Qinghan had taken things any further. Instead, it seemed that their spirits had experienced a strange elevation, with Shen Qinghan being the one most clearly affected. Seeing Shen Qinghan abruptly sit up, Zichen asked, "What's wrong?" Shen Qinghan said in embarrassment, "I wet myself." Her words made the atmosphere awkward for a moment. Lin Zichen broke the silence by turning to a more serious subject. "Wait, what did you feel just now? Did your mind experience an intense fluctuation?" Shen Qinghan explained, "My heart started beating quickly, my entire body became hot, and then, you know what happened?" She confirmed that her mental state had fluctuated intensely. Lin Zichen said, "Just as I suspected. I believe the mysterious superpower within you is connected to mental power and is controlled by it. If your mental power becomes strong enough, you may be able to fully awaken and control this ability. Let's keep kissing and see whether the same thing happens again when your emotions fluctuate intensely." The young couple continued their experiment. Shen Qinghan shyly said, "Wait, let me change my diaper first." Zichen immediately replied, "It'll only get wet again later. Let's just continue." The two of them resumed kissing. When their lips parted, Zichen looked at his girlfriend's flushed face and gently asked, "How did it feel this time?" Shen Qinghan answered, "Exactly the same as before. My emotions fluctuated intensely, and then I wet myself." Though his heart was pounding, Zichen maintained a serious tone. "We've tested it several times. We can now be fairly certain that your superpower is activated through mental power." Unable to tolerate the damp, sticky sensation any longer, Shen Qinghan said, "I've sweated too much. I'm going to take a shower." After rushing into the bathroom, Shen Qinghan realized she had not brought anything with her. She called to her boyfriend, Xiaochun, I forgot my clothes. Could you bring me some pajamas? Zichen replied, all right, I understand. Lin Zichen opened his girlfriend's wardrobe and looked down at the neatly arranged undergarments. He found it difficult to remain composed. Even from Shun Xinghan's simple belongings, it was obvious what a sweet and innocent girl she was. Zichen could not help feeling incredibly fortunate. He put the undergarment back and thought awkwardly, Henin probably wears a diaper instead of underwear when she sleeps, right? I'll take this one. Lin Zichen chose a simple nightdress and brought it to his girlfriend. The young couple truly slept beside each other until morning. Lin Zichen's biological clock made it difficult for him to sleep late. He looked over at his girlfriend, who was sleeping so deeply that she had no awareness of her surroundings and was even drooling. He gently reached out and wiped the trace of saliva from the corner of her mouth, then left the bedroom as quietly as possible. Seeing Zichen come out, Su Ming invited him to stay. Xiaochun, breakfast is almost ready. Why don't you eat before going home? Lin Zichen agreed. All right, I'll go home after breakfast. Shun Jianya asked Zichen, is Hanin awake yet? Lin Zichen politely replied, not yet. Please let her sleep a little longer. Shun Jianya said, if only Hanin were as disciplined as you. Lin Zichen tactfully replied, Hanin already became the provincial top scorer and made you proud, Uncle Jianya. There's nothing wrong with sleeping late during the holidays. Pleased by those words, Shun Jianya nodded. You're right. After breakfast, Lin Zichen headed for the door and politely said, Aunt Ming, there's no need to see me out. Once Lin Zichen had left, Su Ming looked more satisfied than ever. This narration was generated by Vibe.vn. Shun Jianya was no longer as worried as he had been when his daughter was younger. He accepted it naturally and said, if you say so, that must be the case. Su Ming took out her phone, eager to share the juicy news with her neighbor. This is a huge step forward. I must tell Wan Xin the good news. Lin Zichen had already returned home. The first thing he did was take off his t-shirt and put it in the washing machine. Lin Zichen had just changed into fresh clothes and was about to go out when Wan Xin playfully called out to him. She gave him a thumbs up and said, well done. Lin Zichen had no idea what she meant. Meanwhile, inside another building, a burly man who looked like an underworld boss shouted, Lu Chuanwu, you owe me an explanation regarding Lin Zichen. Lu Chuanwu calmly finished circulating his energy and replied, what about Lin Zichen? I don't understand. The man roared. Lin Zichen had clearly enrolled in my Evolution Academy, yet you went behind my back and stole him for your martial arts academy. Have you no shame? Lu Chuanwu was no pushover. He shot back. What do you mean behind your back? Is your Evolution Academy the only one allowed to recruit students while my martial arts academy cannot? Lu continued, I don't care who approach him first. Until classes officially begin, he isn't a student of your Evolution Academy. I can recruit him if I want. I haven't violated a single rule. The man argued, it may not be written in the regulations, but you've broken the unspoken agreement between the deans. Lu Chuanwu scoffed. How ridiculous. That is your unspoken agreement. What does it have to do with me? Crossing his arms, he declared firmly, in short, my recruitment was perfectly reasonable. I won him over through fair competition. If you don't accept that, go find Lin Zichen and recruit him back into the Evolution Academy. Gritting his teeth in frustration, the man said, a despicable scoundrel like you dares to talk about fair competition? If you have the guts, fight me in the arena. That would be real fair competition. Lu Chuanwu cleaned out his ear and said, fight you in the arena? Do you think I'm an idiot? You're at advanced stage 5, yet you want to bully someone like me, who is only at ordinary stage 9. How can you call that fair without feeling ashamed? The man retorted, I'm 48 while you're 95. How am I bullying someone younger? Lu shamelessly replied, then you're bullying the elderly. Realizing that arguing was pointless, the man turned away and angrily tried to strike at Lu's sore spot. Lu Chuanwu, as long as you refuse gene fusion, you'll remain a feeble ordinary stage 9 for the rest of your life. In my eyes, an ordinary life form like you is worth less than an ant. Keep playing around with your ridiculous pure-blooded human theory. Later, in the vice principal's office, Yuan Dongji shared the man's opinion, but she was not worried about Lin Zichen's talent going to waste. Rest assured, Dean Ma, once classes have been underway for a while, Lin Zichen will see his former peers, who were once inferior to him, surpass him through gene fusion or mechanical augmentation. When that happens, he will naturally change his specialization. Dean Ma stated his true concern. Vice Principal Yuan, that isn't the main issue. Lu Chuanwu has broken the rules. He must be punished. Yuan Dongji calmly replied, if it bothers you that much, give him a taste of his own medicine. Recruit the provincial university entrance exams second place scorer. Dima did not dare argue further. Then I'll do as you suggest, Vice Principal Yuan. After Dean Ma decisively departed, Yuan Dongji shook her head and muttered, Ma Zhenhe usually seems quite composed, but whenever he faces that man Lu, he becomes so furious that he loses all reason. So many years have passed, yet Lu hasn't changed in the slightest. His tongue is still as sharp as ever. Lu's strength could once have been as formidable as his tongue. Unfortunately, he had chosen the wrong path in his youth. Otherwise, by now, he would at least have become a university principal. Meanwhile, Lin Zichen and Shun Qinghan were jogging together. After a while, Qinghan could no longer endure it and said, I can't do it anymore. I can't keep running. Lin Zichen said, come here and drink some water. Concerned about his girlfriend's condition, he added, that's enough training for today. Let's go to the bench ahead and loosen up your muscles. Qinghan lay face down on the park bench, letting her boyfriend massage and knead her muscles. Gratefully, she said, Xiaochun, thank you. Lin Zichen smiled softly. Given our relationship, there's no need to be so polite. Qinghan twirled a strand of hair around her finger and coaxed Lin Zichen into defining their relationship. Then what exactly are we now? Childhood friends or boyfriend and girlfriend? Lin Zichen gave a broad yet precise answer. We're family. Qinghan was pleased, but not entirely satisfied. Puffing out her cheeks, she asked sulkily, family? What kind of family? Indulging her, Zichen asked, what kind of family do you want us to be? Qinghan's face lit up as she answered, fiancés. She held out her little finger toward her boyfriend. Can we get married after graduating from university? Lin Zichen accepted his girlfriend's proposal. They linked little fingers and promised never to change their minds. Another peaceful and harmonious day passed at the Lin residence. When the doorbell rang, Lin Yinsheng called out, coming. He opened the door and was surprised to see the visitor. Dima, what brings you here? Dima greeted him warmly. I apologize for disturbing you so late. I came to speak with Zichen about his choice of academy. Yinchen was puzzled. Hadn't Zichen already made his decision? Why had the dean come here in the middle of the night to discuss it? To demonstrate his sincerity, Dima handed Yinsheng a gift bag. There are 2 crystal ice fish inside. They are exceptionally fresh and delicious. A former student gave me quite a few, so I brought 2 for your family to try. Yinsheng said, you're far too generous, Dinma. Dinma replied naturally, it's only a small token of goodwill. Yinsheng politely invited him inside. Dinma, Xiaochun is in the living room. Please come in and sit down so we can talk. Dinma said, then pardon the intrusion. Dinma sat at the table and tried to persuade Lin Zichen. Zichen's gene fusion compatibility is as high as 15%. If he follows the path of gene fusion, his future will be limitless. There is no need for him to pursue this so-called pure-blooded human path. That would be an enormous waste of his talent. The Celestial Human Pavilion may have noble intentions, but their pure-blooded human theory has yet to make any substantial progress. It is a bottomless pit. Jumping into it will only ruin Zichen. Zichen, listen to my advice. Don't follow the pure-blooded human path. It will only turn you into an ordinary person. You should choose the Evolution Academy again. Wanqing interrupted in confusion. Dima, I don't quite understand what you mean. Didn't Xiaochen already enroll in the Evolution Academy? Lin Zichen said, Mom, Dad, I forgot to tell you. A few days ago, I joined the Celestial Human Pavilion and changed my enrollment to the Martial Arts Academy. I want to follow the pure-blooded human path. Wanqing asked worriedly, Xiaochun, what exactly is going on? Lin Zichen explained, first of all, I strongly agree with the Celestial Human Pavilion's ideals. Also, the Dean of the Martial Arts Academy sincerely offered me triple the benefits. So I agreed to join the Celestial Human Pavilion for 6 months and try following the pure-blooded human path. If I make no progress after 6 months, I'll return to the Evolution Academy and pursue gene fusion. Hearing this, Dean Ma inwardly grumbled. That penniless old man can actually afford to offer triple the benefits. Dean Ma immediately said, young man, listen to me. Triple the benefits certainly sounds generous, but in the long run, it is only a small gain. You shouldn't sacrifice your future for an immediate advantage. You say you'll merely try it for 6 months and return to gene fusion if it fails, but even those 6 short months will cause you to miss out on a great deal of valuable knowledge. Triple the benefits could never compensate for such a loss. I have spent many years at Shanghai University and have witnessed far too many similar cases. Trust me, there's no need to waste those 6 months. Lin Zichen replied politely and calmly. Thank you for the warning, Dinma. However, I currently believe strongly in the Celestial Human Pavilion's ideals. If I don't try it at least once, I will always regret it. That regret might even become an inner demon. Inwardly, he thought with amusement, it isn't as though I want this either, but triple the benefits are simply too tempting. Realizing that he could not change the young man's mind for the moment, Dinma sighed and stood. Since you insist, there is no point in saying more. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Yincheng politely said, Dinma, let me see you out. Later that afternoon, Lin Zichen browsed the internet to see what news had appeared that day. One report immediately caught Lin Zichen's attention and shocked him. Outrageous. The Celestial Human Pavilion deceives and brainwashes the second-place scorer of the Southern River Province University entrance exam into abandoning gene fusion and choosing the pure-blooded human path. A genius destined to become mediocre. The report claimed that Lin Zichen, the province's second-place scorer, had joined the Celestial Human Pavilion and chosen the pure-blooded human path. It lamented that this brilliant student would soon become mediocre. It also mentioned the capital's second-place scorer from 10 years earlier, claiming that the female genius had faded into obscurity after joining the Celestial Human Pavilion. Lin Zichen checked the comments and found nothing but negativity. It looked as though paid commenters were manipulating public opinion. He could not help worrying. His personal information had been exposed. Online harassment was bad enough, but if the heretics took notice of him, he would be in serious trouble. Had Ma Zhenhe leaked the story, or was some other faction hostile to the Celestial Human Pavilion? None of that mattered right now. The most urgent thing was to deal with the report. Lin Zichen picked up his phone and called the relevant authorities. Hello, I would like to file a complaint about a news report that disclosed a student's private information. 2 hours later, Lin Zichen sat on the sofa, slightly relieved that the post had been dealt with. Just as he was about to put down his phone, another notification appeared. When Lin Zichen checked it, he discovered that many people had found his personal account and were asking about his decision to join the Celestial Human Pavilion. He developed a headache. His photograph had been exposed as well, making the situation even more troublesome. Late one night, beneath a crescent moon, Qinghan ran over to the Lin residence, entered Lin Zichen's room, and said, Xiaochen, I'm sleeping here tonight. Seeing Lin Zichen reading the news, she moved closer and looked with him. She criticized the report, saying, Are you reading the news about yourself? Those people are awful. They dragged an innocent student into their conflict and used you as a tool. They have no principles at all. Lin Zichen said calmly, That is how factional struggles work. Those who follow principles put themselves at a disadvantage, while those who use any means necessary gain the upper hand. Qinghan suggested, Xiaochen, my master seems very influential. Do you think asking her for help might solve this problem? Lin Zichen shook his head. Unless I'm mistaken, this factional struggle is the gene fusion faction suppressing the pure-blooded human faction. Your master belongs to the gene fusion faction. She has no reason to help with this. Qinghan pouted. It won't hurt to try. A short while later, Master Yuan replied to Qinghan, All right, it has been taken care of. Qinghan exclaimed in surprise. That was fast. It has only been half an hour. Lin Zichen said in astonishment. How is that possible? Qinghan held up her phone for her boyfriend to see. Xiaochen, it really has been resolved. None of the reports about you can be found anymore. Lin Zichen was genuinely surprised. He wondered, Master Yuan actually helped me? Was it because she dotes on her disciple, or because of her former marital bond with Lu Chuanwu? Whatever the reason, he was the one who benefited. Lin Zichen said to his girlfriend, Hanin, please thank your master for me. I'm extremely grateful for her help. Qinghan asked, Now that I've thanked my master, how are you going to thank me? Zichen gently replied, How would you like me to thank you? Qinghan demanded a kiss from her boyfriend. The romantic scene ended there, and they returned to the more important matter of cultivation. After concentrating on circulating his energy and practicing the blood-tempering art, the system informed Lin Zichen that his biological rank had risen to ordinary stage 7. At last, he had finished tempering all the skin on his body. Lin Zichen opened his status panel and reviewed all his gains. He now had 9 biological traits. Wasn't that essentially equivalent to undergoing gene fusion 10 times? He completely outclassed the capital's genius, who had undergone gene fusion 4 times. Lin Zichen's phone then displayed a message from Hanin. She invited her boyfriend, Xiao Chun. Chuxin asked me to go with her next Monday for an egg retrieval procedure. Can you come with me? Reading the message, Lin Zichen thought, Hanin will definitely follow the gene fusion path, and when she does, she will lose the ability to reproduce. That is why she needs to have her egg cells extracted and preserved now, so she can undergo in vitro fertilization in the future. Lin Zichen replied that he would accompany his girlfriend. On Monday, Lin Zichen and Qing Han went to the hospital. There, a medical worker told Qing Han, "You've received the ovulation-inducing injection. Come back tomorrow for the egg retrieval." Qing Han replied, "Thank you, doctor. Sorry for the trouble." Li Chuxin complained, "What a hassle. I thought they could retrieve them as soon as we arrived. I didn't expect us to have to wait until tomorrow." Qing Han said, "I'm still a little nervous." Li Chuxin put an arm around her friend's shoulders and suggested, "In that case, since we rarely get the chance to go out, let's go shopping. It'll help you relax." Qing Han happily agreed. Li Chuxin turned around and asked, "Zichen, do you want to come with us?" Zichen declined. "No, I have something to do at home." Li Chuxin cheered, "Great. Today, Hanin and I get to have the whole world to ourselves." Lin Zichen then returned home and continued cultivating. It was time to begin tempering his muscles. The burning sensation from tempering his muscles was slightly more intense than tempering his skin, but it was still bearable. Lin Zichen trained until he was exhausted, then lay back to rest and assess his progress. After an entire afternoon of tempering, he had only finished his right arm. His head was already beginning to spin. He needed to replenish his vital blood properly. Tempering just his right arm had already increased his strength by 50%. The blood tempering art was indeed perfectly suited to his constitution. At that moment, Qing Han knocked on the door and called into Zichen's room. "Xiao Chun, I need to discuss something with you." Zichen replied, "The door isn't locked." Kumein. As soon as Qing Han entered, she told her boyfriend, "Today, Chuxin suggested that we all take a trip together before classes begin. He is going too, so I already accepted on your behalf." Lin Zichen took his girlfriend's hand and said, "If you're going, then I'm definitely going too." Qing Han expressed her unease, but Chuxin said she wants to go to the beach. I didn't want to spoil her fun, and I didn't know how to refuse, so I ended up agreeing. You know that I once heard a terrifying sound beneath the sea. I'm afraid. At times like this, Lin Zichen always showed his dependable side and reassured his girlfriend. "It's all right. I'll be there. At worst, we simply won't enter the water." Meanwhile, inside a secret cavern, the green giant who had appeared before respectfully reported to a figure standing above him, "Lord Divine Envoy, I forced those filthy rats to finish digging all 108 tunnels. Now I must trouble you to establish biological coordinates here." The figure whom the green giant treated with such reverence was the neatly dressed man whose face was concealed behind a bird-beaked mask. He had previously bribed someone in an attempt to seize control of humanity's young talents. After learning that the underground network had been completed, the masked man drove his staff into what could be considered the network's central point. He then cut open his wrist, allowing his blood to flow down the staff. A dark crimson light spread outward as he said, "I have established the biological coordinates here. Now I need only wait for those in the origin land to find a corresponding boundary point and establish identical biological coordinates there. Once the two sets of coordinates resonate with each other, we will be able to connect these tunnels to the origin land." As for the four close friends, they had already driven to the resort as planned. Li Chuxin asked, "Hiyu, when did you get your driver's license?" Hiyu replied, "I got it 10 days into summer vacation. My father pulled some strings and enrolled me in an intensive course." Li Chuxin asked curiously, "There are courses like that?" Hiyu said, "If you want to learn, I only need to mention it to my father. Do you want to sign up?" The other three jokingly flattered him, answering in unison, "Young Master He, of course we do." Hiyu parked the car and announced, "We're here." The four of them then reached the shore and enjoyed the salty sea breeze. Hiyu looked around at the blue sea and golden sand. His favorite sight, however, was the girls in bikinis. Li Chuxin knocked him on the head and warned, "Could you stop being such a creep?" Li Chuxin then took her friend's hand. "Come on, Hanin. Let's go change into our swimsuits over there and ignore him." He also put an arm around his friend's shoulders. "Come on, let's go change too," he added excitedly. "I can't wait to go cliff diving." Just as they were enjoying themselves, someone suddenly tried to provoke them. "Isn't that the second place scorer in the Southern River Province University entrance exam?" A group began talking loudly enough for Lin Zichen to hear. That's the guy who joined the Celestial Human Pavilion. Either he was brainwashed, or there's something wrong with his head. He has completely ruined his own future. He was indignant on his friend's behalf. Glaring at the group, he said, "Who do you think you are? Why do you have to judge the runner-up in the Namjiang province entrance exam? Go on. Why did you stop talking?" Lin Zichen grabbed his arm and pulled him away. "Forget it. There's no need to waste words on them." He had to admire his friend. "Zichen, you really have a good temper. If it were me, I would have punched them a long time ago." Lin Zichen replied calmly, "I simply don't care about things like this. But if someone touched something I cared about, I'd definitely fight back." "Curious," Hiyu asked. "Then what do you care about?" Li Chuxin joined in. "Do you really need to ask?" The person Zichen cares about most is obviously Hanin. Hiyu scratched his head with a grin. That was a pointless question. Li Chuxin told the two boys, "You two should hurry up and change too." It was simple for the boys. They only needed to put on swimming trunks. Thoughtfully, Lin Zichen offered, "Hanin, let me apply sunscreen for you." Shen Xinghan was about to lie back and sunbathe with her friend. Hearing her boyfriend's attentive offer, she immediately agreed. After applying sunscreen to the places she could not reach, such as her back, Zichen asked, "Is that enough?" Xinghan replied yes. He was envious of his friend. Turning to Li Chuxin, he tentatively asked, "Chuxin, how about I apply sunscreen for you?" Li Chuxin coldly sent him away. Shen Xinghan secretly enjoyed being pampered so attentively by her boyfriend. Just then, what she had feared would happen finally came. She sat up from a sun lounger as broken, incomprehensible phrases sounded in her mind. She looked around for the source of the strange voice and eventually realized that it was coming from beneath the sea. Seeing his girlfriend curl up and clutch herself, Lin Zichen hurried to her side. He gently asked, "What's wrong?" Shen Xinghan told him, "Xiaochun, I heard that voice again. It said something about a great god awakening and the origin land of the sea. It was just as terrifying as before." Lin Zichen seriously considered this information. Could it be connected to the origin land? Their current knowledge was too limited, and they could not uncover anything. They needed to learn more about the origin land first. He told his girlfriend, "Once we're at the university, try asking your master about the origin land." After finishing the tempering of every muscle in his body, Lin Zichen successfully began tempering his bones. Unexpectedly, bone tempering was 1,000 times more painful than flesh tempering. After a long period of training, Lin Zichen collapsed exhausted onto his bed. He thought, "I've finally tempered all 206 bones in my body." The system displayed, "Congratulations. You have successfully evolved to ordinary stage 9. Lin Zichen encouraged himself, "I'm only one step away from evolving into an advanced grade being. As long as I successfully open an acupoint in my body, even if it's only one, I'll be able to evolve into an advanced grade being. But how am I supposed to open my acupoints?" The method recorded in the book is extremely vague. It looks like I'll have to figure out myself. The day finally arrived for the young couple to officially enter Shanghai University. Lin Zichen's parents told them, "Xiaochun, Hanin, we're here." Shen Xinghan pointed and told her boyfriend, "Xiaochun, look, that ice cream shop is still here." His memories stirred. Zichen said nostalgically, "It's the same shop we used to visit when we were children." Zhang Wanxin told everyone, "Let's go buy some ice cream. It's still early, so we can register after we finish eating." Shen Xinghan enthusiastically supported the idea. Once seated, she happily showed off her order. "Mine is strawberry milk flavor. It's incredibly delicious." Lin Zichen's parents watched fondly. The two children they had watched grow up were now publicly displaying their affection. While eating his ice cream, Lin Zichen's attention was drawn to a loud, rather vulgar male voice. Looking over, he saw a bar where a man was flirting with a girl sitting on his lap. "Jessen, your skirt is a little too long today. It makes it hard for me to touch you." The girl named Jessen replied coquettishly, "You can slip your hand underneath. I don't mind." A red-haired man who appeared to be his companion reminded him, "Brother Young, stop fondling the girl and hurry up with your guests." The group in the bar was extremely loud, attracting glances from everyone who passed by. One young man mocked, "That Huang Jiasen acts like an aloof goddess every day at the Fine Arts Academy. But now she's willingly letting those guys from the Evolution Academy hug and grope her." Another young man replied, "People from the Evolution Academy have limitless prospects. If you were a girl, you'd throw yourself at them too." The first young man nodded. "True. If I were an Evolution Academy student on the inner campus, I'd go to the outer campus every day and party with girls like crazy." The scene left Lin Zichen deep in thought. Shanghai University was divided into an inner campus and an outer campus. The outer campus was where academic and art students studied. The inner campus was for students of evolution, mechanical augmentation, and martial arts. Because the inner campus involved secrets, such as gene fusion and mechanical augmentation, it was not open to the public. Only its faculty and students were permitted to enter. Even students from universities' outer campus were forbidden from going inside. Seeing the young people drinking and behaving recklessly, Zhang Wanxin sternly warned the two children, "You'll have freedom now that you're at university, but you mustn't let yourselves go like those people drinking over there. You must continue studying hard. Understood?" They answered in unison, "Yes, we understand." Lin Yansheng reassured his wife, "Xiao Chun and Han Nin have always been good children. They won't become like that." He then said, "It's getting late. Xiao Chun, Han Nin, you should head to the inner campus. Your mother and I aren't allowed inside. Xiao Chun, take good care of Han Nin." Lin Zichen said goodbye to them. "Don't worry, Mom and Dad." A campus security guard told the two freshmen, "Please show me your admission notices." He examined Shun Qinghan's documents and found no problems. When it was Lin Zichen's turn, the guard said, "All right, you don't need to look for it. I recognize you. You're the runner-up in the Provincial University Entrance Exam who joined the Celestial Human Pavilion. Go on in." Gene fusionists and mechanical augments could be seen everywhere on the inner campus. After Lin Zichen and Han Nin filled in their information at freshman registration, they prepared to visit their assigned dormitories. Once he had escorted Han Nin to the Evolution Academy dormitory, Lin Zichen headed to the Martial Arts Academy, where several girls who had been waiting immediately surrounded him and tried to make his acquaintance. "Junior Zichen, you're so handsome." "Junior Zichen, let me carry your luggage." "Junior Zichen, can I add you on WeChat?" One senior pushed through the group and offered, "Junior Zichen, let me take you to your dormitory." Lin Zichen readily agreed so that he could escape the crowd. "Then I'll have to trouble you, senior." As she walked beside the most outstanding male freshman, the senior said, "Junior Zichen, there's a university combat power ranking board over there. Would you like to take a look?" Lin Zichen replied politely, "Please lead the way, senior." She immediately said, "It's no trouble at all. It's my honor to guide such a handsome junior." Looking at the rankings, Lin Zichen thought, there are two combat power rankings, the peak ranking and the freshman ranking. The first lists the 500 strongest students in the entire university, while the second lists the 100 strongest new students. The top three on the peak ranking are all advanced grade experts. They're Evolution Academy or Mechanical Academy students, and all three are fourth years. Only 3 students from the Martial Arts Academy made the ranking. They're all fourth years, and their positions are near the very bottom. The senior told Lin Zichen, "The Martial Arts Academy once had a senior who reached 6th place on the peak ranking. Like you, she was the runner-up in the university entrance exam and then enrolled in the Martial Arts Academy. However, her pure-blooded human path eventually reached a bottleneck, so gene fusionists and mechanical augments gradually surpassed her. Her name is Song Yuyan. She's now an instructor at our academy, as well as the Celestial Human Pavilion's leading researcher and Dean Liu's most capable assistant. Junior Zichen, we're here." The two of them entered the dorm room, and the senior sighed emotionally. The benefits given to an entrance exam runner-up really are excellent. You get an entire dorm room to yourself. I'm so jealous. "Junior Zichen, it was so hot walking around outside. Could I use your shower for a while?" Whether Zichen understood her hidden meaning or not, he politely avoided her advances. "You worked hard, senior. There's a milk tea shop across from the dormitory. Let me treat you to a drink." The senior replied blankly, "Yes, sure." She wondered in confusion, why isn't this kid taking the bait? After treating the senior to a fully loaded milk tea, Lin Zichen considered his debt for her guidance repaid. He opened his messages and saw that his girlfriend had sent him pictures of her luxurious dormitory. She wanted him to share pictures of his room too. Lin Zichen thought simply, compared with Han Nin's luxury apartment, this tiny single room has instantly lost all its appeal. The Evolution Academy really is something else. Seeing the enormous disparity in their accommodations, Shen Qinghan told her boyfriend, "Your dormitory is so small. Why don't you move in with me? The bed here is even bigger than the one at home." Who would turn down the chance to live somewhere better? Lin Zichen immediately picked up his suitcase. "I'll move. Of course I'll move. I'm coming over right now." Once he arrived at his girlfriend's place, Lin Zichen could not help marveling. The Evolution Academy really is wealthy. Even its student dormitories are this extravagant. compared with this luxury apartment. The room assigned to him by the Martial Arts Academy was practically a kennel, despite being the best room they had. Lin Zichen began to worry. Could Lu Chuanwu truly fulfill his promise of providing triple the benefits? Shen Qinghan opened the door and welcomed her boyfriend. Xiaochen, you're finally here. Come inside. I've already turned on the air conditioner in the living room. It's wonderfully cool. Lin Zichen said, this dormitory is extravagant, and it was even cleaned for you. Your master clearly cares about you. Accepting her as your master wasn't a waste. Shen Qinghan agreed. I think so too. Master really treats me well. She enthusiastically raised her arms. From now on, this will be our little home. Neither of our parents is here, so we could even run around the house naked and no one would stop us. Embarrassed, Lin Zichen said, what do you mean, run around the house naked? Don't get too carried away. Shen Qinghan casually took off all her clothes in front of her boyfriend. I'm drenched in sweat. I'm going to take a shower. Lin Zichen helplessly followed behind, picking up the clothes she had tossed around. Stop throwing your clothes everywhere. To ease his embarrassment, Lin Zichen kept himself busy with other things. He picked up his phone and thought, since I have some free time, let's see what's in that freshman app one downloaded earlier. Here it is, the Shanghai University Campus app. He opened it and found an interface resembling an online shopping platform. All these evolutionary resources must be exchanged for academic credits. How do I earn them? There were 3 ways to obtain credits. Rank on the peak ranking or freshman ranking. Accept and complete university missions, or represent the university in competitions and achieve outstanding results. It seemed even easier than making money. Shen Qinghan called from the bathroom. Xiaochun, I'm done bathing. Bring me some clothes. Lin Zichen replied, all right, I'm coming. Carrying his girlfriend's clothes, he entered the bathroom. Shen Qinghan innocently invited him. Xiaochen, soaking in this bathtub is really comfortable. Do you want to bathe together? The tub is so big that it would be a waste for only one person to use it. After a moment of embarrassment, Lin Zichen took off his clothes and indulged his girlfriend. Then let's soak together. After entering the bathtub, he took the initiative and offered, let me scrub your back. Shen Qinghan naturally agreed. When you're finished, it'll be my turn to scrub yours. After bathing and eating, Lin Zichen began the second round of tempering his entire body skin. The second round was much harder than the first. It took him a full 2 hours just to finish tempering his entire right arm. Lin Zichen asked, Henin, do you have a sewing needle? Shen Qinghan replied, yes. I'll get one for you. She curiously asked, what do you need a sewing needle for? Zichen answered, to test how tough my skin is after the second round of tempering with the blood tempering art. The system reported, you are piercing the back of your right hand with a sewing needle. The toughness of the skin on the back of your right hand has increased. Shen Qinghan's eyes widened. Even such a sharp needle can't pierce the back of your hand, no matter how hard you stab. Your skin is practically impervious to blades and spears. Not only did the needle fail to pierce him, but Lin Zichen's skin was now so tough that the needle itself snapped. Shen Qinghan exclaimed, the needle broke. The blood tempering art is incredible. Seeing this makes me want to follow the pure-blooded human path too. Zichen said, next, I'll test my right hand's resistance to heat. Zichen placed his bare hand over the lit gas stove. From what he could feel, it took more than a minute before he experienced even a slight burning sensation. The blood tempering art's tempering effect is incredible. With the enhancement of the use it or lose it biological trait, sooner or later I'll achieve sainthood through the physical body. Just then, Lin Zichen's phone notified him of a new message. It was from Lu Chuanwu. Zichen, have you registered at Shanghai University yet? Zichen replied, I arrived this morning. Lu Chuanwu then asked, how is the private luxury dormitory I prepared for you? Lin Zichen politely responded, it's excellent. Lin Zichen replied, yes, I'm free. The dean messaged back, good. Wait downstairs from your dormitory. I'll arrange for someone to pick you up. Slightly awkward, Lin Zichen replied, Dean, I'm not at my own dormitory right now. I'm at my childhood sweetheart's dormitory in room 603, Building 8 of Central Court. The dean replied, then I'll send someone to pick you up from Building 8 of Central Court. Lin Zichen thought, I should go downstairs and wait. Before leaving, he told his girlfriend, the dean of the Martial Arts Academy invited me to visit the Celestial Human Pavilion's headquarters. I'll be out for a while. Looking around, Lin Zichen found a shady spot beneath a tree that was suitable for waiting. He stood there waiting for someone from the Celestial Human Pavilion to arrive. Just then, a young man passing by noticed Lin Zichen and struck up a conversation. I know you. You're Lin Zichen, the runner-up in the Namjiang Province University entrance exam who joined the Celestial Human Pavilion, right? Lin Zichen politely greeted him and thought, it looks like I'm quite famous. The young man then launched into a long speech. I greatly admire you for giving up gene fusion to embark on the pure-blooded human path. I've always believed that no matter what path someone researches, as long as their intentions are good, they deserve encouragement. I'm a freshman this year, just like you, but I'm from the capital. My home is very close to Capital University, and I often wandered around there when I was young. Capital University once had a pure-blooded human research institute, but after more than 20 years of research without any progress, it was eventually forced to disband. I hope Shanghai University's Pure-Blooded Human Research Institute can continue its legacy until the day it achieves a breakthrough that shocks the entire world. Lin Zichen modestly replied, "You're giving me too much credit." Before leaving, the young man gave him a thumbs up. "I hope you achieve great things at the Celestial Human Pavilion. Keep it up." After the young man, whose name Lin Zichen still did not know, had left, the roar of a motorcycle approached. A helmeted woman sitting astride a powerful motorcycle asked him, "Hello, are you Lin Zichen?" Lin Zichen confirmed, "Yes, that's me." The woman removed her helmet, extended her hand, and introduced herself. "My name is Song Yuyen. I'm an instructor at the Martial Arts Academy and a researcher at the Celestial Human Pavilion. I'm here to take you to the Celestial Human Pavilion's headquarters." Lin Zichen shook hands with the senior and greeted her. He thought, Song Yuyen? Is she the former university entrance exam runner-up who followed the pure-blooded human path, only to eventually fade into obscurity? When Zichen climbed onto the back of the motorcycle, Yuyen said, "Zichen, you can hold on a little tighter." As she drove, Yuyen asked, "Are you happy that such a beautiful senior came to pick you up?" Lin Zichen replied, "Yes, I'm deeply honored." Yuyen then asked, "By the way, you're a martial arts academy student. Why were you standing beneath the Evolution Academy's luxury dormitories?" Zichen answered, "My girlfriend and childhood sweetheart lives there, so I moved in with her." Yuyen sighed with a hint of envy. "It's wonderful to be young these days. Unlike me, I'm almost 30 and haven't even held a man's hand, much less lived with one." Before long, they arrived at the Martial Arts Institute building. Yuyen told her junior, "Let's go inside." Lin Zichen looked at the sign and thought, is the Pure Human Research Institute short for the Pure-Blooded Human Research Institute? Yuyen introduced the institute's various areas. This is the institute's living and recreation area. If the research ever gets too tedious, you can come here to rest and relax. Everything in the refrigerator was purchased with institute funding. Feel free to take whatever you want to eat or drink. Handing her junior a can of soda, Yuyen said, "Come on, I'll take you to the research area so you can familiarize yourself with the place." Lin Zichen could not suppress his curiosity. "Yuyen, why is the institute so empty?" "I don't see anyone." Yuyen replied somewhat awkwardly. "The Celestial Human Pavilion has never received much attention, so the university gives us very little funding. We can't support many people. To be precise, the Celestial Human Pavilion currently consists of the dean, me, you, and 3 fourth-year martial arts students." Lin Zichen recalled the impressive formation Lu Chuanwu had brought when they first met and raised an eyebrow. So all those people around him back then had merely been hired to put on a show? It would be a lie to say he was not disappointed, but he encouraged himself inwardly. Forget it. As long as they gave him triple the benefits, everything else was negotiable. Song Yuyen announced, "Dean, I've brought Zichen here." A haggard-looking Lu Chuanwu opened the door. "The new student is here?" "Zichen, Gomein," Song Yuyen asked with concern. "Dean, you look exhausted. How long have you been shut inside?" Lu Chuanwu replied, "Almost half a month, I suppose. I've been studying the acupoint opening chapter of the blood tempering art, but unfortunately, I still haven't made any progress. It's given me quite a headache. However, now that Zichen has joined us, the pure-blooded human path is certain to make great strides." Don't be fooled by how carefree senior Yuyen usually acts. She placed second in the capital's college entrance examination back then. Song Yuyen lifted her chin proudly. My physical test results that year were even slightly higher than yours. Feeling discouraged, Lu Chuanwu said, "All right, we know how impressive you are. Stop discouraging your junior." Still, it was precisely because Senior Yin joined us that someone like me, who had been stuck at the second body tempering for decades, managed to complete the third. I accomplished the miracle of using an ordinary pure-blooded human body at ordinary stage 9 to crush low-grade advanced gene fusionists. Lu Chuanwu placed a hand on the freshman's shoulder. Zichen, although your college entrance examination results were not as good as Senior Yuyen's, life is a long road. There are countless examples of people who accumulated strength before making a late breakthrough. You still have every chance to surpass her in the future. I have very high hopes for you. Song Yuyin followed suit, gripping her junior's shoulder. The dean is right. As long as you build a strong enough foundation, a later breakthrough is entirely possible. Surpassing me isn't unimaginable. Lu Chuanwu then asked, "Right, how is your progress with the blood tempering art I gave you during summer vacation? Have you learned blood control?" Lin Zichen replied, "Yes, I have." Lu Chuanwu asked again, "Has your biological level evolved to ordinary stage 4? Lin Zichen answered, "Yes, it has." Lu Chuanwu could not have been more satisfied. "Excellent. Next, let Senior Yuyin guide you through skin tempering." Back then, she completed her first skin tempering less than 3 months after enrolling. With her guidance, you'll definitely complete your first skin tempering during your first semester. However, Lin Zichen immediately said, "That won't be necessary. I already completed my first skin tempering during summer vacation." Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyin both froze, wondering if they had misheard him. What did he just say? Is there something wrong with my ears? Song Yuyin stared at Lin Zichen as though he were an alien. "You must be joking. You were home alone during summer vacation with no one to teach you. Mastering blood control techniques would already have been impressive. How could you possibly have learned skin tempering, much less completed the entire process?" Lin Zichen made up an excuse. The translated version of the blood tempering art had very detailed annotations. I studied it for a few days and learned how to temper my skin. Dean Lu waved his hand and smiled kindly. "Zichen, you must be mistaken. You may think you've tempered your skin, but you probably haven't. Come here and hold out your arm so I can examine it." Lin Zichen carefully activated his biological attribute, natural camouflage, disguising his biological level as ordinary stage 5 and his body tempering progress as the first skin tempering. He thought, "It's better to disguise myself first." He rolled up his sleeve so Dean Lu could inspect him. The dean froze. "How is this possible? It really is the first skin tempering." Song Yuyin could hardly believe it. "What? How'd he do that?" The dean asked. "Zichen, what is your current biological level?" Lin Zichen scratched his cheek and replied, "Ordinary stage 5. Lu Chuanwu cried out in delight. "A genius! You're undoubtedly an unparalleled genius. The pure-blooded human path is secure now." Overcome with joy, he embraced the freshman and placed all his hopes upon him. "With you here, the pure-blooded human body will definitely break through the shackles of the ordinary grade and evolve into an advanced life form." Song Yin inwardly admired her junior's talent. There was always someone stronger and always a higher mountain. Like the dean, she was secretly delighted about the future of the path she had chosen. Now that someone even more talented could lead them and advance the pure-blooded human path even further, it was undoubtedly a good thing. She eagerly told Lu Chuanwu, "Dean, let's publicize Zichen's potential as quickly as possible. That will attract more geniuses to the Celestial Human Pavilion and bring us more funding." However, Lu Chuanwu cautiously replied, "No, we must keep Zichen's situation secret for now." Rashly revealing his astonishing compatibility with the pure-blooded human path could easily place him in danger. Besides, genius is about quality, not quantity. Now that we have Zichen, we must concentrate all our resources on him and do everything possible to help him break through the shackles of the ordinary grade. Song Yin nodded repeatedly, agreeing with Dean Lu, but practical concerns remained. But how much funding would we lose by doing that? Without enough funding, how can we continue researching the pure-blooded human path? Dean Lu replied, "Don't worry. I'll mobilize all my connections to secure evolutionary resources for Zichen. Once he displays sufficiently astonishing results, I'll find him a powerful backer to ensure his safety. Only then will we begin promoting him and spreading the Celestial Human Pavilion's philosophy." Song Yuyin praised him. As expected, Dean, you've considered everything thoroughly. Stroking his beard, Dean Liu replied, of course. Lin Zichen thought with amusement. If I told them I'd already reached ordinary stage 9, completed flesh and bone tempering, and started my second round of tempering, I wonder just how insane they would go. Lu Chuanwu looked at the promising freshman and said, Zichen, you don't need to attend classes at the Martial Arts Academy anymore. The basic courses there won't help you much. Just come directly to this research institute. Senior Yuyin can serve as your assistant. Song Yuyin protested. You want me to be my junior's assistant? Dean, do you expect me to throw away all my dignity? Lu Chuanwu told the student who had persevered along this difficult path with him. We're already researching the pure-blooded human path. Why would we still care about dignity? Our skin has long since become as thick as bulletproof armor. Lu Chuanwu then told Lin Zichen, the university will hold its freshman welcoming ceremony tomorrow afternoon. Afterward, there will be a beginning-of-year trial to select the freshman king. With your current strength, barring any surprises, the title will most likely be yours. During the trial, remember to give the Evolution Academy and Mechanical Academy freshmen a thorough beating and restore the Martial Arts Academy's honor. Once it's over, I'll reward you with 10 vitality pills. Song Yuyin said speechlessly, Dean, that's your true objective, isn't it? Lu Chuanwu then revealed the part Lin Zichen found most enticing. Furthermore, if you claim the title of Freshman King, the university will reward you with 10 additional credits. Before long, the day of Shanghai University's freshman assembly arrived. Lin Zichen and Shun Qinghan attracted considerable attention from the male students. Isn't that the runner-up in the South River Province College entrance examination who joined the Celestial Human Pavilion? Why is he sitting beside Shin Qinghan? What relationship does he have with my goddess? A male student who had met Lin Zichen the other day once again took the initiative to speak to him. Hey, Lin Zichen, do you remember me? Lin Zichen replied, of course. Curious, the student pointed at the childhood sweethearts and asked, what is the relationship between you two? Lin Zichen interlocked his fingers with his girlfriend's and declared his claim. We're childhood sweethearts and already engaged. We'll get married as soon as we graduate. Most of the male students either laughed awkwardly or fell silent in disappointment. Afterward, everyone minded their own business, quietly listening to the announcements or chatting to pass the time. Inside the auditorium, Lin Zichen briefly met the gaze of a female student, but his impression of her was not particularly favorable. A man in his 30s stood on stage, delivered a speech, and then invited a particular student to come forward. The indicated young man stood up, causing whispers to spread throughout the auditorium. He's the freshman representative? The freshman representative is usually the strongest student in the year. I thought it would be Ma Shi-wei, who has already completed gene fusion. That Li Muyu dyed his hair bright yellow and never stops talking. He doesn't have the bearing of a genius at all. You really can't judge a person by appearance. That's right. Go ahead and be shocked. I deliberately dyed my hair yellow and acted talkative precisely to create this contrast. At last, I can make a truly stunning impression. After reaching the stage, Li Muyu opened with a blunt question. Everyone here has heard of Li Yijin, haven't you? Lin Zichen thought. Who hasn't heard of Capital University's genius? Li Muyu continued his speech. But I'm sure most of you don't know that Li Yijin has a younger brother who is no less talented. That younger brother ranked first in this year's Capital College entrance examination. His gene fusion compatibility reached 16%, tying him for first place nationwide with South River Province's top scorer. His physical test results also ranked first nationwide. And that genius younger brother is none other than me, the person standing before you right now, Li Muyu. When I was in middle school, my elder brother and I made an agreement. He would be responsible for breaking Capital University's records, while I would break Shanghai University's records. In the future, every record at these two great universities will belong to the Li brothers from the capital. Now, allow me to give you a taste of the biological pressure of ordinary stage 5. Many students in the auditorium struggled to breathe and were secretly horrified. So, this is the biological pressure of ordinary stage 5. Most of us are only at ordinary stage 3, and some are even at ordinary stage 2. Is this the gap between us and a genius? It's utterly despairing. The young man on stage proudly concluded, I am Li Muyu. I hope everyone will remember my name. That Li Muyu is such an idiot. He's only at ordinary stage 5, yet he already thinks he's invincible. He has no idea that you could crush him with a single finger. Zichen calmly told his girlfriend. Let's just keep a low profile. Li Moyu descended from the stage amid thunderous applause from his classmates. The middle-aged man took the microphone again and announced the next speaker. Next, please welcome Student Council President Zhou Xiehong to the stage to speak on behalf of the Student Council. The middle-aged man treated this extraordinary young man with particular respect, presenting the microphone with both hands. President Zhou, here is your microphone. The distinguished young man accepted it and began speaking. Good afternoon, freshmen. I am Zhou Xiehong, president of Shanghai University's Student Council. I have come here today primarily to tell you three things. First, student discipline at this university is not managed by the faculty, but by the Student Council. The Student Council possesses far more authority than you can imagine. Second, at the beginning of the next academic year, the Student Council will recruit 10 people from among this year's freshmen. Selection is based solely on strength. Those who wish to join the Student Council should display their abilities well over the coming 6 months. Third, Shanghai University's inner campus venerates strength. It is essentially a primal environment ruled by natural selection and survival of the fittest. Incidents of the strong devouring the weak, such as senior students oppressing juniors, occur frequently. You should prepare yourselves mentally. That is all I have to say. Before leaving the stage, I will let everyone experience the power of an advanced life form. The freshmen once again suffered beneath the suffocating pressure released by a young man eager to display his strength. They groaned. That biological pressure is too powerful. I can barely breathe. This feels horrible. Lin Zichen scratched his cheek and thought. The pressure of an advanced life form is certainly powerful, but my seat is far from the stage. Besides, it poses no threat to someone at ordinary stage 9 like me. Most freshmen watched Zhou Xiehong step down with wary expressions. They shared the same thought. Fortunately, he only released it for 5 seconds. I thought we were going to die here. So this is an advanced life form. It truly is terrifying. Only then did Yuan Dongji step forward to explain the competition rules. After the freshman assembly ends, you will undergo a beginning of year test right here. The rules are very simple. The final person left standing in the arena will become this year's freshman king and receive 100 credits, 10 times last year's reward. The second person to hold the arena alone for more than 1 minute will take second place and receive 90 credits. The remaining positions will be determined in the same manner until 10th place is decided, with 10th place receiving 10 credits. A gene fusionist seated in the distinguished section confidently said, "In previous years, our genius class claimed every position in the top 10. This year will certainly be no exception." Yuan Dongji continued. During the beginning of year test, if even one freshman outside the genius class manages to enter the top 10, every non-genius class freshman will receive 1 credit. An ordinary class freshman exclaimed eagerly, 1 credit is worth 10,000 yuan. If we unite and secure a single place in the top 10, we'll profit. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly enough to draw the entire auditorium's attention. Everyone, please quiet down. I'm Hiyu from Evolution Class 6. I have a classmate named Lin Zichen. I'm sure everyone knows he placed second in South River Province's college entrance examination and joined the Celestial Human Pavilion. He is the strongest among the ordinary class freshmen. When the test begins, all of us should surround and attack the genius class students, helping Lin Zichen enter the top 10. Hiyu's proposal received an enthusiastic response, and many freshmen placed their hopes in Lin Zichen. Help Lin Zichen enter the top 10. Clear a path for Lin Zichen. Standing among Shanghai University's senior officials, Dean Liu pointedly criticized, "President Zhou, aren't you being a little too petty? Li Yijin defeated you in the arena at the beginning of the year. Are you really so angry that you need to take it out on his younger brother?" Dean Ma snorted coldly and spoke in Zhou Xiehong's defense. When it comes to pettiness, who among Shanghai University's nearly 20,000 faculty members and students could compare with you? Liu Chuanwu? Dean Liu calmly replied, "My pettiness is directed solely at the person involved. I never dragged their family into it." Zhou Xiehong suddenly asked, "Dean Ma, I heard your daughter performed exceptionally well in the college entrance examination." Dean Ma answered modestly, "She did reasonably well. She merely ranked 3rd in the capital." Zhou Xiehong extended an invitation. "Dean Ma, let your daughter join the student council. I'll train her as a candidate for the next student council president." Treating the young man with great respect, Dean Ma replied, "Of course she must join the student council, President Zhou, please look after Shiwei in the future. Zhou Xiahong said, as long as someone is a genius, I will naturally look after them. He gazed down at the outstanding freshmen and asked Shanghai University's senior figures, between Li Moyu and Ma Shiwei, the two most exceptional talents among this year's freshmen, who do you think will become the freshman king? They offered their assessments. Probably Li Moyu. His biological level has already reached ordinary stage 5. With that physical strength, he is essentially invincible among the freshmen. Dean Ma's daughter scored slightly lower than Li Moyu in the college entrance examination, but she successfully fused with the genes of a shadow night cat during summer vacation. Her strength might not be inferior to Li Moyu's now. I still think it will be Li Moyu. Although Ma Shiwei has undergone gene fusion, she has fused only a small portion, so the improvement to her strength is quite limited. At that moment, Dean Liu declared confidently, in my opinion, neither Li Moyu nor Ma Shiwei will become the freshman king. Naturally, the title will belong to a member of the Celestial Human Pavilion, Lin Zichen. Dean Ma was the first to question Dean Liu's baseless confidence. Lin Zichen's physical test results from the college entrance examination didn't even place him among the top 10 freshmen. What makes you think he can become the freshman king? Is it merely because he belongs to the Celestial Human Pavilion? Aren't you just praising your own goods? Dean Liu placed his hands on his hips and calmly challenged him. You don't believe me, Dean Ma? Then do you dare to make a bet? Dean Ma accepted immediately. Why wouldn't I? Dean Liu said. Then let's wager 100 credits. Without hesitation, Dean Ma agreed. Fine, when you lose, don't even think about backing out. Having successfully lured one person into his trap, Dean Liu turned to invite the others. Everyone should place a wager. It's just for fun. President Yuan, given your status, how about wagering 1,000 credits? Seeing how relaxed Dean Liu appeared, Dean Ma grew increasingly suspicious. How does this old man dare make such a wager? Could he have bribed Li Moyu to throw the match? But my daughter is still participating. Could it be that Lin Zichen really can become the freshman king? How could that possibly be? The Mechanical Academy dean approached Dean Ma and asked, Lin Zichen, the provincial runner-up, was originally a freshman in your Evolution Academy, but Dean Liu snatched him away halfway through. Doesn't that upset you? Dean Ma crossed his arms and replied, he's merely a provincial runner-up. The Evolution Academy has as many people like him as it wants. We certainly don't miss someone like him. The Mechanical Academy dean thought, I heard old Ma poached the Celestial Human Pavilion's only 3 remaining 4th-year students, yet he claims not to care. Isn't he obviously taking revenge? Dean Liu stroked his beard, secretly delighted that his plan had gone smoothly. Wonderful. 9 people wagered 100 credits each, while 1 person wagered 1,000. I'm going to make a fortune this time. The ordinary class freshmen shouted spiritedly. Everyone charge. Defeat the genius class. A dean announced. The beginning of year trial has begun. The ordinary class students were thoroughly fired up. Using their numerical advantage, they surged forward and battered the elite students. Lin Zichen thought. Many members of the genius class were admitted solely because of their high gene fusion compatibility. The ones with genuine strength are the genius class's leading group, headed by Li Moyu and Ma Shiwei. There are 12 of them in total. Lin Zichen silently activated his biological trait, Danger Sense. Among these people, Li Moyu and Ma Shiwei were the strongest, both reaching ordinary stage 5. The other 10 were all at least ordinary stage 4. After their initial victories, the ordinary class students declared loudly, so much for the genius class. We've already knocked all of you down. Eager to defeat the most outstanding students, they shouted, stop hiding up there. Get down here and meet your deaths. A muscular young man leaped down and cursed. Ganging up on the weak and defeating a few amateurs has already gone to your heads? Come on then. I'll stand right here and let all of you attack me together, so you can understand just how weak you truly are. The ordinary class students urged one another. Charge. Beat 'em up. We have the numbers. So what are we afraid of? If everyone lands one punch, we can knock him down. The young man, one of the genius class's top students, said disdainfully. With a single leg sweep, he sent a group of ordinary class students flying. Only now did the gap between the ordinary classes and the genius class become clear. The young man declared arrogantly. Ants will always be ants. No matter how many there are, they can't even scratch an elephant. Realizing that numbers alone could not bridge the gap in strength, everyone turned to the protagonist, Lin Zichen. That guy's far too arrogant. Every time he opens his mouth, he calls us ordinary class students ants. Hurry up and deal with him. Bearing everyone's hopes, Lin Zichen stepped onto the arena, representing all the ordinary class students as their strongest contender and challenging the genius class's top students. The muscular young man jumped onto the arena and said, "You're the top scorer in Nanjiang Province's physical fitness examination. I wanted to fight you for a long time. I'm Liu Qiji, the top college entrance examination scorer in Yuntian Province. I ran the 100-meter sprint in 5.69 seconds, achieved a standing long jump of 4.52 meters, and lifted 1,150 caddies with one hand." Lin Zichen, aren't you going to announce your college entrance examination fitness results? Lin Zichen replied calmly, "There's no need. You'll find out for yourself." Lin Zichen used the same leg sweep the muscular young man had used earlier and sent him out of the arena. The ordinary class students erupted in cheers. Lin Zichen is incredible. This forced everyone, from the students to the academy deans, to reconsider everything they knew about Lin Zichen. They had assumed he would rely on agility to win, but he had instead triumphed through absolute strength. Just how powerful was Lin Zichen? He looked like a mild-mannered scholar, but deep down, he was undoubtedly ruthless. The next genius class student entered the arena and introduced himself. Top scorer of Dajiang Province, Luo Yongjian. My 100-meter time. Once he had finished his introduction, Lin Zichen eliminated him with a single kick as well. The ordinary class students grew even more excited and cheered. Amazing. Defeat those arrogant geniuses from the genius class. Our ordinary classes have a genius of our own too. Li Moyu, Ma Shi Wei. If neither of you steps up, the freshman king title will belong to the ordinary classes. Thus, the genius class's two strongest students had no choice but to enter the arena. The genius class students cheered. Sister Shi Wei, show him your might and defeat him. Sister Shi Wei, show him the genius class's true strength. The ordinary class students refused to be outdone. Brother Chun, don't go easy on her just because she's beautiful. Brother Chun will definitely win. Lin Zichen thought, this is an excellent chance to observe a gene fusionist up close. Shi Wei moved quickly, hoping to seize the initiative. Not only did Lin Zichen evade her, but he even had time to observe and analyze her. So this is the enhancement granted by the Shadow Night Cat trait. Shi Wei was secretly astonished. How can he dodge so easily? At my current level, I can't threaten him at all. Continuing to attack would be pointless. She changed tactics and spoke frankly to Lin Zichen. Give me half a minute. Once I fully activate the Shadow Night Cat genes in my body, we'll determine who is stronger. Someone else might not have agreed, but Lin Zichen casually replied, "Sure, take your time." He thought, this is a rare opportunity to witness the gene activation process firsthand. How could I possibly refuse? The academy deans watched Dean Ma's daughter and praised her performance. Dean Ma, the Shadow Night Cat genes in your daughter's body have already fused to this extent. Her talent is extraordinary. She's even more gifted than we imagined. As expected of the third-place scorer in the capital's college entrance examination, her talent surpasses even that of the provincial top scorers. Their praise did not make Majina happy. Instead, he worried inwardly. She only fused those genes recently. If she continues like this, her body will suffer a backlash. She's still as competitive as she was when she was little. After successfully activating her superior genes, Shi Wei changed her tone. Lin Zichen, you're far too arrogant. You actually stood there and waited for me to activate the Shadow Night Cat genes in my body. Now you'll pay for your arrogance. Majina understood his daughter well when he described her as young and overly competitive. However, Lin Zichen was no fool, who would allow an opponent to prepare fully unless they were certain they could defeat that opponent even at peak strength. Lin Zichen silently estimated. Previously, she was at most in the middle range of stage 5. Now her strength is already approaching stage 6. Shi Wei was shocked. I still can't hit him. Refusing to believe she was inferior, she attacked relentlessly, repeating inwardly, Why? Why can't I hit him? How is this possible? Lin Zichen continued dodging while learning from Shi Wei's movements. Eventually, he concluded, I've gathered enough information about Shadow Night Cat gene fusionists. There's no need to waste any more time on her. Faced with Lin Zichen's counterattack, Shiwei fared no better than the previous two challengers. She was sent out of the arena with a single punch, unable to resist. Seeing Ma Shiwei's swollen face, the male students lamented sympathetically. My goodness, how could Lin Zichen beat such a beautiful face into that state? Shiwei covered her face in embarrassment, while Ma Zhenhe hurried down to inspect his daughter's injuries. Heartbroken, he scolded, Lin Zichen, how could you hit a girl like that? Are you even a man? Lin Zichen kept personal feelings separate from the competition and replied, on the path of evolution, there is no distinction between men and women, only between the strong and the weak. Limoyu nuda approvingly. Well said. On the path of evolution, there has always been only a distinction between the strong and the weak. Seeing Limoyu jump into the arena, everyone shouted, it's Limoyu. Is he finally going to fight? Brother Moyu, you're the genius class's last hope. Crush him and avenge Shiwei. Limoyu's words were half praise and half criticism. Lin Zichen, I didn't expect you to be so good at putting on an act. You deliberately pretended to be an ordinary second-place college entrance examination scorer, only to knock down a provincial top scorer with one punch during the beginning of year trial. Unfortunately for you, you aren't the only one hiding your strength, because I've been hiding mine as well. As soon as he finished speaking, Limoyu activated the power of his fused genes. The academy deans were far more impressed by Limoyu than they had been by Shiwei. Limoyu is a gene fusionist too, and he fused with the genes of a demon-eyed giant ape. Those genes can only be fused by someone whose physical body has reached an extremely high level. Look at the biological pressure he's emitting. He has reached ordinary stage 6. He's still only at the ordinary grade, yet he has already fused with demon-eyed giant ape genes. The Li brothers truly are geniuses. Lu Chuanwu clutched his head in despair and screamed inwardly, it's over. This time I'm going to lose everything. 1,900 academic credits. That's 19 million. Meanwhile, near the entrance to the arena hall, two students ignored the surrounding excitement and focused on the mission assigned by their organization. Wang Shuja said worriedly, Limoyu is a young master of the capital's Li family. Isn't it too risky to make him swallow the demon seed? The shadowy person who had given them the mission made grandiose claims to intimidate the two students. The organization's power is far greater than you can imagine. The capital's Li family is nothing. We could wipe it out with the snap of a finger. Lu Gang reluctantly asked his friend, Shujia, are we doing this? Wang Shujia replied helplessly, do we have any other choice? Back in the arena, Lin Zichen remained perfectly calm as he observed his opponent. The demon-eyed giant ape is a mutant beast with exceptional strength and defense, though its speed is relatively poor. Upon reaching adulthood, individuals average the advanced grade, while a small number of exceptionally powerful ones can reach the rare grade. Limoyu folded his arms and said proudly, Lin Zichen, although Ma Shiwei and I are hailed as Shanghai University's peerless freshman prodigies, the difference between her strength and mine is actually like the difference between heaven and earth. I wonder whether you can remain as composed against me as you were just now. Lin Zichen suddenly threw a punch. Limoyu truly had reason to be confident in his strength. He was one of the very few opponents Lin Zichen had faced who could dodge that first punch. Lin Zichen acknowledged inwardly. His reactions aren't bad. He managed to dodge a punch whose speed I limited to ordinary stage 6. Then let's test ordinary stage 7 speed. Lin Zichen raised his speed by 1 stage, and Limoyu's reflexes immediately failed to keep up. However, unlike the others, Limoyu did not collapse after 1 punch. Lin Zichen assessed him inwardly. His defense is extremely strong, probably around the upper middle range of ordinary stage 6. Limoyu protested, you launched a sneak attack. You have no martial integrity. Now that I'm fully focused, your fist probably won't touch me again. The academy deans watching from above began commenting on the fight. Although Lin Zichen is fast, he unfortunately can inflict much damage on Limoyu. Limoyu may be slower, but his superior defense gives him plenty of room for error. Meanwhile, Lin Zichen couldn't withstand a single punch from Limoyu. The outcome seems clear. What no one knew was that Lin Zichen was merely using Limoyu for practice rather than fighting seriously. Eventually, he thought, I've tested his reaction speed enough. Now it's time to test his final attribute, strength. Unaware of how much Lin Zichen had been holding back, Li Moyu declared smugly, Lin Zichen, I underestimated your speed, but your strength is far too weak to hurt me. You're destined to lose this duel. Now it's my turn. Several ordinary class students shouted, Lin Zichen dodge. Several academy deans grabbed Lu Chuanwu by the shoulders and reminded him eagerly, that's 100 academic credits. Don't forget to transfer them. But in the very next second, everyone realized that they had reached their conclusion too quickly. Li Moyu's fist struck Lin Zichen, yet the attacker's knuckles shattered while the person being punched remained completely unharmed. Li Moyu clutched his hand in agony and cried, my hand is shattered. The students are baffled. What just happened? What's wrong with Li Moyu? Did Lin Zichen win? This is too bizarre. Watching Li Moyu tremble in pain, Lin Zichen quietly evaluated him. A demon-eyed giant ape gene fusionist possesses tremendous strength, enough to shatter his own hand. It appears his strength exceeds his defense. Lin Zichen was not heartless enough to let his classmate writhe in pain, so he requested medical assistance. Li Moyu's right hand is probably completely shattered. Hurry and treat him. Yuan Dongji personally intervened, wanting to verify the result himself. As he examined Li Moyu's injury, his expression remained calm, but he thought his entire right arm shattered because he punched Lin Zichen's face and was injured by the recoil of his own strength. If so, just how hard is Lin Zichen's face? Lin Zichen activated his trait, natural camouflage. Realizing the vice president's intentions, he thought, is he planning to use psychic power to investigate my true strength? I hope natural camouflage can fool him. Yuan Dongji walked past Lin Zichen with more questions than answers. An ordinary stage 6 life form whose skin is far tougher than others of the same stage. The hardness of his bones and facial muscles is even more absurd. Is that truly all? The academy deans gathered around Yuan Dongji and asked about his findings. Well, just how strong is Lin Zichen? Yuan Dongji folded his arms and replied calmly, ordinary stage 6 with an unusually strong body. There is nothing else abnormal about him. Hearing this, Lin Zichen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seems I fooled him. After Li Moyu recovered, he asked curiously, what medicine did you just give me? I've already recovered completely. Your hand is fully healed, right? Yes, it's as good as new. Lin Zichen kicked him off the arena and said, then you can leave now. Naturally, Li Moyu was furious. He shouted, Lin Zichen, once my gene fusion advances another step, I'll definitely defeat you in the arena. The ordinary class students argued on Lin Zichen's behalf. You talk as if you're the only person capable of advancing your gene fusion. Lin Zichen can advance too, so he'll keep you beneath him for the rest of your life. The genius class students immediately defended their classmate. This is the first time I've seen people act so arrogantly when they weren't even the ones who won. Li Moyu lost to Lin Zichen, not to you. An ordinary class student shamelessly replied, Lin Zichen's victory is our ordinary class's victory. Lin Zichen ignored the war of words between the two groups and silently calculated. That makes 1 full minute. The university loudspeaker announced, congratulations to Lin Zichen of Martial Arts Class 1 for becoming this year's freshman king. The ordinary class students basked in reflected glory and cheered. Brother Chun is incredible. He's the pride of the ordinary classes. Now that Lin Zichen had obtained the freshman king title, he had no reason to remain there any longer. He decisively leaped over to his girlfriend and lifted her in a princess carry. Before all their classmates, he carried Shen Qinghan out of the crowd and onto the arena. Bewildered, Qinghan thought, is my boyfriend planning to announce our relationship to the entire university? After placing his girlfriend in the arena, Lin Zichen jumped back down and addressed the highly ranked students. We're taking every remaining position from 2nd through 10th. This unrestrained challenge wounded the pride of Shanghai University's best performing students. They shouted, Lin Zichen, you've gone too far. Everyone from the genius class attack together. Charge and cripple him. Beat up that genius class traitor Shen Qinghan too. Whether they launched a coordinated group attack or relied on sheer numbers, Lin Zichen easily defeated them all. Shi Wei resorted to underhanded tactics. Unable to defeat Lin Zichen, she targeted Qinghan instead and shouted, die, traitor. There was no chance Lin Zichen would allow anyone to harm his girlfriend. He mercilessly kicked Shi Wei away, leaving Ma Zhenhe heartbroken over his daughter once again. Looking at the genius class students sprawled across the ground, Lin Zichen thought, I've cleared out every opponent from the genius class. Surely no one will dare object now. The university loudspeaker announced, congratulations to Shun Qinghan for taking second place in the beginning of year trial. Lin Zichen told the ordinary class students, take turns claiming the remaining positions. You get the rankings and I get the academic credits. The students scrambled for this effortless honor. Brother Chun, pick me. I want to reach the top 10 at least once. The top 10 positions awarded a total of 550 academic credits. Adding the 9 academic credits earned by all the ordinary class freshmen brought the total to 559 academic credits. Majenhe objected to Yuan Dongji. Vice President, what Lin Zichen is doing violates the rules. He has already claimed the freshman king title. How can he serve as a hired fighter and monopolize the entire top 10? Lu Chuanwu had finally regained his pride, and his words now carried weight. How does it violate the rules? Since when has the beginning of year trial prohibited someone from serving as a hired fighter to monopolize the top 10? Unwilling to accept defeat, Ma Jinhe ran out of convincing arguments. Theoretically, there may be no explicit rule against it, but that doesn't make his behavior reasonable. Lin Zichen is exploiting a loophole in the rules. Yuan Dongji diplomatically agreed with both sides. Dima has a point. This is indeed a loophole in the rules. However, we can only close it next year. Changing the rules now would be unfair to Lin Zichen. With the vice president having spoken, Ma Jinhe had no choice but to compromise despite his objections. The mysterious organization then sent new instructions to the twin heroes of Nanhuan. The plan has changed. Li Moyu is no longer the target. Switch to Lin Zichen. Make him consume that high-grade demon seed and turn him into a member of the organization. After the beginning of year trial ended, Lu Chuanwu rushed toward Lin Zichen and extended his arms, hoping to embrace the treasure that had fallen into his academy's lap. Zichen, how many more surprises are you hiding from me? Lin Zichen evaded Lu Chuanwu's embrace and went straight to his main concern. Dean, you haven't forgotten what you promised me, have you? Dean Lu did not hold back and readily gave Lin Zichen his reward. Of course, here are 10 blood and vitality pills, along with your triple benefits for this semester. I've transferred 300 academic credits directly to your account, so buy whatever you need. Secretly delighted, he thought, after all, this kid just helped me win 1,900 academic credits. Curious, he leaned closer and asked quietly, Zichen, be honest with me. How much of your strength have you been hiding? What is your actual level? Lin Zichen continued concealing his true strength and gave a suitably restrained answer. Ordinary Stage 6. I've completed 1 round of skin tempering and tempered some of my facial muscles. Besides, my facial bones are naturally hard. Dean Lu's eyes nearly popped out as he shouted, You've already learned flesh tempering? Tears of joy welled in his eyes. Gripping Lin Zichen's hand, he said excitedly, I can say with certainty that before you graduate from university, you'll be able to evolve into a higher life form using a pure human body. You must persevere on the pure blood human path. You're certain to accomplish great things in the future. Lin Zichen felt goosebumps rise across his skin and hurriedly replied, Don't worry, Dean. I'll do it. Back in his dorm room, Lin Zichen took a red pill from the bottle Dean Lu had given him and thought, so this is a blood and vitality pill? Let's see how effective it is. The system displayed the data. Blood and vitality increased by 108. Lin Zichen calculated silently. That's all it increases? With the enhancement from use it or lose it, this is not even as effective as running a few laps. I might as well give them to Han In. Shun Qinghan was drenched in sweat, clearly having just returned from exercising. She asked her boyfriend, Xiao Chun, when did you get back? Zichen replied, half an hour ago. He tossed his girlfriend a red pill and said, Take this blood and vitality pill and see how effective it is. Qinghan swallowed it without question. Lin Zichen asked, How do you feel? Qinghan replied, My body feels very hot, and my blood and vitality feel much more abundant. Xiao Chun, this blood and vitality pill is incredibly effective. Seeing how beneficial the medicine was for his girlfriend, Lin Zichen handed her the entire bottle. Good. These pills don't do much for me, so you can keep the remaining 8. Take no more than 1 a day. The next day, at the Martial Arts Academy, Lin Zichen greeted his senior. Good morning, Yin. Song Yuyin greeted him in return. Good morning, Freshman King. I heard from the dean that your biological level is actually ordinary stage 6, and that you've already learned flesh tempering. Is that true? Lin Zichen replied, yes. Just like Dean Liu, Song Yuyin was overjoyed when she heard this. My goodness, Zichen, you're far too talented. With you joining the Heavenly Human Pavilion, we're certain to shake the world and change how everyone sees us. Lin Zichen could only go along with her enthusiasm. All right, let's work hard together. Lin Zichen spent some time browsing the archive in the Martial Arts Academy's reference room. Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyin had researched it for years, yet they still had not managed to comprehend the heavenly aperture opening chapter of the blood tempering art. It seemed he would have to study the original text himself. With the enhancement provided by the heavenly wisdom root biological trait, researching something like this would be a trivial matter. Song Yuyin informed her junior, Zichen, people from a student council are waiting for you at the Research Institute's entrance. They probably want to invite you to join. After all, your performance yesterday was outstanding. Without even thinking about it, Lin Zichen said, not interested. Song Yuyin knew what would get her junior's attention, so she casually added, student council members receive a monthly academic credit allowance. Thus, Lin Zichen went out to meet Student Council President Zhou. Zhou Xiahong politely extended his hand and said, hello, I'm Zhou Xiahong, President of the Student Council. Lin Zichen shook his hand and politely replied, hello, President Zhou. Zhou Xiahong got straight to the point. I came here to invite you to join the Student Council. We would select you as a prospective future president and train you to take over the position. Joining the Student Council comes with many benefits. In addition to receiving 3 special meals every day, you'll be able to participate in major and minor university decisions, receive a monthly academic credit allowance, and much more. Are you interested in joining? Hearing about all those benefits, Lin Zichen had been ready to agree immediately. However, Zhou Xiahong then made a personal demand. You must abandon the pure-blood human path and choose the path of gene fusion. Lin Zichen asked in confusion why. Zhou Xiahong crossed his arms and explained, the student council only accepts geniuses with a future. You're extremely talented right now, but if you refuse to follow the path of gene fusion, then no matter how gifted you are, you'll eventually fade into obscurity. The pure-blood human path has no future. Dean Liu and Instructor Song are perfect examples of its failure. Lin Zichen pressed him further. President Zhou, must I follow the path of gene fusion to join the student council? Zhou Xiahong replied, that's right. Lin Zichen promptly turned around and replied, then forget it. I won't join. Silently comparing the options, he thought, no matter how many benefits the student council offers, how could they possibly compare to the Heavenly Human Pavilion? President, I told you from the beginning that the Heavenly Human Pavilion is extremely good at brainwashing people. There is no point wasting our time coming here. Zhou Xiahong coldly told the others, forget it. Let's recruit other geniuses. A genius without a future isn't a genius at all, but worthless trash. When Song Yuyin learned that Zhou Xiahong had spoken so contemptuously of the Heavenly Human Pavilion, her blood boiled. Slamming the table, she said, why do those student council members in their 20s think exactly like a bunch of stubborn old fossils? They're beyond saving. Hearing the door open, Lin Zichen and Song Yuyin turned toward the figure entering the room. Dean Liu appeared once again, looking as though his soul was about to leave his body. Song Yuyin gave him a thumbs up and said, Dean, you're truly magnificent. For the advancement of the pure-blood human path, you've spared no effort selling your body day and night to attract investments. In the future, your name will surely go down in the history of the pure-blood human path. Dean Liu complained bitterly. Would it kill you to leave out the words, selling your body? He put an arm around Lin Zichen's shoulder and shared the wisdom he had gained from life. Zichen, remember this well. Women are tigers blocking the road of evolution. They'll suck the marrow from your bones. If you can avoid getting involved with them, then do so. Oh, right, Zichen. The university provides housing for the families of gifted students. Lin Zichen immediately replied, I understand, Dean. I'll go home this weekend and discuss it with my parents. Dean Liu continued, also, I've unlocked your access to university missions. Given your current strength, there's no need to wait until the second semester of your freshman year. You can start accepting missions and earning academic credits right away. Don't waste any time on your path to becoming stronger. Song Yuyin added, I leave the university every week to complete missions and earn academic credits. In the future, you can join me so you can learn the process and gain experience. After a while, I'll accept a mutant beast extermination mission and take you along to broaden your horizons. Lin Zichen said gratefully. Then I'll be troubling you, Ian. Taking out his phone, Lin Zichen thought, I'll first check the university app and see what missions are available. The missions posted by the university were all minor errands, most rewarding only 1 or 2 academic credits. Although the rewards were low, their low difficulty made them extremely popular. Let's see whether any of the student-posted missions are suitable. Lin Zichen browsed the student mission section and found one listing, seeking one gene fusionist as a sparring partner. Must be female, preferably a beast-eared girl with fair skin, a beautiful face, and long legs. Monthly reward, 5 academic credits. Lin Zichen scoffed at the obviously dubious mission description and thought, is this really about finding a sparring partner? I'd better look at off-campus missions instead. There were many off-campus missions, and their academic credit rewards were also quite high. However, these 2 locations were a little far away. This mission seemed quite suitable. Off-campus mission. Capture an out-of-control aberrant known as Catwoman. Ordinary stage 6. A gene fusionist fused with Shadow Nightcat genes. She has brutally tortured and killed numerous men and is frequently active in Shanghai City's red light districts. Reward, 50 academic credits. Song Yian glanced at the screen and asked, You accepted the Catwoman mission? Do you need me to accompany you? Lin Zichen replied, No, that won't be necessary. But Yian, how did you know? Song Yian answered, The mission page shows everyone who has accepted it. Lin Zichen checked and silently exclaimed, She's right. 28 people have accepted this mission. 26 are senior students, and besides me, there's one other freshman. Ma Shiwei is only ordinary stage 5, yet she dared to accept this mission. She must have someone helping her. Lin Zichen said goodbye to his senior. Yian, it's getting late. I need to head back for lunch. Song Yian replied, All right, be careful on your way back. As Lin Zichen left the Heavenly Human Pavilion, he noticed someone following him. Using danger sense, he determined that the stalker was at ordinary stage 7. After skulking around for a while, the ordinary stage 7 man finally revealed himself and shouted, Lin Zichen, what exactly did Shiwei do to offend you? Why you keep targeting her? During the beginning of year assessment, you beat her face swollen and kicked her backside until it swelled up. Now you've even accepted the same off-campus mission as her. Did Lu Chuanwu order you to do this? What kind of man bullies a girl? If you have any guts, fight me instead. Lin Zichen asked the young man, Did Ma Shiwei send you? Or did Dean Ma? The meddlesome young man replied, Neither. I came on my own because I simply can't stand you. Do you dare fight me? Lin Zichen ignored him, feeling irritated. He thought, I'm already in university, yet I still encounter idiots like this. The foolish young man reached out and shouted, Stop right there. Finding him too noisy, Lin Zichen casually slapped the young man across the face. He then walked away, speechless, and thought, Are you satisfied now? When Lin Zichen returned, he called out, I'm back. Shen Qinghan answered from inside, You're back? Lunch is ready. Wash your hands and get ready to eat. Xiaochen, the 10 pounds of zombie slug meat you bought from the academic credit store yesterday arrived. I put it in the refrigerator for you. Lin Zichen opened the refrigerator, took out the meat, and thought, I originally planned to buy it all at once and unlock the entire creature illustration, but that would attract too much attention. It's better to buy 10 pounds first and test it. The system announced, You have devoured a large quantity of the zombie slug's life essence. Zombie slug illustration, 10%. An AI voice from VB to VN sounded. Zichen revealed his secret to his girlfriend. It was still fresh when you received it, but I just absorbed all the essence inside. It will rot before long. I can absorb the life essence in mutant beast meat, and thereby obtain some of that beast's corresponding abilities. Qinghan stared blankly. Absorb life essence? Is that one of your abilities? You can really do that? No wonder you chose the pure-blood human path instead of gene fusion. With this superpower, you have no need to fuse genes. As Zichen helped his girlfriend set the table, he said, By the way, Dean Lu told me that the university can arrange housing and employment for the families of gifted students. Why don't we bring our parents here? Qinghan was surprised. There's really such a wonderful benefit. Of course we should bring them here. Lin Zichen replied, Then let's go home together this weekend and discuss it with our parents. After they sat down at the table, Ching Han made a suggestion. Xiaochen, during class today, our instructor said there would be a peak rankings duel at the arena at 3 this afternoon. It should be worth watching. The 9th-ranked Mechanical Academy student is challenging the 8th-ranked Gene Fusionist. Do you want to watch it together? Lin Zichen replied. Then let's go together after lunch. In addition to the teachers and students, representatives from the Mechanical God Corporation had also arrived. The Mechanical God Corporation was the largest partner of Shanghai University's Mechanical Academy, so their presence was no surprise. Qing Han exclaimed repeatedly, Xiaochun, look at the second-floor corridor. That genius mechanical girl we often see online is here too. The Mechanical God Corporation invested so many resources in supporting the Mechanical Academy because it wants to expand its influence. Xiaochun, who do you think is stronger, the capital prodigy or the genius mechanical girl? Lin Zichen replied. We should be able to make a rough judgment based on who wins the next duel. If the 8th-ranked Evolution Academy student wins, the capital prodigy is probably stronger. If the 9th-ranked Mechanical Academy student wins, the genius mechanical girl is probably stronger. An announcement came over the arena speakers. The duel begins. The 9th-ranked Mechanical Academy student activated his equipment first and flew into the air. He unleashed a barrage of missiles at his opponent. The 8th-ranked Evolution Academy student was completely suppressed and had no opportunity to retaliate. The mechanical student landed on the arena floor, seemingly switching to close combat mode. Both sides charged at each other simultaneously, and their fists struck each other's faces. In the end, the Evolution Academy student was knocked down, and the Mechanical Academy student emerged victorious. It was unclear whether the other side had abandoned this route or was secretly planning something major. Yuan Dongji merely asked, What about Tianxue? How is she doing in the Origin Zone? Has she adapted well? His female subordinate replied, She has adapted extremely well and is growing at an astonishing rate. She's about to evolve to Advanced Stage 2. Unable to suppress her curiosity, the female assistant asked, Second young master, who exactly is Tianxue? Why is her constitution so unusual? She doesn't feel like someone from Earth at all. Yuan Dongji sternly warned her, Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. The female assistant hurriedly apologized. I am sorry, second young master. I overstepped my bounds. Yuan Dongji said, All right, I still have to watch the student exhibition match here, so that'll be all. Get back to work. Yuan Dongji turned on the screen and watched the match between students from the two academies, thinking the Mechanical Academy is gaining the upper hand over the Evolution Academy. The Mechanical God Corporation is stronger than I expected. The accessibility of mechanical augmentation gives it a tremendous advantage. However, no matter how powerful mechanical augmentation became, mechanical augments could not enter the Origin Zone. As soon as they entered, all mechanical and electronic equipment would cease functioning. No matter how powerful a mechanical augment was, they would become nothing more than a pile of scrap metal. That weekend, Lin Zichen and Han-In returned home as planned. They proposed that both sets of parents relocate to the university, and all of them agreed. Next, it was time for Lin Zichen to complete the Catwoman mission. According to the mission information, Catwoman was an ordinary stage 6 life form with extraordinary speed. She frequently appeared in Shanghai City's red light districts, where she seduced male targets before torturing them to death. She was proficient in disguise, extremely cunning, and skilled in using various drugs. The search area was enormous, and the enemy was clever and difficult to catch. No wonder the mission had remained uncompleted for so long. I'll start by using Sky, Eye, and Danger Sense to conduct a comprehensive search. That man's gaze is terrifying. What's he doing? He's really handsome, but the way he looks at people is a little frightening. A large man, either sensitive to other people's gazes or deliberately looking for trouble, rolled up his sleeves and threatened Lin Zichen. Brat, who the hell are you staring at? Lin Zichen said indifferently, Move. He released his biological pressure and suppressed the large man. Lin Zichen refocused on his mission and silently surveyed the surrounding area. I've checked this district. There are no suspicious targets. I'll search the next red light district. Suddenly, he encountered someone he knew, Ma Shiwei. 2 ordinary stage 7 senior students accompanied her. They had probably come specifically to help her complete the Catwoman mission. Lin Zichen saw them, and they also noticed him. One of the seniors grumbled, What rotten luck. Shiwei told her group, Let's go. Stay away from him. Lin Zichen found her attitude utterly baffling. Determined to outdo him, Shiwei told the two seniors. Lin Zichen also accepted the Catwoman mission, so he must be here looking for her. We have to capture her before he does and make all his effort go to waste. The young man replied, leave it to me. I fused with Demon Hound genes, so my sense of smell is exceptionally keen. I'll definitely find Catwoman before he does. The moment he activated his sense of smell, he announced, I've caught Catwoman's scent. She's inside the bar across the street. Shiwei could hardly wait. Once we catch Catwoman, we'll drag her in front of Lin Zichen and make him furious. The group entered the bar, and Shiwei immediately asked the senior, where is she? The young man instantly identified the target and pointed directly at her. There. He looked toward a woman in green. Shiwei asked carefully, are you sure? She looks exactly like an ordinary female university student. The young man explained, her scent is identical to the one I detected from Catwoman's personal belongings at the Public Security Bureau. There's no mistake. Catwoman truly is highly skilled at disguising herself. She's extremely cunning. Shiwei ordered the team into action. Then let's not waste any more time. We'll go over and capture her immediately. The woman in green sensed the incoming attack. She smashed through a window and fled the bar. Shiwei's group immediately pursued their target. This is bad. Catwoman is too fast. We're about to lose her. The young man replied, don't worry. I can continuously track her scent. She'll eventually have to stop and rest. The three of them cornered their target in a dead end. Or at least, that was what they believed. The three students told one another, we've caught up with her. She's hiding in there. Let's go in, finish this quickly, and make sure she doesn't escape again. Catwoman gave them a sly smile. If I truly wanted to escape, do you think you could have caught up with me? The most skilled hunters often prefer to appear in the guise of prey. Do none of you understand that principle? Catwoman released her biological pressure. The three students were horrified. Catwoman was actually at ordinary stage 9. Only then did the group realize that the target had concealed her strength. All three immediately turned around and urged one another, run. This mission is impossible. Catwoman snorted coldly. Trying to run? None of you will escape. She suddenly paused and turned toward the only young man in the group. Well, hello there, handsome. I wanted to devour you ever since you entered the bar. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Ma Shiwei immediately threw down a smoke bomb. She warned the others, this smoke will dull a creature's 5 senses. Take this chance to escape. After their narrow escape, the three only relaxed once they reached a crowded area. The female senior said, that was far too dangerous. The mission intelligence was wrong. We nearly died back there. The male senior added, Shiwei, call Dima immediately. Explain what happened and have them correct that damn Catwoman mission. Ma Shiwei hurriedly replied, I'll call him right now. Then she suddenly remembered, that's right, Lin Zichen accepted the mission too. If he encounters Catwoman, he'll definitely die. No, I have to warn him. He may be annoying, but I can't just watch him walk to his death. I don't have his contact information, so I'll have to contact Shin Qinghan first. Meanwhile, after the smoke cleared, Catwoman cursed inwardly. Damn it, my prey escaped right when it was within my grasp. But another unexpected gift soon appeared. When Catwoman saw Lin Zichen, she was delighted. So handsome. You're exactly my type. One man's loss is another's gain. You can only blame your bad luck for running into me. Lin Zichen launched himself forward, silently assessing her. So, Catwoman really is only at ordinary stage 9? Catwoman was shocked. How can he be even faster than me? Before she could react, Lin Zichen punched her face sideways, sending her flying backward and embedding her in the wall behind her. Lin Zichen calmly remarked, you took 50% of my strength, yet I only tore the skin on your face? Catwoman grew uneasy. This brat looks so young. How can he be so powerful? And he isn't even a gene fusionist. If this continues, I might die at his hands. I need to flee and save my life. Looking back and seeing him close behind, Catwoman was astonished. He can keep up with me even at this speed? Lin Zichen delivered a full-strength kick to Catwoman's face. Catwoman was embedded in the wall again. Lin Zichen was impressed by her tenacity. Her neck is broken, yet she still isn't dead. Holding nothing back, he repeatedly kicked Catwoman. She still isn't dead after all that, but her biological pressure is growing weaker. I have to finish her before she recovers. He He turned away to pick up a stone to throw at her. When Lin Zichen turned back, he saw his target gathering strength. This is bad. The biological pressure within her has suddenly surged. She actually triggered a bloodline eruption on the brink of death. I can sense that she's only a step away from becoming an advanced life form. Catwoman demanded, "You damn brat. Who exactly are you?" She was terrified. I was forced to fully activate every trace of Shadow Nightcat genes in my body. My strength increased, and I survived, but my feral nature will permanently intensify, and I'll be more vulnerable to backlash from the mutant beast genes. Lin Zichen smiled faintly. "Sorry, it seems I mistook you for someone else." Even after seeing Lin Zichen turn his back on her, Catwoman did not recklessly attack. His true strength is unknown, and he acts completely unpredictably. I've already exhausted all my trump cards, and I could suffer gene backlash at any moment. If he kills me one more time, I'll definitely die. Staying alive matters most. I should leave this dangerous place immediately. Hearing an unusual sound, Catwoman instinctively looked back, only for an iron pipe to pierce straight through her skull. She was pinned to the wall for the third time. To ensure that she could not rise again, Lin Zichen followed up at once. He drove another length of iron pipe through Catwoman's chest. His hands did not tremble, nor did he allow himself to underestimate his target. Lin Zichen repeatedly stabbed the areas where Catwoman's vital organs were concentrated. He only stopped when he sensed that her biological pressure had completely dissipated. She's truly dead this time. Lin Zichen took out his phone and photographed Catwoman's corpse as evidence. He then uploaded it to the university app's mission system to prove that he had completed the mission. Afterward, he notified the security forces to clean up the scene. Next, I could devour the Shadow Nightcat genes inside Catwoman. The system announced, "You have devoured a large quantity of the Shadow Nightcat's life essence." Shadow Nightcat bestiary progress, 36%. Lin Zichen was secretly delighted. I didn't expect devouring a single high-level Shadow Nightcat gene fusionist to increase the bestiary progress so much. It may be because Catwoman suffered backlash from the Shadow Nightcat genes, increasing their proportion within her body. Meanwhile, Ma Shiwei called her father to report what had happened. "Dad, that Catwoman mission I accepted nearly got me killed." The mission information was completely wrong. Catwoman wasn't at ordinary stage 6. She was as high as ordinary stage 9. Majina exclaimed, "What? Shiwei, tell me exactly what happened. I'll speak with Director He, who manages the mission system, shortly." Ma Shiwei thought, "We should return to the university immediately and stop wandering around outside, or Catwoman might seek revenge." The female senior checked her phone, saw something, and grabbed Ma Shiwei's arm. "Shiwei, look at this. What's going on? How did Lin Zichen complete the Catwoman mission?" Ma Shiwei was stunned. Catwoman is an ordinary stage 9 life form. He's only a freshman. How could he possibly complete the mission? When the weekend ended, Lin Zichen and Shun Qinghan returned to their university dormitory together. His phone announced, "Shanghai University extracurricular mission. 300 academic credits have been transferred to your account." Lin Zichen was puzzled. "I received the reward for the Catwoman mission, but why is it so much higher?" He checked the updated information. Due to inaccurate intelligence regarding the Catwoman mission, Catwoman's biological level has now been corrected to ordinary stage 9. The reward has been increased from the original 50 academic credits to 200, with an additional 100 credits awarded as compensation. Shun Qinghan criticized, "The university's mission system is completely unreliable. Fortunately, you're strong enough. Otherwise, it could have gotten you killed." Lin Zichen agreed. "It really was a trap. I'll have to be much more careful when accepting missions in the future. When a suitable mission appears, I'll take you with me so you can experience some bloodshed and temper your state of mind." Shin Qinghan smiled brightly. "Wonderful. I can finally go on a mission with Xiaoqin." Mutant beast meat was extremely nutritious and greatly aided evolution. Since Hanin's body was so weak, Lin Zichen needed to buy plenty of mutant beast meat for her. He asked his girlfriend, "Anin, is there any mutant beast meat you'd like to eat? I'll order some." Shin Qinghan sat on the sofa and browsed her phone before deciding. "Let's buy violent giant eagle meat. 1 academic credit buys 3 kilograms, and we can keep enough in the refrigerator to last several days." Lin Zichen put on an apron. "All right, I'll order some violent giant eagle meat." Shin Qinghan said, "Don't order it. Let me do it. I still have the 90 academic credits you gave me." Lin Zichen thought magnanimously, "We're living under the same roof anyway. There's no need to be so rigid about whose credits we use." While they were eating noodles, the doorbell rang. Lin Zichen said, "I'll get it." I didn't expect the delivery to arrive so quickly. He placed the violent giant eagle meat in the refrigerator, while setting aside another kind of meat to absorb its life essence. The system announced, "You have devoured a large quantity of the Undying Planarian's life essence. Undying Planarian Bestiary Progress, 100%. Lin Zichen saw an image of a gigantic invertebrate that had been cut into several pieces. He thought, is this a severely injured Undying Planarian? Its self-healing speed is incredible. The system announced, "You have successfully unlocked the Undying Planarian Bestiary entry and obtained the biological trait Rapid Self-Healing. Rapid Self-Healing significantly enhances your regenerative ability. As long as you do not die instantly and have sufficient energy, you can recover from even the most severe injuries." It was an excellent life-saving ability. Lin Zichen bit off a small patch of skin from his hand to test the Rapid Self-Healing ability. Within seconds, the bleeding stopped and the wound closed. Now that I have rapid self-healing, as long as I have a breath left and enough energy, I can continuously recover to peak condition. The doorbell rang again. The delivery had already arrived, so Lin Zichen wondered, who could it be this late? Lin Zichen asked, "Did you order something else?" Shen Qinghan replied, "No, I didn't." They went to the door together to see who it was. Before they saw the visitor, they heard her politely say, "I'm terribly sorry. Forgive me for disturbing you so late." Seeing that it was Ma Shiwei, Lin Zichen politely asked, "What can I do for you?" Ma Shiwei crossed her arms and said curiously, "I'm very curious about how you completed the Catwoman mission. Would you mind sharing?" Lin Zichen immediately answered, "I'd rather not." Realizing that he would reveal nothing, Ma Shiwei did not shamelessly press him. She turned around and said, "Then I won't disturb you any longer." Shen Qinghan invited her. "Shiwei, would you like to come in for some tea? I brought it from my hometown. My mother roasted it herself." Without turning around, Ma Shiwei waved and politely declined Shen Qinghan's friendly invitation. "Maybe next time. I still have something to do." Shen Qinghan told her boyfriend, Xiao Chun, "Shiwei is actually a very good person. When she discovered that the Catwoman mission information was wrong, she was afraid you might be in danger, so she messaged me and asked me to warn you." Hearing this, Lin Zichen softened his tone. "We can spend more time with her in the future. If you want, you can invite her over more often. After all, she lives directly below us." The next day, the martial arts academy was deserted, so Dean Liu once again sat around chatting with Song Yuyan. He said, "That night, I personally saw Ma Junhe confront Director He, who manages the mission system. They couldn't reach an agreement, so they began arguing and eventually got into a serious fight." Song Yuyan asked, "Was it because the Catwoman mission information was wrong?" Dean Liu stroked his beard. "What else could it be? Ma Junhe's daughter accepted that mission, but Catwoman's biological level was listed incorrectly. It nearly got his daughter killed. How could he not be furious?" Song Yuyan continued, "I heard Catwoman was actually at Ordinary Stage 9, but the mission listed her as Ordinary Stage 6. While concentrating on the documents in front of him, Lin Zichen replied, "No ambush and no tricks. I killed her alone using nothing but my physical strength." Dean Liu and Song Yuyan were both stunned before simultaneously realizing what he meant. "Killed her alone? What do you mean? Have you been concealing your strength? You killed her alone? Did I hear that correctly? You must be joking." The two behind him never hid their emotions, which often gave Lin Zichen a headache. He pinched the bridge of his nose and thought, after spending so much time with them, I know they're trustworthy. Revealing my true body tempering progress and biological level would do more good than harm. They could also help me research how to open my acupoints. I might as well tell them directly. Lin Zichen turned around and reluctantly revealed, actually, my true strength recently reached Ordinary Stage 9. Dean Liu and Song Yuyan immediately arrived at a conclusion that left them dumbfounded. The first body tempering is complete, and he's already undergoing his second skin tempering. Dean Liu muttered solemnly, "The first body tempering is complete." Suddenly, he began laughing through tears of joy. "Heaven rewards those who persevere. My many years of persistence have finally paid off. Zichen, with you here, the pure-blood human path will undoubtedly achieve glorious success. When that day comes, Your name, and the Celestial Pavilion's name, will shake the entire world. Dean Liu was overwhelmed with emotion now that his lifelong persistence had finally revealed a ray of hope. I've painstakingly researched the pure-blood human path for so many years. My research drove the Martial Arts Academy into decline and cost me my wife and family, yet I never made any progress. Today, I've finally encountered an unparalleled genius perfectly suited to the blood-tempering technique. With him leading the way, the pure-blood human path will surely shine brilliantly and become humanity's greatest weapon for saving the world. Lin Zichen looked at Dean Liu in confusion. What's wrong with him? Why is he laughing and crying at the same time? Dean Liu patted the promising freshman on the shoulder and sighed. Zichen, your physical talent is simply outrageous. If there weren't even a trace of origin power in your body, I'd suspect you were a humanoid from the origin zone. Lin Zichen immediately became curious about these so-called origin zone humanoids. Dean Liu explained, since mutant beasts exist in this world, humanoids must naturally exist as their counterparts. However, humanoids generally live in the origin zone rather than on Earth, so we almost never encounter them. Song Yin also seemed to be hearing this confirmed for the first time. Humanoids really exist? Dean, you're so biased. I've been a member of the Celestial Pavilion for years, yet you've never mentioned this to me. Lin Zichen focused on a crucial point and asked, what is origin power? Dean Liu answered, origin power is an energy unique to origin zone life forms, similar to blood vitality and mental power. Eager to learn, Lin Zichen asked, how is origin power used? What specific effects does it have? Dean Liu pondered before answering. That is difficult for me to explain. After all, despite my age, I've only ever encountered 2 humanoids. Song Yin crossed her arms and said skeptically, stop boasting, Dean. Your biological level has been stuck at ordinary stage 9 forever. You can't even enter the origin zone. Lin Zichen asked, is there a biological level requirement for entering the origin zone? Dean Liu explained, the authorities require anyone entering the origin zone to be at least an advanced life form. Otherwise, they'd be nothing but cannon fodder. Besides, who said I met those humanoids in the origin zone? I met them here on Earth. One of them was a female disciple my ex-wife accepted somewhere around 10 years ago. Lin Zichen was secretly surprised. So Han Nin Sr., Luo Tianxue, is a humanoid? Dean Liu continued. I encountered the other one in a mysterious, ultra-ancient ruin, the very ruin where I discovered the blood-tempering technique. He then carefully warned the 2 young people before him. You must never reveal the secrets I've told you today. You absolutely have to keep them confidential. Understood? Song Yin assured him, don't worry, Dean. My lips are sealed. I won't reveal a single word. Dean Liu nodded. Good. I trust both of you. He looked especially at Lin Zichen and warned, Zichen, you should keep your strength secret for now. Don't show off too much, or the heretics may target you. Even inside the university, you're still in danger. After all, their agents are everywhere. In the future, if you want to accept missions suited to your strength and earn academic credits, use Yuyin's account. Cooperating with Dean Liu, Song Yuyin told Lin Zichen, I'm also at ordinary stage 9. If you accept missions through my account, you can freely display your strength without worrying about exposing yourself. With both of them helping him protect his secret, Lin Zichen had no reason to refuse their kindness. He asked, Dean, do you have any information related to the origin zone? I'd like to learn more about it. But this was no simple request. Dean Liu explained, everything related to the origin zone is classified, and even I know very little. But there's no need to rush. Before you evolve into an advanced life form, learning too much about the origin zone won't do you any good. You only need to know that, from our perspective, the vast majority of creatures in the origin zone are enemies. They are constantly searching for ways to invade Earth. The serious conversation was abruptly interrupted by Dean Liu's cute, playful ringtone. He answered and immediately heard a flirtatious female voice say, Sweetheart. Dean Liu hurriedly told the 2 young people, an old flame I haven't seen in years invited me to her home for dinner, so I won't be staying any longer. Contact me on WeChat if anything comes up. With that, Dean Liu hurried away. Song Yin calmly remarked, the Dean works so hard. He's gone to solicit another investment for the Celestial Pavilion. Oh, right, Zichen. How are you concealing your biological level and body tempering progress? Even the dean and university president couldn't see through it. Lin Zichen replied meaningfully, "Sorry, Yin. I'm afraid I can't tell you that." He silently sighed. The system's abilities are my greatest trump card. How could I possibly tell her? Unable to suppress her curiosity, Song Yuyin pressed further. "Little brother Zichen, don't be so stingy. Tell me, won't you? I'll trade you one of my secrets. You can ask me anything." Lin Zichen firmly refused. "I really can't tell you." Song Yuyin had no choice but to put aside her curiosity. "Fine. If you don't want to tell me, forget it. But since we're both at Ordinary Stage 9, would you like to spar?" Lin Zichen agreed. Sparring with an opponent at the same level would help him better understand his own strength and improve his practical combat skills. Song Yuyin revealed, "I've completed my second skin tempering and second flesh tempering, and I'm 1/5 of the way through my second bone tempering. When we begin, attack me with everything you have." They both took their stances. Song Yuyin asked, "Are you ready?" Lin Zichen replied, "I'm ready." Song Yuyin signaled, "Then let's begin. Attack first, and I'll defend. Let's see how powerful your attacks are." Following her instructions, Lin Zichen attacked first. He launched a spinning back kick at Song Yuyin's abdomen, and that single kick revealed his truly formidable strength. Song Yuyin secretly warned herself not to underestimate him. He had only completed his first round of body tempering, yet he had managed to hurt her abdomen, which had already undergone a second round of flesh tempering. His strength was almost absurd. At this rate, it probably would not be long before he surpassed her. No, she had to take advantage of the time when he was still weaker and make a suitably impressive show of superiority. Song Yuyin cleared her throat and instructed him with affected solemnity. "Zichen, I am very dissatisfied with that kick. Whenever you have the chance to strike, you must aim to severely injure your opponent with a single blow. Ahem. You should have attacked one of my vital points just now. In battle, only life and death matter. Forget martial ethics. Understand?" Lin Zichen replied awkwardly. "I understand." Song Yuyin sprang forward energetically and said, "Next, we will begin the real sparring match. I hope you can last more than 5 minutes against me." Lin Zichen modestly replied, "Please instruct me, Senior Yuyin." The two began exchanging moves. That was what they called it, at least. Lin Zichen focused entirely on attacking, while Song Yuyin focused entirely on defending. Song Yuyin was secretly bewildered. She was clearly fighting with all her strength. So how was he still holding his own against her? Could she actually lose? Lin Zichen allowed his senior to launch a counterattack and thought, "Now is the time. I should pretend to lose." He deliberately took the blow and let himself fall heavily onto his back. Song Yuyin had no idea that her junior had gone easy on her. With her martial spirit ignited, she pulled him back to his feet and praised him. "Zichen, your future truly holds limitless promise. You forced me to use 90% of my strength before I could barely defeat you. In another year, I am afraid I will no longer be your match. Zichen, now that you have completed your first round of body tempering, you could try opening your acupoints. I will teach you a newly developed method for opening them. Would you like to try?" Lin Zichen's eyes lit up. "All right, let me try." They sat cross-legged opposite each other, as Song Yuyin explained. The human body contains a total of 366 acupoints distributed throughout the body. According to the blood tempering art, the 4 easiest acupoints to open are located around the heart. Once you sense those 4 acupoints, control your blood energy and strike them at a frequency of 10 times per second. The greater the force, the better, but be careful not to damage your heart. Lin Zichen immediately sensed that something was wrong. No, it is not working at all. When Song Yuyin saw her junior clutching his chest and struggling to breathe, she examined him and said, "Zichen, there is no need to rush. Perhaps your body is not strong enough yet, or perhaps the method I taught you is unsuitable." Meanwhile, in the basement of the Liu family's ancestral residence, Elder Liu respectfully reported to a mysterious figure. "Pavilion Master, I have finally found a peerless genius with a chance of opening his acupoints. He will surely be able to follow the pure-blood human path, break through the shackles of the ordinary grade, and evolve into an advanced, rare, or even epic life form. When that happens, he can transfer blood energy to you every day to sustain your life. You will no longer have to linger inside this cramped bronze coffin. Furthermore, with your formidable strength protecting him, you and that genius can lead our celestial pavilion forward. We will surely be able to help the people of Earth ascend in the flesh." The great figure inside the coffin remained silent for a long time, leaving Elder Lu wondering why there had been no response. Only much later did a faint acknowledgement emerge from within. Elder Lu thought sympathetically. It took him so long just to utter a single word. It seems that exhausted all the energy he had accumulated today. The Pavilion Master is growing weaker and weaker. I hope Zichen can evolve into an advanced life form before the Pavilion Master passes away. While undercurrents surged elsewhere, Lin Zichen continued enjoying his precious, peaceful life. He returned home carrying a bag and handed it to Shen Qinghan. I went to the market and bought ingredients for dinner. Shen Qinghan accepted the bag and said, Xiaochen, there is something I need to tell you. My mentor came to see me this morning. She said she wanted me to undergo gene fusion ahead of schedule. I will be fusing with the genes of an azure jellyfish. She said that its genes are extremely well suited to me during the early stages. Lin Zichen pondered this. An azure jellyfish? It is a low-level mutant beast. Mature individuals are generally ordinary stage 7, but powerful jellyfish kings can evolve to the advanced grade. Their distinguishing feature was spiritual power far exceeding that of life forms at the same level. Even at the ordinary grade, they could use a small thread of spiritual power to control dozens of cubic meters of seawater. Lin Zichen told his girlfriend, that is an excellent choice. I think the azure jellyfish suits you very well. Just follow your mentor's instructions. Shen Qinghan voiced her concern, but my mentor wants me to fuse directly with the genes of an azure jellyfish king. Those are the genes of an advanced life form. My body is so weak. What if I cannot withstand them and become aberrated? Lin Zichen did not believe his girlfriend's fusion would fail, and he was secretly delighted for her. Azure jellyfish genes were already extremely rare, let alone those of a jellyfish king, of which only one appeared among every 10,000. Yuan Dongji was truly generous. He wished he had found such an unexpectedly generous mentor himself. Lin Zichen stroked Shen Qinghan's head and gently reassured her. Do not worry. Jellyfish-type mutant beasts naturally possess a high affinity with the human body. Besides, your gene fusion compatibility is as high as 21%. Fusing with the genes of an advanced mutant beast is well within your limits. You definitely will not become aberrated. Shen Qinghan was still worried. Will there be any side effects? Drawing on his knowledge, Lin Zichen explained, you will lose the ability to reproduce naturally, and your appearance will display certain traits of the mutant beast. However, you have already had healthy eggs extracted and preserved. If you want children in the future, you can use them. As for the changes in your appearance, they can be concealed. You only need to make the mutant beast genes inside your body enter a dormant state. Shen Qinghan felt that this made sense. After that, Shen Qinghan almost completely dismissed the risk of aberration and instead began looking forward to the exotic traits that might make her even more beautiful. She wondered what mutant beast traits would appear after she fused with the azure jellyfish king's genes and whether she would become prettier. She showed her boyfriend an image of the mutant beast and said, Xiaochen, look, is the azure jellyfish not beautiful? Lin Zichen sweetly replied, it is beautiful, but not as beautiful as you. Delighted yet embarrassed, Shen Qinghan said, you certainly know how to flatter me. She continued, my mentor recorded this video. She did not take any equipment with her. She simply used her physical body to dive 10,000 meters into the deep sea. Just how strong must her body be to accomplish that? Lin Zichen answered, she must be at least rare grade. Shen Qinghan said admiringly, that is incredible. I wonder whether I will ever evolve to the rare grade. Then she tempered her own optimism. It cannot possibly be that simple. Gene fusion compatibility is not the only factor. One must also consider physique and evolutionary resources. Lin Zichen remained optimistic. Your physique is already extraordinary, and you were born with an exceptional affinity for water. If you continue fusing with water attribute genes, you will surely become even stronger than your mentor. As for evolutionary resources, you have even less reason to worry. I will work hard to earn money. Whatever resources you need, I will obtain them for you. Shen Qinghan playfully replied, then I had better take good care of my generous patron. She took out a pair of thigh-high stockings and teasingly asked her boyfriend, black or white, which color does my generous patron prefer? Lin Zichen was much more composed than before. Either is fine. I like both. Indulging him, Shun Qinghan said, then I will wear one color on each leg. Lin Zichen commented, that sounds strange, but perhaps it is worth trying. One day, Lin Zichen was alone in the dormitory with nothing else to do. He poured himself a glass of water and browsed the internet, thinking, Henin has gone to her afternoon class. I'm not going to the Pure Human Research Institute today, so I will train at home. First, let me see whether there has been any recent news. A news update reported, recently, mysterious plants of unknown origin have been discovered throughout Shanghai City. They vary greatly in species and possess bizarre forms. Many botanists have already arrived to study them. As it has not yet been determined whether these plants are dangerous, residents are advised not to approach them out of curiosity to avoid unnecessary injuries or deaths. Lin Zichen analyzed the report carefully. These mysterious plants strongly resemble those in the background of the photograph taken by Henin Sr. Are they plants from the origin zone? How could plants from the origin zone appear on Earth? Could the plant god cult be responsible? He shook his head in exasperation. We just destroyed the rat god cult, and now a plant god cult has appeared. Humanity truly has far too many traitors. I need to increase my strength as quickly as possible. After beginning my second round of body tempering, I started consuming blood energy too quickly. My reserves are no longer sufficient. Let me see whether the store has any pills capable of rapidly restoring blood energy. He found blood-replenishing pills priced at 1 academic credit each. They were made from century-old medicinal ingredients grown in red soil, along with spirit plants. Their blood energy restoration effect depended on the user's biological grade. The time required for a full recovery increased with the user's level. 30 seconds at ordinary stage 9, half an hour at advanced stage 1, and 3 hours at advanced stage 2. After calculating for a moment, he thought, these blood-replenishing pills seem quite useful. I will buy 100 for now. I've already unlocked rapid self-healing. It is time to unlock the next mutant beast in the bestiary. Let me see whether there is anything suitable. Lin Zichen spotted myriad venom salamander meat, priced at 20 academic credits per kilogram. Despite its name, the myriad venom salamander was not poisonous. Instead, it fed on various venomous creatures and possessed extremely powerful poison resistance. Unlocking its bestiary entry might grant him a poison resistance biological trait and prevent an unexpected death from poisoning. However, he had fewer than 200 academic credits left. He decided to buy 1 kilogram and unlock the entry's progress bar first. If I cannot open my acupoints, my body probably is not strong enough. I should continue with my second round of skin tempering. Just like that, Lin Zichen tempered his body for more than 2 hours. Completely exhausted, Lin Zichen complained, I cannot continue. My blood energy is being depleted too quickly. I need to stop and rest. No, I am starving. I need to eat something and restore my strength. Just as he opened the refrigerator, the doorbell rang, so Lin Zichen went to receive the visitor first. The delivery woman greeted him as warmly as ever. Hello, I'm a school courier. Is anyone home? I have 2 packages for you. Perhaps because he was too exhausted, Lin Zichen suddenly lost his strength and pitched forward. The delivery woman instinctively reached out to catch him. Anyone expecting an accidentally intimate collision between a man and a woman would be sorely disappointed. Lin Zichen used every last bit of his strength to save his package and ensure it landed safely. Standing beside him, the delivery woman asked with a complicated expression, Are you all right? Lin Zichen opened the package with trembling hands and removed a yellow pill. He thought, I should test the blood-replenishing pill's effects first. After swallowing the pill, Lin Zichen immediately felt refreshed. His head was no longer dizzy, and his limbs were no longer weak. As expected of an expensive medicine that cost 1 academic credit per pill, its effects were remarkable. Next, he devoured the myriad venom salamander's life essence. The system announced, You have devoured a trace of the myriad venom salamander's life essence. Myriad venom salamander bestiary progress, 1%. With these blood-replenishing pills, I can save a great deal of time recovering my blood energy and increase the efficiency of my body tempering again. Using academic credits to accelerate the growth of my strength is an excellent bargain. Lin Zichen diligently practiced the blood-tempering art until dusk. When Shin Qinghan called from outside the door, Xiao Chun, I am back. I brought someone with me too. Guess who it is? The visitor was none other than their friend Li Chuxin. She greeted him. Zichen, it has been a long time. Lin Zichen replied. It has indeed, Chuxin. Li Chuxin looked around the couple's dormitory, which resembled a luxury apartment, and said enviously, you two have it so good. You get to live in such a luxurious apartment. Unlike me, I do not even have a private dorm room. I have to share with another student. Lin Zichen offered, if you want a private room, you can move into mine at the Martial Arts Academy. However, Li Chuxin replied, thank you for the offer, Zichen, but I quite enjoy living with my roommate now. At least I do not feel lonely. Li Chuxin then revealed why she had come. Actually, I came to see you two today because I wanted to complain. You have no idea how outrageous some of the senior students are. You two are geniuses, so no one normally dares to bully you. But ordinary students like us have it terribly hard. The couple immediately asked, what happened? Li Chuxin explained, the day before yesterday, a senior student came to inspect my dorm room. She took a liking to my cosmetics and simply carried them away without another word, claiming she was borrowing them for 2 days. A male student in my class had it even worse. Someone stole the century-old blood ginseng his family sent him. When we complained to the student council, they refused to intervene. They said the school follows the principle that the strong prey on the weak, and that anyone dissatisfied should fight back themselves. But we are all freshmen. We cannot match the senior students in strength. Is that not blatant favoritism toward them? The couple would never turn a blind eye when a friend suffered an injustice. Lin Zichen said, Chuxin, if any senior student goes too far with you again, tell me. I will see whether I can help resolve it. Shen Qinghan shared his sentiment. Those senior students are awful. If they keep pushing their luck, we will find a way to deal with them together. Feeling touched, Li Chuxin said, thank you both so much. Suddenly, an earthquake struck, startling the 3 of them to their feet. Lin Zichen's danger sense activated, filling him with unease and a persistent sense of foreboding. Fortunately, the warning was not particularly strong. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a man wearing a red mask was speaking with someone in a birdbeak mask who was clearly an aberrant. The red-masked man asked eagerly, Lord Divine Envoy, I wish to break through to a higher biological grade this year. Could you provide me with some evolutionary resources? The divine envoy casually tossed an object onto the table and said, considering your exceptional performance this year, I will reward you with this demon flame flower. It has an extremely powerful aphrodisiac effect. When you use it, it would be best to have a woman beside you. The red-masked man said delightedly, thank you, Lord Divine Envoy. Among this year's freshmen at Shanghai University, an exceptionally talented physical prodigy has appeared. I have already arranged for someone to trick him into eating an advanced-grade demon seed. If everything goes according to plan, we can recruit him into the cult. The divine envoy replied, that does not matter. The true geniuses are all inside the origin zone. The red-masked man thought dismissively. So what if the origin zone has countless geniuses? I have no way to come into contact with them. Just then, someone contacted the divine envoy telepathically and reported, Lord Divine Envoy, a message has arrived from the origin zone. We have found a matching boundary point and established corresponding biological coordinates. We now require you to go there personally and activate the connection. The divine envoy replied, very well. I will head there immediately. He then vanished without saying goodbye to the man seated opposite him. After the divine envoy left, the red-masked man called his subordinates and urged them, if you cannot make Lin Zichen eat the advanced-grade demon seed within 3 days, I will have to replace you. The person on the other end promised, rest assured, we will definitely finish the task within 3 days. On another fine day, the protagonist couple left their dormitory together. Shen Qinghan said, Xiaochen, I will take this road to class. Suddenly, someone called Lin Zichen's name. The Nanhuan duo hurried toward him, and Lu Gang asked, could we trouble you for a moment? We need your help with something. Lin Zichen readily replied, go ahead. Lu Gang explained, a third-year senior has taken a dislike to Wang Shujie and me. He relies on his superior strength to target us every day. Could you step in and help us? Wang Shujie added, you are the freshman champion. That senior definitely will not dare offend you. He will surely show you some respect. The Nanhuan duo had no intention of asking for help without offering compensation. They handed him a bag and said, naturally, we will not ask you to help us for nothing. These spirit fruits include some that improve the skin, some that calm the mind and sharpen awareness, and some that replenish the blood and enhance vitality. They are all evolutionary resources our family sent us. We will give them all to you in exchange for your help. Lin Zichen, for the sake of our time as high school classmates, please help us this once. Lin Zichen cautiously asked, how strong is that third-year senior? The Manhwa duo answered, ordinary stage 6. Lin Zichen nodded to himself. That presented no challenge at all. He accepted the Manhwa duo's gesture of sincerity and said, in that case, wait for me at the entrance of the Pure Human Research Institute at 5:30 this afternoon. I will resolve this matter for you. The two were overjoyed. Lin Zichen, if you ever need our help in the future, we promise to do whatever you ask. Since there is nothing else, we will leave now. See you at 5:30. Thank you. Curious and excited, Shun Qinghan told her boyfriend, Xiao Chun, hurry and open the bag. I have never eaten a spirit fruit in my entire life. Lin Zichen said, then take one and eat it on your way to class. Shun Qinghan reminded him, choose a small one. I will not be able to finish a large one. Lin Zichen indulgently replied, all right, I will choose this small one for you. Shun Qinghan took the spirit fruit, but did not eat it immediately. After examining it, she told her boyfriend, Xiao Chun, this spirit fruit looks disgusting. Has it gone bad because there are worms inside? Hearing this, Lin Zichen picked it up and personally examined it. He was startled when his danger sense automatically activated. The system asked, would you like to devour the advanced grade demon tree seed? Lin Zichen set the question of devouring it aside and focused on the immediate situation. With a grave expression, he wondered, what is going on? This so-called spirit fruit is actually a demon tree seed. Wait, neither of you is leaving. Lin Zichen leaped in front of the Manhwa duo and blocked their path. At the same time, he signaled his girlfriend. Han In, contact your mentor and ask her to come here. Yuan Dongji arrived shortly afterward and asked, what happened? Lin Zichen explained what had happened. Principal Yuan, these two asked me for help and gave me a bag of spirit fruit in return. These strange red seeds were inside. I suspect they're connected to the plant god cult. After briefly examining them, Yuan Dongji discovered that they were seeds from an aberrant tree. Anyone who consumed one would be controlled by the tree and lose control of themselves. This was one of the plant god cult's usual methods for forcing people to join them. Lin Zichen recalled how detached the Manhwa duo had seemed during the Freshman King tournament and wondered, could they have been under the plant god cult's control even back then? Lu Gang and Wang Shuja hurriedly defended themselves. Principal Yuan, we were forced. Principal Yuan Dongji restrained the two suspicious students and solemnly told Lin Zichen and Shun Qinghan, I'll take them back for questioning. I'll inform you as soon as we have the results. Lu Gang and Wang Shuja broke out in cold sweats. Why could they no longer speak? Was this Yuan Dongji's ability? Before leaving, Yuan Dongji warned Lin Zichen and Shun Qinghan. Heretical cults have infiltrated every corner of society. You cannot completely trust even a university's lecturers or administrators. In short, you must always remain vigilant. Shun Qinghan said admiringly, Mentor's psychic power is already strong enough to control objects and fly. That's incredible. Lin Zichen was envious as well. Exactly. Fly must feel amazing. After blocking Lu Gang and Wang Shujia, Shun Qinghan said, Xiao Chun, those two went too far. You kindly helped them, yet they tried to hurt you. Lin Zichen threw the bag of spirit fruit into the trash and said, we must be more careful from now on. The investigation results concerning Lu Gang and Wang Shujia came out the following day. Both were confirmed to be members of the plant god cult. During the practical portion of the college entrance examination, a security officer had forced them to consume demon seeds. As punishment, both were expelled and held criminally liable. Their lives were effectively ruined. Lin Zichen's and Shun Qinghan's parents had also moved onto the university campus and settled there over the past few days. With the help of blood-replenishing pills, Lin Zichen completed his second skin tempering, while his second flesh tempering reached 40%. As for Han In, the day of her gene fusion had finally arrived. Naturally, Shun Qinghan brought her boyfriend along, so she would feel more at ease. Yuan Dongji handed Shun Qinghan a glass of water and explained, the azure jellyfish is a water-type mutant beast. The more water your body contains, the easier the fusion will be, so drink plenty of water first. Yuan Dongji kept pouring water for Shun Qinghan until her stomach was full. Mentor, I can't drink anymore. Yuan Dongji replied, Then you can stop. Take off your clothes and lie down over here. This syringe contains the Azure Jellyfish King's genes. I'll inject them directly into your heart. I'll use my psychic power to numb your sense of pain, so the injection itself won't hurt. However, once the gene fusion process begins, you'll still experience intense pain even if your pain receptors are numbed. If it becomes unbearable, don't force yourself to endure it. You can scream as loudly as you need to. Shen Qinghan lay down and obediently answered, I understand, Mentor. Lin Zichen watched the entire procedure from the side and thought, gene fusion normally requires all kinds of sophisticated testing equipment to monitor changes in the fusionist's physical data. But Yuan Dongji can examine everything with her immensely powerful psychic power, so she has no need for any of that. After completing the injection, Yuan Dongji told her student, all the Azure Jellyfish King genes have been injected. Once the fusion begins, you'll quickly experience severe pain. Prepare yourself mentally. Shen Qinghan lay there tensely, waiting for the pain to strike. 2 minutes later, she asked in confusion, Mentor, why don't I feel anything yet? Yuan Dongji murmured, how strange. Lin Zichen asked, Principal Yuan, has something gone wrong with Hanin's gene fusion? Then, as though realizing something, Yuan Dongji exclaimed, how is this possible? Shen Qinghan's gene fusion has failed. She explained that Shen Qinghan had failed to fuse with the Azure Jellyfish King's genes, although it could not be considered a complete failure either. Lin Zichen asked, what do you mean? Yuan Dongji explained, as long as there is no rejection response, the body's genes should rapidly fuse with the mutant beast genes with the aid of the various medicines in the gene serum. Through my psychic perception, I can clearly distinguish the two. The blue genes belong to Shen Qinghan, while the red ones belong to the Azure Jellyfish King. Yuan Dongji continued, but Shen Qinghan's condition is extremely strange. The injected Azure Jellyfish King genes haven't triggered the slightest rejection response, yet they aren't fusing with her genes either. Lin Zichen asked seriously, Principal Yuan, what exactly is happening? Yuan Dongji replied, my psychic power senses that Shen Qinghan's genes seem to possess a consciousness of their own. They surrounded all the invading Azure Jellyfish King genes and restricted their freedom. During this process, some of the Azure Jellyfish King genes instinctively attempted to fuse with hers, only to be destroyed outright by Shen Qinghan's genes. They were reduced to genetic fragments and completely absorbed as nutrients. At present, all the remaining Azure Jellyfish King genes have been confined. I've never encountered anything like this before. At that moment, a minor mutation appeared. Shen Qinghan cried out, Xiaochun, Mentor, my hair is changing color. Yuan Dongji was astonished. That's one of the manifested traits of the Azure Jellyfish genes. But the fusion clearly failed, so why can she still manifest their traits? Worried, Lin Zichen asked his girlfriend, Hanin, does anything feel unusual? Shen Qinghan closed her eyes and sensed her body. It feels as though something new has appeared inside me. I can sense it, and I think I can even control it. Yuan Dongji pressed her forehead against her students to examine her. You can sense and control it? Isn't that precisely what gene fusion allows? Could there be something I overlooked? Let me probe again with my psychic power. Afterward, Yuan Dongji told her, Qinghan, the additional presence you sense inside your body is the Azure Jellyfish King's genes. Try controlling them with your psychic power and make them enter a dormant state. Shen Qinghan obediently replied, I'll try. Yuan Dongji then instructed, now try manifesting them again. Shen Qinghan's hair immediately turned pale blue. Yuan Dongji was secretly delighted. Even acclaimed geniuses, such as Li Moyu and Ma Shiwei, had needed half a month after gene fusion to master the methods of making their mutant beast genes go dormant and manifesting them at will. Yet Shen Qinghan had mastered both almost instantly. Lin Zichen anxiously asked, Principal Yuan, what exactly is Hanin's current condition? Yuan Dongji said, I have good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first? Shen Qinghan replied, let's hear the bad news first. Yuan Dongji said, The bad news is that you may never become a gene fusionist. But the good news is that you're something even more advanced and powerful. Without fusing with mutant beast genes, you can accomplish what only gene fusionists should be capable of, and do it even better. To be precise, your genes can enslave the mutant beast genes injected into you. You can manifest and use their corresponding abilities without fusing with them. You also won't have to worry about a backlash from those genes, meaning you'll remain a pure-blooded human. To date, no pure-blooded human has ever been discovered who could break through the shackles of ordinary life and evolve into a higher life form. You may very well become the first pioneer on Earth to evolve into a higher life form while retaining a pure-blooded human body. Shun Qinghan asked excitedly, "Can I really do that?" Yuan Dongji replied confidently, "If pure-blooded humans truly can break through the shackles of ordinary life, you will undoubtedly be the first to succeed." Standing beside them, Lin Zichen raised an eyebrow, feeling as though he had just been indirectly insulted. What was that supposed to mean? Was she looking down on him? Yuan Dongji warned the couple. Although Shin Qinghan isn't a gene fusionist, her primary means of increasing her strength still depends on mutant beast genes. Therefore, in public, she must continue pretending to be a gene fusionist. You must not reveal this secret to anyone, not even your parents. Qinghan, there's still a great deal we need to study about your gene enslavement ability. From now on, unless something urgent comes up, come to my office every evening at 8. We'll investigate it thoroughly together. Shun Qinghan obediently replied, "Yes, mentor." Half a month later, Lin Zichen was sitting cross-legged and cultivating when he heard Shun Qinghan call out, "Xiao Chun, I have good news." Following his girlfriend's voice into the bathroom, he found her playing with water and controlling it. Shun Qinghan proudly said, "I can control water with my psychic power now." Lin Zichen sat beside the bathtub and exclaimed, "You've only just learned water control, yet you're already using it so smoothly. Your talent is almost absurdly impressive." Shun Qinghan continued, "I can do something even more incredible. I can remotely control the vital blood within another person's body." Minter said that at the lower end, I can throw an opponent's vital blood into disorder. At the upper end, I can make their blood erupt and kill them instantly. Lin Zichen replied, "If you can remotely control another person's vital blood, you should also be able to control your own and use it to temper your body." Shin Qinghan became somewhat dejected. "But Minter says my vital blood strength and physical talent are too weak for me to follow the pure-blooded human path." Lin Zichen encouraged her. "Henin, you and I are both special existences. We can accomplish things ordinary people cannot. Besides, I'll be here to teach you. You should at least give it a try." Shun Qinghan's heart fluttered. We're both special existences. Was Zichen confessing his feelings to her? Shun Qinghan rose and said, "You're right. We're both special. I'm sure I can use my vital blood to temper my body too." From then on, Lin Zichen taught Henin how to control her vital blood and temper her own body. Shun Qinghan exclaimed, "I did it, Xiao Chun. I've mastered the blood-tempering art." Lin Zichen was visibly delighted. He had only intended to let her try, never expecting her to actually succeed. Henin's biological level was merely ordinary stage 2, yet she could practice the blood-tempering art, which normally required the vital blood strength of ordinary stage 4. This truly overturned conventional understanding. Shin Qinghan threw herself into her boyfriend's arms and said, "Xiao Chun, I can enslave mutant beast genes and obtain their abilities, while you can devour mutant beast flesh and obtain their abilities. We can both follow the pure-blooded human path, too. Now we truly are an unrivaled pair of prodigies." Lin Zichen replied, "Naturally." In less than half a month, Henin completed one round of skin tempering by practicing the blood-tempering art alongside Lin Zichen. Her biological level evolved directly from ordinary stage 2 to ordinary stage 3. Lin Zichen calculated that it was about time to take Henin into actual combat, expose her to bloodshed, and temper her mentality. He browsed at Shanghai University's extracurricular missions. Capture a 21-member drug trafficking gang. The suspects possess firearms. No mechanical augments or gene fusionists are present. Location: outskirts of Shanghai City. Reward: 50 credits. Lin Zichen made his decision. We'll take this mission. At 9 that evening, inside the Shanghai City Public Security Bureau, a veteran police officer introduced them. These two are students from Shanghai University. They accepted an extracurricular mission and are here to assist with the case. This young man is none other than the student who ranked second in the Namjiang Province College entrance examination. The Bureau's personnel immediately began murmuring. So that's him, the second-ranked examinee in Namjiang province. What a talented young man. He has a bright future ahead of him. He's even more handsome in person than in his photographs. Welcome, welcome, the veteran officer boasted. I have an adopted son who also became a Shanghai University freshman this year. He was the province's top scorer and even entered the genius class. It's such a pity, Zichin. With your talent, you could have joined the genius class and become his classmate if you hadn't entered the Celestial Pavilion. Seriously, take my advice. Withdraw from the Celestial Pavilion as soon as possible and transfer to the Evolution Academy. I also invited my adopted son to help with tonight's operation. You can use this chance to befriend him. If any senior students bully you at the university, just tell him. He'll definitely step in. A young man's voice suddenly attracted everyone's attention. Godfather, I'm here, the veteran officer said. Speak of the devil. The other officers looked at the young man and praised him. Is that Captain Fong's adopted son? He certainly has an extraordinary bearing. Fong Feixiong is truly fortunate to have the province's top scorer as his adopted son. His influence within the bureau is sure to soar in the future. Fong Feixiong said, Yongjin, I heard you evolved to ordinary stage 5 a few days ago. Well done. The young man feigned modesty. It was nothing special. My rate of evolution is merely average. Captain Fong told his son. Besides you, 2 other Shanghai University freshmen are joining tonight's operation. One of them is a very beautiful girl. Let me introduce you. Luo Yongjin secretly became excited. A beautiful girl? Looks like I have another opportunity to make a new friend. But his eyes nearly popped out when he saw that the 2 students his godfather had mentioned were the university's most famous freshmen. Why do they have to be Lin Zichin and Shen Qinghan? So much for making a new female friend. Failing to notice his adopted son's sudden dejection, Captain Fong continued, Yongjin, let me introduce you. This young man is Namjiang province's. Meanwhile, Shen Qinghan whispered to her boyfriend, so it's him, Luo Yongjin, the one you instantly defeated during the placement test. Luo Yongjin had excellent hearing, so no matter how quietly Shen Qinghan spoke, he still heard every word. Pulling himself out of the awkward situation, Luo Yongjin tried to sound natural as he told his godfather, It's nothing. I was just surprised to see people I know. Captain Fong asked in astonishment, You know them? Luo Yongjin introduced them. This beautiful young woman is Namjiang province's top scorer and my classmate. The young man beside her ranked second in the province and is this year's freshman king at Shanghai University. Brother Chen single-handedly crushed the entire genius class during the placement test and claimed the freshman king title with overwhelming strength. He's also the strongest freshman king in history, surpassing every previous record by a huge margin. Feeling uncomfortable, Lin Zichin said, You're exaggerating. I was merely in better condition that day and barely managed to win. Inwardly, he complained, Please stop making such a big deal out of me. Luo Yongjin laughed. Whatever Brother Chen says. Captain Fong privately realized that he might have misspoken earlier. To think Namjiang province's second-ranked examinee was this formidable. He truly had underestimated Lin Zichin. At 11 that night, the police team set out. On the way, Captain Fong briefed everyone. We are now heading toward the drug traffickers' hideout. Captain Fong said, Put on these bulletproof vests to protect yourselves. Lin Zichin replied, I won't need one. Seeing that Lin Zichin was not wearing one, Luo Yongjin followed suit. I don't need one either. A few lousy guns can't hurt me. The impetuous Luo Yongjin thought, I may not compare to the freshman king, but I'm still the province's top scorer. Later, I'll show these ordinary police officers the strength of a genius class student. Before long, the police arrived at an abandoned industrial complex. Captain Fong signaled for everyone to begin the operation. The drug traffickers shouted to one another, The police are here. Run. If they catch us, we're dead. Fight them with everything we have. Captain Fong ordered everyone to take cover. Luo Yongjin saw that Lin Zichin was ignoring the captain's instructions and preparing to act independently. Deciding to imitate him, he thought, He's charging straight in? Whatever, I'll follow him. The moment Luo Yongjin left cover, bullets rained down on him. Although they could not damage his internal organs, their impact prevented him from advancing. Seeing the young man's reckless behavior, a police officer shouted, Get back into cover. Luo Yongjin failed to understand that Lin Zichin dared to charge forward with his bare body only because his tempered flesh and skin were exceptionally tough. Lin Zichen's performance terrified the drug traffickers. Why is this guy impervious to blades and bullets? Nothing hurts him. Seeing Lin Zichen's fist right before his face and having no time to dodge, one trafficker could only cry out, "Don't kill me. I surrender." Lin Zichen tore through their ranks like a tank. He single-handedly crushed their resistance, causing the criminals to scream, "Don't kill me." Another shouted, "I'll use this grenade to drag you into the grave with me." One desperate criminal then detonated a grenade with a thunderous explosion. Lin Zichen emerged completely unharmed. Calmly, he thought, "I'll leave the rest to Henin for practice." He gestured to his girlfriend. "Henin, it's your turn." Shen Qinghan entered actual combat for the first time. She thought, "I only need to control the vital blood inside their bodies." The fleeing criminals suddenly froze. They panicked inwardly. I can't move." Shen Qinghan issued a mental command. "All of you pass out." The criminals immediately collapsed like puppets with their strings cut, losing consciousness one after another. The operation went so smoothly that the police practically had only one task left: escorting the criminals away. An officer ran over and reported, "Captain Fong, we discovered a crate of very strange seeds inside." Two police officers discussed the discovery. They really are demon trigu seeds. It appears this case is connected to the plant god cult again. According to the drug traffickers' confessions, a mysterious masked individual had hired them 2 months earlier to distribute the seeds, offering them an extremely generous payment. Not only had they trafficked drugs, but they had also betrayed humanity. Lin Zichen waved farewell to Captain Fong. "My girlfriend and I still have some business at the university, so we'll head back first." Captain Fong replied, "Is that so? Then I'll have someone drive you back." Lin Zichen thought, "For our own safety, it's best to avoid becoming entangled with these heretical cults." While sitting in the captain's car, Lin Zichen glanced through the window and saw a rat picking up a demon tree seed. Lin Zichen immediately turned to his girlfriend and said, "Tell your mentor that the rat god cult may have colluded with the plant god cult to help spread demon tree goo seeds." Shen Qinghan replied solemnly, "All right, I'll inform her immediately." Lin Zichen then called Director Du and reported the discovery. He thought to himself that matters involving heretical cults were best left to the security forces and high-level combatants. Half a month later, Lin Zichen and Hanin completed another mission, capturing a group of weapon smugglers. 3 days later, Lin Zichen and Yu Yin completed another mission, capturing an advanced stage 1 mechanical augment who was wanted for robbery. In the blink of an eye, the first semester of their freshman year was nearly over, and Lin Zichen had fully completed his second round of body tempering. His girlfriend wrapped her arms around his neck and proudly announced, "Xiao Chun, I've fully completed my first round of body tempering." Lin Zichen asked in surprise, "Already?" Looking directly into his girlfriend's eyes, he said, "You've only been practicing the blood tempering art for 3 months, yet you've already completed your first round of body tempering. Your talent far exceeds that of an ordinary person." Shen Qinghan asked in confusion, "But didn't you say that after completing the first round of body tempering, my biological level would evolve to ordinary stage 9? Why am I only at ordinary stage 6? Lin Zichen was unsure and could only speculate. Maybe your innate physique is too weak. Although your control over vital blood is extremely powerful, your physical strength after tempering still isn't high enough." Shen Qinghan said dejectedly, "Doesn't that mean I'll never catch up to you?" Lin Zichen sighed inwardly. He had a cheat, after all. If she caught up to him, what kind of cheat would that be? At the Celestial Pavilion, Yu Yin had run into a bottleneck. She wondered, how exactly am I supposed to open this acupoint? Zichen sat beside his senior and wondered, could it be that you can only open your acupoints after completing 5 rounds of body tempering? Yu Yin told her extraordinary junior, "Don't say that. If that's true, ordinary people would never be able to cultivate it." Trying to lighten the mood, Yu Yin said, "Let's talk about something fun. How about I share some gossip? Do you know how chaotic the private lives of our university's leaders are? Let me tell you." Lin Zichen had no interest in such ridiculous gossip, so he changed the subject. "By the way, Yin, how many credits do I currently have in your account?" Yu Yin replied, "You've used my account to accept many high-level missions and earned quite a lot. Altogether, You have 2,400 credits. Lin Zichen calculated inwardly. Myriad venom python meat cost 20 credits per pound, so he had enough to buy 99 pounds and unlock its biological atlas entry. Smiling broadly, he said, Yu Yin, I want to buy 99 pounds of myriad venom python meat. Could you order it for me from the credit store? Yu Yin asked curiously, why are you buying so much myriad venom python meat? As usual, Lin Zichen replied, it's not convenient for me to explain. Yu Yin was already accustomed to this. She did not pry and simply replied, all right, I'll place the order. The myriad venom python meat was delivered to the Research Institute. As a precaution, Lin Zichen took it back to his dormitory before devouring it. The system announced, you have devoured a large quantity of the myriad venom python's life essence. Myriad venom python biological atlas completion, 100%. You have successfully unlocked the myriad venom python biological atlas entry and obtained the biological trait, immunity to all poisons. Your resistance to toxins has been greatly enhanced. Lin Zichen injected himself with a relatively harmless compound to test whether he was now immune to its anesthetic neurotoxin. 2 hours later, the experiment concluded successfully. He had not been anesthetized, which meant immunity to all poisons had neutralized the neurotoxin. Soon afterward, Lin Zichen accompanied Henin to meet Minter Yuan for her second mutant beast gene injection. Yuan Dongji said to her student lying on the bed, before the injection, I need to examine the condition of the Azure Jellyfish King genes and see whether you're suitable for a second type of mutant beast gene. After completing the examination, Yuan Dongji discovered something else astonishing about her student. What happened? How did your biological level evolve so quickly from ordinary stage 2 to ordinary stage 6? Shen Qinghan answered honestly, I've been practicing the blood tempering art. A few days ago, I fully completed my first round of body tempering, and my biological level evolved to ordinary stage 6. Yuan Dongji asked, how did you do it? Shen Qinghan replied, I used the Azure Jellyfish King's water control ability. Yuan Dongji showered her student with praise. Qinghan, you truly are a genius. Your constitution is extraordinarily powerful. In the future, you will undoubtedly become one of humanity's strongest combatants. Enough talk. I'll inject you with these 5 types of mutant beast genes to determine whether there are any limits to the number and attributes of genes you can enslave. The armored earth dragon is earth-aligned and possesses formidable defenses. The hellfire lizard is fire-aligned and possesses tremendous burning power. The undying slug is water-aligned and possesses an extremely powerful self-healing ability. Qinghan, I'm starting the injections. Yuan Dongji sensed that the moment the armored earth dragon genes entered Shen Qinghan's body, her own genes destroyed them. They dissolved into nutrients and were completely absorbed. The hellfire lizard, red spider lily insect, and golden-winged demon butterfly genes injected afterward all met the same fate. They were completely devoured. Only the undying slug genes, injected last, survived and were enslaved by Shen Qinghan's genes. Based on the experiment, Yuan Dongji reached a preliminary conclusion. For now, it seems you can only enslave water-aligned genes. I'll inject you with 3 more types of water-aligned mutant beast genes and see what happens. All 3 have been injected. How do you feel? Shen Qinghan replied, not very comfortable. It feels like I've eaten far too much. Hearing this, Yuan Dongji pondered silently. The 3 water-aligned genes had also been devoured and absorbed. It appeared that Shen Qinghan could currently enslave only 2 types of water-aligned mutant beast genes. Helping her student sit up, Yuan Dongji said gently, Qinghan, your physical strength and mental power are not yet strong enough, so you can currently enslave only 2 types of water-aligned genes. Once you grow stronger, you will undoubtedly be able to enslave many more. Shen Qinghan exclaimed happily, that's wonderful. I'll train hard. Yuan Dongji added, the undying slug genes you just enslaved allow you to secrete a type of mucus. Aside from its extremely powerful healing effects, this mucus also. Yuan Dongji trailed off for the sake of propriety, but everyone in the room understood what she meant. Yuan Dongji sat down and continued, by the way, this year's freshman tournament has been moved forward. It will now be held in mid-January near the end of this semester. Qinghan, I'm looking forward to your performance. I hope you can place in the top 5 and earn the opportunity to attend the special training camp during winter break. Shen Qinghan replied solemnly. Understood, mentor. I'll do my best. Lin Zichen was secretly surprised. The freshman tournament had been moved forward. One day, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan invited Li Chuxin to their room for dinner. Chuxin said somewhat awkwardly, I hope I'm not imposing. Shen Qinghan said, How could you be imposing? You should visit us more often. Lin Zichen invited her in. Come inside. The couple asked curiously, Why are you carrying so many bags? Chuxin replied, My family's clothing store received a new shipment a few days ago. I noticed several matching outfits that would look perfect on you and Henin, so I brought them as gifts. She handed the bags to her 2 friends. I've already washed all these outfits. Hurry and try them on to see whether they fit. Come on, strike a pose so I can take a picture. I'll post your photos on our online store and use you as models. They're sure to sell like crazy. Shen Qinghan teased mischievously. Oh, so that was your real plan. Chuxin grinned playfully. It's just a little bonus. Chuxin exclaimed, Wow, that looks amazing. This outfit looks even better. Now for the final one. Chuxin nodded in satisfaction. Perfect. Who could resist buying matching outfits like these? Lin Zichen reminded the 2 girls, who were completely absorbed in the clothes. You're finally done taking pictures. Come eat. The food is getting cold. The 3 of them sat down at the table. Shen Qinghan said, Xiaochun, Chuxin, and I ran into a horrible senior on the way back to the dormitory. She relied on her superior strength and tried to snatch the shopping bags from us. If someone hadn't recognized me as your girlfriend, she probably would have taken them. Chuxin added, She's the person I told you about before, the one who borrowed my cosmetics and never returned them. This time, she was targeting me. Henin was only dragged into it because of me. Shen Qinghan felt indignant on her friend's behalf. That's outrageous. After dinner, we'll go and demand justice for you. Chuxin said forget it. She's a member of the student council, and her boyfriend holds an important position there. We can't afford to provoke them. Shen Qinghan replied, What's there to fear? We have Xiaochen. For the sake of both his friend and his girlfriend, Lin Zichen naturally intended to intervene. At this hour, the sophomores were probably attending martial arts class in the arena. The moment Lin Zichen and the 2 girls entered, they attracted everyone's attention. The students whispered among themselves, Isn't that the freshman king? That's right. I think his name is Lin Zichen. What's he doing here? Did he come looking for trouble? Chuxin pointed ahead. Zichen, it's that girl with the wine-red hair. Her name is Li Ziki. Lin Zichen asked the female senior, My friend says you borrowed 2 cosmetic products from her and haven't returned them. Is that true? Li Ziki replied arrogantly. What do you mean? I borrowed them and refused to return them. You make it sound as if I robbed her. I'll naturally return them when I'm almost finished using them. I only borrowed some cosmetics. Is there any need to make such a huge scene? How stingy. Besides, I didn't use them for free. I gave her some of my own cosmetics in return. Chuxin argued, Every time you borrow something from me, you take a brand new product. When you return it, it's nearly empty. Li Ziki played dumb. Oh please, there was obviously plenty left when I returned it. Isn't that right, Fei Fei? You saw it too. The girl named Fei Fei immediately sided with her friend. That's right, there was clearly plenty left. Enraged by her shamelessness, Chuxin snapped. Can't you be reasonable? Lin Zichen calmly stopped his friend from arguing with someone so unreasonable. He turned to the teacher in the room and asked, Sir, I remember our university places great emphasis on the principle that the strong prey on the weak. How exactly does that rule work? Does it mean the strong can trample over the weak however they please? The teacher replied, Not exactly. At Shanghai University, the weak may unconditionally challenge the strong. However, if the strong wish to duel the weak, they must first obtain the weaker party's consent. As for determining who is stronger, we use the combat rankings when available. Otherwise, the student in the higher year is considered stronger. Additionally, both parties must wager an equal number of credits to issue a challenge. The victor receives all the credits wagered by both sides. If they cannot agree on an amount, the default wager is 1 credit. Hearing that, Lin Zichen decided to follow the rules. In other words, I can unconditionally challenge her right now. Li Ziki made an excuse. You're a man with a natural physical advantage. Are you really planning to bully a woman? She was merely using her gender as an excuse to avoid fighting someone stronger. She knew that she was only at ordinary stage 5 and had no chance of defeating Lin Zichen. Since she had accused him of being a man bullying a woman, Lin Zichen decided to give her an option she could not refuse. He told his girlfriend, "Hanin, you challenge her." Shen Qinghan had not expected a fight, but she was much more confident now and no longer afraid to use her fists. "All right," Chu Xin objected. "Zichen, that senior, is provoking you. You absolutely can't let Hanin fight her." Chu Xin was worried that her gentle friend would be beaten by the senior. As far as she remembered, Hanin had always been at the bottom of the class, just like her. Wouldn't stepping into the ring mean asking to be beaten? However, Shen Qinghan took the initiative to reassure her. "Chu Xin, don't worry. I can win." Shen Qinghan spoke with unprecedented confidence, leaving Chu Xin momentarily stunned. She had never seen her friend radiate such confidence before. Chu Xin stared in a daze as her friend stepped into the ring, thinking that Shen Qinghan suddenly looked incredibly cool. Shen Qinghan entered the ring and introduced herself. "Shen Qinghan, freshman genius class. I challenge Li Ziki of the sophomore evolution class too." The male students exclaimed, "She's gorgeous. She looks so cool." Forced into a corner, Li Ziki thought bitterly, "Damn it, where did she get the confidence to think she could beat me? She's nothing but a pretty face." With that thought, Li Ziki leaped into the ring and declared her wager. "Junior, if you want to challenge me, let's make it interesting. I wager 10 credits." The teacher below the ring said, "Once both sides have agreed, the challenge will officially begin." Shen Qinghan accepted without hesitation. "Then let's do it. I also wager 10 credits." The teacher asked the two students, "Are you ready?" Both replied simultaneously, "Ready." The teacher immediately signaled the start of the match. Shen Qinghan rushed forward while using her mental power to restrain her opponent. Li Ziki's body stiffened as she thought in panic, "What's happening? I'm so dizzy. I can't move." Shen Qinghan showed no mercy and kicked the senior directly in the face. Unable to resist, Li Ziki tumbled out of the ring. Since Shen Qinghan had never displayed any outstanding abilities before, her victory stunned everyone present. Seeing how badly her friend had lost, Fei Fei hurried over and immediately called Li Ziki's boyfriend, Jin Mingyu. "Ziki has been kicked so hard she has a concussion. Hurry to the arena." Her boyfriend immediately replied, "I'm on my way." Fei Fei told Lin Zichen and the two girls, "You're in serious trouble now." Meanwhile, at the Evolution Academy, everyone marveled at the talent of the university's outstanding students. Li Moyu is incredible. He can even withstand level 7 gravity. That's outrageous. Luo Yongjian has been inside the mental training chamber for almost a minute and is still holding on. Ma Shiwei is amazing too. She's already achieved an S rating in the reaction chamber. The instructor told the students that last training session was extremely intense and consumed a lot of energy. "Everyone, take a short break. I just received a notice from the Academic Affairs Office. Your freshman tournament has been moved forward to January 18th. The students were all surprised. "Why so suddenly?" Li Moyu said, "The sooner, the better. I can't wait to crush Lin Zichen." He thought to himself that after undergoing countless gene fusions, he had evolved to Ordinary Stage 6 and was nearing Ordinary Stage 7. Lin Zichen had never fused with any genes, so he was surely far behind him. The Evolution Academy students clearly looked down on Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen still hasn't fused with any genes. The three of them have probably left him far behind by now. Following the pure-blooded human path is such a waste of talent. In the past, Ma Shiwei would have agreed with them. However, she vaguely knew that Lin Zichen was hiding his true strength, so she spoke up. "Everyone has their own ambitions. Don't judge others so casually." Privately, she was also puzzled. This was the class's first training session in the advanced training facility, yet a model student like Shen Qinghan was absent. Wasn't that unusual? Since she was curious, she asked the teacher, "Sir, why didn't Shen Qinghan come to class?" The teacher replied, "Qinghan said she had an important matter to handle, so she requested leave for today." The students soon discovered what Shen Qinghan's important matter was. A student ran over with sensational news. "Everyone, something huge has happened. Lin Zichen brought Shen Qinghan downstairs to cause trouble, and Shen Qinghan knocked out this year's Evolution Academy beauty queen. Hurry, let's go downstairs and watch." Li Ziki cried. My face. My face is ruined. Fei Fei condemned Shen Qinghan. Shen Qinghan, you're vicious. Why did you kick her in the face and use so much force? As a fellow woman, Shen Qinghan could not help feeling that she had gone slightly too far. She hurriedly said, I'm sorry. I didn't control my strength properly. Chuxin took her friend's hand and said, Henin, she lost because she was incompetent. You did nothing wrong, so you don't need to apologize. Fei Fei had no intention of letting Shen Qinghan leave so easily. She grabbed Shen Qinghan's arm and said, You injured someone, and now you think you can just walk away? It won't be that easy. Lin Zichen knocked her hand away from his girlfriend and warned her openly. Incompetence is incompetence. If you keep harassing her, I'll have no choice but to deal with you myself. Fei Fei sneered and raised her chin arrogantly. So what if you're the freshman king? If you have a nerve, challenge me right now. Go ahead and hit me in the face. Lin Zichen might show women some restraint, but he had never been afraid to strike one when necessary. He hit Fei Fei in the face while thinking speechlessly that he had never heard such a request before. In the end, Fei Fei managed to stall long enough for Li Ziqi's boyfriend to arrive. He was Jin Mingyu, a disciplinary committee member of the student council. When Jin Mingyu arrived, he found his girlfriend and her friend sitting on the floor in tears. They ruined my face. They deliberately aimed for my face. Jin Mingyu turned on Lin Zichen and accused him. Junior, don't you think it was excessive to attack a girl's face so viciously? Lin Zichen retorted, I think your girlfriend bullying freshmen is even more excessive. Jin Mingyu refused to accept that. Don't make baseless accusations without evidence. Members of the genius class had arrived to watch the commotion, and Luo Yongjian was the first to speak. Brother, your girlfriend frequently bullies ordinary freshman students. I've witnessed it many times. How can you say there's no evidence? Lin Zichen proposed, if you want justice for your girlfriend, fight me right now. Otherwise, I'm leaving. I don't have time to keep arguing with you. Veins bulged on Jin Mingyu's forehead. You said it yourself, he declared generously. I can wager 300 credits on this challenge. Junior, do you have that many? Lin Zichen replied, Ido. Meanwhile, the immature Luo Yongjian thought, that was awesome. Why didn't I ever think of showing off like that? The teacher shouted, the challenge begins. Jin Mingyu activated his fused genes, releasing an overwhelming genetic aura. The aura alone made the students wonder, what powerful biological pressure? How can Lin Zichen possibly win? Jin Mingyu attacked first. He roared, you dare to beat my girlfriend's face swollen, so I'll beat yours swollen too. Lin Zichen stood perfectly still, neither dodging nor moving, and let Jin Mingyu punch him. History repeated itself. Jin Mingyu fractured his hand, and his injury was even worse than Li Moyu's had been. Jin Mingyu howled in pain. My hand, my hand. Lin Zichen calmly declared, the match is over. Then he sent Jin Mingyu flying out of the arena with a sweeping kick. Luo Yongjian teased Li Moyu, saying, this scene looks awfully familiar. Unwilling to be outdone, Li Moyu thought, Lin Zichen is so powerful that he defeated someone at ordinary stage 7 in an instant. This won't do. I have to become even stronger. He took out his phone and called his family. Grandpa, I want to fuse with a second mutant beast gene. I'll do it tomorrow. Lin Zichen then announced to all the students, starting today, I'll accept paid combat commissions. Freshman or senior, as long as you pay me in credits, I'll challenge anyone you want. Rather than seeing this as a way to curb rampant bullying on campus, Luo Yongjian viewed it as a dazzling feat of self-promotion. His eyes lit up as he exclaimed, what a freaking master showman. He's exactly the kind of master I want to acknowledge. Lin Zichen's announcement clearly benefited the student body, but it displeased those with a superiority complex. The student council members grumbled, Lin Zichen is far too arrogant. He thinks he's above everyone. He even dared to announce in front of so many people that he would fight the student council president. This is a blatant challenge to the student council's authority. He must be dealt with severely. A female student asked, President, what should we do about Lin Zichen's paid combat service? President Zhou answered sparingly in a deep voice. He's merely a newborn calf that doesn't fear the tiger. Through Li Chuxin's introduction, Lin Zichen received his first paid combat commission. The client was Hu Ingli, who had long been bullied by a sophomore named Huang Jiamin and had many of her designer clothes and handbags stolen. Since Huang Jiamin's older brother, Huang Jure, was a well-connected member of the student council, the commission cost 11 credits, one of which went to Chuxin as her referral fee. Lin Zichen soon found the target of his commission. When he approached her, Huang Jiamin panicked. "What do you want?" "My brother is in the student council's external affairs department and has friends everywhere. Don't dig your own grave." She lamented inwardly that the madman before her was Lin Zichen, the new freshman champion. Covering her face, she pleaded preemptively, "I'm begging you, don't hit me. If you must, at least don't hit my face." Lin Zichen granted her wish and told his girlfriend, "Henin, I'll leave her to you." Shen Qinghan rolled her shoulders in preparation. Huang Jiamin shouted, "Stop! Stop right now. You're not allowed to hit me. If you touch even a single hair on my head, my brother will never let you off." Just then, Huang Jure arrived and roared, "Who dares hit my sister?" Huang Jure was at ordinary stage 7. Huang Jiamin immediately complained to him, "Brother, I clearly never offended him, yet he came charging over to beat me without saying a word. He's bullying me." Huang Jure glared and said, "Lin Zichen, aren't you going too far? Do you really think you're invincible and that no one can deal with you? We'll let today's matter go, but if this happens again, don't blame us for showing no mercy." Huang Jure's two friends also spoke loudly. "Since when are student council members so reasonable? I bet they're afraid to offend the freshman champion. Looks like there won't be a fight. How boring." Lin Zichen told his girlfriend, "Henin, do it." Receiving her boyfriend's signal, Shen Qinghan lunged forward. Huang Jiamin panicked and fled, screaming, "Brother, save me." Shen Qinghan swiftly used her psychic power to restrain her. Huang Jiamin froze in place and thought in confusion, "Why can't I move?" Seeing his sister at a disadvantage right before his eyes, Huang Jiaowei rushed forward and roared, "Do you have a death wish?" But with Lin Zichen present, no one could even dream of touching his girlfriend. He released his biological pressure, forcing the three muscular seniors to their knees. Bewildered, they thought, such overwhelming biological pressure. Could there be a high-grade life form here? As expected, Lin Zichen had an expert secretly supporting him. Shen Qinghan drew back her leg, and Huang Jiamin failed to escape the fate of being kicked in the face. Watching his sister suffer such a miserable defeat, Huang Jiaowei was utterly baffled. What was going on? What had just happened? Huang Jue later reported the incident to the student council. "We all felt it. Biological pressure of that intensity could only belong to a high-grade expert. Not a single person in the student council suspected that Lin Zichen was concealing his strength. Instead, they invented a mysterious backer who did not exist. No wonder Lin Zichen dares to act so arrogantly. Someone is almost certainly backing him." After receiving this information, Zhou Xiehong told the student council members, "Since we don't yet know who is supporting him, everyone should avoid Lin Zichen for the time being. Remain calm and observe the situation. If you happen to clash with him, limit yourselves to verbal warnings. In short, avoid fighting him whenever possible." The students were not the only ones with objections to Lin Zichen. Some academy officials were also dissatisfied. Someone complained to Shanghai University's administration, "Vice Principal Yuan, Lin Zichen has thrown the residential district into chaos. It's all because of that paid combat service he started. Was this your idea?" Yuan Dongji replied, "No, but I rather like Lin Zichen's approach. The student council has always oppressed the other students, creating an excessively rigid class divide that isn't beneficial to the university's long-term development. It's time to break the current deadlock." 20,000 meters beneath Shanghai City, the divine envoy stood alongside two mutant beasts and said, "The biological passage connected to Origin Land number 36 has finally stabilized. We can begin transporting mutant beasts here from the Origin Land. However, for now, we can only transport mutant beasts below the advanced grade. The newly opened biological passage lacks reinforcement and cannot withstand much pressure. If an advanced grade life form enters, the passage could easily collapse. The transport is about to begin. Everyone, stay focused and prepare yourselves. The slightest mistake could drag you inside and tear you apart." The divine envoy used his staff to perform some kind of spell, then shouted, "Open!" Immediately afterward, numerous mutant beasts emerged from what the Divine Envoy called the biological passage. One of them asked, "More than 300 ordinary-grade mutant beasts have already been transported here and brought under control. Should we continue?" The Divine Envoy replied, "The passage has become unstable. We must close it immediately." He extended his hand and shouted, "Close!" But just as the biological passage was about to shut, another life form intervened and tried to force its way through. The mutant beast humans called the Rat God asked, "Lord Divine Envoy, what is happening?" The Divine Envoy replied, "It appears we must prepare for a fierce battle." However, when he saw that the creature tearing through the biological passage was the nine-tailed demon fox, he reconsidered. She appeared more curious than hostile and asked, "So, this is the legendary Earth?" Thanks to his earlier public demonstration, Lin Zichen's paid combat business grew increasingly prosperous. He received more than 10 commissions nearly every day. Over the past half-month, Lin Zichen had completed more than 200 commissions and earned over 3,000 credits. Many people called Lin Zichen the university's beacon of justice, saying he had corrected its rotten atmosphere. Others said he was merely a profiteer chasing credits. But I didn't care what anyone said. I only cared about how many credits I earned. Shen Xinghan gained a good reputation by accompanying Lin Zichen, so the genius class students gradually became friendlier toward her. "Good morning, everyone." "Good morning, Henin." Luo Yongjian, whose face looked terrible, raised his hand and greeted them. "Good morning, classmates." Shen Xinghan asked, "Why is your face covered in bruises?" Luo Yongjian replied, "I fell while walking." Ma Shiwei exposed him. "This idiot copied your fiancé and tried taking paid combat commissions. The student council members ended up beating him." Luo Yongjian complained irritably, "Those damned student council bastards. They beat me, but won't touch Lin Zichen. What kind of scum bullies the weak and fears the strong? Once I become stronger, I'll settle the score with them." Ma Shiwei advised him, "You're not the only one who can become stronger. Your talent isn't much greater than theirs, so just let it go." Luo Yongjian had no choice but to accept her reasoning and replied, "You have a point." Ma Shiwei applied medicine to his injuries and advised, "The freshman tournament is about to begin. Focus on recovering and think about the competition." Before long, the day of the freshman tournament arrived. Lin Zichen and Han In overcame every obstacle and smoothly advanced to the quarterfinals. Among the assembled deans, the Mechanical Academy dean could not hide his admiration. "I never expected Shen Xinghan to reach the quarterfinals. Compared to her performance during the entrance trials, her improvement is astonishing," Dean Ma said with mixed emotions. "Her progress truly is almost unbelievable. Unfortunately, she's facing Shiwei in this match. Otherwise, she might have reached the semifinals." The announcement sounded over the arena. The match begins. Both competitors immediately activated their fused genes. The spectators shouted, "Ma Shiwei is attacking. She's so fast." Shen Xinghan remained where she was. With a simple movement, she manipulated Ma Shiwei's blood and vital energy. Like all those previously struck by this ability, Ma Shiwei wondered in confusion, "What's happening? The blood and vital energy in my body have been thrown into chaos. Shen Xinghan can actually do this?" Shen Xinghan preferred using her legs over her hands, and one kick sent her classmate flying out of the arena. Dean Ma felt sorry for his daughter again, but since her opponent was a girl this time, he could not scold anyone. Elder Lu stroked his beard and sighed. What is going on with these childhood sweethearts? They both come from ordinary families, so how are they both such geniuses? Shen Xinghan's face glowed as she thought confidently, "I actually defeated Ma Shiwei so easily." 10 minutes later, the semifinals began. The first semifinal was Lin Zichen against Shen Xinghan. Shen Xinghan said, "Zichen, this is the first time we've faced each other in an arena since we met." Lin Zichen treated his girlfriend like an equal opponent and replied, "Please guide me." The announcement sounded. The match begins. They were still lovers, so while countering his girlfriend's attacks, Lin Zichen also instructed her on how to improve. "You shouldn't have kicked just now. You should have punched. That was the wrong choice. The angle of that punch was poor. It easily exposes an opening and allows your opponent to counterattack." The spectators complained, "Good heavens, a semi-final has turned into a training session. Those punches are overflowing with affection. I'm so jealous. I want a boyfriend who can be my sparring partner too." Shun Qinghan eventually became exhausted and voluntarily called out, I concede. The announcement sounded. Lin Zichen wins and advances to the final. His next opponent was another familiar face, Li Moyu. As soon as he entered the arena, Li Moyu pointed at his opponent and said, Lin Zichen, my current strength may be inferior to yours, but don't think you could defeat me easily. Even if I have to grit my teeth and endure, I'll force this match into a draw. The announcement sounded. The match begins. Li Moyu swiftly activated his fused gene traits. This time, Lin Zichen did not wait for his opponent to attack. He advanced first and landed a decisive kick on Li Moyu's abdomen. The spectators shouted, another instant defeat with a single kick. Lin Zichen's physique is simply unbelievable. With strength like that, Lin Zichen might truly accomplish something remarkable on the pure-blooded human path. The announcement declared Lin Zichen the winner, and the spectators shouted, he truly can't be underestimated. Yuan Dongji then stepped onto the stage and delivers speech. This year's freshman tournament has concluded. In addition to the credit rewards given to freshmen who reach the top 8, the top 5 will attend a special training camp during winter break. This special training will be held at the Southern River Province Military District headquarters, which is responsible for suppressing Origin Land number 36. The camp begins in 10 days. Assemble in the lobby of the administration building at 7 o'clock on the morning before departure. I will personally drive you there. Hearing this, Lin Zichen began pondering the military forces suppressing the Origin Land. AI voice provided by VB.VN. The nine-tailed demon fox said, your plant god cult has been rooted on Earth for so long that you must have seen many handsome men. I came to Earth this time to find myself a human bed slave. Hearing this, the divine envoy presented her with a photograph of Lin Zichen. Immortal maiden, this young man perfectly meets your requirements. Not only is he extraordinarily handsome, but his physical body is also exceptionally powerful. Lin Zichen's appearance greatly appealed to the nine-tailed demon fox. She said, tell me everything about him. Not long after winter break began, the day of the military district's special training course arrived. The vice principal took the 5 of us aboard a helicopter bound for the Southern River Province Military District headquarters. The 5 of us from Shanghai University were not the only participants in this special training. The top 5 students from Capital University were also attending, along with young representatives from the Mechanical God Corporation and the Military District. Luo Yongjian shouted, everyone, look at that combat armor. I heard its combat strength is no weaker than a rare grade expert. It was supposedly manufactured by the Mechanical God Corporation, and each suit is named after a city in Southern River Province. There was someone here whom Lin Zichen and Shun Qinghan knew, Zhang Kai. His entire body had now been mechanized, with only his head still made of flesh and blood. Zhang Kai asked his 2 former schoolmates, are you 2 representing Shanghai University in this military training program? Lin Zichen replied, that's right. Henin's gene fusion compatibility is extremely high. She became Southern River Province's top university entrance examinee, and after fusing with mutant beast genes, she became considerably stronger. Zhang Kai looked at Shun Qinghan with newfound respect. Well, even little Shun has become so formidable. Shun Qinghan returned the compliment. Zhang Kai, the same goes for you. Since you can represent the Mechanical God Corporation in this training program, you must have become much stronger too. Zhang Kai explained, you know, my compatibility with mechanical augmentation is exceptionally high. I've constantly cooperated with the Mechanical God Corporation's augmentation experiments, so my strength has also increased. I have something to take care of, so I'll be leaving first. Let's meet at the training grounds tomorrow. The couple raised their hands and replied, all right, see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Luo Yongjian then told them, it's getting late. Why don't we eat at the cafeteria before continuing our tour? The 5 students sat together at one table. Shun Qinghan remarked, Xiaochun, the food here is delicious. It's much better than the food at our university cafeteria. Xiaochun, try this. Watching the couple feed each other and openly display their affection, the other 3 single students silently complained in unison. Damn it, are they flaunting their love right in front of us? Li Moyu said to the other girl in the group, Shiwei, feed me a piece of tofu. I also want to experience the wonderful feeling of being fed by a beautiful woman. Ma Shiwei closed her eyes and replied with one word, scram. Jokes aside, no one should interrupt a meal, but just then, someone called Li Moyu by name. Hearing someone call him, Li Moyu turned and saw 2 young men calling him a traitor to the capital. Li Moyu stood and retorted. Which of you two lifelong losers who ranked second and third beneath me throughout all 3 years of high school is calling me a traitor? The purple-haired young man warned him. Li Moyu, do you think we're still in high school? The blond young man continued. The moment you chose to enroll at Shanghai University, your strength was destined to be surpassed by Qin Chuan and me. Qin Chuan proposed, Li Moyu, how about we settle this outside? Li Moyu Rabia, lovely. Seeing this, the people in the cafeteria began spreading the word. They're about to fight. Hurry outside and see what's happening. A capital university genius against a Shanghai University genius. Stop eating and come watch. Li Moyu beckoned and said, both of you can attack together. That'll save me the trouble of wasting time fighting you one by one. Qin Chuan replied, that won't be necessary. Gao Mu alone is enough to crush you. Li Moyu revealed the traits of his fused genes and said contemptuously, you've always been the third-ranked loser beneath me. Li Moyu was confident. Last week, he had fused with the Shadow Knight Cat's genes, compensating for his lack of speed. How could this guy possibly defeat him? Gao Mu also displayed the traits of his fused genes and prepared to fight. Watching from the side, Lin Zichen evaluated him inwardly. This person fused with the genes of a flying armored earth dragon, an earth-aligned mutant beast with exceptionally powerful defenses. Even an ordinary stage 9 flying armored earth dragon could withstand a full-strength attack from an advanced stage 1 demon-eyed giant ape. Li Moyu unleashed a powerful punch, followed by a relentless barrage of fast and forceful blows without holding anything back. But his continuous assault did not mean he held the advantage. Li Moyu anxiously realized, why is this guy so tough? No matter how much I hit him, he doesn't budge. Shun Qinghan said to her boyfriend, Xiao Chun, it looks like neither of them can do anything to the other. If this continues, I'm afraid it'll end in a draw. Lin Zichen replied with certainty, it won't be a draw. Gao Mu from Capital University will win. He's still hiding his true strength and hasn't gone all out. There's another mutant beast gene inside his body that he hasn't activated yet, while Li Moyu has already used everything he has. Li Moyu impatiently said, all you can do is hide in your shell and drag this out until it ends in a draw. Gao Mu replied, top scholarly, I'll show you my full strength and finish this match. Everyone exclaimed, those are the genes of the demon-eyed giant ape. That Capital University student also fused with the demon-eyed giant ape's genes. Li Moyu broke out in a cold sweat. That's impossible. With your talent, how could you successfully fuse with 2 kinds of mutant beast genes in such a short time? Gao Mu explained, my talent may be inferior to yours, but Capital University's gene fusion technology far surpasses Shanghai University's. Betraying Capital University and choosing Shanghai University will be the worst decision of your life. The spectators erupted into discussion. Was this a contest of strength? But Capital University's representative had the flying armored Earth Dragon's armor. Shanghai University's representative could not possibly beat him. After winning, Gao Mu mocked his opponent. Li Moyu, do you know why the Li family only supports your older brother, Li Yijin, instead of you? Because you're hopeless. I heard you couldn't even become Shanghai University's top freshman. You were crushed by a local freshman named Lin Zichen. What a worthless failure. Gao Mu pointed at the 2 remaining Shanghai University students and asked, which one of you is Lin Zichen? Lin Zichen answered, I am. Gao Mu issued a challenge. I heard you're always suppressing Li Moyu at Shanghai University. Come onto the platform and spar with me. If you beat me, I'll give you 10 high-grade vitality pills. Someone was offering him valuable resources for free, so why would Lin Zichen refuse? Luo Yongjian grabbed Lin Zichen by the shoulder and advised him, Brother Chun, he is fused with the genes of the flying armored Earth Dragon and demon-eyed giant ape. His offense and defense are powerful, but he's slow. Don't confront him head-on. Low-level gene fusionists can't keep their mutant beast genes activated for long. Just use your superior speed to wear him down. You can win simply by stalling. Lin Zichen leaped onto the platform, only to hear Gao Mu spout more nonsense. I heard you're following the pure-blooded human path. You rejected the gene fusion path despite its bright future. Shanghai University really does produce nothing but idiots. Gao Mu schemed inwardly. Once I defeat Lin Zichen, the man who always suppresses Li Moyu, I'll show Li Moyu what a true gap looks like. Lin Zichen interrupted. Enough nonsense. Let's begin. Gao Mu charged forward, trying to seize the initiative, but Lin Zichen was even faster. faster. Lin Zichen threw a straight punch. Gao Mu instinctively crossed his arms to block, but his guard was instantly shattered, and Lin Zichen's fist made intimate contact with his face. Gao Mu crashed to the ground. The result was already obvious. Luo Yongjian had seen this many times, but he still could not get used to it. His jaw dropped. He defeated him in one move. Lin Zichen is ridiculously dominant. Qin Chuan turned pale at the sight. I'm not much stronger than Gao Mu, yet Lin Zichen knocked him out with one punch. If I went up there, I probably wouldn't be able to withstand it either. A man in camouflage jumped onto the platform and said, I thought this year's competition would once again be between our military district and the Mechanical God Corporation. I didn't expect Shanghai University to produce a genius like you. I'm Zhao Yuanzhong, 19 years old, and I'm representing the military district in this year's special training. How about sparring with me? Lin Zichen replied, I don't mind sparring, but if there's no reward, I don't want to waste my time and energy. Zhao Yuanzhong answered frankly, I have a spirit fruit worth 1.5 million that can increase vitality. If you win, it's yours. Lin Zichen was secretly delighted. He's only an average, ordinary stage 8 rookie. I could knock him out with a casual kick. It would be a waste not to take that spirit fruit. Lin Zichen said, then let's begin. However, the match never happened because someone warned them, you two may spar, but material rewards are forbidden. That violates military district regulations. Lin Zichen immediately lost interest and turned to leave the platform. Forget it. If there's no reward, I'm not fighting. Lin Zichen walked over to Gao Mu and asked, my friend, when are you going to give me those 10 high-grade vitality pills you promised? I'll return to my dormitory and get them for you now. The military district provided private dormitory rooms. Even during special training, Lin Zichen could not neglect his body tempering progress. The system displayed foreskin tempering 12%. Lin Zichen quietly assessed his condition. The tempering effect is slightly slower than during the third skin tempering. Shen Xinghan poked her head into the bedroom. Xiaochen, I'm coming in. Lin Zichen reminded her, why didn't you dry your hair after showering? Shen Xinghan sat beside her boyfriend. There's no hairdryer. Use your vitality to dry it for me. Lin Zichen obliged, then said, you came at the perfect time. I have something for you. These are the 10 high-grade vitality pills I won this morning. They won't help me much, so you can have all of them. Shen Xinghan seemed slightly embarrassed, but Lin Zichen said, don't worry about owing me a favor. We're family. If you grow stronger, that benefits me too. Convinced, Shen Xinghan accepted them openly. All right, then I'll take them. Immediately afterward, she boldly pushed her boyfriend onto the bed and said coyly, let me thank you properly. The next morning, Zhao Yuanzhong greeted him warmly. Good morning, Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen politely replied, good morning. Lin Zichen casually asked, I heard the military district's younger generation has entered the origin land for training before. Zhao Yuanzhong replied, you could barely call it that. Lin Zichen asked in confusion, what do you mean by barely? Zhao Yuanzhong explained, the military district has garrisoned cities within the origin land. Young soldiers with an ordinary biological grade are assigned to do miscellaneous work inside those cities, but they aren't allowed to leave. Therefore, they can't experience the brutal competition of the origin land outside the cities. If you want to truly enter the origin land, you must possess at least an advanced biological grade. When people from Earth enter the origin land, it's just like mutant beasts entering Earth. They're rejected by the world's power. It's an invisible force that drives outsiders away, but it mainly affects creatures below the advanced grade. Moreover, mutant beasts on Earth suffer even stronger rejection from the world's power. In fact, many mutant beasts on Earth have been weakened by it. Lin Zichen finally understood. So that's why gene fusionists on Earth can defeat the very creatures that their genes originated from. A military district officer suddenly jumped down from the roof and asked, is everyone here? Zhao Yuanzhong stood at attention and reported, Instructor, everyone is present. The man introduced himself. My name is Lu Tianrong, and I'm your instructor for this special training session. You may call me Instructor Lu. I won't waste time with unnecessary words. You came here to participate in special training and improve yourselves. Lin Zichen secretly assessed Lu Tianrong's strength. His biological level had reached advanced stage 6. Someone this powerful could easily serve as the dean of one of the 2 major universities. Lu Tianrong continued, I'll now divide you into 4 temporary teams. Once the teams are assigned, you will immediately take the entrance test. The real special training will begin only after the test is over. After the teams were assigned, Lin Zichen and Han In were fortunately still together. Zhao Yuanzhong, Zhang Kai, and Capital University's female student Shengwan Yueying were also assigned to their team. Lu Tianrong explained, "This building has 3 floors, and every floor contains obstacles. If you overcome every obstacle and reach the rooftop within 3 hours, you'll pass the test. There's a door in the center of each of the 4 walls on the first floor. Each team must choose a different door and enter through it to begin the test. That is all I have to say. I hope all of you pass successfully." After speaking, Lu Tianrong leaped onto the rooftop and gave the signal. The test begins. Our 5-person team forced its way through the first obstacle's hail of bullets and iron wall. It was not particularly difficult. However, the other 3 teams had already reached the 3rd obstacle, while our team had only just entered the 2nd. We had fallen far behind. The 2nd obstacle was a test of intelligence. We had to play rock, paper, scissors against an artificial intelligence. A victory opened the door to the next obstacle by 2 centimeters. A draw opened it by 1 centimeter, and a loss closed the steel door by 3 centimeters while also subjecting us to an electric shock. After realizing there was no pattern to the artificial intelligence's choices, I removed the glass panel from the door and used it as a mirror. By repeatedly forcing draws, I could gradually open the steel door. However, when we reached the rest area on the 3rd floor, we discovered that the other 3 teams had all been eliminated. Lin Zichen's passive danger sense activated, and he immediately became cautious. 3 teams were eliminated in an instant. It appears that the 3rd obstacle is far from simple. I should use danger sense to investigate first. The 3rd floor contained 4 rooms, each guarded by a robot. Judging from the battle damage left behind by the other 3 teams, the robot possessed not only extremely high defense, but also tremendous offensive power. Lin Zichen told the team, "Let's go in." Zhao Yuanzhong froze for a moment and muttered, "Is this robot our opponent for the 3rd obstacle?" The robot's eyes lit up, and everyone warned one another, "Be careful. It's equipped with armor-piercing rounds. Don't get hit, or the bullets will punch straight through your bones." Zhang Kai shouted, "Wait until it runs out of ammunition before charging." Another team member objected, "We can't keep this up. That robot has far too much ammunition. We must attack before our cover is destroyed." Shangwan Yueying, the Capital University student, clutched her head and trembled. "Why don't we give up? Everyone else failed. We have no chance of passing." Zhao Yuanzhong insisted, "No matter how slim our chances are, we can't surrender. Otherwise, the instructor will tear us apart when we leave. Let's at least try. Perhaps we'll somehow pass." Shin Qinghan had complete faith in her boyfriend. "With Xiaoqun here, we'll definitely pass." Zhao Yuanzhong proposed, "Lin Zichen and I are in the best condition, so we'll attack the robot. Zhang Kai and the 2 girls will support us." He then shouted, "Begin the operation." Zhang Kai said, "I've fired a smoke grenade that can block its thermal sensors and buy you time. Hide within the purple smoke, and the robot's thermal sensors won't be able to detect your positions." Shin Qinghan also helped. "I'll slow down the robot." She used her mental power to manipulate the fluids within the robot, causing malfunctions that slowed its movements and reactions. Yueying did not remain idle either. She offered, "I'll draw its fire." With the entire team working together, Zhao Yuanzhong leaped forward. "This is my chance." He activated his fused genes and struck the robot's central processor with all his strength, but the result was discouraging. Zhao Yuanzhong groaned inwardly. "That hurts. It feels like my bones have cracked." Meanwhile, Lin Zichen drove his knee upward before delivering a powerful kick to the robot's abdomen. He quietly estimated its strength. An average ordinary stage 8 attack can't even scratch it. Its combat power must be at the peak of ordinary stage 8. Zhao Yuanzhong warned the team, "This robot's defense is too powerful. We can't break through it at all. We should recover our strength before continuing to wear it down." However, the robot gave them no opportunity to recover. It drew a laser sword and began slashing toward every area where its sensors detected a person. Zhao Yuanzhong shouted, "Run! Its thermal sensors have recovered." Shin Qinghan was caught in its sights. Before the others could rescue her, Lin Zichen rushed over at incredible speed, swept his girlfriend into his arms, and dodged the robot sword. Yueying's legs went weak as she said fearfully, "This is impossible. We can't pass like this. Why don't we surrender?" Lin Zichen carried his girlfriend some distance before stopping and setting her down. He calculated inwardly. Everyone must be nearing their limit, and Han Nin has received enough training. We've spent a reasonable amount of time fighting an ordinary opponent at the peak of Ordinary Stage 8. It's time to clear this obstacle. The eliminated team members were currently receiving medical treatment on the rooftop. Several of them could not resist cursing. Damn it, the robot at the third obstacle is absurdly powerful. How can anyone possibly pass? That obstacle was clearly designed to beat us senseless. Luo Yongjian wondered, how is Team D doing? They still haven't come out. Gao Mu said, Team D fell so far behind us earlier, and they're the weakest team. They're probably still inside getting pummeled by the robot. Suddenly, an explosive crash shook the rooftop, startling everyone. What's going on? Is this an earthquake? When they looked over, everyone present froze in shock. That's the robot's head. Yuan Dongji and another woman were sitting in the surveillance room, watching each team's performance through the cameras. Yuan Dongji said, "You placed robots with peak Ordinary Stage 8 combat power at the third obstacle. I don't think you intended to let them pass at all." Yao Helling, commander of the Southern River Province Military District Headquarters, raised her teacup and calmly replied, "These 20-year-old youngsters are all arrogant and impulsive. If we don't crush their pride at the beginning, it will be difficult to train them later." Yuan Dongji nodded. That's true. The screen was now showing Lin Zichen charging directly at the robot. Yao Helling asked, "Is that the handsome young man who's learning the blood-tempering technique from your ex-husband?" Yuan Dongji frowned. Young people are inexperienced and easily deceived by that old man. However, Lin Zichen's next move made Yao Helling exclaim, "What happened?" He sent a peak Ordinary Stage 8 robot flying with one punch. Yuan Dongji also rose in astonishment. How is that possible? The two powerful women quickly arrived at the scene to verify it with their own eyes. Zhao Yuanzhong said, "Commander Yao and Instructor Liu are here." Yao Helling asked Lin Zichen, "Your biological level is clearly only Ordinary Stage 8. How were you able to unleash Ordinary Stage 9 strength?" Lin Zichen explained, "I was born with extraordinary strength, and the blood-tempering technique can increase my explosive power. That's why I can unleash strength comparable to Ordinary Stage 9. Yuan Dongji remained suspicious. The blood-tempering technique can increase explosive power? Could Lu Chuanwu's theory actually be correct? I should use mental power to examine his strength first." Lin Zichen noticed Yuan Dongji's gaze and felt slightly annoyed. She wants to examine my body again? I'll disguise my condition and investigate her in return. Yuan Dongji carefully scanned Lin Zichen with her mental power and thought. His skin, flesh, and bones have all undergone one complete round of tempering. He has completed the first body tempering. His biological level has already reached Ordinary Stage 9. His claim that he's only at Ordinary Stage 8 and relies on the blood-tempering technique for explosive power was all a lie. I should help him conceal his true biological level. Yao Helling asked, "What did you discover?" Yuan Dongji concealed the truth. His biological level is only Ordinary Stage 8, but his physical strength is comparable to an early Ordinary Stage 9 gene fusionist. It's astonishing. Yao Helling was deeply impressed. That's incredible. The pure-blooded human path seems nearly invincible in terms of physical enhancement. If it can truly break through the limits of ordinary organisms, its future will be extremely promising. She then addressed everyone. Choose a weapon that suits you. 10 days from now, you'll carry it into actual combat training. Once you've chosen, we'll begin practicing with your respective weapons. Lin Zichen looked at the weapons and thought indifferently. B-grade alloy isn't even as durable as my body after completing the third body tempering. Carrying one would only burden me. I'll pass. Yao Helling asked, "Has everyone chosen a weapon?" Everyone answered in unison. Yes. Seeing that Lin Zichen alone had taken nothing, Yao Helling asked, "Lin Zichen, where is your weapon?" Lin Zichen calmly replied, "Instructor, I'm accustomed to fighting barehanded. I don't need a weapon." Yao Helling's opinion of him dropped slightly. This genius from Shanghai University is far too arrogant. He probably became overconfident after passing the entrance test. I should teach him a lesson. She continued, since everyone has chosen a weapon, begin familiarizing yourselves with them. The best way to do that is by fighting someone else in the arena. Lin Zichen, you said you're accustomed to fighting barehanded. I'm curious about your abilities. Why don't you enter the arena first and let everyone witness your strength? Lin Zichen replied, all right. Zhao Yuanzhong had always wanted to spar with Lin Zichen, so he said, I'll be the first challenger. Lin Zichen encouraged him. Come at me. Zhao Yuanzhong swung his newly chosen weapon at Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen simply extended a hand, caught the weapon, and forced it off course. When everyone saw cracks spreading from the spot Lin Zichen had grabbed, they exclaimed, the B-grade alloy broadsword shattered. What the hell just happened? Lin Zichen asked, who's next? Everyone present stared at him apprehensively. He had crushed a B-grade alloy broadsword with his bare hand. Was he even human? This was absurd. Had he sanctified his physical body? At that moment, Zhou Shishir of the Mechanical God Corporation stepped forward and said, if a B-grade weapon can't harm you at all, do you dare test yourself against an enhanced armor-piercing round? Zhang Hai advised him, Zichen, don't accept this challenge. It's too dangerous. Within 10 meters, an enhanced armor-piercing round can easily penetrate a 10-centimeter thick steel plate. You won't be able to withstand it. Lin Zichen calmly replied, then let's test it. Zhou Shishir said, for safety, I won't shoot at any vital areas. Is it all right if you block it with your palm? Lin Zichen accepted her consideration. Before firing, Zhou Shishir carefully asked, are you ready? Lin Zichen held his hand close to the muzzle and said, go ahead. Zhou Shishir pulled the trigger. The result was that Zhou Shishir's mechanical arm exploded, while Lin Zichen did not suffer so much as a scratch. Everyone was horrified. What had just happened? Lin Zichen's hand had not been pierced by the armor-piercing round. Instead, Zhou Shishir's mechanical arm had suffered a barrel explosion. The round could not penetrate Lin Zichen's palm, became lodged in the barrel, and exploded inside it. Lin Zichen was freakishly powerful. Could pure-blooded humans truly be humanity's future? Yao Helling was secretly thrilled. He was a supreme genius, one who far surpassed every other genius. After that training challenge, Instructor Liu no longer interfered with my training schedule. While the others learned how to use weapons, I used my remaining time to practice the blood tempering technique alone and undergo my fourth body tempering. The subsequent training consisted of vitality and mental training in special training rooms. These were conducted in vitality and mental chambers with adjustable intensity levels corresponding to the user's strength. Henin's vitality could withstand level 6, but her mental strength reached level 7. Mental strength was harder to train than vitality, so such a high tolerance overturned everyone's expectations. Given his current physical strength, Lin Zichen estimated that he could withstand a level 11 vitality chamber, equivalent to advanced stage 2. To avoid suspicion, however, he only set it to level 8, roughly equivalent to an average ordinary stage 8. Even that shocked everyone. Lin Zichen could actually withstand level 8 mental training. His mental strength matched his biological stage. It was simply unbelievable. Could a pure-blooded human's mental strength truly reach such heights? Lin Zichen considered it carefully and decided not to reveal anything too extraordinary. He restrained himself, planning to secretly bring Henin back that night to test his true limits and determine which biological stage his strength roughly corresponded to. Meanwhile, at the Pure-Blooded Human Research Institute of Shanghai University, Yin muttered, Zichen isn't here, and neither is the director. I'm the only one left to do all the work. Suddenly, a soft female voice said, hello. At some point, Ninetails had appeared directly behind Yu Yin. She asked, do you know where Lin Zichen is? Gripping Yu Yin's chin, Ninetails pressed her. Tell me, where is Lin Zichen? Hypnotized, Yu Yin confessed at the Southern River Province Military District headquarters. Back at the headquarters, Shen Qinghan anxiously said, Xiao Chun, is it really all right for us to sneak in here? Besides, the door has a keypad lock. Maybe we should forget it. Lin Zichen replied, a simple keypad lock like this can't stop me. Besides, I only want to test the vitality and mental chambers here to find my limits. Even if we're discovered, it won't be a big deal. Lin Zichen subsequently confirmed that he could endure the level 12 vitality chamber for half a minute. This meant his physical strength had reached advanced stage 2 and was approaching advanced stage 3. His maximum mental strength tolerance was level 10, equivalent to advanced stage 1. Mental strength at advanced stage 1 was far more valuable than physical strength approaching advanced stage 3. After all, improving mental strength was much harder than improving the body. The day of live combat training soon arrived. Their mission was to wipe out a branch established by the plant god cult in Shanghai City. Lin Zichen was chosen as the team's captain. According to current intelligence, the branch leader was a second-time gene fusionist. She had fused with the genes of the Shadow Nightcat and the Phantom Megalodon, raising her biological level to the peak of ordinary stage 9, only one step away from the advanced grade. Upon arriving, Shun Qinghan said, "Shaochen, the trees here are enormous. They're even taller than those in tropical rainforests." Li Moyu replied, "It's only natural for the trees here to be abnormal. It proves we've come to the right place. This must be the plant god cult branch's lair." Zhou Shishir said, "I'll send a drone ahead to scout the area." Lin Zichen told everyone, "Let's go. Follow the drone." Zhou Shishir reported, "About 300 meters ahead, I've detected a bamboo building covering at least 1,000 square meters. Barring any surprises, that should be the plant god cult's headquarters." Lin Zichen ordered, "Zhao Yuanzhong and Gao Mu, both of you have fused with flying armored earth dragon genes. Charge in with me and clear a path. The 5 members from the Mechanical God Corporation will provide long-range fire support and use precision rounds against the enemy. Everyone else, stay close behind and charge together." Lu Tianrong reminded them, "There's no need to deliberately leave anyone alive. Your own safety comes first." A plant god cult member spotted Lin Zichen's group and shouted to his companions, "Enemy attack." Zhou Shishir swiftly shot him dead. Lin Zichen smashed through the door with his body and entered the plant god cult's headquarters. As he took down an enemy, he idly thought, "This masked man is dressed exactly like the previous one, but his hairstyle is different." Lin Zichen touched the man he had just killed, and the system announced, "You have devoured a trace of the explosive giant eagle's life essence. Sky Eye strength increased by 1%. Lin Zichen received an unexpected surprise. Devouring mutant beasts already unlocked in the bestiary could strengthen their corresponding biological traits. The strong prey on the weak trait was incredibly useful. Lin Zichen then sprang upward and smashed through to the headquarters' second floor, stunning the plant god cult members there. Lin Zichen released an overwhelmingly powerful biological aura, instantly crushing everyone present. He thought, "Everything's settled here. Let's see how the fighting is going elsewhere." The system announced, "You have devoured a trace of the 8-horned iron ox's life essence. 8-horned iron ox bestiary progress, 8%. You have devoured a trace of the Shadow Nightcat's life essence. Shadow Nightcat bestiary progress, 42%. You have devoured a trace of the Fire Death Snail's life essence. Rapid self-healing strength increased by 1%. Meanwhile, Lin Zichen's classmates were working together against a powerful enemy. Li Moyu called out, "This man's biological level is ordinary stage 8. Be careful. I can't hold on much longer. Hurry and help me." His danger sense activated, and Luo Yongjian warned the other two, "He's not dead yet. Finish him quickly." Meanwhile, the mechanical augments used their firepower to send the plant god cult members to hell. Observing the commotion, Lin Zichen thought, "It looks like we have the advantage everywhere, but where is that branch leader at the peak of ordinary stage 9? At the same time, he wondered, is the entire bamboo building shaking? No, the entire ground is shaking. The others quickly noticed something was wrong. Why are the trees moving? Get out of the way. By the time they realized it, however, they had already been cornered. This is bad. These vine cages have trapped us. It's an ambush. We've fallen into their trap. Lin Zichen thought as he acted. The wooden cages had trapped the plant god cult members as well. The most urgent task was to capture one of them and learn what was happening. He quickly wiped out the small fry, then captured one alive and demanded, "Explain these wooden cages, and I'll spare your life." The plant god cult member hurriedly replied, "I'll tell you. These giant trees are Before he could reveal anything, nearby roots sealed his mouth. Watching the cultist gradually shrivel into a dried corpse, Lin Zichen realized that this was how the plant god cult controlled its followers. At that moment, a man at advanced stage 6 and a woman at the peak of ordinary stage 9 appeared and praised Lin Zichen. The man said, "A genius, an unparalleled genius among your generation. A genius of your caliber should join the plant god cult, secure a glorious future, and pursue evolution to a higher level of life." Lin Zichen secretly tensed. This was bad. These two people and all these traps had been prepared specifically for him. Lu Tianrong stared at them and thought, I could tell that masked man is extremely powerful. If this continues, something terrible will happen. He turned to the trainees and said, the situation is extremely dangerous. Everyone get out of here. I'll hold those two back. Lin Zichen ordered, everyone follow me. The masked man controlled long, thorn-covered vines and shouted, you think you can escape? The thorny vines shot toward the fleeing trainees. Yuaning was caught and cried for help. Help me. They've wrapped around me. She was not the only one. All the other trainees panicked as well. Instructor, I've been tied up too. Instructor, save me. Lu Tianrong knew this could not continue. He unleashed his fused genes and shouted, we have to defeat him first before anyone can be rescued. He charged toward the man controlling the thorny vines. The man said contemptuously, is that all? This is my territory. Dealing with someone like you is child's play. Lu Tianrong was indeed at a severe disadvantage. The tough, thorny vines repeatedly blocked his path, making him roar in frustration. Damn it, I'll risk my life against you. Mutant beast genes activate. Enhancement. Lu Tianrong doubled his strength and tore through the thorns. As a result, the thorny vines binding the trainees loosened. Lu Tianrong urgently shouted, everyone, retreat immediately. Lin Zichen was the only trainee who had not been restrained and was strong enough to break the vines. Before he could rescue his girlfriend, Shiwei weakly cried out through the pain, Lin Zichen, hurry. Having already escaped, Li Moyu said, leave it to me. She took out a weapon made from B-grade metal and struck the vines with all her might to free her classmate. The thorny vines were too tough, however, and Li Moyu's blows did nothing. Lin Zichen still had to intervene. He quickly freed everyone and urged them, retreat immediately. As they moved, Lin Zichen caught a faint scent that drew his attention. It was the fragrance of flowers. The system announced, a floral poison capable of rendering living creatures unconscious is invading your body. Lin Zichen possessed poison resistance, so he was safe, but the other trainees were not. He looked back and saw the masked woman. He guessed that she was the plant god cult's branch leader. Seeing that her technique had failed, the woman said in surprise, oh, not only did the poison fail to bring you down, but you even sensed my presence. With such astonishing strength, it's no wonder the leaders of the main cult were willing to risk planning this entire ambush just to capture you. Lin Zichen wasted no time. The moment he identified his target, he charged. Caught completely off guard, the terrified woman was killed by a single punch. The system announced, you have devoured a large amount of the Shadow Nightcat's life essence. Shadow Nightcat Bestiary Progress, 62%. You have devoured a large amount of the Phantom Megalodon's life essence. Phantom Megalodon Bestiary Progress, 23%. Meanwhile, Lu Tianrong was fighting desperately against his enemy, repeatedly pushing himself beyond his limits. Four-armed demon ape genes activate at 120%. Giant tiger swordsman genes activate at 130%. The masked man remarked, you truly are insane, overactivating the mutant beast genes inside your body. Aren't you afraid of mutating and losing your mind? Lu Tianrong answered with a fist to his stomach. The punch obliterated an entire stretch of forest. The masked man clutched his chest in lingering fear. Fortunately, he had fused with the Fire Death snail's genes. Otherwise, that attack truly would have killed him. He said, you forced me to do this. He swallowed a demon tree seed and temporarily returned to his peak condition, then fiercely controlled the thorny vines to attack Lu Tianrong. Faced with the enemy's relentless assault, Lu Tianrong ultimately lost his life there. Meanwhile, Lin Zichen had protected everyone. He inwardly sighed in relief. Fortunately, the military district's special trainees carried antidotes. Once they recovered, they needed to retreat immediately. Suddenly, danger sense warned Lin Zichen. He was startled. This is bad. A powerful aura is approaching. It's that advanced stage 6 enemy. Did he kill Instructor Lu? Realizing the danger, Lin Zichen immediately told his companions, listen to me. I can sense that the masked man who controls the vines is chasing us. But Instructor Lu isn't behind him. In other words, Instructor Lu has probably been defeated. That masked man's target is me. I'll draw his attention and create an opportunity for all of you to escape. Don't look back, don't worry about me, and don't stay behind and become a burden. Shen Qinghan reminded him, Xiaochen, you have to come back. Lin Zichen answered firmly, I will. Shen Qinghan and the others watched helplessly. I'm only at ordinary stage 6. There's no way I can help Xiaoqin. All I can do is stay away so I don't become a burden to him. If only I were stronger. Lin Zichen keenly sensed the approaching presence. He's caught up, just as expected. Hen in, and the others should be safe now. But why does his speed feel wrong? This isn't the speed of someone at advanced stage 6. After examining his enemy's condition, Lin Zichen understood. In his current state, he seems only one stage stronger than me, probably around advanced stage 4. He must be badly injured. Perhaps I can exploit his lack of information and kill him instead. Lin Zichen activated natural camouflage and stopped. The other man immediately controlled the thorny vines to attack him. Lin Zichen dodged while estimating his enemy's strength. These vines aren't hitting very hard. It seems he doesn't dare seriously injure me because he wants me alive. In that case, I'll give him the opportunity. Lin Zichen deliberately let himself be struck and knocked to the ground. The man grumbled, "You little bastard, you sure can run. If your speed hadn't dropped later, I would have had to spend much more effort catching you. You suddenly unleashed speed far beyond your biological level. Did you inject some new potential stimulating drug developed by the military district? My bed slave was only one step away from evolving into an advanced grade life form. She must have underestimated you and allowed you to use that drug's power to kill her. I spent 5 whole years training her, only for you to kill her like that." Pretending to be unconscious, Lin Zichen thought, is he talking about the branch leader at the peak of ordinary stage 9? The vulgar man then turned his thoughts toward Shen Qinghan. "But that blue-haired girl who was with you earlier is even prettier than the actresses on television. Once I return and recover, I'll capture her and train her into my new bed slave. But first, I need to bring you back and report." Lin Zichen waited for his opportunity. Now, his eyes snapped open viciously. Against a bastard harboring filthy thoughts about his girlfriend, Lin Zichen mercilessly punched him straight in the groin. After taking that blow, the man would be lucky if he was merely crippled. He cursed inwardly. That bastard was pretending. Lin Zichen was not finished with the man who had dared to lust after his girlfriend so obscenely. He followed up with another kick to the groin. The masked man screamed inwardly, "What's going on? How can he still unleash such terrifying strength? Is the drug still working?" He tried to reassure himself. "It's fine. I just need to endure this assault and he'll weaken." Yet even after suffering a rain of punches, Lin Zichen showed no sign of weakening. The man began to panic. "No, this isn't right. Why does his vitality seem inexhaustible? His strength is still increasing." He roared, "You're clearly not even 20 years old. You're obviously just an ordinary grade insect. How can you continuously unleash power equivalent to advanced stage 4? Ninth Elder, save me. Ninth Elder, I truly can't hold on any longer." Lin Zichen had never felt so furious. He punched the masked man, smashing him into the ground and shattering the mask on his face. Lin Zichen stepped forward and continued beating the bastard. "You talk too much. You miss your bed slave, don't you? I'll send you down to meet her now." He continued until he was exhausted. Only when the system asked whether he wanted to devour the corpse did Lin Zichen finally stop in relief. He's finally dead. After calming down, he touched the corpse and devoured its life essence. The system announced, "You have successfully unlocked the Wood Spirit Bestiary entry and obtained the biological trait Forest Lord. Forest Lord, you may consume mental energy to manipulate nearby plants. You have successfully unlocked the 9 Revolution Soul Worm Bestiary entry and obtained the biological trait Advanced Mental Power. Advanced Mental Power, your mental strength has been greatly enhanced." Upon hearing this, Lin Zichen thought, both traits are related to mental power. It seems this man was a mage. His body wasn't strong, which was why I managed to seize an opportunity and kill someone above my level. Suddenly, someone spoke, admiring Lin Zichen's talent. "With an ordinary stage 9 body, you actually killed an advanced stage 6 expert. To think a genius of this caliber exists on Earth. It seems this operation was entirely worthwhile." Lin Zichen looked up and saw someone wearing a birdbeak mask. He wondered, could that be the 9th Elder? Like the previous man, the divine envoy controlled thorny vines and bound Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen inwardly despaired. "It's over. I can't break free at all. Judging by his power, he must be at least a rare grade expert." The divine envoy said, "For a genius like you to appear on Earth is truly surprising." The divine envoy was a formidable enemy, but fortunately, Lin Zichen did not have to face this crisis alone. Razor-sharp shards of ice swept in and freed him. Slightly surprised, the divine envoy said, Yuan Dongji? Why are you here? Yuan Dongji replied, Ever since Lin Zichen distinguished himself in the military district, I knew the plant god cult would never sit idle. That is why I've been secretly watching over him, waiting for you to make your move. The divine envoy pondered her words. You turned our plan against us? Interesting. But I alone am more than enough to deal with a little girl like you. Judging from Yuan Dongji's words, she and the divine envoy were old enemies. She unleashed a barrage of ice crystals and said, Arrogant fool, do you think this is still the same as all those years ago? I'm no longer weaker than you. The divine envoy counterattacked at once, controlling the mass of thorny vines as he ordered, Get her! Knowing that his current strength would be of little help to Yuan Dongji, Lin Zichen turned and fled. I need to escape while I can, or I'll be caught in a battle between rare-grade experts. As he ran, he heard a faint groan. Looking over, he discovered that it was Instructor Lu. Lu Tianrong's vitality was far more tenacious than expected. He had survived the masked vine controller's previous attack and could now ask the passing Lin Zichen to free him from the thorny vines. Lin Zichen activated Forest Lord. This is the perfect chance to test the biological trait I just obtained. When the vines automatically loosened, Lu Tianrong asked in confusion, Why did they suddenly release me? Lin Zichen offered a plausible explanation. When we encountered that masked man, he was already severely wounded. I caught him off guard and killed him. Once he died, his ability naturally stopped working. Lu Tianrong said, Young man, if that's the case, we can't waste any time. Let's find the others and get out of here. Lin Zichen and Lu Tianrong subsequently regrouped with everyone else. Shen Qinghan had been beside herself with worry. The moment she saw her boyfriend return safely, she ran over and poured out her feelings. You're finally back. I was so scared just now. I was afraid I would never see you again. Let's never be separated again. All right. Lin Zichen gently replied, All right. We won't be separated again. Shi Wei then asked Lin Zichen, Are you hurt anywhere? I have a great restoration pill. Take it. Lin Zichen appreciated her kindness. Thank you, but I'm not injured, so I don't need it. Shi Wei pressed the medicine into his hand. Just keep it. You can use it whenever you need it. As captain, Lin Zichen told everyone is accounted for. Let's get in the vehicle and leave. It's extremely dangerous here. A rare-grade expert from the plant god cult is fighting Principal Yuan. If we remain here, we'll be caught in their battle. Everyone climbed into the vehicle and immediately began discussing the news. A rare-grade expert? Even Principal Yuan is here. Why hasn't anyone from the military district arrived yet? However, the young group's ordeal was not over yet. Someone shouted to Lu Tianrong, who was driving, Instructor, there's someone ahead. Lu Tianrong had a bad feeling. Anyone capable of appearing silently in a place like this can't have good intentions. Everyone hold on tight. He floored the accelerator and drove straight at the newly appeared stranger. With a whoosh, the figure dissolved like smoke, vanishing like an illusion. Everyone in the vehicle was confused and uneasy. She disappeared. That fox-eared girl suddenly vanished. Where did she go? Lin Zichen was secretly alarmed. I can't sense her presence anywhere. Even Instructor Lu, an advanced stage 6 expert, can't detect her. That fox-eared girl's grade is probably far beyond advanced stage 6. Ninetails suddenly appeared inside the vehicle and teased, Are you looking for me? Lu Tianrong immediately underwent gene fusion transformation. As he charged at the intruder, he shouted, Who exactly are you? Ninetails merely glanced at him. Lu Tianrong instantly froze and withdrew his gene fusion traits. She ordered Lu Tianrong to get out first, then commanded everyone else to leave the vehicle as well. She bluntly revealed why she had come. Everyone except Lin Zichen, get out and leave. I have no interest in any of you. Everyone hesitated, unwilling to abandon their friend to face such a powerful enemy alone. They quietly discussed what to do. What now? We should listen to her and escape. Even Instructor Lu is no match for her. Is she also a member of the plant god cult? Let's get outside first. But what about Lin Zichen? Lin Zichen urged everyone to prioritize their safety. She's after me. All of you get out. Lu Tianrong looked back at Lin Zichen with mixed emotions and stiffly uttered 2 words. Take care. Shen Qinghan, more than anyone, had no intention of leaving her boyfriend. They had only just been reunited, so she clung to his arm and said, No, I won't let you face danger alone again. Lin Zichen gently persuaded her. Henin, get out first. Seeing Shun Qinghan clinging to Lin Zichen, Ninetails grew annoyed. She used her power to forcibly levitate Shun Qinghan and said, "How tiresome." Then, under Lin Zichen's anxious gaze, she violently threw Shun Qinghan out of the vehicle. Two female students caught Shun Qinghan, allowing Lin Zichen to breathe a slight sigh of relief. Fortunately, only her clothes were torn. She's unharmed. This Ninetails was clearly no different from the man who had harbored vile intentions toward Shun Qinghan earlier. Ninetails said, "Now it's time to discuss the matter between us, my little bed slave. Your powerful physique and handsome appearance both meet my standards perfectly. A strong body like yours must contain delicious vital essence. You are qualified to become my bed slave and let me drain your essence." Remaining extremely calm, Lin Zichen tried to extract information from his enemy. "Are you a gene fusionist, a mutant beast, or a mutant?" "None of those," Ninetails replied. "I come from the Origin Land, though I can also be considered half Earthling. My mother is a creature from the Origin Land, while my father is from Earth. My mother was so exceptional, yet that worthless father of mine deceived her in both love and money. I have grown this old without ever meeting him. In my opinion, men are only fit to be bed slaves with collars chained around their necks. I've been so frank with you. Are you willing to wear the collar I carefully prepared for you and become my bed slave?" Ninetails said aggressively, "You have no reason to refuse, much less the right to do so." Lin Zichen replied, "Then let me think about it for a while." Secretly, he calculated, "I need to stall for time and wait for the military district or Principal Yuan to rescue me." Ninetails coaxed him sweetly. "Take a good look at my peerlessly beautiful face and my graceful, seductive figure. Do you know how many creatures in the Origin Land yearn for my body? Are you sure you don't want to become my bed slave?" Lin Zichen remained expressionless and unmoved. He calmly said, "I really do need time to think." Ninetails narrowed her eyes slightly and asked probingly, "Is the reason you keep refusing me that girl outside the vehicle?" As soon as she said this, she instantly flashed outside, wrapped a tail around Shun Qinghan's neck, and coldly passed judgment. "Then I will kill her." Seeing Ninetails reveal murderous intent toward his girlfriend, Lin Zichen immediately sprang into action. He threw a precise punch in a Ninetails' face, but instead of flesh, his fist struck nothing but air. Lin Zichen's mind raced. A false clone? No, that's not right. Shun Qinghan asked in confusion. "Xiaochen, what are you doing?" Lin Zichen replied. "What am I doing? I'm saving you." However, everyone else looked utterly bewildered. Li Moyu said, "What was that about?" He suddenly rushed out of the vehicle like a madman and punched the air beside Shun Qinghan. Hearing his friends, Lin Zichen froze in astonishment. Ninetails' voice rang out, betraying neither joy nor anger. "Hitting a girl? How ruthless of you. My body is only at ordinary stage 9. I could never withstand a punch like that." Seeing Ninetails leisurely watching the spectacle like a theatergoer, Lin Zichen thought, "As expected, what I struck wasn't a false clone. Everything was an illusion. She can toy with people in the palm of her hand, using only a fraction of her mental power. She's truly troublesome." Ninetails stepped out of the vehicle and said, "I was only playing with you earlier. Now, I will truly kill the beautiful girl of your dreams." Countless Ninetails figures moved at once. Lin Zichen kept his mind calm, closed his eyes, and stopped looking. If my mental strength is inferior to hers, attacking in any way will be useless. I can only try this move. I hope it works. Activate advanced mental power. The truth of the scene became perfectly clear in Lin Zichen's eyes. As expected, all of them were illusions. Ninetails' true body was sitting casually on the roof of the vehicle. Lin Zichen followed his usual principle. Once the enemy was identified, attack immediately and avoid unnecessary conversation. Unfortunately for Lin Zichen, that Ninetails figure was still only an illusion, albeit one far more solid and powerful than ordinary illusions. Lin Zichen retreated and stood protectively before his girlfriend, remaining highly vigilant. She wants to kill Henin. Protecting Henin comes first. Ninetails' appreciative voice came from behind Lin Zichen. "Interesting. You can instantly increase your mental strength and break the illusion technique I have always taken pride in. You truly surprise me more and more." Lin Zichen was genuinely disoriented. Has Henin taken on her appearance? Or is this another illusion? Only when Shun Qinghan anxiously grabbed her boyfriend's arm and called, "Xiaochen, did Lin Zichen regain his composure. He sensed her warmth and touch. She has body heat. This feeling is real. Shen Qinghan asked, "What's wrong?" Lin Zichen did not answer. Instead, he swept his girlfriend into his arms. "With advanced mental power enhancing me, I can greatly reduce the time she controls my mind. Besides, her physique is weaker than mine. Therefore, running away is the best strategy." Ninetail's seductive voice seemed to come from everywhere. "You cannot escape. Let's see how you break my illusion this time." Meanwhile, not far from Lin Zichen's group, another battle was raging fiercely, both literally and figuratively. Yuan Dongji continuously launched an unrelenting barrage of ice crystals. As her old enemy, the divine envoy knew her weakness. Once the water supply is exhausted, your power will decline dramatically. However, this is my territory. You have no chance of victory. The power behind the plant god cult is an immensely influential existence in the origin land. It possesses inexhaustible quantities of spiritual plants throughout the southern region. With your talent, if you agree to join the plant god cult, you will gain an endless supply of exotic flowers and rare herbs. Yuan Dongji spat and retorted, "Unlike human traders who have lost all humanity, such as you, I will never join an evil cult that persecutes humans." The divine envoy argued, "Lost all humanity? The essence of human nature is that everyone looks out for themselves. Those who do not will be destroyed by heaven and earth. Modern society has too many laws restricting people. That is what truly strips away humanity." Yuan Dongji sharply rebuked him, "Utter nonsense." The divine envoy coldly said, "You won't shed tears until you see your coffin. My vines can absorb the water you use for defense. You won't last much longer. Take your time playing with these vines. I'll be taking the human genius with me." Yuan Dongji was determined not to let the mutant achieve his goal. Even if she risked mutation, she could not allow him to take Lin Zichen away. A massive torrent swept through the forest, as though a great river had suddenly appeared within it. The divine envoy stared in shock at the tremendous volume of water she had forcibly drawn there. Yuan Dongji said in a deep voice, "Since you claim that the forest is your territory, I will turn this place into an ocean and make it mine." After running for a while, Lin Zichen put his girlfriend down. Shen Qinghan asked, "Xiaochen, why did the sky suddenly turn dark? Why are there fish flying through the air?" Lin Zichen thought, "What a powerful illusion." Henin's mind has also been controlled by this demoness mental power, leaving her consciousness muddled. Fortunately, advanced mental power is enhancing me, so she can't control me for long. Ninetails began voicing her doubts. "You even resisted this move? Is your biological grade truly only ordinary stage 9? Earth is so lacking in evolutionary resources, yet it managed to cultivate a peerless genius like you. If you had been born in the origin land, where evolutionary resources are abundant, you would probably have reached the rare grade long ago. Staying on Earth is such a waste. Follow me back to the origin land and become my bed slave. Exchange your vital essence for evolutionary resources, and we can evolve together. What do you think?" Lin Zichen discreetly observed his surroundings and formed several hypotheses. The darkness around us is dissipating increasingly quickly. Casting a large-scale illusion like this must have consumed a great deal of her mental power. She's nearly at her limit. He activated Forest Lord and calculated, "That means I have a chance." Ninetails began threatening him. "I have shown you great sincerity, yet you have rejected me time and again. Even my patience has limits." Lin Zichen deliberately provoked her. "You can't even appear before me in your true body. Is that what you call sincerity?" Ninetails casually replied, "My little slave, is it possible that I'm currently speaking to you with my true body?" Lin Zichen said, "There's only one way to find out." As he spoke, he silently commanded vines to attack Ninetails from behind without warning. Bound firmly in place, Ninetails could not help but exclaim in surprise, "You can control vines?" I caught her. It really is her true body. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. With that thought, Lin Zichen charged at her with his fist raised. He showed no mercy, striking with all his strength to smash the enemy's head apart. However, Ninetails' figure once again proved not to be made of flesh. Looking at the pile of fallen fur, Lin Zichen wondered in confusion. What is going on? Why isn't there a single drop of blood? Did she sever her tail to escape? Lin Zichen picked up the white fox tail, and the system immediately asked, "Would you like to devour it?" Lin Zichen wondered. This tail could be devoured? Meanwhile, in the origin land, Ninetail's true body sat within her territory and remarked, "How interesting." He forcibly broke through an advanced stage 3 illusion and killed my clone. He truly is an exceptional cultivation vessel. I must have him. At that moment, 2 female attendants entered and reported to Ninetails, "Master, we have wonderful news. The Night King's youngest son says he is willing to become your bed slave." The Night King's youngest son was born an advanced grade creature. He is not even 30 years old yet, but he has already reached the rare grade. If he receives your nourishment, he might even evolve into a legendary grade creature one day. After meeting Lin Zichen, however, Ninetails had acquired new standards. She disdainfully said, "Even if the Night King himself came to be my bed slave now, I would not want him. I have already found the perfect candidate on Earth. From now on, reject everyone else on my behalf." Back with Lin Zichen, the system announced, "You have devoured a trace of the Nine-tailed Demon Fox's life essence. Nine-tailed Demon Fox bestiary completion, 10%. Lin Zichen was secretly astonished. She was actually a nine-tailed demon fox, but her strength seemed rather ordinary. Could that have been only one of her clones? Lin Zichen carried Shen Qinghan back to the group. Everyone anxiously questioned him. What happened just now? We were all mentally controlled by that fox-eared girl. Where did she go? Lin Zichen told them bluntly. "I beat her and forced her to flee." Lu Tianrong was astonished. "You forced her to flee? How did you do it?" Lin Zichen did not conceal too many details and gave a mostly truthful account. Her body was very weak. After repeatedly casting illusions, she exhausted too much of her mental power. Her combat strength plummeted, so I beat her and forced her to flee. Everyone relaxed after hearing this. So that's what happened. Fortunately, Lin Zichen was here this time. Lin Zichen inwardly felt embarrassed. It looks like I managed to fool them. Suddenly, the group heard a tremendous noise that shook the entire forest. What's happening? What is that sound? Lin Zichen used the eye of the sky to see what was going on. What greeted him was an ocean of water. He urgently warned everyone, "This is bad. A tsunami is heading straight toward us. Everyone climb a tree, climb that enormous tree over 100 meters tall." Thanks to Lin Zichen's timely warning, the group quickly climbed the giant tree and witnessed a spectacle that was unquestionably unnatural. There really is a tsunami. My God, the waves are enormous. Are we truly safe up in this tree? Lu Tianrong shouted to everyone. "It's here. Hold on tight." The roaring torrents surged past below them, as though an entire sea had been moved into the area. Luo Yongjian and Li Moyu said, "We actually survived it. That scared me to death." The system announced, "You have experienced a tsunami and successfully survived." Cumulative achievement. Successfully survive 100 different extreme environments or disasters. Reward. Obtain the Survival Adapter biological trait. Accumulated survival count, 2/100. Seeing this, Lin Zichen thought, Survival Adapter? The last time this appeared was already a year ago. Its activation conditions are far too demanding. Shui wondered, why would a tsunami suddenly appear out of nowhere? Lin Zichen voiced his speculation. Unless something unexpected happened, Principal Yuan probably caused it. Principal Yuan is fighting the plant god cult's 9th elder for our sake. I wonder how the battle is going. Li Moyu had great confidence in Yuan Dongji's strength. Principal Yuan is a rare grade expert who fused with Flood Dragon genes. Since she can create a tsunami this enormous, she naturally won't lose. However, Lin Zichen's danger sense warned him that the situation was dire. He inwardly jolted. Dongji, the 9th elder is heading this way. Through his eye of the sky, Lin Zichen saw the divine envoy rapidly approaching him and the others. He was secretly shocked. Principal Yuan had lost. More than 10 minutes earlier, the divine envoy, also known as the 9th elder, had been engulfed by the flood Yuan Dongji summoned. The 9th elder exclaimed, "You actually sacrificed your blood essence again? Have you gone mad?" His opponent had already gone all out. If he did not do the same, he would die. In that case, I have no choice either. The 9th elder controlled his enhanced thorny vines and seemingly counterattacked Yuan Dongji. However, he instead formed a cage from them, trapping her in place. You're not the only one who knows how to sacrifice blood essence. Principal Yuan, take your time struggling. I will be leaving first. The ninth elder knew perfectly well that his purpose here was not to kill, but to capture someone. Realizing that staying with the group would put everyone in danger, Lin Zichen told them, Principal Yuan has lost. The ninth elder of the plant god cult is approaching us at incredible speed. I am his target, so I will lure him away. With that, Lin Zichen immediately jumped into the flood. Lu Tianrong told the others, I can also sense a powerful person approaching. Everyone, follow me and retreat in the opposite direction from Lin Zichen. Seeing the ninth elder draw closer, Lin Zichen tensed. He really did come after me. Henin and the others are safe now, so there's no need to remain on the surface and expose myself. Now, only his aquatic adaptation could give him a chance of miraculously escaping underwater. Judging from the ninth elder's injuries, their battle had not been particularly fierce. Principal Yuan was most likely still alive, but trapped. Lin Zichen's next plan was therefore to find Principal Yuan and help her escape. She was probably in the direction from which the waves were coming. He had assessed the situation and decided on his next move. But the process could not possibly go smoothly with such a powerful enemy pursuing him. Lin Zichen narrowly dodged an incoming vine. Standing on the shore and controlling his vines to attack underwater, the ninth elder thought, a pure-blooded human at the ordinary grade can move this fast underwater? This boy is truly monstrous. I must finish this quickly. Lin Zichen's exceptional strength allowed him to hold out for a long time. However, the difference in strength was simply too great. Lin Zichen could no longer evade. I have him, the ninth elder exclaimed in delight. Yet things did not go smoothly for him. Sensing that something was wrong, the ninth elder wondered, how is this possible? I was clearly about to pull him up. Why did the vine suddenly slip loose? That must have been a mistake. Again, let us see how you escape this time. The ninth elder wrapped even more vines around him. However, with his Lord of the Forest ability, Lin Zichen effortlessly broke free. Unaware of the reason, the ninth elder cried out in bewilderment. It slipped loose again? Impossible. After witnessing one anomaly after another, he decided to jump into the flood and capture Lin Zichen personally. He was now certain that Lin Zichen was hiding a tremendous secret. Bringing him back would be a monumental achievement that would shake the entire cult. He had to capture the boy with his own hands. Lin Zichen reached a large tree and thought, it is time to shake him off. I hope Henin and the others have gone far enough. He activated natural camouflage, temporarily concealing himself from the enemy's senses. The ninth elder stared around in confusion. Where did he go? I cannot sense his presence, even with my mental power. Wait, he used himself as bait from the very beginning to buy time for his companions to escape. He must have gone back to find them. The ninth elder had correctly guessed half of Lin Zichen's plan. However, Lin Zichen was not foolish enough to regroup with people incapable of resisting such a powerful enemy. He needed genuine assistance. My only chance of escaping is to rescue Principal Yuan first. Only after searching for a while did the ninth elder realize that he had guessed incorrectly. But by then, it was already too late. Lin Zichen had found Yuan Dongji and secretly used Lord of the Forest to free her, returning the favor she had done him. Unaware that anyone had helped her, Yuan Dongji thought, that cage was certainly troublesome, but I finally broke it. I must find Zichen and Qing Han quickly. Lin Zichen surfaced and called out, Principal Yuan. Yuan Dongji asked in confusion, why are you here? When did you arrive? Lin Zichen replied, the ninth elder was pursuing me. I fled here and happened to discover you. Sensing the enemy approaching, Yuan Dongji grabbed her student and plunged underwater. This is bad. That old man is caught up again. Let us go. Lin Zichen was amazed. So this is the speed of a rare grade expert. The ocean is Principal Yuan's home ground. Even the ninth elder cannot match this speed. The two of them then leaped out of the water and saw that reinforcement from the military district had arrived. The rescue team's leader reported, Vice Dean Yuan, the military district fell into chaos because heretic spies had infiltrated it. That is why our reinforcements were delayed. Hearing a loud disturbance, everyone turned around. Yuan Dongji frowned. He caught up again. He still dares to come after us. She looked back at the rescue team and recalled what its leader had just said. There were spies among the reinforcements. Yuan Dongji grabbed Lin Zichen and Shun Qinghan. She immediately took the 2 students with her, thinking, I can only take Ching Han and Zichen with me. There is nothing I can do for the others. However, she was startled when all the rescue mechs began following her. What? Are all of them spies? Lu Qianrong also noticed that something was wrong. He muttered, could all these reinforcements be members of the plant god cult? He turned to the others and said, we must retreat. If that is true, staying here will only drag us into the next battle. A sudden disturbance on the water made everyone turn around. Yuan Dongji manipulated the water to form a protective barrier around the 2 students, then rose from the water with them. Yuan Dongji bitterly realized that she could not end this merely by fleeing. The 9th elder demanded, Principal Yuan, evolving to the rare grade is no easy feat. There is no need for both sides to suffer. Hand Lin Zichen over to us, and we will spare everyone else. Yuan Dongji activated her gene trait and shouted, hand over Lin Zichen? Dream on. The 9th elder could not understand her decision. You sacrificed your blood essence again for 2 outsiders, ruining your future and permanently limiting your potential. You truly are insane. Yuan Dongji controlled her water dragons and destroyed the mechs first. At the same time, she threw the 2 students beyond the battlefield and said, you two, hurry and leave. Lin Zichen swept his girlfriend into his arms and reassured her, let us go. We cannot hold Principal Yuan back. The 9th elder naturally could not allow the target of this entire operation to escape, but one of Yuan Dongji's water dragons blocked him. The 9th elder endured minor injuries to break free. Yuan Dongji continued controlling the water dragon to obstruct his pursuit. However, she also had to deal with the plant god cult's fake rescue team. Its leader controlled a giant mech and launched missiles, destroying Yuan Dongji's water dragon. The rescue team's leader fired an immense blast of energy from the mech's chest and roared, die. The scorching energy vaporized Yuan Dongji's water attack. Yet Yuan Dongji remained standing, shocking the rescue team's leader. She only suffered minor injuries? The 9th elder ordered him, self-destruct, activate the reserve energy, and hold her back with the explosion. Otherwise, your entire family will die miserably. The rescue team's leader cursed helplessly. Damn it, if only my family were not in their hands. I am sorry, Vice Dean Yuan. He then detonated the entire giant mech merely to stop Yuan Dongji. After enduring such a massive energy explosion, Yuan Dongji could not possibly remain unharmed. More than half her body was severely burned, but thanks to her powerful self-healing ability, she would recover given enough time. For the moment, however, she no longer had the strength to stop the 9th elder. Lin Zichen grew anxious. This is bad. The 9th elder of the plant god cult is pursuing us again. I have natural camouflage to conceal myself, but Han Nin does not. I will have to deactivate natural camouflage first. Han Nin and I can split up, and I will draw his attention before escaping. Having made his decision, Lin Zichen told his girlfriend, Han Nin, let us split up and run in opposite directions. I will draw the 9th elder's attention. After failing to capture Lin Zichen several times, however, the 9th elder changed his strategy. This trick again? You want your companion to escape. I will not fall for it this time. Instead of targeting Lin Zichen, he focused on capturing Shen Qinghan. Even after the enemy seized her, Qinghan shouted to her boyfriend, Xiao Chen, run. The 9th elder threatened, Lin Zichen, show yourself. If you do not come out, I will kill this girl. This method proved far more effective than their previous game of cat and mouse. Lin Zichen revealed himself and shouted, let her go. Lin Zichen resolutely surrendered. I will go with you. The 9th elder controlled his thorny vines and bound Lin Zichen. Boy, once you reach the plant god cult's base and meet the peerless primordial deity, you will thank me for capturing you today. Once again, Qinghan could only watch helplessly as her boyfriend faced danger alone. This time, the enemy was openly abducting him. All she could do was shed tears and scream her boyfriend's name, powerless to stop them. However, the water's blessing appeared to have granted Qinghan more than merely the ability to inherit the natural abilities of aquatic mutant beasts. The roar of surging water drew both the 9th elder's and Lin Zichen's attention. Lin Zichen wondered, what is happening? Something is rising. Looking back, the two saw an enormous tsunami about to crash down upon them. Yet the tsunami was not targeting Lin Zichen, because his danger sense did not react at all. Both Lin Zichen and the Ninth Elder were swept into the raging waves. However, only Lin Zichen was protected by the water. He freed himself from his restraints and thought, "It feels as though something is pushing me upward." The water gently carried Lin Zichen to the surface, reuniting him with Shun Qinghan. Qinghan threw her arms around her boyfriend and sobbed. "Xiaochun, thank goodness you are all right." Lin Zichen quietly observed the situation. It seems this mysterious power is not coming from Principal Yuan. It is Han Nin's ability. The Ninth Elder leaped out of the water. Still misunderstanding the situation, he shouted, "Yuan Dongji, you forced me to do this." Qinghan stood firmly in front of her boyfriend and declared, "I will never let you take Xiaochun away." The Ninth Elder viciously charged toward Shen Qinghan. She closed her eyes, ready to endure whatever was coming as long as she could protect her boyfriend. Once again, the waves acted on Qinghan's behalf. The water transformed into enormous hands and swatted the Ninth Elder as though he were a mosquito. The weakened Ninth Elder pleaded, "Principal Yuan, spare my life. I will tell you the truth. Do you not want to know the truth behind your sons' and daughters' deaths?" The couple was shocked. The truth behind their deaths? Could there be more to it? Suddenly, the Ninth Elder saw trails of water transforming into mysterious letters that floated around Qinghan. He cried out in terror, "No, you are not Yuan Dongji. You are. What exactly are you?" Before the Ninth Elder could finish, the giant hand of water struck and killed him. A powerful plant god cult expert had fallen to a first-year student. It would not be an exaggeration to say that if Lin Zichen did not exist, Shun Qinghan would be the true protagonist of this story. The system then asked Lin Zichen whether he wished to devour the body, definitively confirming the Ninth Elder's death. No one could have expected such a powerful rare-grade being to die so easily to Han Nin's ability without the slightest chance to fight back. Not long afterward, Principal Yuan arrived after partially recovering from her severe injuries and asked where the Ninth Elder had gone. I decided to keep Han Nin's secret and did not reveal the truth, merely claiming that I had not seen the Ninth Elder. Principal Yuan did not pursue the matter. Soon afterward, the military district's real rescue team finally arrived. After learning everything that had happened, Yao Helling voiced her doubts. Foxwomen usually remain neutral and only protect their own territories. They rarely interact with the outside world. Why did one suddenly come to Earth? Yuan Dongji replied, "She came looking for a human cauldron, and she appears to have chosen Lin Zichen." Amused, Yao Helling said, "Lin Zichen may be exceptionally talented, but countless geniuses in the Origin Land are far more talented than he is. I do not understand why a highly sought-after foxwoman from the Origin Land would choose him." Yuan Dongji said, "Let us set the matter of the foxwoman aside for now. What is the current situation in the military district?" Yao Helling took a sip of tea and replied, "Everything has been suppressed, including those you eliminated. We uncovered 47 heretic cultists who had been hiding for years. We have practically cleared the military district of all its heretics. This operation was an enormous success." Yuan Dongji frowned and said coldly, "Do not tell me the military district deliberately used the special training students as bait during this field exercise to lure the heretics into a trap." Yao Helling calmly replied, "You may eat irresponsibly, but you must never speak irresponsibly. This is the military district's latest specially graded anti-aberration serum. It is 10 times more effective than the serums currently available on the market. You look terrible. Hurry and inject a dose." Yuan Dongji accepted it, but did not use it immediately. "I still feel fine. I will inject it after I return." Because of this unexpected incident, our special training program ended early and we returned to the academy. Principal Yuan brought Henin and me to her office, saying that she had something to discuss with us. Only after returning to her office did Yuan Dongji feel comfortable injecting herself. She did not trust the military district, so she used her own medicine while deciding to store away the specially graded anti-aberration serum Yao Helling had given her. She then summoned the couple to her office and said, "Zichen, when you displayed talent that overwhelmed everyone during the special training camp's entrance test, I knew those traitors to humanity from the plant god cult would come after you." Lin Zichen asked, "Principal Yuan, what kind of organization is the plant god cult? And what was the Ninth Elder's biological grade?" Yuan Dongji revealed. The plant god cult is the oldest known heretical cult in existence. It existed even before mutant beasts appeared on Earth. The cult may even be responsible for bringing mutant beasts to Earth. Furthermore, many smaller heretical cults were secretly created and supported by the plant god cult, such as the rat god cult. That is all I know about the plant god cult. As for the ninth elder's biological grade, that is an extremely private secret among high-level experts and can only be estimated through combat. I am at rare stage 3, so you may use that as a reference. Lin Zichen shuddered inwardly. Fortunately, the plant god cult wanted to capture me rather than kill me. Otherwise, I would already be dead. Yuan Dongji continued. Now, let us discuss the main subject. Zichen, I witnessed the entire process of you single-handedly killing an advanced stage 6 expert with a domain without suffering a scratch. Lin Zichen explained, Principal Yuan, he was not truly at advanced stage 6. He was severely injured, and his strength had fallen to around advanced stage 4. Yuan Dongji did not accept that explanation. Rubbing her forehead, she sighed. You are far too cautious. You are terrified of others learning how strong you truly are, so you always hide your abilities. Concealing your strength is a good habit for established experts, but you are still a student. Hiding too much will only reduce the evolutionary resources you receive and slow your evolution. Of course, I understand why you hide your abilities. You lack a sense of security and fear being targeted by people with malicious intentions. But after your performance in the special training camp and the importance the plant god cult has placed on you, you will probably attract the attention of the country's upper echelons very soon. The country's most powerful figures enjoy investing in promising talent. It will not be long before someone approaches you. Listen to me, display your talent properly, and find yourself a powerful backer. That is your best option. Lin Zichen obediently replied, Yes, I understand. Inwardly, however, he thought, it should be enough to display the intensity of my vital energy and mental power. My biological traits are simply too extraordinary. I should keep them secret for now. Afterward, Lin Zichen visited his parents. His father, Lin Yinsheng, said, You are back, son. Did you not say the special training would last a month? Why are you home after only half a month? Lin Zichen replied, The training ended early, so I came home. His mother, Zhang Wanxin, said, Then I will cook some of your favorite dishes. At the dinner table, Zhang Wanxin was the first to speak. Xiaochun, I have some good news for you. Lin Zichen instinctively asked, What good news? His parents answered excitedly in unison, You're going to have a little brother or sister. Lin Zichen stared blankly for a moment, unsure how to react. He asked for confirmation. Mom, are you pregnant with a second child? Zhang Wanxin said, That's right. We only found out a few days ago. I really hope it'll be a little princess this time. Lin Yinsheng blushed and explained, Ever since you and Han Nin started university, the house has been far too quiet. Your mother and I aren't used to it. Leaning against her husband's shoulder, Zhang Wanxin continued, Who knows how long we'd have to wait for grandchildren? After discussing it, we decided it made more sense to have another child ourselves and bring some life back into the house. Lin Zichen was happy for them and said, That's wonderful. As long as you're happy, that's all that matters. No matter how many children you have, our family can afford to raise them all. Afterward, Lin Zichen returned to his dorm room and lay in bed scrolling through his phone. Physical strength alone isn't enough, he thought. My mental strength can't fall behind either, or I'll be at a severe disadvantage against mental-type opponents. I need to keep improving this advanced mental attribute. I'll buy another 20 pounds of 9 Revolution Soul Worm meat to strengthen it further. The purchase cost him a total of 800 credits. He then came across Dimension Rat meat, priced at 100 academic credits per pound. That's expensive, Lin Zichen muttered. This mutant beast closely resembled a squirrel in appearance and behavior, and liked storing food in its cheeks. A fully grown Dimension Rat could store an amount of food up to 100 times its own body volume. Perhaps eating it would unlock a storage space like the one used by that fox-eared girl when she produced a necklace out of thin air. She must have possessed a similar storage artifact. Lin Zichen decided to order 1 pound first and unlock its progress bar. Shen Qinghan entered the bedroom and said, Xiaochun, Aunt Wanxin is actually pregnant with a second child. Lin Zichen replied, That's right. They want grandchildren so badly that they couldn't wait for us to have children, so they simply decided to take matters into their own hands. Then he added, But compared to that, There's something more important we still need to do. Shin Han suddenly blushed and asked nervously, "What is it?" Lin Zichen answered solemnly, "We need to investigate the mysterious power you suddenly displayed before. Those droplets of water surrounding you seem to contain some kind of written symbols. I reproduced them from memory. So first we need to find out what they mean. Let's search online and see if there's any useful information." When the internet yielded nothing, Lin Zichen opened his contacts and found Song Yuyin and Lu Chuanwu. Since they studied ancient scripts all day, they might know something. Shin Han also took action. "My mentor is so powerful and knowledgeable. Perhaps she'll know something." In the end, Yuan Dongji had no information at all, while the two members of the Celestial Human Pavilion replied to Lin Zichen with question mark memes. However, Lu Chuanwu seemed to have a slight lead. He sent a voice message. "Where did you see these symbols? They seem somewhat familiar, but I can't remember where I've seen them before. Thinking back, I believe I may have seen them on several ancient artifacts of the Research Institute. I'll return to the Institute tomorrow morning and check for you. I'll let you know if I find anything." A woman's coquettish voice sounded in the background. "Come on, Lu. We're not leaving until we're drunk. 1 bottle is 1,000,000. Drink 10 bottles and you'll get 20 million. Hearing those improper sounds, Lin Zichen hurriedly closed the voice message. Take care of your private business before sending voice messages, he thought. After this battle, various factions began paying attention to Lin Zichen. The Li family in the capital ordered, remember the name Lin Zichen. Keep him under close observation. The Yin family in Nanjiang also ordered, pay close attention to Lin Zichen. The Mechanical God Corporation became interested. Keep Lin Zichen under close observation. The headquarters of the 9 provinces military district likewise took note. Keep Lin Zichen under close observation. Naturally, this also included hostile factions, specifically the Great Elder of the Plant God cult. The following morning, Lin Zichen was awakened by his phone ringing. He turned his head toward the phone beside him. The delivery service was calling. "Hello. The products you purchased from a university marketplace have arrived at the collection point. Please come and sign for them." Lin Zichen dressed as he answered, "All right, I'll be right there." After signing for the 9 Revolution Soul Worm meat and Dimension Rat meat he had purchased the previous day, he immediately began devouring them. He successfully unlocked the Dimension Rat progress bar in his compendium. There was still no news regarding the mysterious symbols. When he saw that his girlfriend was awake, Lin Zichen put on his shoes and said, "I need to visit the Research Institute myself and see if I can find any clues about the ancient artifact Director Lu mentioned." Shen Qing'an said, "Xiao Chun, I'll go with you. Let me ask Director Lu first." Lin Zichen called and asked, "Director, I want to visit the Research Institute now. May Hanin come with me?" Lu Chuanwu readily replied, "Qinghan is your fiancée, so she's family. Of course she can come." Lin Zichen continued, "All right. Have you found the ancient artifact you mentioned last night?" Lu Chuanwu said, "I can't remember clearly. I think it's in the storage room. Yin should be there now, so look for it with her. It's a bracelet made of pearls and seashells." Several women who had been sleeping suddenly woke and grabbed Lu Chuanwu. They purred seductively. "You recovered quickly, Lu. In that case, let's go another round." Startled, Lu Chuanwu hurriedly said, "Something came up on my end. I'm hanging up now." Hearing this, the couple shared the same thought. He still hasn't finished his business? Shen Qinghan said excitedly, "I've wanted to visit the Pure Human Research Institute for a long time. Today, I finally have the chance." Lin Zichen replied, "Don't get your hopes up too soon." Once inside, they found that the place resembled an old-fashioned office filled with clutter. Shen Qinghan awkwardly commented, "It certainly has a distinctive style. It's nothing like the other places at the university." Lin Zichen nodded. "That's right. It feels like we're standing inside a historical ruin." When they reached the lounge, Shen Qinghan said before opening the door, "How about I come and clean the place whenever I have time?" Lin Zichen replied, "Don't. You'll destroy the Pure Human Research Institute's distinctive character." In the lounge, Shen Qinghan met the Institute's senior member Song Yuyin for the first time. Yuyin was stretching when she saw the 2 younger students. "You're here." She casually put an arm around each of them and praised them. "A handsome man and a beautiful woman. You truly are a match made in heaven." Shen Qinghan shyly said, "Hello, Senior Yuyin." Lin Zichen also felt awkward. "Senior Yuyin, stop teasing her. Yin waved him off. Henin and I are meeting for the first time. Of course, we need to get properly acquainted. She's 10,000 times prettier in person than in her photos. Escaping the awkward situation, Lin Zichen crossed his arms and stood behind them. That's enough, senior. We came here for something important. Shen Xinghan thought. She's so enthusiastic. Lin Zichen went straight to the point. Senior Yu Yin, do you remember the bracelet made of seashells and pearls that the director mentioned? Yu Yin rubbed her chin and thought for a moment. I've been at this institute for 10 years, but I've never seen a bracelet like the one you described. Shen Qinghan said, then it seems we'll have to search for it slowly. Yu Yin rolled up her sleeves and winked. Don't worry, I know the institute's storage room very well, so we can eliminate many areas. We'll definitely find it quickly. 3 hours later, Yu Yin asked wearily, does that bracelet really exist, or is the director becoming forgetful in his old age and remembering it wrong? Lin Zichen was also drenched in sweat from searching. It seems we can only wait for the director to return and ask him. Suddenly, Shen Qinghan gently tugged on her boyfriend's sleeve. She pointed in one direction and voiced her suspicion. Could it be over there, buried beneath the soil in that fish tank? Lin Zichen asked in confusion. Why do you think the bracelet we're looking for is buried in the fish tank? Shen Qinghan replied, I don't know how to explain it. I suddenly noticed that spot and had a feeling the bracelet was there. Yu Yin rolled up her sleeves again. No need to say anything else. Let's dig it up and see. After the three of them dug through the fish tank, their eyes widened in surprise. Yu Yin exclaimed, incredible. Henin's intuition was right. Lin Zichen examined the seashell bracelet and thought, it really does look similar. No, the patterns are exactly the same. Just then, Lu Chuanwu returned to the institute, looking slightly haggard. You found it, Lin Zichen asked curiously. Director, where did you get this bracelet? Lu Chuanwu searched his memory and said, this? The story begins with an underwater expedition 20 years ago. Around that time, I accidentally discovered the entrance to some ruins beneath Sunrise Bay in Shanghai City. After entering the cavern, I found only a gigantic mural inside. Then, on a rock beside the mural, I discovered this bracelet. Lin Zichen and the others not only heard Lu Chuanwu's account, but also watched footage he had recorded with an underwater camera. Yin asked, is that all? Where's the rest? Lin Zichen was puzzled. Why didn't you record more? Lu Chuanwu replied, it wasn't that I stopped recording. For some unknown reason, the recording equipment malfunctioned. None of the footage from the following hour was saved. By the time I noticed, I had already returned home. Text-to-speech overlay. Lin Zichen looked at the bracelet and murmured, it's that strange. Shen Qinghan stood motionless, staring intently at it. Noticing his girlfriend's gaze, Lin Zichen handed her the bracelet. If you want to examine it, go ahead. The bracelet seemed to possess a bewitching power, causing Shen Qinghan to think it's so beautiful. I really want to make it mine. She shook her head and tried to clear her thoughts. That's not right. Why would I have such a strange thought? Why do I care so much about this bracelet? Lu Chuanwu said, if you like it, you can have it. It's nothing more than clutter if it remains here. Delighted, Shen Qinghan asked for confirmation. May I really keep it? Lu Chuanwu replied generously. Of course. We're all family. Just remember to visit us often. While his girlfriend thanked Director Lu, Lin Zichen received a phone call. He answered and spoke only briefly. I'm currently at the Pure Human Research Institute. Yes, I understand. The corner of Lin Zichen's mouth lifted. Just as expected, something major is about to happen. Seeing his solemn expression, Lu Chuanwu and Yu Yin asked, who called? Why do you look so serious? Lin Zichen explained, it was Principal Yuan. She said the deputy governor responsible for the Origin Land Stronghold is coming here to meet me. He'll arrive in approximately half an hour. Lu Chuanwu and Yu Yin were stunned. He's one of the strongest strategic-level figures among all life forms on Earth. His biological grade must be legendary at the very least. He's the deputy governor, second only to one and above countless others. Lin Zichen added, Director, Principal Yuan asked you to prepare the Institute's research findings on the pure-blood human path from over the years. You must give the deputy governor a concise summary. Yin was so happy that she nearly cried. Director, this is wonderful. Now that a top genius like Zichen has joined us, an important figure has finally taken notice of the pure-blood human path. Lu Chuanwu sighed emotionally. That's right. After all our hardships, better days have finally come. Yu Yin, come with me. Let's organize all our research findings from over the years. The four of them then went out to receive their distinguished guests. Lu Chuanwu said, they're here. Besides the well-known Principal Yuan, there was a man named Secretary Zhang, and, finally, the central figure of the meeting, Yi Yongsheng, deputy governor of the 9 provinces. Yi Yongsheng dispensed with pleasantries and went straight to the subject that interested him. I'm very interested in the pure-blood human path you've been researching. Let's talk inside. Lu Chuanwu respectfully presented a document with both hands. Governor, these are the Institute's research findings on the pure-blood human path from over the years. Please review them. As Yi Yongsheng read through the material, he said, when the pure-blood human path first appeared, I paid attention to it for a time. But every genius who followed that path ultimately became mediocre without exception. So I pronounced it dead and concluded that it was a dead end. I never expected that, after all these years, someone would still persist in researching this evolutionary path. Moreover, you've actually produced results. Setting aside his astonishing performance in the military district and the plant god cult's interest in him, he is clearly only at ordinary stage 9, yet his vitality and mental strength are both equivalent to advanced stage 2. That truly surprises me. Lin Zichen immediately became wary. Natural camouflage was useless against Yi Yongsheng. The revelation left Lu Chuanwu and Yu Yin staring at Lin Zichen in shock. Lu Chuanwu's mind filled with questions. What is going on? His vitality and mental strength have reached advanced stage 2? Lin Zichen sighed inwardly. I overestimated natural camouflage and underestimated the perception of a legendary grade expert. Yi Yongsheng said, from today onward, I hope you'll display your strength to the fullest and stop hiding it. As a pure-blood human, you will continuously challenge the geniuses of the gene fusion and mechanical augmentation paths. Show me where the limits of pure-blood humanity lie. Lin Zichen voiced his concern. Governor, I conceal my abilities because I was worried that being too outstanding would invite relentless attacks from the heretics and perhaps even endanger my family. Yi Yongsheng found the concern entirely reasonable. Since I've told you to display your full strength, I will naturally guarantee the safety of both you and your family. That was exactly what Lin Zichen had been waiting to hear. He said aloud, I understand, Governor. I'll display my strength to the fullest and show you the limits of pure-blood humanity. Yi Yongsheng instructed his secretary, Zhang, add Lin Zichen to your contacts and send him that list. Lin Zichen looked at the file he had received. Before he could ask any questions, Secretary Zhang explained, this is a list of every young genius in the country. Only geniuses under the age of 30 qualify. Each one is a once-in-a-century talent with the potential to evolve into a legendary grade life form. They are also Earth's principal strategic force against the Origin Land. Lin Zichen spotted a familiar name and thought, Luo Tianxue. Isn't she Hanan's nominal senior sister? Yi Yongsheng warned him. Most of them were sent to the Origin Land for intensive cultivation before they were even old enough to attend school. They didn't follow the conventional educational path taken by geniuses like you. Lin Zichen asked, Governor, compared with the geniuses on this list, how large is the gap between them and Li Yijin, the genius from Capital University, or the mechanical prodigy from Mechanical God Corporation? Yi Yongsheng replied, they cannot be compared at all. They're not even on the same level. The people you consider geniuses are, at best, merely slightly larger ants in the Origin Land. I showed you this list to tell you that there is always a higher mountain. Don't limit your vision to Earth. Your talent appears impressive at present and has reached the level of an extraordinary talent, but that only describes your current potential. Your future will depend on your subsequent performance. As long as you enter the extraordinary talent list, you'll gain access to enough evolutionary resources to force a life form whose natural limit is ordinary grade to advance to rare grade. Lin Zichen promised, Governor, I'll work hard and make sure I don't disappoint you. Yi Yongsheng patted the promising young man on the shoulder. I look forward to your performance. He then turned toward the female student behind Lin Zichen. There's one more thing I find truly puzzling. Shun Qinghan, your body contains mutant beast genes, yet instead of fusing with them, you can control them. You've even practiced the blood-tempering art and embarked upon the pure-blood human path. With such outstanding talent, you would rank among the best even on that list. Why then are you so timid? Lin Zichen explained on his girlfriend's behalf. Governor, she was bullied by her classmates when she was young, leaving her with psychological trauma. That's why she's rather introverted and timid. Yi Yongsheng nodded in understanding. I see. Unfortunately, her biological stage is too low. She has clearly undergone one complete body tempering, yet she is only at ordinary stage 6. Her talent has not manifested as well as it should. Perform well from now on, and strive to enter the list together. Lu Chuanwu and Yu Yin were stunned. What? Zichen's future wife is also following the pure-blood human path, and she completed an entire body tempering in a single attempt? As principal, Yuan Dongji was responsible for seeing the distinguished guests off. After the deputy governor departed, Lin Zichen and Shun Qinghan revealed to everyone part of the strength they had been concealing. Delighted, Lu Chuanwu extended an invitation. Qinghan, since you're already following the pure-blood human path, why not join our celestial human pavilion? Principal Yuan's expression immediately turned murderous as she warned in a low voice, Lu Chuanwu, what exactly do you think you're doing? She continued, you should at least ask my opinion first. Lu Chuanwu complied. Then I'll ask you now, do you agree to let her join the celestial human pavilion? Yuan Dongji glared at her former husband. Come with me for a moment. Lu Chuanwu panicked. Why, you'd better not attack me. I don't hit women. Watching this, Yi Yin said, the director is doomed this time. He's only an ordinary grade life form, yet he still dared to act so arrogantly in front of Principal Yuan. However, the conversation apparently went quite smoothly for Lu Chuanwu. Beaming, he said, Qinghan, welcome to the great family of our celestial human pavilion. Yi Yin exclaimed in surprise. Director, you actually came back alive, and you even convinced Principal Yuan to agree. How did you do it? Lu Chuanwu answered concisely. Children shouldn't interfere in adult affairs. Yuan Dongji glared at him and said, I'll agree to let Qinghan join the celestial human pavilion on one condition. You must come to the Yuan residence for dinner. Elder Lu obediently replied, Deal. His face then went pale as he thought. Surely it won't be a trap, will it? Lin Zichen asked. Director, you once said you would help me find a powerful backer. How strong is that person compared with Governor Yi? Elder Lu replied, Well, to be honest, I'm not sure either. Veins bulged on Lin Zichen's forehead as he clenched his fists and restrained himself. Director, you aren't joking, are you? Elder Lu waved his hand. Hear me out. That backer has always been sealed inside an ancient coffin. I've never met her face to face, so I don't know exactly how strong she is. But she is the master of the celestial human pavilion, so she certainly can't be weak. Lin Zichen asked suspiciously, The master of the celestial human pavilion? Aren't you the pavilion master? Elder Lu explained, I'm merely an archaeologist who excavated the pavilion master from some ruins. Lin Zichen asked curiously, What exactly happened? The pavilion master was a supreme expert from an extremely ancient era. She was also a great benefactor whose name endured through the ages. Her name was Qi Qingma, and her title was the Immortal Master of Great Love. Elder Lu began recounting the story. The blood-tempering technique excavated from the ruins was a body-tempering method from an extremely ancient era on Earth. It was also one of that era's paths of evolution. Since such a body-tempering method existed, there must have been groups of life forms devoted to cultivating it and evolving. We call such groups schools or sects, and the Celestial Human Pavilion was one such sect from that era. In that age of gods, our pavilion master, Qi Qingma, differed from the other immortal masters who regarded mortals as insignificant insects. She regarded mortals as members of her own race. She brought food to those suffering from famine, dug canals to drain floodwaters from inundated regions, and even intervened when mortals were persecuted by other immortals and gods. To allow frail mortals to embark upon the path to immortality and attain the tremendous power of immortals and gods, she devoted herself to developing the body-tempering method known as the blood-tempering technique, enabling ordinary life forms to evolve into gods. Unfortunately, when I excavated the ruins, the pavilion master's body was already extremely weak. She fell into a deep, unconscious sleep after only having enough time to teach me the most basic cultivation method of the blood-tempering technique. However, she told me that if a pure-blood human evolved into a high-grade life form, they could release her seal by transferring the power of their vitality to her. Zichen, you have the greatest chance of evolving into a sufficiently powerful high-grade life form and awakening the pavilion master. Lin Zichen asked expressionlessly, She'll absorb my vitality? What if the pavilion master refuses to be reasonable and drains me dry? Elder Lu said optimistically. I already told you that the pavilion master was a great benefactor. She would never do that. If you're still worried, I'll invite several more experts to accompany us when the time comes. There's nothing to hesitate about. I'll send you all the information concerning the ancient bronze coffin and the celestial human pavilion ruins, so you can study them in more detail. Winter break was nearing its end, with Principal Yuan and Director Lu supplying all kinds of rare treasures. Lin Zichen and Han Nin's body tempering efficiency increased dramatically. Lin Zichen sensed that his fourth body tempering had reached completion. Although his biological grade had yet to break through ordinary stage 9, his current vitality intensity was probably already comparable to that of an advanced stage 3 expert. Qinghan joyfully hugged her boyfriend. That's wonderful, Xiaoqin. My second body tempering has reached completion too, and I've evolved to ordinary stage 8. Lin Zichen and Han Nin both successfully achieved breakthroughs before the semester began. Afterward, Lin Zichen accompanied Han Nin to receive a gene injection. Yuan Dongji told Qinghan, the gene reagent you'll receive this time comes from the water butterfly. It is extremely precious. Try to see whether you can successfully subjugate it. Lin Zichen recalled the information about the species. The water butterfly was an aquatic mutant beast whose mental strength far exceeded that of other life forms at the same stage. It could also launch illusion-based attacks. Yuan Dongji said, the injection is finished. If you experience any discomfort, tell me immediately. Don't endure it in silence. Qinghan replied, understood, master. Yuan Dongji continued, I use my mental strength to observe the gene subjugation process. It was very successful. Once you become accustomed to controlling the water butterfly genes, you can test whether you're able to use illusion attacks. Lin Zichen then asked, Principal Yuan, could you tell me about your eldest disciple in the Origin Land? I'm rather curious about her. Yuan Dongji asked, did you become curious about her after seeing her results on the Otherworlder Genius ranking? Lin Zichen admitted yes. Yuan Dongji revealed, I found her on a snowy mountain in the Origin Land 11 years ago. She was only 8 years old at the time, curled up alone beneath a tree and barely breathing. It looked as though she wouldn't survive much longer. I felt sorry for her, so I saved her. Later, accepted her as my disciple and raised her. When it was time for me to return to Earth, I took her to our base in the Origin Land and made arrangements for her to live there. I occasionally went back to visit her. As for her origins, not only do I know nothing about them, but she herself remembers nothing either. She appears to have lost her memory. Lin Zichen asked, Principal Yuan, is she an Otherworlder? Yuan Dongji confirmed, yes. Precisely because she is an Otherworlder, she cannot possibly be someone you knew as a child. The military would never allow an Otherworlder to enter Earth. Lin Zichen remained deeply suspicious. But Luo Tianxue appeared at the same time. Bai Shui transferred schools and disappeared. Their ages match as well. Could there be some secret method of traveling from the Origin Land to Earth? Just then, Qinghan said, Xiaochun, I've finished packing. Lin Zichen stood up and politely said, Principal Yuan, we'll take our leave. Meanwhile, Luo Yongjian and Li Moyu were violently shoved out through a doorway. Guo Haidong, deputy head of the Student Council's External Affairs Department, was at peak Ordinary Stage 8 and ranked 156th on the Pinnacle ranking. He declared, anyone who dares take a single step into the training room without obeying the Student Council's arrangements will end up just like these two. The two subsequently sought out Lin Zichen to demand justice. Li Moyu said, Brother Chun, you have to stand up for us freshmen. Luo Yongjian complained. A group of senior students led by the deputy head of the Student Council's External Affairs Department has occupied the training rooms on the stadium's second floor. They won't let any freshmen use them, and they even attacked us. Li Moyu demanded, make him cough up blood later, and I'll transfer 10 million to you. Lin Zichen's eyes lit up. Deal. Write this down. My bank account number is. Li Moyu said, don't worry. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. The two then arrogantly kicked the door open and cursed loudly. Guo Haidong, you bastard! Get out here! Grandpa Li has come back for you, Guo Haidong. Didn't you hear what Brother Chen said? Hurry up and get out here! Guo Haidong cracked his knuckles. I was wondering who you two had called for help. It turns out you only brought this year's freshman king. Using danger perception, Lin Zichen saw that Guo Haidong's biological grade had reached peak Ordinary Stage 8. He had fused with two types of mutant beast genes, the vitality type, demonic-eyed giant ape, and the mental type demon shadow bat. Lin Zichen told his girlfriend, "You can use him in practice. Remember to make him cough up blood." Qinghan replied, "All right, I understand." Gua Haidong clearly thought little of Shin Qinghan. "You're sending her to fight me? Are you looking down on me?" He gestured to a girl beside him. "Go deal with her." The girl replied, "Leave it to me." She then told Qinghan, "Junior Shun, today I'll teach you how to respect your seniors." However, it took only one move to determine who would be teaching whom. Qinghan delivered a single kick, and the senior student immediately collapsed. Everyone stared in bewilderment. What just happened? Is Shin Qinghan really that strong? She sent her flying with one kick. Qinghan confidently looked straight at Gua Haidong and pointed at him. "You're next." Gua Haidong activated his genes, causing his body to become 10 times larger than Qinghan's. He roared arrogantly, "Junior Shun, I underestimated you just now, but if that kick had landed on me, it wouldn't even have scratched me." His enormous size did not frighten Qinghan. She activated the genes she had just subjugated. "Let's see whether the water butterfly's illusion attack works." Gua Haidong inwardly complained, "I'm so dizzy." She can control my vitality and launch mental attacks at the same time. Qinghan kicked her opponent in the head, but his body was far tougher than that of the previous girl. She realized that she could not fight him head-on. His biological grade was half a stage above hers, and his physique was also stronger. I have to strengthen my control over his vitality and intensify my mental attack. Blood poured from Gua Haidong's eyes, ears, nose, and mouth as he cried out, "What's happening? My head feels like it's about to explode." "It works. I'll seize this chance and go all out." With that thought, Qinghan delivered a powerful kick to the back of Gua Haidong's head. In the end, she defeated both opponents by herself without any assistance from Lin Zichen. She was the perfect example of someone who progressed slowly but steadily. Qinghan wiped her forehead, inwardly pleased. "I can defeat opponents above my stage now, too, Xiaochun." Everyone was once again forced to see Qinghan in a new light. The deputy head of the Student Council's External Affairs Department lost to a female freshman just like that? Have I seen a ghost in broad daylight? Lin Zichen took his girlfriend's hand, raised it high, and openly declared, "From this moment onward, Shun Qinghan and I will represent pure-blood humanity and establish an arena here. We openly challenge the entire student council. Everyone is welcome to bear witness." Afterward, Lin Zichen asked her solicitously, "How is her leg? Does it hurt?" Qinghan replied, "It's fine. The zombie slug genes are already healing it." The others discussed the situation anxiously. "He's insane. This freshman king has completely lost his mind." The student council has 3 advanced grade experts. Someone suddenly called out, "Speak of the devil. Vice President Tan Wandi is here." Tan Wandi proposed, "Junior Shun, why don't you exchange a few moves with me?" The crowd immediately erupted again. "My goodness, she's an advanced grade expert ranked 3rd on the Pinnacle ranking. Does the student council really respect Campus Bell Shun this much?" Tan Wandi activated her genes. "Junior Shun, attack whenever you're ready." Qinghan charged forward and politely said, "Please excuse me." Tan Wandi controlled her feathers, sending them toward Qinghan like a rain of needles. Seeing his girlfriend collapse, Lin Zichen immediately rushed over. Qinghan said, "What a shame. I lost after only one exchange." After giving his girlfriend medicine, Lin Zichen helped pull the feathers out of her body and comforted her. "So what if you lost? Your performance just now was already excellent. You far exceeded my expectations. Leave the rest to me." Tan Wandi interjected, "Junior Lin, I've heard all about what happened to you during the military district special training. I'm very curious why those traitors to humanity from the plant god cult value you so highly. Let me see your strength and talent for myself." Lin Zichen used his advanced grade mental strength to forcibly stop every feather in midair. He then reversed their direction and sent them flying back at Tan Wandi. Tan Wandi immediately knew she was in trouble. She was forced to experience the destructive power of her own feathers. Many of the students present had no idea what had happened. They discussed it among themselves. What exactly happened just now? Why did those feathers suddenly stop and then turn around and shoot toward the vice president? Mental strength. Lin Zichen used telekinesis to control those feathers from a distance. He's only a freshman, yet his mental strength is already powerful enough for telekinesis. Can the pure-blood human path strengthen the mind as well as the physical body? Zhou Xiahong silently estimated. If his mental strength is already this powerful, wouldn't his vitality be even stronger? Advanced stage 1 or stage 2, perhaps. No, I must seize this opportunity to thoroughly defeat him before he fully matures. Harboring that petty thought, Zhou Xiahong stepped forward and began with praise. Lin Zichen, you're far more talented than I imagined. However, as your senior, I'll teach you an important lesson today. Before you possess enough strength to defeat any opponent, you shouldn't be so aggressive and arrogant that you believe yourself invincible. Otherwise, your enemies may strangle you in the cradle. Lin Zichen silently assessed him. Both of his mutant beast genes can release poison. This is the perfect chance to test my immunity to all poisons. He responded to his opponent's grandstanding. You're right, senior. That is why I've always avoided displaying too much of my ability. Only now that I've found a powerful backer and ensured my personal safety have I begun revealing my true strength. Zhou Xiahong activated his genes and said, "It appears there's nothing more to discuss." The students chattered among themselves. The president entered his aberrant form immediately. It looks like he's serious. Of course he has to take this seriously. What if Lin Zichen instantly defeats him? During last year's inter-university tournament, even Capital University's genius Li Yijin nearly fell to the president's poison while he was in this aberrant form. How is Lin Zichen supposed to fight him? Lin Zichen had no intention of fighting without clear stakes. President, let's make a wager. If I win, I become president of the student council. If you win, I'll automatically take a detour whenever I encounter anyone from the student council. What do you say? Zhou Xiahong accepted his terms. Lin Zichen gestured. Then let's begin. Zhou Xiahong charged forward and attacked first. He stabbed Lin Zichen in the neck with his scorpion-like tail, then said smugly, "You couldn't even evade that attack. It appears I overestimated you." Just as everyone believed the fight was over, Lin Zichen smiled faintly and silently assessed his condition. "I was only dizzy for an instant. Immunity to all poisons really is powerful." Lin Zichen assumed a boxing stance and asked, "Was that attack the most potent poison you can use?" Zhou Xiahong froze. Lin Zichen activated Pack Animal, causing his combat strength to soar. He told his senior, "In that case, I won't hold back." He gave his senior a friendly punch. Out of respect, he actually used some strength rather than holding back completely. Zhou Xiahong was defeated just like that. Everyone was stunned. Is Lin Zichen even human? Just how powerful is he? The student council president was instantly defeated by Lin Zichen. That punch practically crippled him. How many more surprises will the pure-blood human path bring us? Lin Zichen scratched his head and told Zhou Xiahong, "Sorry, I used a little too much force." After witnessing everything, Shiwei remained speechless for a long while. She then picked up her phone, called her family, and said expressionlessly, "I want to remove the mutant beast genes from my body and pursue the pure-blood human path." Inside the Shanghai University faculty conference room, the teachers watched a recording of Lin Zichen's fight against Zhou Xiahong. Most were dumbfounded. Zhou Xiahong was an advanced grade life form, yet Lin Zichen, who was merely an ordinary grade life form, had defeated him with a single punch. Could the pure-blood human path truly be humanity's future? After this battle, Lin Zichen's reputation became even more overwhelming than before. Everyone instinctively stepped aside to let him pass while discussing him. He defeated the student council president with one punch. What sort of genius is he? As usual, Lin Zichen swept his girlfriend into his arms and gently said, "Henin, let's go." Back in their room, Lin Zichen saw that his girlfriend did not have a single scratch on her and sighed in admiration. Those zombie slug genes are incredible. Less than half an hour has passed, yet all your wounds have already healed without leaving a single scar. Let me help you wash the blood off. Lin Zichen added, "You were impressive too. You instantly defeated the deputy head of the student council's external affairs department." Qing'an asked, "Xiaochun, do you think the two of us are now Shanghai University's peerless twin prodigies?" Lin Zichen affirmed, "Of course we are." Upon returning to the Celestial Human Pavilion, Director Liu and Yu Yin spent a long time questioning Lin Zichen out of curiosity about his defeat of Zhou Xiahong. Afterward, the members of the Pure Human Research Institute summarized the results of their research over the previous 6 months and proposed a theory. Opening the acupoints might require using mental strength to strike them. As soon as Lin Zichen and Han Nin returned to their dormitory, they began using mental strength to strike the acupoints they were cultivating. Suddenly, Qing Han cried out. Zichen asked, "What happened?" Qing Han replied, "Xiao Chun, my acupoint moved. It trembled just now." Lin Zichen asked in surprise, "It moved? How did you do it?" Han Nin had accidentally discovered a method of loosening an acupoint. Gently strike it 9 times with mental strength, then use vitality to deliver one final, powerful impact. The acupoint had indeed loosened. At this rate, the day they successfully opened their acupoints was not far away. Elsewhere, a group of young people stood talking among themselves. "How were your gains this time?" "Not bad. I killed 3 thundercloud beasts and exchanged them for 150 contribution points. I heard you killed a half-step rare azure stinger this time." "Not bad. I was just lucky." The saber-carrying young man asked, "Where is Qianxue?" A girl frowned. "Why do you care about her?" "She's an otherworlder, not an earthling. We have no interest in her." A young man who shared the girl's opinion added, "Those not of our race are bound to be different at heart. That white-haired girl had better stay far away from us." An authoritative voice rang out. "Everyone is here today, I see." The young people turned around and greeted him solemnly. "Young master." Yi Yongsheng arrived and told them, "I came here today because I have some news for you. Before long, your team will gain 2 new members, a male and female freshman from Shanghai University's current class." The young people all raised their eyebrows, secretly wondering, "Freshmen? Haven't they already reached adulthood?" The geniuses who join the team are usually under 10 years old. Could they be late bloomers? That concludes the video. Thank you for watching my video. Please like and subscribe to see the latest content on my channel. See you in the next video. Bye-bye. That concludes the video. Have a wonderful day. Remember to like and subscribe to receive notifications about new episodes as soon as they are released.